Chapter 1. Exhausting family wealth, frantically stockpiling goods. Stage for stomach cancer? Having endured the years of famine, she never anticipated that she would ultimately succumb to her stomach. Cars honked insistently on either side of her. Su Yunlan regained her senses, realizing she was standing on the crosswalk. A bitter smile escaped her lips. At her advanced age, even if she wished to hasten the process, it was not within her power. It is often said that reaching the age of 70 is a rarity, and it appeared she would not surpass this threshold. Despite possessing a fortune amounting to billions, she remained solitary. Her nephews, nieces, and distant relatives eagerly awaited her departure from this realm, hoping to inherit her vast estate. This thought sent a chill to her core. She promptly made a resolute decision. That very afternoon, she liquidated all her assets. Her company's 150 well-located properties acquired through demolition, 8 luxurious mansions, 3 estates for resorts, and 50 luxury vehicles. The speed of her transactions left others in awe. Her urgency to sell came with a modest asking price. Thus, she swiftly converted her assets into cash. Rather than allow those ungrateful relatives to benefit, she preferred to exchange everything for supplies to aid in disaster relief. Having already contributed some funds for the flood victims in her hometown, she was plagued with concerns that the money might not reach those in need. When it came to practicality, there was no doubt that food, clothing, and shelter were essential. Without hesitation, she ordered 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, opting for cash on delivery, ensuring no debts were left outstanding, which astonished the noodle manufacturer. In response, they gifted her a truckload of spicy and sour noodles. While diligently watching news updates through her reading glasses, she heard that the disaster-stricken areas lacked hot water, rendering even noodles impractical. This thought immediately caused her stomach to ache. Since she had already purchased the noodles, returning them was out of the question. She quickly placed additional orders for 100,000 boxes of bread, pastries, and cakes, 100,000 boxes of ham sausages, 100,000 boxes of pure milk, and 200,000 bottles of mineral water. Yet, she still felt it was insufficient. The famine years haunted her nightmares. She understood the profound suffering of hunger and cold. Her younger brother had perished from starvation during the winter of 1960. He had been merely 6 years old, emaciated to the bone, with a distended belly, his mouth filled with dirt, and clad in nothing but a scant garment. With ample funds at her disposal and a firm belief in leaving no money behind, she placed orders for 100,000 pounds of rice, 100,000 pounds of flour, 100,000 pounds of millet, and 100,000 pounds each of fresh vegetables and fruits. She also ordered 100,000 pounds of pork, beef, and lamb, as well as 100,000 pounds each of raw eggs, cooked eggs, salted duck eggs, and goose eggs, alongside various seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar, each totaling 100,000 pounds. Indeed, she purchased by weight, not by bottle or bag. Still feeling something was amiss, she ordered 10 trucks, 18-meter-long vehicles of noodles, pancakes, buns, steamed bread, fried dough sticks, meat sandwiches, pancakes, tofu, vermicelli, hot pot meatballs, peanuts, roasted chicken, and roasted duck. Additionally, she ordered 10 trucks of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce and 10 trucks of ice cream, fruit juices, cola, and Sprite. Do not ask her why she included cold drinks. She simply wished to give. However, she believed in teaching people to fish rather than merely providing fish. Recognizing the damage to agricultural land, she also acquired seeds for wheat, corn, peanuts, soybeans, black beans, fava beans, millet, and sorghum, each totaling 100,000 pounds. She added seeds for tomatoes, green beans, eggplants, peppers, loofahs, cucumbers, radishes, and cabbages, also at 100,000 pounds each. Ordering such large quantities from various sources ensured her actions went unnoticed. Yet, her orders were the largest the suppliers had ever received. The suppliers, having never encountered such a generous client, were overjoyed and eagerly offered home delivery. However, with such a vast array of supplies, there was no place to store them. She specifically selected a spacious area near the disaster zone, large enough to accommodate thousands of football fields, for all the delivery trucks to gather simultaneously. Then, she would lead the massive convoy. The mere thought of it thrilled her heart. To accomplish something meaningful before her demise made her life feel worthwhile. Yet, she still sensed a lack. Scrolling through headlines, she noted the need for blankets, bed linens, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, soap, detergent, and even sanitary napkins. She promptly reached out to manufacturers, ordering 10,000 boxes of each. Naturally, blankets could not be ordered by the box. She ordered 100,000 individual pieces. After purchasing sanitary napkins, she remembered toilet paper and ordered 200,000 bags of it. Human beings have urgent needs. Toilet paper must never run out. Various styles of underwear totaled approximately 100,000 pieces. She recalled how, during her adolescence, her grandmother had been embarrassed by her appearance in public, insisting she bind her chest tightly with cloth, which hindered her development. This led to years of lingering self-doubt. When selecting underwear, she made sure to include options for young girls in their formative years. To her, underwear was simply intimate clothing. Thus, she included tank tops, undershirts, shorts, camisoles, bras, and more in her selections. Seeing the children's books and assignments soaked in floodwaters filled her with sorrow. Those who emerged from difficult times and learned to read and write were few and far between. Opportunities for education are scarce. She had been eager to learn as a child, having been taught by her uncle who lived in a cow shed. Later, a benefactor helped her learn to read and write, and through night school and diligent self-study, she eventually caught up with her peers. However, her siblings had not been so fortunate. Without hesitation, she ordered 100,000 boxes of notebooks, pencils, erasers, and pens, along with 50,000 complete sets of books from kindergarten to university, including world classics and storybooks. The thought of the children's smiling faces upon receiving books filled her with renewed vigor. It seemed that she was the last person willing to sacrifice her fortune for disaster relief. Suddenly, while scrolling through her phone, she came across news of a textile factory on the brink of closing down, which had donated 50 million. Driven by the same patriotic spirit, she unhesitatingly purchased all the factory's remaining inventory. The textile factory had struggled to keep up with trends, primarily producing cotton fabric. Though the quality was excellent, it lacked flair. With her intervention, the factory owner could rise again. The grateful owner sent her 2 trucks of cigarettes and liquor as a token of appreciation, which she did not refuse. The cigarettes and liquor would be delivered to the disaster zone under the owner's name, with clear acknowledgement. Who in life has not had a benefactor? Chapter 2. Reborn in 1960. Reflecting on her past when she faced difficulties in small business ventures, it was also a benefactor who extended a helping hand. Moreover, this benefactor sought no return, aiding her for many years. The bond of a gentleman is as light as water. They seldom met, yet shared a profound understanding. Alas, good souls do not often live long. The benefactor met with an untimely demise due to an accident, and when she arrived, he was already on the brink of death. She vaguely recalled him saying, "I hope to meet you early in the next life." Would they truly meet again in another life? Those who emerged from that era bore pure and untainted emotions. Particularly poignant was the fact that, just a day before his passing, he had transferred all his assets to her. This act further enriched her, who was already thriving. Her mission of disaster relief was not only for herself, but also for him, who had quietly contributed. Time waits for no one the day before her departure. She recalled that epidemics often follow disasters. In a flurry, she compiled a list: cold medicine, fever reducers, antidiarrheal medications, antiviral drugs, anti-inflammatory medications, injury treatment supplies, glucose, and other essential medicines were all necessary. Band-aids, gauze, and other first aid supplies were also critical. Most importantly, she needed disinfectants. Antiseptic solutions were a must. Feeling confident she had not overlooked anything, she quickly contacted major pharmaceutical companies and placed scattered orders for over 100,000 boxes of essential medicines. Checking her funds, she found a surplus. She ordered 100,000 garments suitable for all seasons, for both adults and children. 100,000 life jackets were also on her list, just in case the situation worsened. In anticipation of possible power outages in the disaster zone, she ordered candles, lighters, flashlights, and searchlights. Seeing the volume of her order, the supplier generously included 10 boxes of portable self-defense weapons, which left her both amused and exasperated. At her age, she hardly needed self-defense weapons. However, the supplier's intentions were kind, and she planned to send them to the disaster zone as well. For the time being, This was all she could think of. Since selling her house, she had been residing in a hotel. All her valuables, including gold and silver jewelry, were stored in her vehicle. She had a long-standing habit of collecting stamps and shopping coupons, primarily food stamps, perhaps a remnant of her past. In her leisure, she often reminisced about those times. She only collected valuable stamps, but she welcomed all kinds of food stamps and shopping coupons. These items filled her trunk to overflowing. She also filled the back seat. After all, they were a part of her memories, and selling them would be a pity. She envisioned giving them to kind-hearted, faithful individuals upon reaching the disaster zone. Her vehicle was a Grand Jeep, the least valuable among her collection. When she initially purchased it, it cost just over $500,000. Despite her age, her mindset remained youthful. She obtained her driver's license at 35 and had accumulated 35 years of driving experience. Moreover, she possessed an exceptional ability to learn and kept pace with the younger generation. She was adept at anything the youth could do and even mastered things they could not. Her current phone was the latest model running on the Harmony OS, reflecting her unwavering support for domestic products. However, her large-scale shopping had already attracted the attention of some individuals with ulterior motives. Even some have taken her story online to promote positive energy. She is not particularly concerned about anything else, but rather fears that her greedy cousins and their children might come to create trouble. Su Yunlan pressed down on the accelerator, racing ahead with fervor. By the time she arrived at the supply gathering point, it was already noon on the third day. The supplies had gradually begun to arrive. Since these were disaster relief materials, no one dared to delay. Everyone worked overtime to deliver them. It took a whole day just to inventory the supplies. Having completed a rough count, she was the first to board the vehicle. Suddenly, the ground began to sink, causing both drivers and passengers to abandon their vehicles in panic. Only Su Yunlan, being older, could not evade in time. Both she and her vehicle plunged downward. The trucks laden with supplies succumbed to gravity, with none surviving. What was once an expanse as vast as thousands of football fields transformed into an unfathomable abyss. When Su Yunlan's cousins and their children arrived, they only saw the surviving drivers beating their chests in despair. Each one was left dumbfounded. The search and rescue team scoured the area for 10 days and nights, ultimately recovering only Su Yunlan's lifeless body, while the supplies and the vehicle vanished without a trace. The search and rescue team returned in vain, bearing only Su Yunlan's remains for burial. Yunlan, Yunlan. Su Yunlan lifted her eyelids slightly, but they felt as heavy as if glued shut, and promptly closed again. Though unable to open her eyes, she could clearly hear their conversation. Mother, will sister die? Don't speak of such things. She's alive. Go see if your elder brother and sister have returned with the doctor. They'll go right away. Yunlan, hold on a moment soon. Uncle Feng will prescribe some medicine for you. Su Yunlan felt hazy. Was this a reunion of the family after her fall into the pit? Yet this conversation seemed oddly familiar. It reminded her of that time at 8 years old when she fainted from hunger, and her mother, believing her to be gravely ill, sought out the barefoot doctor from the production team. When one is on the brink of death, memories of childhood often resurface. As she pondered, it seemed someone had entered the room. Brother Feng, quickly see what's wrong with Yunlan. Don't panic. The barefoot doctor took out his stethoscope and placed it against Su Yunlan's chest. The cold sensation jolted her drowsy nerves, and she nearly sat up in surprise. Alas, she had no strength to rise. Yet, that icy touch felt so tangible. She strained to open her eyes, and her mother, elder brother, elder sister, and younger brother all gathered around her. Sister, it's wonderful that you're okay. Yunlan, get better soon. Once you do, your brother will take you to the mountains to collect bird nests. Yes, yes. Sister is waiting for you to recover so we can dig up wild grass roots together. Tears welled in the corners of Su Yunlan's eyes. How wonderful it would be if her prematurely departed relatives were still alive. Nonetheless, to see them again in death was something to be grateful for. She had never realized that her mother, barely in her 30s, had already begun to show gray hair. Her elder brother bore a scar on his forehead, and her elder sister had a few freckles on her face. Was her younger brother swollen from hunger? Why did his head seem so large? In their patched clothing, each layer a warm reminder of familiarity. She saw her mother asking the barefoot doctor, Brother Feng, What is wrong with Yunlan? The barefoot doctor smiled. No need to worry, Yunlan is fine, just faint from hunger. Uncle Feng, please have some water. Her elder sister Su Yunli kindly offered, pouring a glass for the doctor. The barefoot doctor observed the slightly swollen family, worn from prolonged hunger, and said, I won't drink any water later. Let Lao Su help me fix the roof. All right, that's settled. Upon hearing her mother's agreeable response, she suddenly realized she could still see her father. How wonderful! Chapter 3. The disaster relief supplies reside in the personal space. Su Yunlan was overwhelmed with joy, and in one gulp, she drank the water that the barefoot doctor had left untouched. It was this very bowl of water that brought her to the lucid realization that she was still alive. Not merely alive, but reborn in the year 1960. That time. She was merely 8 years old. As an avid reader for many years, she was no stranger to the concept of rebirth and time travel. However, she never anticipated such an occurrence in her own life. Despite having fantasized countless times about how she would alter her family's fate upon being reborn, the realization still left her, this little old lady, in an ecstatic state. Her parents were alive, her younger brother was full of vigor, and her older siblings were all well, although her mother suffered from edema due to prolonged hunger. The sight of her vibrant mother filled Su Yunlan with warmth. Overcome with emotion, she choked back tears and called out to the figure she had longed for, Mother. Zhang Huifang approached the Kong and said, Xiaolan, bear with it a little longer. It is not yet mealtime. Su Yunlan nodded. I understand, Mother. She simply wished to call her mother. Life without a mother was challenging, especially considering the tragic manner of her mother's death. The three siblings sighed in unison, lying side by side on the Kong. That it was not just Su Yunlan who was hungry. Everyone felt the pangs of hunger. Lying still on the Kong allowed them to conserve energy. It was still the era of communal meals. An early spring meant that even when the commune's canteen opened, they could only expect a meager serving of turnips and a thin porridge with barely discernible grains of rice. The canteen rationed food according to labor. Each working adult was allotted 4 ounces of turnip strips a day, while those who did not work received only 2 ounces. Initially, the porridge was thicker, but it soon became as watery as plain water. The entire county was suffering from famine, and there was little that could be done. Simply having something to eat was a blessing. As the excitement of rebirth subsided, she had to confront the harsh reality. She could not help but think how wonderful it would be if all those trucks laden with disaster relief supplies could also be reborn alongside her. It was such a pity that she did not possess the space bracelet or similar magical tools typical of rebirth stories. Did heaven grant her rebirth merely to witness the tragedy unfold once more? No, she was unwilling to accept such a fate. She was determined to defy destiny. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, and the scene before her swiftly transformed. She found herself back at the location where the disaster relief supplies were being counted. The difference was that she was no longer the elderly woman she once appeared to be, but rather the emaciated figure of an 8-year-old child. Here, there were only her and the trucks filled with supplies. Of course, there was also her large Jeep, which had not lost a single item. Though her phone had no signal, it remained powered on. It was as if the drivers had never existed, yet their personal belongings were still present. Quite a few of them. She glanced around, noting that the drivers' cabins resembled cozy little homes. Each decorated differently, but all equipped with cooking stoves and personal items. It seemed that long-distance truck drivers had their own struggles. Following the enticing aroma of food, she located the truck loaded with pastries. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard, climbed onto the truck, and devoured a large loaf of bread in a few bites. She then opened a bottle of mineral water and drank half. Finally feeling a bit of strength return. She was uncertain how she had arrived here, but the feeling of fullness was undeniable. She mused that it would be wonderful if she could bring this back to reality, even if it was just a single bun. Suddenly, returning to reality, she found herself still lying on the earth in Kong. The Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei were all fast asleep. Struggling to sit up, she was astonished to discover a bun in her hand. How peculiar, she thought. She had only mentioned it casually, yet a bun had truly appeared. What if she wished for bread? Instantly, another loaf manifested in her hand, as if by magic. Feeling slightly panicked, she quickly glanced around to ensure her siblings remained asleep. Silently, she instructed herself to return the items that in this era. Buns were considered luxuries, let alone sweet and delectable loaves of bread. as her bun and loaf vanished simultaneously. She confirmed through repeated attempts that she, Su Yunlan, indeed possessed a personal space. Suppressing her excitement, she pondered that it would not suffice for her alone to eat well. She needed to ensure her entire family was fed and no longer hungry. As for others, she felt apologetic. After living for so many years, she understood the saying that a man is innocent but carries the burden of his wealth. Human greed knows no bounds, and she had no inclination to play the role of a saint. However, how could she ensure her family received these provisions while keeping the secret hidden? The space could not be exposed. Even her parents and siblings could not be too careless. Her father was still unaware of the malicious intentions harbored by her uncle and grandmother. Nor did he know of the cruelty they would display towards her and her mother after his passing. Discussing it only brought tears with her parents' strong bond. If her mother learned of it, her father would likely find out as well that if her parents could not be trusted, she had to be even more cautious with her siblings, who were still young and might inadvertently let something slip. What could she do to ensure they accepted the sudden influx of food and simultaneously keep the secret safe? As Zhang Huifang entered the room, she spotted the 8-year-old Su Yunlan sitting on the com, appearing remarkably mature for her age, which made her smile. Yunlan, what are you thinking so deeply about? Su Yunlan asked her mother, what date is it today? Zhang Huifang thought for a moment and replied, it should be the 15th of February. Look at my memory. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten to buy incense that on the 1st and 15th day of the month. We burn incense to worship the family deity. And no matter how poor we are, we have never neglected this tradition. Su Yunlan's heart sank. Once, when their family was struggling to find enough food, her father, feeling desperate, made the perilous decision to join her uncle and cousin in digging turnips in Lizhuang, only to be discovered by the patrol team. To buy himself some time to escape, her uncle tripped her father. While her cousin seized the opportunity to steal a few turnips, as a result, her father twisted his ankle and was captured, beaten mercilessly by the patrol team. That he crawled back home, but succumbed to excessive blood loss. That day was precisely the 16th of February. Tomorrow, in a panic, she asked, where's father? Zhang Huifang, slightly annoyed, replied, I haven't seen him all afternoon. He has probably gone to help your uncle fix the roof. Is he going to help uncle again? Uncle has hands and legs. His eldest son is already in his 20s, and yet only knows how to sweet-talk your father into doing his bidding. Truly, what a wonderful brother your father has, she thought, lost in her reverie while Zhang Huifang hurriedly left the room. The communist canteen had opened for meals, marking the happiest time for the members. 13-year-old Su Yunxiang and 10-year-old Su Yunli rushed to the canteen, with their younger brother Su Yunlei trailing eagerly behind them. In the past, Su Yunlan would have joined them, but now she was preoccupied with finding a place to store the buns. After much thought, she concluded that buns would be the most suitable choice to avoid startling them. She racked her brain for a solution. The time within the space was constant, so there was no need to worry about spoilage. It seemed that since their family had faced famine, they had not eaten steamed buns made from white flour. Just as she identified the perfect spot, the food was served. Her father, Su Guohua, returned right on cue. Chapter 4. The discussion sparked by 6 buns. Su Guohua was unaware of Su Yunlan's fainting incident, but their house had a small loudspeaker. The 6-year-old Su Yunlei rushed over to his father before he could steady himself, mimicking a parrot as he relayed the news. Upon hearing this, Su Guohua quickly said, let Xiaolan eat first. Once she is full, we can eat together. To Su Yunxiang and the others were also so hungry that their eyes gleamed with anticipation. They swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. Su Guohua himself was not in a much better state. His entire body was swollen, leaving depressions wherever he pressed, but he struggled to find the strength to speak. Zhang Huifang opened her mouth but said nothing. That Su Yunlan's eyes glistened with tears as she reassured, Father, I am fine. Let's eat together. She was aware that her father had been experiencing frequent bouts of dizziness lately, and although her mother did not voice it, she was undoubtedly concerned. The family had not shared a meal together for a long time, and Su Yunlan had often dreamt of returning to her childhood. While the food may not have been plentiful, the joy of sharing a meal as a family was invaluable. The Su Yunlei took a bite of wild vegetables and asked, Second sister, what do you think this is? Su Yunlan recalled the dining scenes of the past and smiled. Braised pork. Exactly. Su Yunlei imagined the wild vegetables as braised pork, eagerly stuffing his mouth with them. That Su Yunxiang took a bite of the wild vegetables and said, Let me see if this braised pork is as fragrant as it sounds, that he exclaimed. It's delicious. It's so oily that it bursts with flavor in my mouth. You all eat. Don't save it all for me. Being at a growth stage, he was encouraged to eat more, and the family made sure he had enough. Hearing her brother's voice crack during this transition phase, Su Yunlan couldn't help but laugh. Su Yunli took a sip of corn porridge and remarked, "This is even better than noodle soup. Just one sip warms me up inside that I feel like I've come back to life." Although Su Yunlan was no longer particularly hungry after eating the bread, the happiness radiating from her family compelled her to sip a small bowl. Her parents urged her to eat more. But she insisted, "I'm full, really. Look, my stomach is all bloated." That I in the past, she would not have set down her bowl until she had scraped it clean. Su Guohua, puzzled, thought, could it be that this child has not eaten enough to feel full? Zhang Huifeng also questioned, "What you say could be true. After being starved, one might indeed struggle to eat." That Su Yunlan accepted their reasoning and chimed in, "Yes, I may just be too accustomed to hunger. Once I finish eating, I'll go burn some incense right away." Zhang Huifeng hastily shoveled food into her mouth while Su Yunlan, having lived for so many years, found herself inexplicably transported back to the age of 8. Attempting to rationalize the situation scientifically, she believed herself lacking in the requisite education. As Zhang Huifeng lit incense, she quietly slipped into the main room and placed 6 soft, plump steamed buns into the long-neglected rice jar. The food gradually revealed itself, ensuring it wouldn't frighten them. Then, feigning the discovery of a new land, she exclaimed, "Father, mother, come quickly." Upon finishing her incense offering and rising after bowing 3 times, Zhang Huifeng heard Su Yunlan's call. Assuming she was unwell, she hurried over, her husband Su Guohua's face also etched with concern, clearly mirroring his wife's thoughts. That Su Yunxiang and the others set aside their unfinished meals and followed suit. The 5 of them stood in stunned silence before the sight of 6 white, plump buns. Goodness, could this be a haunting? Su Guohua mused, "Dear, pinch me. How can your hands and feet move so swiftly?" Despite having anticipated her parents' reactions, their genuine astonishment still caught Su Yunlan off guard. Suppressing the bitterness within her heart, she endeavored to express the same level of amazement. Su Yunlei swallowed hard, pondering if these were the legendary buns. Back in 1958, when communal dining was first implemented, the food was plentiful, with meat and vegetables at every meal. However, Su Yunlei was only 4 years old that year, and his memories of buns were somewhat vague. Su Yunli nodded vigorously, "Yes, but how could we suddenly have buns? Having buns to eat is a blessing in itself. Who cares how they arrived?" Su Yunxiang reached out to grab a bun. Smack. Zhang Huifeng swatted his hand away. "What do you think you're doing? Can we eat something of unknown origin?" Su Yunxiang felt a bit wronged. The thin corn porridge they had been consuming was utterly ineffective, leaving him empty after just 2 trips to the toilet. Just like now, after 2 bowls of corn porridge, I feel nothing. Su Guohua frowned. "Why are you hitting the child? He has a point. Having something to eat is a blessing, regardless of whether it could be harmful." As the family's primary laborer, the sight of the buns made Su Yunlei's stomach rumble uncontrollably. That Su Yunlei and Su Yunli gazed longingly at the buns, wishing to pounce on them at once. Su Yunlan feigned hesitation, saying, "Mother, when I fainted, I had a dream where someone said, as long as we offer incense regularly on the 1st and 15th of each month, our family would never go hungry." Zhang Huifeng's eyes brightened. Heavens, that must be the manifestation of Aunt Hu. The others exchanged glances. Aunt Hu was their family's guardian spirit. After years of worship, she had never shown her presence before, and aside from Zhang Huifeng, no one believed it. Now armed with reasoning from the past, Zhang Huifeng recalled stories from the elders and stated earnestly, "Years ago, I indeed heard my grandmother recount a tale of a family that was exceedingly poor. Yet their flour jar never emptied, no matter how much they scooped out daily. Out of curiosity, they dug to the bottom of the jar and finally uncovered the truth. Guess what?" Su Yunxiang furrowed his brow. "Oh dear, spare us the suspense, and just tell us. I want to know if we can eat these buns." "You little rascal." Zhang Huifeng shot her eldest son a sidelong glance and continued. "At the bottom of the flour jar, they found a snake." "What?" Everyone gasped. That Su Yunli shrank behind her father. "Mother, you don't mean to say there's a snake in our jar too?" Su Yunxiang, undaunted, declared, "What is there to fear? I'm quite good at catching snakes. Last time, I caught one and roasted it. You ate it too, remember?" Su Yunli, oblivious to the fact that she had consumed snake meat, turned pale at the revelation, feeling a sudden urge to vomit, but reconsidered, knowing that would only leave her hungry again. That Su Yunlei, ever the brave one, comforted Su Yunli's sister. If you want to eat it again, I'll have brother roast it for us. That Su Yunlan chuckled. I just checked. There's no snake in the jar. Zhang Huifang hastily interjected. Children, you must not speak carelessly. That family merely chased the snake away. Yet their flour jar truly ran dry. They ended up growing poorer and eventually starved to death. That I must tell you, the matter of the buns appearing must not be disclosed to anyone. Not a soul must hear it, or else we could face dire consequences. The guardian spirit is notoriously temperamental. Should she take back the buns, we would have nowhere to cry. Su Yunxiang felt a wave of frustration. Mother, after all this talk, can we eat these buns or not? Chapter 5. A misfortune. How shall we face others after this? Su Yunlan, fearing they might hesitate, picked up a bun, tore off a small piece, and popped it in her mouth. This bun is truly fragrant. Lei, you should try it. That Su Yunlei took a bite, but couldn't discern any flavor and swallowed it down. That Su Yunxiang and Su Yunli also grabbed buns, and Su Yunlan handed one to each of their parents. Anticipating her father would be working in the fields the next day, she generously gave half of her bun to him and the other half to her older brother, who was in his growth phase. Both Su Guohua and Su Yunxiang initially declined, but after repeated insistence, they accepted. However, Su Guohua then divided half of his portion for his wife. That Su Yunxiang followed suit, sharing half of his with his siblings. Zhang Huifang worried her youngest son wouldn't be full, so she gave him half of her portion. That Su Yunlei, witnessing everyone's generosity, not only refrained from accepting, but also offered half of his contribution. Recognizing he was younger and had already filled up on corn porridge, knowing it was the guardian spirit's blessing, Zhang Huifang no longer hindered them from eating the buns. However, she insisted they bow 3 times in gratitude to Aunt Hu before indulging. Not only were they willing to bow 3 times, but they would gladly do so 100 times if asked. Once they completed their bows, they relished the buns alongside their corn porridge. Feeling there was no greater happiness in the world, Su Yunlan gazed at her harmonious family and couldn't help but feel a swell of gratitude, aware that 6 buns were far from sufficient for the entire family. She nonetheless exerted herself to prevent anyone from developing a greedy disposition. Originally, she had prepared a whole set of admonitions to prevent them from speaking of the buns' sudden appearance, but now her mother had taken care of that. Her mother was quite superstitious. Su Yunlan had known that. Yet, she was taken aback by her mother's clarity of thought. However, she had anticipated one thing. The rice jar had become their family's treasure. Before bedtime, her mother asked her, Xiaolan, did the spirit say anything else to you? Su Yunlan thought for a moment and replied, it seems she did say something, but I can't quite remember. She mentioned that while I help you, you must also work hard. Heaven rewards diligence. Her mother nodded, the spirit speaks wisely. Then I shall continue to offer incense twice a day with utmost sincerity. That Su Yunlan couldn't help but chuckle. She had conveyed the notion of offerings on the 1st and 15th days, not morning and night. But, she thought, as long as her mother was happy, that was enough. That Su Guohua urged, let us sleep. Talking uses up energy. After a satisfying meal, we shall sleep soundly. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. It must be said, the quality of their sleep was remarkably good. Within half an hour, Su Yunlan heard the soft snores of her family. Living in poverty, they all shared a single earthen bed, akin to a communal dormitory. Yet, Zhang Huifang felt the children had grown, so she had thoughtfully hung 2 curtains to create separation. Their parents occupied one end, with the younger brother in the middle, while she and her sister shared the other end, with the eldest brother isolated on the far side. Perhaps due to her recent rebirth, despite her demeanor of composure, she was still bubbling with excitement, which left her restless. Why are the children still awake? I can hear them snoring. It has been ages since Su Yunlan perked up, suddenly understanding what her parents were about to do. It seemed that the age-old truth held. Once one is warm and well-fed, desires awaken. She remained utterly still, fearful her parents might discover she was still awake. She heard her mother whisper, no, what if they're not asleep? They all grown now. Will I ever be able to face anyone again? Her father replied, let me test the waters. How will you do that? Her mother retorted. Her father whispered, there's still 1 bun left. Who will eat it? After a minute of silence, no one responded. Su Yunlan could hear her parents stirring, feeling an overwhelming embarrassment that could only be described as mortifying. Thankfully, they were on an earthen bed. Had it been a wooden one, it would have creaked under their movements. Despite their best efforts to suppress their sounds and actions, Su Yunlan felt her face burning with shame. After what felt like an eternity, the noises finally subsided. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she overheard even more scandalous content. Her father lowered his voice. "It's been too long. Next time, let us make it last longer." Her mother playfully chided. "What are you saying? We're old married folks now. Why discuss the duration?" Her father sighed nostalgically. "Do you remember our wedding night?" "How could I forget?" Her mother recalled. "I still remember you sweating bullets trying to find your way." Her father continued. "That was due to inexperience. We didn't stop until 8 times that night. Oh, spare me. That's all ancient history. Why bring it up now?" Her mother urged. "Let us sleep. Didn't you say you'd go with your brother to Li Zhuang to dig for radishes tomorrow?" The father sighed. "Indeed, last year's hasty harvest left many white radishes in Lizhuang. That I heard this from teacher Lu in the cowshed. Both elder brother and Yunxiang went." The mother muttered, "Elder brother's family is far better off than ours. Why are they still coveting such trivial gains?" The father replied, "Events are unfolding in the direction of a past life. Had she known the tragic truth of her father's demise sooner, she would have avenged him long ago." Uncle and cousin often bring their children to take advantage of the situation. When she refuses, they create a scene at her workplace, spreading rumors that she prospered solely by relying on men, even claiming she remained unmarried her entire life, just to be someone else's mistress. If she could indeed thrive by depending on men, she wouldn't have faced such arduous struggles in her entrepreneurial endeavors. In a daze, she did not realize when she fell asleep that in her dreams, she shockingly saw her father, bloodied, crawling back home from a past life. She abruptly sprang up from the Kong. Zhang Huifeng was startled. "Xiaolan, it's still early. Are you still half asleep? Where is father?" Su Yunlan asked anxiously. Zhang Huifeng yawned and said, "Your father went out for something. It's still early before dawn. Just sleep a little longer." Su Yunlan could not find rest, nervously inquiring, "Did father go out with uncle and cousin?" Zhang Huifeng immediately lost all drowsiness, fearing that Su Yunlan had overheard her intimate words with Su Guohua the previous night. Her face flushed with embarrassment that if she had heard those words, perhaps she had also caught wind of their amorous moments. What a disaster! How would she face anyone in the future? "Mother, please tell me. Did father go out to dig radishes with uncle and cousin?" Su Yunlan feared that her father had already left. Upon hearing her clarity about the radish digging, Zhang Huifeng wished she could find a hole to hide in. Stammering, "How do you know?" Regretting her words immediately, she feared Su Yunlan would reveal that she had overheard. Chapter 6. Aunt Hussein's dream visit again. Su Yunlan felt a cold sweat on her palms. There was no time to explain. "Mother, please find father and bring him back. He must not go digging radishes." Her father was the pillar of their family. All the tragedies from her past life began after his death. Given this second chance, she would not allow such a fate to unfold again. Zhang Huifeng was taken aback. "What is wrong with you, child?" Su Yunlan, nearly in tears at her age, trembled. "Mother, please just trust me and go quickly. Aunt Hussein visited me in a dream last night. Father returned covered in blood, that if you want him to live, you must hurry and bring him back." Upon hearing Aunt Hussein's name, Zhang Huifeng, as if invigorated, quickly dressed. As she was leaving, Su Yunlan also got dressed. "I'll go with you." Zhang Huifeng, concerned for her husband's safety, grasped Su Yunlan's hand and hurried toward the Lizhuang commune. The sky had yet to brighten. Around 3 in the morning, the two of them trudged along, not even having time for unnecessary words. That on the way to Lizhuang, they encountered a ditch, where she spotted 3 shadowy figures ahead, an instinct telling her that it was her father, Su Guohua. She called out toward them. "Father!" Su Guohua vaguely heard his daughter's voice and turned to look. "Did you hear Xiaolan calling me?" Uncle Su Guoxing lowered his voice. "Don't turn back. Haven't you heard? There are 3 lights on a person, 1 on each shoulder and 1 on the head. At this hour, how could Yunlan be here? If you turn back, 1 light will extinguish." Su Yunxiang echoed. "Indeed, grandmother told us this." That Su Guohua furrowed his brow. He had heard of such things. Just then, another sound approached, growing ever closer. Remembering Su Guoxing's warning, he refrained from turning around. Su Guoxing pushed Su Yunxiang. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up." No sooner had he spoken than they both took off running. not even caring if Su Guohua followed. The more Su Yunlan called out to them, the faster they are in a panic. She sprinted after them, shouting, "Father, don't run away, wait for me." Su Guohua ran a few steps, his leg cramped as Su Yunlan and Zhang Huifang caught up to him. Zhang Huifang panted, "What are you running for? You're exhausting us." Su Guohua, grasped by the arms of Su Yunlan and her mother, finally dared to turn back. "Huifang, Xiaolan, why are you here?" Zhang Huifang managed to catch her breath. "Let us go home first, we'll talk there." Su Guohua glanced in the direction of Lizuang. "I was going to dig radishes. If I go late, they'll all be gone." Su Yunlan pressed her forehead. "Father, we're not going digging radishes today." Su Guohua was thoroughly confused by their insistence. "Not digging radishes? How will we have enough food from the cafeteria then?" "Whatever it is, we can discuss it another day. Your uncle and cousin have already run far, and I must hurry to catch up with them." Su Yunlan countered. "Father, why did uncle and cousin run away? Why did they run?" Su Guohua finally understood. "They thought there was a ghost." Su Yunlan continued. "Then why didn't they take you with them?" Su Guohua opened his mouth, but could not find a suitable reason to defend them. Indeed, why didn't they wait for him to run together? Zhang Huifang had long seen through the Su Guoxing family's true colors, and with a hint of defiance said, "Are you coming back or not? If not, I'll jump down from here." Su Guohua held Zhang Huifang tightly. "Wife, please calm down. Don't scare me like that. I'll come back. Of course I will." Compared to starving, he was more concerned about his wife's well-being. "That's more like it." Zhang Huifang sighed in relief. Su Guohua glanced toward the direction where Su Guoxing and his son had vanished, feeling a bit regretful. Upon reaching home, Zhang Huifang recounted the dream visit from Aunt Husan to Su Yunlan. Naturally, Su Guohua was skeptical. Just because of a dream, could one say they were in danger? Aunt Husan's powers seemed too grand. Zhang Huifang urged him, better to believe than to disbelieve. Su Guohua remained silent. Troubled by the family's rations, though he was told to continue sleeping, he found it impossible to close his eyes. Zhang Huifang, fearing he would not give up, dared not shut her eyes either. Su Yunlan knew that having evaded this calamity allowed her to sleep soundly. She fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, waking to the bright morning. Su Yunlei, with red-rimmed eyes, asked second sister, "Are you all right?" Su Yunlan, still in a daze, replied, "I'm fine. Why are you crying?" Su Yunlei pouted, "I thought you had fainted again. You scared me to death." Su Yunlan sat up quickly, wiping Su Yunlei's tears. "Don't worry. I'm a superwoman. I won't faint so easily." Su Yunlei blinked her bright eyes and asked, "What is a superwoman?" Su Yunlan realized that in this era, there were no cartoons featuring Superman, so children generally did not know. She explained, "A superwoman is like an indestructible cockroach." "What is a cockroach?" Su Yunlei asked, puzzled. Su Yunlan elaborated, "A cockroach is a creature that survives exceptionally well and doesn't die easily." Upon hearing this, Su Yunlei pondered, "Then I want to be an indestructible cockroach." Su Yunlan choked back tears. "All right, let us both be indestructible cockroaches." Her brother's innocent words reminded her of that year, when his small body curled up, lifeless in this life. She would ensure her brother was well-fed and lived to old age. "Second sister, are you still asleep?" Su Yunlei lazily asked from under the covers. Su Yunlan noticed the sun had fully risen and smiled. "I am not sleeping anymore." She put on her shoes, which had holes at the toes, and suddenly remembered that she forgot to buy shoes during the disaster relief supply purchase. However, time was limited, and she was grateful to have the portable space and those relief supplies. Despite having worn many shoes, she still missed the 1,000-layered soles made by her mother. The first ray of morning sunlight warmed her face. She looked around but did not see Su Guohua and rushed to find Zhang Huifang. "Mother, where did father go?" Zhang Huifang, her eyes tired yet smiling, replied, "Your father went to get food. Are you hungry?" Su Yunlan nodded. She was certainly hungry, but she worried more about Su Guohua's safety. She planned to do nothing that day but follow him. The 16th day of the second month was Su Guohua's death anniversary. As long as this day had not passed, she could not relax. Just then, she suddenly saw Su Guohua running back empty-handed. She hurriedly asked, "Father, what happened?" Chapter 7. What Grandma said is true. I learned it all from her. Su Guohua took a gourd ladle and gulped down a mouthful of cold water. "Your uncle has been caught. Yunxiang specifically ran back to inform us." "Well, what of it?" Su Yunlan replied nonchalantly. After all, in her past life, No one had informed them when her father was captured that in a situation like Su Guoxing's, he would likely just be paraded around the streets. At least his life was not in danger. Su Guohua sighed. What bad luck, that ha. Su Yunlan smirked inwardly. Their misfortune was for the best, that if Yunxiang had time to come back and report, why didn't he bring Su Guoxing with him at a critical moment? Even blood relatives cannot be relied upon. With their speed, Su Guoxing shouldn't have been caught, suggesting something was amiss as Su Guohua thought for a moment and called out, Hui Fong, go feed the kids that I placed the clay pot in the canteen. Please go retrieve it. Zhang Huifeng poked her head out from the main room and asked, What are you going there for? Su Guohua furrowed his brows and replied, I am going to speak to Captain Lu on behalf of my elder brother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huifeng hurriedly approached, saying, What are you talking about? Do you really think you hold any sway? If you had any influence, a mere carpenter wouldn't struggle to secure an opportunity at the lumber factory. Su Yunlan recognized the truth in Zhang Huifeng's words. The commune and the production team were flanked by an intermediary institution, where individuals thrived in comfort while neglecting their duties that Tio have them act. One would have to endure significant losses. Moreover, given their family's dire financial situation, what could they offer in exchange for leniency? Besides, it was not their place to plead for favors. Su Guohua felt troubled, remarking, You can't write two Su characters with one stroke, that if something happens to my brother, it won't benefit our family. Zhang Huifeng scoffed, and what difference does that make? Just then their grandmother, Qin Danny, entered with an anxious expression, exclaiming, Guohua, you must think of a way to save your elder brother. Yunxiang is about to marry, and if the in-laws find out, it would be disastrous. At the sound of Qin Danny's voice, Su Yunlan's resentment surged. It was this old hag who had driven their mother to her demise years ago. The old woman had torn their mother's clothes and beaten her mercilessly, while two aunts and their uncle's wife, Lu Chui, fanned the flames by falsely accusing her of infidelity. Their mother, overwhelmed with resentment, had shamefully hanged herself from the beam, and this old hag continued to exploit her siblings. That it was also because of this old woman that her younger brother had starved to death. Unfortunately, their father had yet to see through her true nature, but Su Guohua tried to calm her, saying, Mother, don't worry. I'm trying to think of a solution. Qin Danny, initially merely anxious, grew angry at Su Guohua's attempt to soothe her. I am not anxious. How can I not be? That is my son, your elder brother. Yunlian is here, crying her heart out. It pains me that Su Guohua felt a lump in his throat, that Su Yunlan couldn't bear to hear Qin Danny berate her father, and interjected. My dad is only trying to help. Do you believe that insulting him will yield any solutions? Qin Danny shot her a disdainful glance. You little brat, stop making trouble here, that Su Yunlan retorted. Don't you still have a silver bracelet? Give it to Captain Lu. He would surely appreciate it if Captain Lu could plead for uncle. She left the rest unsaid, allowing them to grasp the implication. The silver bracelet was Qin Danny's lifeline. She had nearly lost her life over it years ago. Captain Lu may not lack for food and clothing, but he cherished valuable items, especially gold and silver, as everyone in their battalion knew. Yet, it was customary to accept gifts without doing favors in return. Knowing this outcome, she had deliberately suggested it. Regardless of whether Qin Danny would offer it, Su Guoxing was destined to receive a beating. Qin Danny was enraged, exclaiming, What nonsense, you at such a young age should be learning proper ways, not resorting to crooked schemes. What Grandma says is true. I learned it all from her. The method is yours to ponder. Whether or not to save Uncle is your decision. That Su Yunlan remained unafraid, for she was, in truth, several years her senior. Zhang Huifeng, fearing that Qin Danny might strike Su Yunlan, subtly shielded her, saying, I believe the child's suggestion holds merit. A silver bracelet is merely a material possession. If you are so eager to save your brother, it wouldn't hurt to try. Rest assured, our family has no designs on your belongings. That Su Guohua stood beside Zhang Huifeng, adding, Mother, I believe this plan could work. Huifeng is generous. With such a virtuous daughter-in-law, you should feel content. Why not give Xiaolan's idea a chance to spare my brother some suffering? I couldn't care less. Qin Danny's face was long, as though she were being pursued, and she stormed out, leaving no trace behind. That Su Yunlan anticipated that mentioning the silver bracelet would provoke such a reaction from Qin Danny. A person as selfish as her would never part with her silver bracelet for Su Guoxing's sake. It was her intention to sever the bond between Qin Danny and Su Guoxing and to help Su Guohua confront reality. Su Guohua chased after her, saying, Mother, What if I accompany you to give it? Chindani turned back, spitting. What are you talking about? Your elder brother is not facing execution. How did I end up with such an unfilial son? Su Guohua. Zhang Huifang found the situation amusing. Enough, you've already called him unfilial. Why do you keep looking at her? Hurry and prepare the meal. If you don't, there won't even be thin porridge left. It's fine for us to go hungry, but can you bear to let 4 children starve? Su Guohua glanced at Su Yunlan and then at the 3 children perched on the windowsill, finally declaring, I will go right away. Zhang Huifang saw the children were awake and went into the room to tidy up. That Su Yunlan pretended to check the rice jar, discreetly placing 6 soft, large buns aside while they were distracted. Though the buns were not freshly steamed, they were still warm, smelling of pork and scallion filling. Eating buns could easily reveal their contents, and the aroma in the room would not dissipate quickly. However, she craved the buns and refused to deny herself. There were no vegetables for breakfast, not even pickled vegetables. The Tio get pickles. One would have to queue at the supply and marketing cooperative, and even then, there was no guarantee of acquiring any. Some ventured to the black market, known as the ghost market, sneaking in and out under the cover of darkness. When illuminated by a diesel lamp, the gaunt faces resembled ghosts. Had she not been so young, she would have wanted to see the ghost market herself. When Su Yunli arrived, she found Su Yunlan lost in thought. That Su Yunli shouted, Mother, come here quickly. What could possibly warrant such alarm? Wasn't this morning eventful enough? Zhang Huifang repeatedly organized the clothing and stood frozen upon seeing the buns in the clay pot. Yesterday it was steamed bread, and today it's buns. That my goodness. This is miraculous. Su Yunxiang, Su Yunlei, and Su Yunli each heard the sound of one another swallowing, and Zhang Huifang was no exception. Su Yunlan savored the moment of sharing a meal with her family, relishing the absence of solitary dining. Her stomach had begun to rumble. Those meat buns were truly delightful. That Su Yunlei gulped and asked, Why hasn't Dad returned yet? I'm starving. The family had developed a habit of not dining unless everyone was present. As they all sat around the fragrant buns, salivating, no one dared to be the first to take a bite. Zhang Huifang paced at the door, anxiously glancing about. Finally, Su Guohua arrived, storming into the room with a frown. Complaining, Damn it, I don't know who took the clay pot I left in the canteen. Father, don't worry about the pot right now. Let us eat the meat buns first. Su Yunlei tugged at his father's hand, pulling him towards a room. The mention of meat buns. He felt saliva escaping his mouth. Su Guohua thought his youngest son was merely trying to comfort him. What meat buns? Our clay pot is gone. Just like the meat buns that won't return. Although he wasn't sure if the analogy was appropriate, it brought to mind the image of meat buns being tossed to dogs. Zhang Huifang seized the opportunity to close the door. Keep it down. If others hear, we might not get anything to eat. Su Guohua hardly took their words seriously, feeling vexed over the loss of one of their few possessions, the clay pot. Yet upon entering, he sensed an ephemeral aroma of meat buns wafting toward him. When he saw the children gathered around the 6 large buns, he stammered, Don't tell me Aunt who is manifesting again. Su Yunlan and the others solemnly nodded. Without needing Zhang Huifang to prompt him, Su Guohua automatically knelt before the family deity and bowed 3 times. With the combination of Su Yunlan's dream and the meat buns, he believed, had he gone with his brother, it would have been himself facing the consequences. Besides, he had heard that his brother had suffered a broken leg, and the thought filled him with dread. Zhang Huifang and the children had already bowed, waiting for Su Guohua to start the meal. The juicy meat filling lingered on his tongue for a moment before bursting like fireworks, awakening all his taste buds. That Su Yunlan had not tasted buns so delicious in a long time. Watching her family enjoy their meal brought profound meaning to her rebirth. After finishing the buns, Su Guohua recalled the clay pot incident. Zhang Huifang rationally stated, The pot has no markings, even if we find it. What if the owner denies it? What can you do? Sighing, Su Guohua lamented his own ineptitude. Their family had so few usable utensils, and now with the pot gone, how would they serve food? Zhang Huifang, however, was quite optimistic, saying, I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative later and buy another one. Clay pots aren't expensive, and we can afford it. When it came to affordability, the clay pot was likely the cheapest item. Yet, Su Guohua could not swallow that bitter pill. That Su Yunlan pondered, recalling that in her previous life, the family had never lost a clay pot. However, losing a pot was preferable to losing her father. With so many supplies in her possession, including pots and pans, she intended to see if there were any items suitable for this era. Following the severe famine, Su Guoxing had grown dissatisfied with the family's limited labor force, which consisted solely of Su Guohua, and the children, still young, ate quite a bit that he decisively proposed a division of the household. The family only split 3 adobe rooms, 1 iron pot, a jug, several broken clay pots, and a wardrobe for clothing. Nothing else remained, that a cloth was laid on the wardrobe to honor the family deity, that in truth, she was curious to witness the sight of Su Guoxing being beaten. Second uncle. Is second uncle home? Ziyunlin's contemplations were abruptly interrupted when she glanced outside to see her uncle's youngest daughter, Ziyunlian. Her uncle had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Ziyunlian was merely a month younger than Ziyunli, yet her complexion appeared far more vibrant. Ziyunlin harbored a strong aversion towards Ziyunlian, who had frequently created obstacles for the 2 sisters. Moreover, she had even stolen Ziyunli's suitor, thereby ruining her engagement. That it was impossible for Ziyunlin to harbor any fondness for Ziyunlian. If Ziyunlian were to catch a whiff of the aroma of meat buns, it was likely that Qindani would also become aware of it. Zhang Huifeng hastily opened the door and stepped outside, but was a moment too late. Ziyunlian seized the opportunity to squeeze in as the door opened, in broad daylight. Locking the door seemed suspicious. As she entered, she exclaimed, "Second uncle, Grandma sent me to ask for your help in bringing my father back." "I understand," replied Su Guohua as he made his way outside. Ziyunlian sniffed the air and remarked, "What is that smell emanating from your home?" Xiangqiang quickly interjected, "You aren't referring to the stench of my smelly feet, are you?" With that, he removed his tattered cotton shoes, revealing his toes. Indeed, there was an odor, but it did not overpower the enticing scent of the meat buns. Ziyunli chimed in, "I told you, Big Brother has stinky feet. See, even Yunlian can smell it. Yunlian, let us step outside to converse. We haven't eaten much, and we don't want to be overwhelmed by the smell." Ziyunlian clung to the doorframe, refusing to budge. "No, your house has a meaty scent. The smell of meat buns. Let me smell it again." "What are you smelling for? You aren't going to fetch your father, are you?" Zhang Huifeng was not inclined to indulge Ziyunlian's capriciousness. Ziyunlian stomped her foot. "Second aunt, did you eat meat? I think you've lost your mind. We have nothing to cook with. What would we eat?" Su Guohua retorted angrily as he exited first, refusing to stoop to the level of a child. Surprised by her usually good-tempered second uncle's outburst, Ziyunlian couldn't help but feel she had overreacted. Ziyunlin raised an eyebrow. "We don't even know what meat tastes like, yet you claim to know. Could it be that you've recently indulged in meat?" Ziyunlian paused, embarrassed, and replied, "How could that be? How could we possibly eat meat?" "Do you believe that?" Ziyunlin shot Ziyunlian a disdainful glance, certain that they had secretly consumed meat. The audacity of a little girl trying to manipulate them, as if they were mere paper dolls. With just a few words, she had caused Ziyunlian to falter. Xiangqiang and the others quickly echoed their agreement, asserting that Ziyunlian's family had indeed been sneaking meat. Ziyunlian looked around the empty room, where even mice might not venture, and promptly declared, "Perhaps my sense of smell is faulty. I must hurry back." Without looking back, she dashed out. Ziyunli, filled with concern, asked she wouldn't go back and tell Grandma and Annie about this nonsense. Would she? Ziyunlin's gaze lowered slightly, omitting the word want. "Ha!" Ziyunli failed to grasp the implication. Zhang Huifeng spat. "Let her say whatever she likes. We barefoot folks have no fear of those in shoes. After all, we have no cooking utensils at home. Let's see how they manage." When the Great Steel Smelting Campaign demanded the surrender of iron pots and kettles, their family had secretly hidden 1 pot, only to be betrayed later. Since then, they had been eating from communal pots and had never purchased anything for themselves. Ziyunlin had only later discovered that the informant was Su Guoxing, a man of petty grievances who could not bear to see Su Guohua thrive more than himself. Ziyunlin actually hoped that Ziyunlian would exaggerate her grievance, as it would provide her with the perfect opportunity to pursue her intentions. Thus, she turned to Zhang Huifeng and inquired, "Mother, shall we visit uncle? Let us see how miserable he is." Zhang Huifeng contemplated for a moment before responding. "Sure, we might as well borrow a jar from your grandmother. Otherwise, we won't have anything for lunch." Chapter 9. Who was eating alone first? Ziyunlin and her 3 siblings followed Zhang Huifeng to their uncle's home. Observing the excitement of Xiangqiang and Ziyunli, she surmised that they shared the same intention as herself, to witness the uncle, who typically relied on their family for a sense of belonging, in a state of disarray. However, upon entering the courtyard, they were met with the sound of Chun Danny slamming the table and angrily scolding. "These ingrate wolves. Is what you said true? Is there really a meaty smell coming from their house?" The paper-thin windows offered no sound insulation, and soon they heard Ziyunlian exclaim, "Oh, Grandma, do you not trust my nose? Last month, Aunt Guaqin sent us meat, and it smelled just like this. I am not mistaken." Ziyunlin burst through the door. "Is the meat delicious?" Both Chun Danny and Ziyunlian were taken aback. After a moment of guilt, Chun Danny pointed an accusatory finger at Ziyunlin, scolding, "You little brat, what is wrong with us eating meat? We've already separated, and if we choose to eat meat, it is none of your business." Ziyunlin retorted immediately, "Indeed, we have separated. Not only have we not eaten meat, but what does it matter to you even if we did?" Chun Danny was left speechless. Ziyunlian, hands on hips, chimed in, "Regardless of what Grandma says, she is still our elder. Naturally, when there are delicacies, we prioritize the elders." Chun Danny cast a look of approval at Ziyunlian, affirming, "Yunlian has a point. You eat alone. You are indeed ungrateful wolves." Ziyunlian leaned forward. "We did not eat alone." Zhang Huifeng, fearing that her youngest son might let something slip, quickly interjected, "Mother, your statement is incorrect. Our family has not even had breakfast due to matters concerning Big Brother." Ziyunlin squeezed Ziyunli's small hand, signaling him discreetly to her surprise. Ziyunli understood instantly and began to wail. Father threw the jar away at the communal canteen to save Uncle. "We haven't eaten, and I'm so hungry." Ziyunqiang and Ziyunli quickly joined in, their eyes glistening with tears. Ziyunli could fill his belly with one meat bun, yet the two of them had barely eaten. Especially for Ziyunqiang, the thought of losing the jar weighed heavily on him. Who knew when they would have another meal? The more he thought about it, the more sorrowful he felt, and soon, both of them were shedding tears. Ziyunlin recalled how, in her previous life, her family had perished in their quest for sustenance, and sorrow filled her heart, causing her eyes to redden. Zhang Huifeng, witnessing how well the children coordinated their performance, pressed her palms together. "Our family has no cooking utensils at all. Now we've lost even the vessel for serving food. Not only have we missed breakfast, but we don't even know what we will use for future meals. Mother, you have been advocating for fairness. You've coaxed Guohua into working like a bull for you. Surely you can't just watch us starve to death. Why don't you lend us a jar for now?" Chun Danny's face flushed with anger. "We've already separated. No family is faring well. Whether we starve or not is up to fate. If I help you, what will become of your elder brother?" Ziyunlin inwardly scoffed, her demeanor indifferent. "Indeed, while you were secretly eating meat, did you ever consider the implications for your other son? Moreover, my mother merely asked to borrow a jar. We are not demanding it. I ask my father, not your own flesh and blood." Chun Danny retorted, "Nonsense. Your father is indeed my own flesh and blood. That bit of meat wouldn't even fill the gaps between our teeth. We barely had enough broth. Whether he was truly her own flesh and blood remained to be seen. Both being her biological sons, the disparity was stark. Furthermore, she recalled that in her previous life, an elderly couple had come to their village searching for their son. However, by that time, her father had already passed away for many years. Ziyunlin persisted, "Don't speak of broth. Our family hasn't even caught a whiff of meat. I have never seen a mother who, upon witnessing her son starve to death, would refuse to lend a single jar." Ziyunlian boldly declared, "The jar belongs to our family. Why should we lend it to second uncle?" Just then, Su Guohua happened to return with Su Guoxiang, transporting Su Guoxiang in a wheelbarrow. The ensuing conversation reached their ears in its entirety. The guilt from having eaten buns that morning dissipated, swiftly replaced by indignation. Ziyunlian hastily changed her tune. "Second uncle, you've brought my father back." Everyone turned to witness Su Guoxiang sprawled on the wheelbarrow, covered in blood. Had he not occasionally groaned, one might have mistaken him for lifeless. Following closely behind, Su Guoxiang assisted the sobbing Aunt Lu Chui back inside. Ziyunlian and Chun Danny, believing Su Guoxiang had perished, joined in the wailing. "Father, what will become of our family without you? My dear son, you cannot abandon your mother." Su Guoxiang groaned a couple more times. "I'm not dead yet." The cries of Chun Danny and Ziyunlian came to an abrupt halt. Chun Danny commanded, "Guohua, hurry and take your elder brother inside." Su Guohua stood still, staring intently, and asked, "Mother, will you lend us the jar?" Chun Danny's face turned pale with urgency. "Your elder brother is on the brink of death. And you still think about borrowing a jar? He won't die, Su Guohua asked again. Mother, will you lend us the jar? Lu Chui wiped her tears and replied, Lend what? Your elder brother's legs are not free. Chen Danny, resolute, declared, if you don't lend it, you won't care about your elder brother. Will you? The four siblings of Ziyunlin and Zhang Huifang turned their gazes to Su Guohua, who returned their looks with a smile before letting go. The wheelbarrow tipped over, and Su Guoxing cried out in pain. Clutching his leg, that Su Guohua addressed Ziyunlin and the others. Let us go. We will starve to death before we ever set foot in this house again. His wife and children, each with tear-streaked faces, were wronged. If he did not stand up for them now, could he still be considered a man? Zhang Huifang hastily urged the four children to quicken their pace and catch up, that Su Yunxiang obstructed Su Guohua. Questioning, second uncle, do you truly not care about my father? Zhang Huifang shot Su Yunxiang a glare, retorting, our family is uncertain if we can endure today. How can we concern ourselves with your father? Chen Danny bellowed, if you possess the capability, then do not acknowledge me as your mother. Fearing that Su Guohua might relent, Su Yunlan interjected, does it really matter whether my father has the ability? You were the one who first denied him as your son. Besides, don't you still have the silver bracelet? Lu Chui's gaze towards Chen Danny changed instantly. Chen Danny, taken aback, hurled a shoe towards Su Yunlan's family. But alas, it fell short of even grazing their retreating figures. As Su Guohua stepped outside, he did so at a leisurely pace, experiencing for the first time a confrontation with Chen Danny, his heart a tumult of emotions. Su Yunlan, having witnessed her father's growth firsthand, felt a sense of solace. Her father needed to learn to mature. Only with his strength could their family truly endure. She also understood that personal progress was insufficient. The entire family must strive for improvement, that Su Guohua's spirits were low. For him, quarreling with Chen Danny and Su Guosheng would yield no benefits. To Tio console her father, she suggested, let us head to the supply and marketing cooperative. Chapter 10. We must not waste food. Su Guohua, downcast, replied, you all go ahead. I lack the heart for it. With a heart heavy with dismay now, it would be even heavier come lunchtime. Do you wish to leave home and beg for food? Zhang Huifang pragmatically prodded, unwilling to let Su Guohua wallow in despair. They had no time to indulge in sorrow, as families in the village were already beginning to flee in search of sustenance. If they did not devise a plan soon, their family would also face a similar fate. But Su Guohua shook his head. The little money we have left after purchasing the earthenware is hardly sufficient. Su Yunlan reassured him. Things will naturally work out, father. Do not be so pessimistic. Zhang Huifang cast a glance at her 8-year-old daughter, inquiring, who taught you to speak so pedantically? Su Yunlan stuck out her tongue, replying, Teacher Lu taught me. In truth, the knowledge imparted by Teacher Lu was limited, yet she regarded him as her enlightenment guide. Teacher Lu was a cultured and astute individual, albeit unfortunate. Her heart ached at the thought of how he had ultimately ended his life with a piece of twine. A single penny could thwart even the mightiest of heroes, let alone someone like Teacher Lu, who was already struggling with hunger. The villagers held a deep reverence for him, never belittling him despite his humble dwelling in a cowshed. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Huifang nostalgically remarked, I still remember when Teacher Lu first arrived. It was snowing, and he wore a black mink coat, so refined and noble that Su Guohua, feeling a pang of jealousy, retorted, What are you talking about? You light up at the mention of Teacher Lu. Zhang Huifang, unperturbed, replied, What does it matter? In the Red Star Commune, which woman doesn't light up at the mention of such a man? Su Guohua snorted, turning his head away from Zhang Huifang, his jealousy flaring anew with the mention of Teacher Lu. Su Yunlan and her siblings erupted into laughter. The family of 6, engaged in cheerful banter, walked over 10 miles before reaching the supply and marketing cooperative. Today was not a market day, and the cooperative appeared somewhat desolate. Su Yunlan surveyed the interior, noting the lack of essential goods. Ironically, in her past life at the age of 8, she had never ventured inside the cooperative. She had only lingered at the entrance. Zhang Huifang selected an earthen jar and proceeded to pay. Su Yunlei, eyeing the maltose on the counter, drooled, nibbling on his fingers in silence, fully aware that such delicacies were beyond their means. That Su Guohua remained outside, while Su Yunxiang and Su Yunli merely indulged their eyes before reluctantly exiting. After Zhang Huifang emerged, Su Yunlan swiftly retrieved some candy tickets and a penny from her space to purchase a few pieces of candy, all the while silently noting the prices of the items. In the countryside, many transactions still required cash. However, she had already devised a plan for how to earn money next. Xiao Lan, hurry out, we are leaving. Zhang Huifang assumed Su Yunlan had lingered over some tempting item and thus re-entered to pull her out. Once outside, Su Yunlan shared the candy with Su Yunxiang and Su Yunli. Zhang Huifang's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Lan, where did you get the candy? Su Yunlan smiled. The salesperson gave it to me because I looked cute. Zhang Huifang was skeptical, but also knew her daughter's character well enough to dismiss the thought of theft that Su Yunlan, noticing Zhang Huifang's doubt, declared, I found a candy ticket at the entrance and, using the penny mother gave me last time, I exchanged it for the candy without telling you. This explanation met with some skepticism, as no one knew whose household would have a candy ticket to spare. However, after waiting without anyone claiming it back, they finally accepted Su Yunlan's words and allowed the children to enjoy their sweets. Upon returning home, Su Guohua took the new earthen jar to serve the meal, all the while keeping an eye out for the thief who had stolen their old jar. Su Yunlan observed her father scrutinizing everyone, resembling a thief hunter, and felt both amused and pained as Su Yunli patted her shoulder, suggesting in the afternoon, let us go dig for cattail roots by the riverbank. That Su Yunlan smiled. Sounds good. I haven't dug for cattail roots in a long time. I miss it. That Su Yunxiang lamented. I really miss the meat buns from this morning. If I could eat 10 at once, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Shoo. Su Yunli hushed him. Big brother, speak quietly. Be careful, others might hear. That Su Yunxiang fell silent, but his mind was unable to contain thoughts of countless meat buns flying through the sky. Upon returning indoors, Su Yunlan's consciousness directly entered her space. She noticed her phone inexplicably lighting up. Upon opening it, a dense list of items appeared on the screen, each with a corresponding number. The numbers corresponded to the license plates of the delivery trucks. She had not remembered ordering such detailed inventory before. However, she had not recalled purchasing cornmeal, sorghum flour, or other miscellaneous grains. Was it possible some manufacturers were passing off inferior products as substitutes? Contemplating this, she glanced over the other items and realized that due to her urgent orders, many suppliers had substituted similar products in old stock. Fortunately, none of the food had expired, and the rest fell within an acceptable range. Many outdated items were considered treasures in the 1960s. Thus her misfortune had turned to fortune. Emerging from the space, she resolved to wait for an opportune moment to distribute some meat buns. Yet Su Yunlei was eagerly guarding the rice jar, while Zhang Huifang cast surreptitious glances, observing Su Yunxiang and Su Yunli's necks craning like giraffes, their eyes nearly popping out. She recalled the fable of the farmer waiting for a hare. Relying on luck without effort could undermine their motivation. Hence, for this midday meal, she decided against sharing. Su Yunli mused, how strange, why hasn't Tian Husan shown her spirit today? Su Yunxiang glanced at the blazing sun outside. Perhaps she dares not come out during the day? Su Yunlei interjected. Ghosts are too scared to come out during the day. Zhang Huifang lightly tapped each of their heads, declaring, if you keep babbling, none of you will be having lunch today. How dare you casually discuss our household deity? Afterward, she sincerely knelt before the family deity, praying, Aunt Husan, you are magnanimous. The children are thoughtless, speaking without meaning. Please do not hold it against them. That Su Yunxiang and his siblings shrank back, suddenly silent. None of them had received formal education. Their limited knowledge came only from hearsay and Zhang Huifang's teachings. Fearing they might truly offend the family deity and lose the chance to enjoy meat buns forever. Upon returning, Su Guohua sensed the gloomy atmosphere in the house and promptly inquired, what has happened? Zhang Huifang recounted the events, and Su Guohua reassured, Aunt Husan is magnanimous. How could she hold a grudge against children? Do not frighten yourself. With no table in the house, he placed the porridge on the floor, distributing it into bowls before producing 2 starchy bean cakes as hard as stones. That Su Yunlei, mistaking them for a delicacy, broke off a small piece to taste, only to quickly spit it out, exclaiming, it's so awful, it scratches my throat. Su Guohua frowned. Pick it up, we cannot waste food. Su Yunlan harbored a profound fear of starchy bean cakes, recalling the painful aftermath of consuming them, as they could cause severe constipation, akin to dealing with sheep dung, so much so that they could draw blood. She sternly declared, no one can eat this. Chapter 11. to the ghost market, engaging in speculation as they discussed the consumption of 3 or 5 portions of food. Leaving only one untouched, Su Guohua disregarded Su Yunlan's admonition and devoured it. Su Yunlan sighed, reasoning that it wouldn't harm anyone to let her father experience hunger firsthand. Perhaps then he would comprehend the gravity of their situation. Zhang Huifeng, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "There's no way around it. If we don't eat today, we must eat tomorrow. Perhaps we should seek refuge with relatives." Su Guohua, fervently attempting to swallow the remaining morsel, nearly choked at this suggestion. After gulping down half a bowl of porridge, he managed to regain his composure. "Which relative should we seek?" he inquired, and my elder brother. Zhang Huifeng pondered. Perhaps going to him would offer us a glimmer of hope. Su Guohua immediately retorted, "No, that is impractical." Zhang Huifeng, incensed, countered, "If we don't seek help from him, are we to let the entire family starve?" Upon seeing her anger, Su Guohua quickly wilted, that in a calm yet firm tone. He explained, "Huifeng, your brother's family is not well off either. And with your sister-in-law's notoriously fierce temperament, can she truly accommodate all 6 of us?" Zhang Huifeng contemplated this, realizing she had not genuinely intended to seek refuge. Her earlier outburst was simply born of frustration that Su Yunlan interjected, "We need not depend on anyone, and who has promised us a bag of flour." "Really?" 5 pairs of eyes turned towards her. She solemnly nodded, affirming that Anne, who had indeed said so, as Su Yun lay, with his short legs, dashed to the rice bin, only to return disappointed. "Second sister is lying. There is nothing inside," that Su Yunlan chuckled, and who never claimed it would be given immediately. Zhang Huifeng pragmatically stated, "Even if we had it, it would be of little use. We lack pots, salt, and any seasonings." That Su Yunlan considered mentioning that she had some, but refrained. Living in the village made cooking inconvenient, as personal cooking was prohibited. If discovered, their equipment would be confiscated. She tentatively suggested, "What if we fled to the mountains, cooking and eating for ourselves?" This audacious proposal startled everyone, yet Su Yunlan was aware of the circumstances. Based on her memories from a past life, the communal cooking era at Hongxing Commune would conclude after the autumn harvest, but if they could endure until then, cooking would become far more manageable. Su Guohua shook his head repeatedly, asserting, "No, we cannot uproot our family. What if someone falls ill or encounters misfortune on the way? We would be filled with regret." Zhang Huifeng shared his sentiments, declaring, "Escaping to another place may be worse than staying here. A golden nest or silver nest cannot compare to our humble abode." That Su Yunxi, preoccupied with thoughts of what delicious meals could be made from the flour, was indifferent to their location, as long as there was a place to sleep and enough food to eat. He would be satisfied. That Su Yunli quietly finished her porridge, merely wishing to rest and conserve her strength. Su Yunlei, wide-eyed and restless, shifted his gaze between his family members, his stomach grumbling audibly that he had no desire for porridge. Knowing that consuming it would only lead to frequent trips to the latrine, that Su Yunlan was merely testing the waters, gauging whether her family shared her sentiments. That it would be ideal if they did. If not, she had no intention of forcing her parents to leave home. Each individual harbors a deep attachment to their home, regardless of its virtues or flaws. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "If you prefer not to leave, Father, you could go to the ghost market tomorrow morning to trade some flour for pickled vegetables, sweet potatoes, peanuts, or eggs." That Su Guohua, skeptical, asked, "How do you know about the ghost market?" "I don't recall mentioning it to anyone in the family." That Su Yunlan, with a steady demeanor, replied, "Teacher Lu informed me." That Su Guohua furrowed his brow, pondering how this teacher Lu seemed to be everywhere. Su Yunlan merely smiled in silence. This time, it was not an unfounded accusation against teacher Lu. He had indeed mentioned it to her after their mother had passed away. Exchanging for goods would certainly be advantageous, but it is a pity to waste such fine flour. Zhang Huifeng lamented, "If only we could use the flour to make noodles or steam buns, it would be splendid. Even a simple noodle soup would suffice. What a shame." Although they had yet to see the flour, the mere thought of it stirred feelings of loss. Su Guohua sighed, saying, "In our impoverished existence, we are not destined to starve. Why mourn over what we cannot have?" Zhang Huifeng, reflecting on this, found solace in his reasoning and chose not to dwell on it further. Su Yunlan then asked, "Father, will you go or not? If you do not, we may truly struggle to survive." "That I will go," Su Guohua decided resolutely after a moment of hesitation. Su Yunlan felt a surge of joy at her father's agreement. Had she been older, She might have ventured out herself, but for now, igniting her father's potential was a commendable endeavor. She only wished for her father to safeguard her and her sisters. The next morning, Su Guohua arose early and ventured into the darkness towards Sanhe Bridge, located at the junction of Hongxing Commune and two neighboring communes, a no-man's land. The prospect of engaging in such speculative trading for the first time quickened his heartbeat. Sensing his trepidation, Su Yunlan reassured him. "Father, do not be afraid. I am here with you. I am not afraid," Su Guohua replied. Feigning bravado, "Why would you come out in the cold when you could be sleeping at home?" Su Yunlan tucked her hands into her pockets, strolling along as she replied, "I want to experience the world with you that I in her previous life." She had engaged in numerous trades to survive, even recognizing undercover agents. Simply exchanging goods at the ghost market would not suffice. They needed to sell in the county town to fetch higher prices. The townsfolk, accustomed to refined grains, would gladly pay a premium. However, the presence of undercover agents in the county posed a risk. Negligence could lead to capture. Father and daughter arrived at Sanhe Bridge with the flower in tow. From a distance, the paper lanterns flickered like ghostly flames that as they approached, the gaunt faces illuminated by the light appeared increasingly unsettling. Su Guohua hesitated to proceed. Having only heard tales before, the reality made his legs feel weak. Yet Su Yunlan seemed unperturbed, showing no signs of stopping. That Su Guohua opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, hastening to follow her lead. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the back, startling him into nearly dropping the bag of flour. He stammered, "What do you want?" Chapter 12. This woman does not sell proper meat. Hearing the voice, Su Yunlan quickly turned back. The person, shrouded in mystery, inquired, "Brother, what are you carrying on your back?" Su Yunlan, recognizing that the individual was not an undercover agent, responded on behalf of her father, "White flour, uncle. How much do you need?" The man replied, "I'll take this half bag. How much do you want for it?" Upon realizing the individual was a buyer, Su Guohua breathed a sigh of relief, pleasantly surprised to encounter a customer so soon. However, he was at a loss regarding pricing, having neglected to inquire beforehand. Ghost markets do not require food stamps, so surely it should be priced at least 20 yuan. He thought. Su Yunlan stated, "This half bag weighs 30 jin. We are not asking for much. 50 will suffice." Flour was a sought-after commodity, often scarce. The supply and marketing cooperative. It could be cheaper with food stamps, but in the ghost market, prices skyrocketed. Ordinary sweet potato flour sold for 1 yuan 50 per jin. Her flour was of a finer quality, akin to future premium wheat flour, scarce even with a lantern. She recognized this man from her past life. He was an 8th-level mechanic from the county's foundry, earning a monthly salary of 70 or 80 yuan. To put it in perspective, common workers made merely a few yuan a month. It was well known that 7th and 8th level workers were unable to compare with a rural elder carrying leeks. She was not arbitrarily setting a price. It was reasonable, and this 8th level mechanic could certainly afford it. Upon hearing the offered price, Su Guohua nearly gasped in shock, with a customer ready to buy. He was eager to close the deal, fearing that quoting such a high price might frighten the buyer away. "This child," he began, but Su Yunlan interrupted, "If it weren't for your bulk purchase, we would be selling it for 2 yuan per jin." Su Guohua felt a rush of blood to his head. How could his 8-year-old daughter be so astute? He felt utterly sidelined, glancing at the man's ghastly face illuminated by the kerosene lamp. He worried he might provoke him into violence against them. As he contemplated how to salvage the situation, the 8th-level mechanic opened the bag, sampled the flour, and declared, "Good, I'll take it for 50. As the money exchanged hands, Su Guohua felt as if he were dreaming. He quickly tucked it into his pocket, holding it tightly. The mechanic added, "If you have any more scarce goods in the future, come find me. I'll buy them all." Su Yunlan beamed. "Absolutely." Once the mechanic departed, Su Guohua realized he had forgotten to inquire about his residents. Even if they had goods, he wouldn't be able to find him again. Su Yunlan tugged at her father. "Father, I see a vendor selling boiled eggs and sweet potato chips over there." Su Guohua snapped back to attention. "Let us buy them." They purchased 20 boiled eggs, 5 jin of sweet potato chips, along with 2 jin of peanuts and 20 pieces of pickled vegetables. Without staple foods, any food that could substitute for staples was available for sale. These items were reasonably priced. They bought a considerable amount, all for less than 8 yuan. Su Guohua then spotted a vendor selling cooked meat. Instantly feeling ravenous, Su Yunlan quickly restrained him. "Father, let us head back." Su Guohua, eyeing the meat and swallowing hard. insisted, "Wait, let me buy some meat first. We're not in a rush to leave." Su Yunlan pouted. "Father, if you don't leave soon, it will be dawn, and if we encounter someone we know, how will we carry this back?" Su Guohua observed that there were still a few people queuing at the meat stall, and thus reluctantly decided to forego the purchase. "All right, let us buy meat first next time." That Su Yunlan remained silent, tugging at Su Guohua to leave. Today, they could not buy it, nor could they ever purchase her meat again. In her previous life, she had encountered this woman at the ghost market. The meat she sold was far from legitimate. It was flesh harvested from the dead. Su Guohua lamented not obtaining the meat all the way home, even telling Zhang Huifang that he would certainly buy it early the next day. Only then did Su Yunlan speak up. "Father, in this day and age, it is best to consume fresh meat. Once that meat is cooked and cut into such small pieces, who can discern what it truly is?" Su Guohua dismissed her concerns nonchalantly, replying, "What does it matter, as long as it is not meat from the deceased?" Su Yunlan murmured softly, "Who can guarantee that it is?" Su Guohua shivered at her words, chiding, "You silly girl, stop with your nonsense." Zhang Huifang, however, chimed in, "There is nothing impossible. One must be vigilant when purchasing meat." Su Guohua's expression darkened. He had already resolved that even if he did not buy it, he would scrutinize the meat closely next time he visited. Before dawn broke, Su Yunxiang and the others were still asleep, while Su Yunlan burrowed back under the covers. Zhang Huifang placed the food she had brought home into the rice jar, covering it, intending to wait until the children awoke in the morning to eat together. She then also crawled into bed, counting money with Su Guohua under the dim light of the oil lamp. This was a substantial sum for their family. How to spend it, and how much, required careful planning. With her eyes closed, Su Yunlan entered the space. She sat in the large jeep, playing soothing melodies, and then began to search page by page for items that could be useful in the present. Finally, she selected an iron pot sufficient for a family of 6, along with an iron ladle and a charcoal stove. Eating cold food was detrimental to the stomach, and she certainly did not wish to suffer from stomach cancer again in this lifetime. When stomach pain struck, it was truly unbearable. It was not only her own health to consider. Her family needed to be mindful as well. In a daze, she lost track of time and eventually fell asleep. Upon opening her eyes again, Su Guohua had returned with the meal. Still porridge and hard, rock-like starch cakes. She decisively and stealthily placed 6 buns into the rice jar. Su Guohua had not visited the toilet since eating the starch cakes the previous day. But he did not think much of it. Since he had begun eating less, such occurrences had become common. However, Su Yunlan would not allow him to continue this way. "Father, you eat the buns first. I will have these 2 cakes." She gave her share of buns as well as Su Guohua's to him. Naturally, Su Guohua was reluctant to let his child eat worse than he did, feigning anger as he said, "Give me the bun. You all ate my portion." Su Yunlan insisted. "Why don't we all just eat buns? We can save this cake for when Aunt Hussein doesn't provide us food next time." "I think that's a good idea," Zhang Huifang agreed, peeling an egg while carefully collecting the shell. Each person had 1 bun, 1 egg, and a slice of pickled vegetable. Happiness radiated from everyone's faces. Su Yunlan tore her bun in half and stuffed the egg and pickled vegetable inside, eating it like a meat bun. Su Yunlei curiously inquired, "Second sister, why are you eating it like that?" Su Yunlan laughed and replied, "It tastes better this way." In her past life, when she had just started her business, she had eaten like this for convenience. The difference now was the warm porridge and the smiling family surrounding her. Su Yunlei followed suit, crafting his own simple version of a meat bun. Su Yunlei had already finished her egg and could only stuff pickled vegetables inside. Su Yunxiang wanted to learn as well. But he had finished both his bun and egg, leaving no pickled vegetables behind. After eating, he felt no sense of satisfaction and still felt hungry. Su Yunlan understood that Su Yunxiang was in a growth spurt. Eating less was definitely not advisable. Nutritional deficiencies could lead to calcium shortages. She spoke up, "Mother, why don't you give elder brother another egg?" Zhang Huifang shook her head helplessly and handed Su Yunxiang another egg. It was only because there were surplus eggs that she agreed. Under normal circumstances, she would not have done so. Su Yunxiang gleefully enjoyed his meal. Suddenly, a clear voice called from outside, "Is second aunt at home?" Su Yunlan peered through the torn paper window and saw Su Yunlian standing in the yard, holding a jar. Chapter 13. In a hurry to enter and give me a grand greeting? Everyone felt a bit flustered. Have we not dealt with the eggshells yet? What if Su Yunlian barges in and discovers the cooked eggs, peanuts, pickled vegetables, and sweet potato chips in the rice jar? Su Yulian's footsteps grew nearer, and their hearts raced in their chests. What was merely a mealtime concern had begun to feel like a crime. Coincidentally, their home was shut tight, just like last time. It was difficult to prevent Su Yunlian from suspecting anything, but Su Yunlan lowered her voice, saying, "You all go out and handle it. I will think of a way, you." Everyone looked at her in confusion. But she remained calm, saying, "Yes, it's me. Just act naturally. Don't panic." That Su Yunlian was not a formidable opponent. A young girl could easily handle her. That as Zhang Huifang stepped outside, she muttered a prayer to Aunt Husam for protection. Given the urgency of the situation, they had no choice but to take risks. That Su Yunxiang casually grabbed a fist-sized stone, ready to knock Su Yunlian unconscious if necessary. That Su Yunli pulled Su Yunlei's hand, both of them sweating. Although it was a rather ordinary situation, everyone was on high alert. That Su Guohua opened the door, pretending to be at ease, and asked, "Yunlian, what brings you here?" Su Yunlian handed over the jar, saying, "My father asked me to bring this jar to second uncle. Didn't you lose one?" Su Guohua thought to himself that he never expected the elder brother to remember the jar after such a serious injury. However, recalling Shindani's ruthlessness, his remaining pride flared up, and he said sternly, "Take it back. We don't need it anymore." Su Yunlian placed the jar on the ground, insisting, "How can you not need it? Second uncle and second aunt, please don't hold a grudge against my grandmother and my mother. My father said he would personally apologize to you when he recovers." That Su Yunlan, listening from inside, couldn't help but sneer. That Su Guosheng was still Su Guosheng. As long as others held some value, how could he let go? He could easily win over their father with small favors, compelling him to work for his family. With Su Guoxiang's wedding date approaching and Su Guosheng unable to move about due to his injury, everything depended on their father to run errands. Their father, caught in the midst of it all, remained oblivious to the treachery of Su Guosheng from her past life and could not see through his hypocrisy. However, she was entirely aware. Indeed, if their father had understood, he would not have been so blindly pushed out to face death in the past life. She realized she could not divulge everything to her father at once. He would surely still believe that Su Guosheng would genuinely come to apologize to as expected. Su Guohua's tone softened. "Forget it. Let your father recover well, and don't worry about us." Zhang Huifang wished to sever ties with Su Guosheng's family. Having finally uttered decisive words, she now sought to reconcile with them as if their family was merely a rag, to be used or cast aside at will. With a cold expression, she stated, "Take your jar back. We do not need it. Keep your father as concerns for your mother and grandmother. It sounds good. But if he has the ability, let them come and apologize." That Su Yunlian's eyes darted as she said, "Second aunt, please don't be angry. You know my mother and grandmother's tempers. They are sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. We are all family. How could we truly say we do not recognize each other?" Saying this, she began to walk towards the house with the jar, insisting on taking the opportunity to peek inside. Locking the door at mealtime seemed quite peculiar. Zhang Huifang did not hear the sound of Su Yunlan hiding things, but dared not let Su Yunlian enter. She blocked her path, saying, "You girl. Don't you understand? Take it back. We don't need it." That Su Yunlian pushed against the door, saying, "Second aunt, if you don't take it back, my father will beat me to death. That I'll just place it inside." After saying this, she sniffed the air, sensing a fragrant aroma of food wafting from within. That Su Yunxiang, seeing that he could not stop Su Yunlian, gritted his teeth and raised the stone. That Su Yunlian used all her strength to push the door, only for Su Yunlan to suddenly open it. Su Yunlian was caught off guard and fell to her knees before Su Yunlan. Su Yunlan scoffed, "Cousin, what is this? Are you in such a hurry to enter and pay me your respects?" The jar shattered, scattering shards across the ground, cutting Su Yunlian's hands and arms. She began to sob, saying, "You bullied me. I kindly brought you the jar, and you treat me this way." That Su Yunli raised an eyebrow. "Who told you to force your way in? It's not like we were stopping you. You insisted on crashing through our door. If you didn't want to bring us the jar, just say so. Don't feign kindness." Zhang Huifang ignored Su Yunlian's tears, scanning the room to discern where Su Yunlan had hidden the items. The rice jar remained, but everything else was gone. Not a single eggshell was in sight. It was cleaner than if it had been swept. To Su Guohua, Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei all discreetly surveyed the area, finding nothing amiss. To Su Yunlian, seeing that this family treated her as if she were invisible, pretended not to notice and crawled up, crying as she ran back home. Before leaving, she made sure to glance around, confirming there was no food in the house, feeling increasingly aggrieved over her fall. Once Su Yunlian departed, Su Yunlan took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and returned the items to the rice jar. That's Su Guohua, puzzled, asked Xiaolan, "What is going on here?" Su Yunlan pointed to the protective deity's tablet, saying, "You should ask Aunt Husan about that." Su Guohua was perplexed, wondering how Aunt Husan managed to discern their desires. Zhang Huifang confidently asserted, "When it comes to Aunt Husan, there are rarely so many questions that as long as she is pleased, that is all that matters." "We are the ones who benefit," Su Yunlan remarked. This explanation seems plausible. She had initially contemplated numerous explanations, only to find them unnecessary. Su Guohua exclaimed, "That's truly remarkable." Su Yunlan, with a serious demeanor, proposed, "Father, perhaps we should maintain our distance from Uncle's family. Without them, we could still live well. With them around, our household feels akin to that of refugees." Su Guohua was momentarily taken aback. "Child, your uncle is not a stranger." Su Yunlan shook her head in resignation and continued, "While uncle may not be a stranger, when Su Yunlian visited earlier, why didn't you offer her some sweet potato strips and peanuts? Why the anxiety? You know well how difficult it is to eat and drink these days. Given that, how do you intend to explain the source of the eggs to uncle's family? Su Yunlian already suspects that we are hoarding food, and your visit would only serve to confirm her suspicions." "Fine. I'll heed your advice." Su Guohua found himself rendered speechless by Su Yunlan's words that in these times, it seems prudent to focus on one's own family. Su Yunqi and the others immersed themselves in the sweet potato strips and peanuts, completely oblivious to the conversation around them. That it was a rare treat, and the three of them devoured it with gusto like little mice. Zhang Huifang, pacing back and forth in the house, propped her chin on her hand, and after a moment of contemplation said, "Su Guohua, hand over the remaining 42 yuan and 83 cents. Chapter 14. Teacher Lu's fate should not end here. Su Guohua was momentarily stunned. "Why?" Zhang Huifang shot him an exasperated glance. "Why the multitude of questions? Will you give it or not?" "Fine." Su Guohua relented, undeterred by any notions of male ego. When his wife asked, he complied that he produced the money and handed it to Zhang Huifang. She counted it in front of him. Not a single cent more or less. 42 yuan and 83 cents. Su Yunlan stifled a laugh. "Father, this isn't fear. It's love. As the saying goes, one thing restrains another." Su Guohua, with a conciliatory smile, inquired, "Now will you tell me why you need the money? From now on, all our finances will be under my management." Zhang Huifang replied with confidence. That Su Guohua conceded, "All right, it matters not who manages it." Su Yunlan observed her father's expression, feeling both amused and a tinge of sympathy. Unlike the men in the village who held onto their egos, her father's demeanor was different, which led to disdain from her uncle and grandmother. They often attempted to commandeer him, speaking freely as they pleased. Even when her father witnessed her grandmother's callousness, he would be moved by trivial words devoid of substance. She understood that for their family to thrive, it was essential to start with changing her father. Thus, she suggested, "Father, since you're skilled in carpentry, why not seek connections to get into a woodworking factory?" Su Guohua replied without a second thought, "Do you think entering a woodworking factory is as simple as wishing it?" "We aren't well connected." Su Yunlan, still young, felt constrained in her ability to speak directly, yet she hinted, "But we do have some money now. Teacher Lu often says that money can make the devil work." Zhang Huifang's eyes lit up. "Indeed, dear husband, if we lack connections, we can seek them." Su Guohua remained skeptical. "You think it's that easy? Connections aren't so easily found that if we can't find the right path, we'll end up losing both our investments and our efforts." Zhang Huifang proposed, "Then you should consult Teacher Lu. Perhaps he can offer some advice." Su Guohua pouted, "I won't go." Zhang Huifang, exasperated, kicked him. "Will you go or not? Our family currently lacks any economic source, even if Aunt Husan shows us some pity. We still have to hide to eat. That if you could work at a woodworking factory, things would be different. We wouldn't have to hide what we eat, and others would look at us with more respect." Su Guohua opened his mouth to speak, but Su Yunlan tugged at his sleeve. "Father, take me with you. Last time, Teacher Lu taught me a few characters. I can show him what I've written." After a moment of hesitation, Su Guohua agreed. "All right." Zhang Huifang observed her daughter with increasing admiration, knowing her daughter better than anyone else. Once carefree like her father, Su Yunlan now spoke and acted with a newfound maturity and grace, as if she had matured significantly since her recent illness. Unaware of Zhang Huifang's thoughts, Su Yunlan joyfully followed Su Guohua out, eagerly anticipating meeting her mentor. Su Guohua's face bore no smile, reflecting his inner turmoil. Outside the cattle shed, Su Yunlan called out, "Teacher Lu." When there was no reply, she called again, but still, there was silence. The Su Guohua furrowed his brow. "The door is open, yet there's no response. That I hope nothing has happened." A sudden dread gripped Su Yunlan. She feared that Teacher Lu might have taken a drastic step. She hurried inside to find Teacher Lu lying on the bed, and she breathed a sigh of relief. In her past life, Teacher Lu had committed suicide before the autumn harvest, and the timing did not align. Teacher Lu lay on a rickety door, appearing weak and lethargic. "Teacher Lu, are you all right?" Su Yunlan gently inquired. In his hand, Teacher Lu clutched a photograph, mumbling, "Water, water." Su Yunlan quickly fetched a scoop of water, but it was difficult for him to drink while lying down, as she lacked the strength to lift him. Su Guohua knelt beside Teacher Lu, propping him up and helping him drink half a scoop of water. It was then that he noticed the alarming heat radiating from Teacher Lu's forehead. He quickly instructed Su Yunlan, "Xiaolan, hurry and find Dr. Feng." Just as he finished speaking, he added, "Wait, let me go instead. You walk too slowly." Su Yunlan nodded in agreement. Su Guohua helped Teacher Lu lean against the wall before rushing out to find the doctor. Meanwhile, Teacher Lu remained in a daze, repeatedly calling out, "Son, son." Su Yunlan had never heard of Teacher Lu having a son. He held tightly to a photograph. She attempted to tug it away, but he clung to it fiercely. Moments later, he uttered, "Hungry, hungry." Su Yunlan surveyed the surroundings and realized there was no food in Teacher Lu's home. Even the clay pot for serving meals was empty. She retrieved a steamed bun from her space, broke off a small piece, and offered it to Teacher Lu, who swallowed it whole. In less than 2 minutes, the entire bun was gone. Su Yunlan then took out a bag of fever-reducing medicine from her space, dissolved it in water, and helped Teacher Lu drink it. Before long, he began to sweat. She used a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, and Teacher Lu gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Su Yunlan by his side, he weakly remarked, "Yunlan, why are you here?" Su Yunlan, choking back her emotions, replied, "Teacher Lu, you are ill. You have a high fever. Please hold on. My father has gone to fetch a doctor." Teacher Lu shook his head. "No need to trouble yourself," coughing softly. Noticing that Teacher Lu lacked the will to survive, Su Yunlan comforted him. "But Teacher Lu often says, 'Life is bestowed upon me by heaven. I shall not succumb to fate, no matter how difficult the circumstances. We must face them positively.'" Teacher Lu managed a wry smile. "Did I say that?" He did not recall uttering such words. Life had been granted to him, yet now, faced with death, he found himself still alive. Su Yunlan asserted, "Indeed, Teacher Lu, do you not wish to see your son? I heard you calling for him just now." Teacher Lu paused. "Perhaps I was delirious from the fever. I dreamed of eating steamed buns. White flour buns. They smelled so fragrant." Clenching the photograph tighter, he swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness and spiciness of the medicine. Yet, seeing that Su Yunlan had nothing, he wondered if it was merely his imagination. Su Yunlan smiled without speaking, guessing that the photograph in Teacher Lu's hand was likely a picture of his son. Teacher Lu's silence was a form of protection for his child, and she had no intention of exposing it. In a fleeting moment, she noticed a crumb of the bun and quickly shielded it from view, brushing it onto the ground. Changing the subject, she asked, "Teacher Lu, have you been hungry for several days?" Teacher Lu wearily replied, "Yes, for a few days." Su Yunlan felt a pang of sadness. Had they not come in time, Teacher Lu might have starved to death in this cattle shed. It seemed fate had determined that Teacher Lu's life was not meant to end here. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. She stood up to see her father leading Dr. Feng into the room. Su Guohua spoke as they walked, "Brother Feng, please do not hesitate to treat Teacher Lu. This afternoon, I will go and repair your roof. And I'll make you 2 small stools as well. I truly feel sorry for always troubling you." Chapter 15. Are all 4 siblings going to school? Dr. Feng felt quite satisfied, though he responded, "In our village, we are all neighbors. There is no need for such formality." He added. That said, "I still believe your small stools are the best." Su Guohua humbly replied. "You flatter me. You flatter me." Upon entering the room, Su Yunlan called out, "Uncle Feng." Dr. Feng acknowledged her, placing his hand on Teacher Lu's forehead, then on his own, confirming that Teacher Lu indeed had a slight fever, albeit not too severe. Frowning, he inquired, "How long have you been experiencing these symptoms? Having overheard their conversation, Teacher Lu recognized Su Guohua's concern for him and softened his stance. After a moment's thought, he replied, "About 5 or 6 days that Dr. Feng is not a professional. In earlier times, he would have merely been a wandering physician, roaming the streets. Now, having settled in the Hongshin commune, he serves as a barefoot doctor." With his medical skills recognized by the villagers from miles around, the Dr. Feng examined Teacher Lu's pulse and remarked, "You have a cold due to wind and chill, compounded by hunger. There's nothing serious. I will fetch you a few pills, but you must take them after your meal." Teacher Lu declined, stating, "There's no need for medicine, that I'll feel better once I move around and break a sweat. Can't you see I'm already sweating profusely?" He was unaware that Su Yunlan had administered antipyretics, which were now taking effect. He merely felt weak, but significantly improved compared to before. Dr. Feng did not insist, saying, "Very well, just take care of yourself." That Su Guohua, somewhat puzzled, wondered if it was truly that simple that Su Yunlan feigned innocence and said, "Father, isn't simple good. Hurry and see off Uncle Feng. If you linger, he'll be far away." By this time, Dr. Feng had reached the door, and Su Guohua hurried after him. However, moments later, he returned, saying, "Xiaolan, I'll go help your Uncle Feng repair his roof. You can return home on your own." Su Yunlan nodded in agreement. "All right, go ahead without worry." In these times, no one abducts children. They can barely afford to raise their own, let alone have the energy to kidnap others. After Su Guohua departed, she returned to Teacher Lu's side. "Teacher Lu, please rest a bit longer. I'll boil some hot water for you." "Xiaolan, you needn't bother with me. Just go home," Teacher Lu replied. Feeling embarrassed to trouble Su Yunlan, who was merely an 8-year-old child, unable to rise from the bed, he watched as Su Yunlan, with her nimble little legs and arms, swiftly filled a clay pot with water. The cow shed was at the village entrance, rarely frequented by others, making it convenient for gathering firewood. After returning with the firewood, she found Teacher Lu asleep again. She lit a fire with a lighter and began to boil water. Once the water reached a boil, she added some millet to the clay pot to make porridge. After the porridge was ready, and with Teacher Lu still asleep, she quietly carried it into the room and then slipped away. She had prepared herself. If Teacher Lu inquired, she would simply say she knew nothing, that she had merely boiled water. Surely, Teacher Lu would not suspect that a mere child could procure millet, especially since even her own family struggled to afford it. Upon returning, Su Guohua had yet to come back. Zhang Huifang asked her, "Why did you return alone?" Su Yunlan skipped over the details of cooking and feeding Teacher Lu, instead recounting Teacher Lu's illness and her father's search for a doctor, as well as helping Dr. Feng with his work. Zhang Huifang nodded. "Last time we saw Dr. Feng for treatment, he mentioned needing help with his roof. Now is the perfect opportunity to assist him." Su Yunlan surveyed the surroundings, but did not see Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, or Su Yunlei, and asked, "Where have they gone?" Zhang Huifang replied, "They went to dig for thatch roots. They will dry them and then grind them into flour for porridge." Su Yunlan said, pondering this information. Suddenly, Zhang Huifang asked, "Xiaolan, do you wish to attend school?" Su Yunlan's eyes brightened. "Of course. I dream of it, but in these times, it's a luxury just to have enough to eat." Zhang Huifang spoke earnestly. "Actually, I have always harbored a dream. To send all of you siblings to school." Su Yunlan blinked in disbelief at her mother, unaware that her mother held such lofty aspirations in this era. There was no compulsory education, yet tuition was not exorbitant, costing about $1 per semester. However, one still needed to purchase textbooks, stationery, and notebooks, which collectively could become a burden for a family. Many families deemed education unnecessary, opting instead for their children to work on the production team, herding cattle and cutting pig fodder to earn work points. Zhang Huifang smiled and said, "Don't look at me with such eyes. Although I cannot read, I do not wish for you to remain illiterate. That we currently have several dozen dollars at home, and I want to send you to school. With an education, you won't have to toil like your father and me." Facing the dirt day in and day out, Su Yunlan's eyes glistened, that if only her mother had not passed away so early in her previous life, they would not have had to endure such hardships, and her siblings would not have suffered such tragic fates. Blinking away her tears, she smiled brightly and said, "Mother, our family's life will surely improve from here on. Indeed, I long for that day." Zhang Huifang mused. Second aunt. Su Yunlan felt slightly annoyed at the sound of Su Yunlian's voice. Zhang Huifang stepped outside and asked, "What is it, Yunlian?" Su Yunlian, somewhat apologetic, said, "Second aunt, please tell my cousins that I cannot join them in digging for thatch roots. I forgot that I need to attend school today." "All right, I understand," Zhang Huifang replied calmly. That Su Yunlian continued to prattle on about her thoughts on school, but Zhang Huifang tuned her out. That Su Yunlian felt as if she were striking a punch into a pile of cotton. Realizing it was rather dull, and left in a huff, Zhang Huifang spat out, "Just look at this little girl. If she doesn't show off for a day, she feels something is amiss." That Su Yunlan analyzed. "Why is mother angry? Isn't she's showing off just to provoke us? She goes to school, and so shall we. Out of the 3 siblings, 2 are going to school, if all 4 of us attend. It's uncertain who will be angry then." Zhang Huifang frowned. "Mother said to let you go alone, not for all of you to go," that Su Yunlan exclaimed in surprise. "Me alone?" Zhang Huifang replied seriously. "Yes, your elder brother is already 13. It's a bit late for him to start school, and he doesn't seem cut out for it. That I doubt your sister has any desire to study either. There is no need to waste that money. Your younger brother is still small. We can discuss it in a couple of years. You are of the right age and eager to learn. So it's fitting for you to go alone." That Su Yunlan immediately insisted. "If we're going, we should all go together. None of us in our family will be blind to this opportunity." Zhang Huifang spoke earnestly. "We can barely afford to eat. If all of you go to school, our family cannot bear that burden. Even with several dozen dollars, we must plan our spending carefully, or we will suffer later." Su Yunlan disagreed. "Mother, do you trust me? If you do, let all 4 of us go to school, and I guarantee our family will prosper from now on, never facing the fate of squandering our resources." Chapter 16. This argument is absurd. Zhang Huifang, struggled to express the words "I don't believe" for a long time. Su Yunlan's gaze was too resolute, prompting me to ask, "What assurance do you offer?" Su Yunlan replied earnestly, "Mother, aren't you the greatest believer in Aunt Husan? I have Aunt Husan to protect me." Zhang Huifang's respect for Aunt Husan was unquestionable, and upon Su Yunlan invoking her name, she immediately felt convinced. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Very well, then all 4 of you may attend school." That Su Yunlan joyfully embraced Zhang Huifang, having longed to give her a hug since waking up. Zhang Huifang felt a bit shy and said, "All right, but you haven't eaten your sweet potato chips or peanuts. Go and have some." "Okay," Su Yunlan replied, feeling a bit hungry. She had already consumed half of the sweet potato chips and quite a few peanuts. Su Yunxiang and the others had impressive eating capacities. While munching on the sweet potato chips, Su Yunlan recalled something. The day after tomorrow was market day. She could accompany her father to that uncle's workshop to sell some items. Selling goods in the county was quicker and more lucrative. Having money and food eased her mind. Acquiring pots, bowls, and pans for their home was unrealistic, as cooking would easily draw attention. That it was better to utilize the space. Speaking of which, the kitchenware in that space was quite complete. Leaving it unused felt wasteful. Always living cautiously, having been reborn, felt rather dull. The space had everything, without any risk of smoke leaking out. She could eat whatever she desired, which was quite pleasant. However, making money needed to become a priority. They must be free from worries regarding food, clothing, and shelter. That evening, Su Guohua returned, humming a tune and beaming with joy. The 4 children were nearly asleep, but perked up upon hearing his voice. Zhang Huifang inquired, "What has you in such high spirits?" Su Guohua did not conceal his happiness, saying, "I'll be starting work at the carpentry factory tomorrow." Zhang Huifang and Su Yunlan looked at him in perplexity. Su Guohua then explained, "I was helping Dr. Feng with his roof, and while I was at it, I made 2 stools. Coincidentally, Captain Lu saw the stools I made and praised them. Dr. Feng spoke a few good words on my behalf, and Captain Lu wrote me a letter of introduction on the spot. You see, when good fortune comes, it's unstoppable." Zhang Huifang clasped her hands in excitement, murmuring, "Thank you, Aunt Husan, for your blessing." That Su Yunlan was also thrilled. "That is wonderful. Then father can finally be a worker." Su Guohua shook his head, cautioning, "Let us not celebrate too soon. It's just a temporary position. If I don't perform well, I may be dismissed." Su Yunlan, with a beaming smile, said, "I believe in you, father. You will surely do well." Su Yunli and Su Yunlei chimed in unison, "I believe in father. I believe in father." Only Su Yunxiang remained silent, appearing somewhat distracted. Su Guohua noticed and playfully tapped Su Yunxiang's forehead. Su Yunxiang exclaimed in pain, "Father, why did you do that?" Su Guohua, with a stern expression, said, "I want to ask what you're thinking. That I've been back for quite a while." And you didn't notice. Su Yunxiang quickly replied, I saw you. I saw you a long time ago. Then why are you so quiet? Su Guohua glared at him. That Su Yunxiang, confused, asked, What should I say? Su Guohua. What to say? Of course, one should utter sweet words that Su Guohua wishes to convey something to his son, but finds himself grappling with a sense of hypocrisy that he clears his throat a couple of times and asks, What are you thinking about? Su Yunxiang ruffles his hair and replies, Mother wants me to go to school with Xiaoli, Xiaolan, and Lele tomorrow. Su Guohua says nothing, turning his gaze towards Zhang Huifeng. Zhang Huifeng gives Su Yunxiang a light tap on the forehead, saying, What's wrong with going to school? Your younger siblings are all going. Do you really want to remain illiterate by yourself? Su Yunxiang, blushing, responds, I'm already quite old. Going back to first grade would only invite ridicule. Su Yunli chuckles, eldest brother. No matter how old you are, you've never been to school. If you don't start from the first grade, where else can you begin? What is it to you? Su Yunxiang rolls his eyes. That Su Yunli retorts, Am I not also overage? Su Yunlan bursts into laughter, realizing that her elder brother has been troubled by this very issue. Among the family, she is the only one of appropriate age, while two are overage and one is underage. However, in this era, age is not a barrier. What is there to prevent it? She immediately adds, being older means a stronger understanding. Perhaps you'll learn faster and excel even more. Wait, Su Guohua suddenly realizes going to school? Upon seeing Su Guohua's reaction, Su Yunxiang's eyes flicker with delight that if he disagrees, then he won't have to go to school at all, that he merely wishes to become the household's labor force, to earn more food. School may be good, but being hungry serves no purpose. Zhang Huifeng counters, indeed, sending the children to school will ensure that our family's ancestral graves emit a bit of smoke. Producing a cultured person, Su Guohua furrows his brow. While the idea is commendable, sending them all would attract too much attention. Su Yunxiang quickly weakens, saying, I can choose not to go. Who asked for your opinion? Zhang Huifeng delivers another light smack, insisting he should stay put. Su Guohua continues, Why shout at him? Speak to him calmly. Zhang Huifeng, hands on her hips, declares, It is my decision for the children to attend school. I am illiterate, and you can barely read a basketful of characters. We have suffered enough from our ignorance. The deal you want the children to be as uneducated as you. If you refuse to let any of them go, you want to feel comfortable. Zhang Huifeng adds, In the past, you never minded my lack of literacy, but ever since Teacher Lu arrived, you've complained about me more than once. Su Guohua blurts out. That sudden jealousy was regrettable. But it is too late. He knows full well that his wife is not the type, and Teacher Lu is a man of integrity. Su Yunlan hastily interjects, Father, Mother hasn't criticized you. She simply wants us to have more education for a better future. Zhang Huifeng, sensing his jealousy, retorts, Xiaolan, don't explain to him that I admire Teacher Lu's education. I do find him lacking in literacy. Su Guohua feels a lump in his throat, unable to express himself. CC, the truth is out. I told you she looks down on me. She looks down on me. Don't follow me. Zhang Huifeng stands her ground. Do you think I want to follow you? If it weren't for the 4 children, I wouldn't bother with you. Su Guohua, infuriated, storms out. Su Yunlan and the others are left in shock. Feeling the quarrel is utterly nonsensical, Su Yunlan tries to soothe. Mother, after living with father for so many years, don't you know his temper? He may claim to be angry, but don't take it to heart. Zhang Huifeng wipes her tears and forces a smile. I'm fine. You go check on your father. It's chilly at night. Don't let him catch a cold. Chapter 17. In the name of Aunt who sang to, I guarantee that Su Yunlan pauses, saying, All right. Her mother's generosity shines through. She puts on a thicker coat and wraps an old olive green cloak around herself before heading out to find her father, in the pitch darkness. She can barely see her hand in front of her. Once outside, she glances around, pondering where her father might have gone. Never mind, she thinks, I'll start searching in one direction. After walking a few steps, she hears a voice, Xiaolan, where are you going? Following the sound, she spots her father crouched by the woodpile, blending into the night. Father, what are you doing here? Su Guohua whispers, I didn't want to worry your mother by going too far. At that moment, Su Yunlan feels a strong urge to roll her eyes at her father, but in the darkness, he might not see it. Then why did you argue with mother? Su Guohua, after a moment of silence, replies, It's just a matter of words. Su Yunlan hands her father the cloak, saying, Put this on. Mother is worried you'll catch a cold. Su Guohua wraps himself in the cloak, feeling considerably warmer. Your mother can be stubborn in words but soft-hearted. She still cares for me. Su Yunlan, her mouth twitching, responds, Father, please refrain from unnecessary chatter. You know mother cares for you. Why still be angry with her? She sacrifices just as much for this family and has a longer-term vision than you. Su Guohua, chastised by his 8-year-old daughter, retorts, What do you know, little girl? Su Yunlan counters, Then, Father, what do you think about mother sending all 4 of us to school? Su Guohua ponders for a moment and says, I didn't say I disagree. Attending school is fine, but there is no need for all 4 of you to go. Attracting attention is an issue. Besides, if you wish to go, you can. Lele is still young. Waiting a couple of years is fine. Your brother and sister may as well forget it. They've already surpassed the age for enrollment. With that little money, it's better to buy you all some pickled vegetables. Su Yunlan realizes that her father is still more concerned about their immediate sustenance. However, not attending school is not an option. She can teach the 3 of them, but it's not as direct as attending school where they can obtain diplomas, making their future much more convenient. In her previous life, her elder brother tried to learn business but was illiterate, leading him to be deceived and end up as a laborer in a brick kiln, taking 2 years to escape. Her sister, lacking literacy and relying on the wrong person, suffered greatly. She slowly explains to her father, Father, we can earn back lost money, but once we miss the opportunity for education, it becomes truly difficult to learn again. I want to go to school. Lele needs to go. Both brother and sister should go too. You need not worry about the family's sustenance. I have ways to ensure we live well. There will be bread, and there will be milk. Su Guohua's eyes brighten. Really? Su Yunlan solemnly assures him. I guarantee it in the name of Aunt who sang to Su Guohua, unsure why. Feels as if he is listening to the wise counsel of an elder while speaking with his 8-year-old daughter in the dark. It feels strange yet inexplicably convincing. This trust has nothing to do with Aunt Husangu. It merely stems from a belief that their family will certainly prosper. He takes Su Yunlan's ice-cold little hand and says, Let us go home. Su Yunlan understands that her father has relented and is quite pleased. However, she worries that he might not genuinely soften and could provoke mother's anger again. As they walk, she says then, Father, please don't make mother angry again. Su Guohua replies nonchalantly, I know. Upon returning home, Zhang Huifang pretends not to notice Su Guo, Su Yunxiang, and the others also feign sleep. Su Yunlan excuses herself to the toilet. Giving Su Guohua ample time to apologize, she waits until she hears her parents have reconciled before she goes in. However, she heads straight to the main room, fetching 6 large loaves of bread and a jug of pure milk. When pouring the milk, she fears her family will hear the noise, so she takes it to the storage space to fill it up. She even heated it in the space using the portable cooking tools from the driver. Thankfully, they had eaten early, and she was already feeling hungry. Hearing the sounds of empty stomachs, she realizes she is also hungry. Since they already have milk and bread, she places a sausage in each loaf. When she brings it out, the pretending Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei sit up in surprise that Su Guohua and Zhang Huifang are equally astonished, but Su Yunlan calmly states, Eat up. This is a reward from Aunt Husenge. Su Guohua stutters, Shaolon. Is this what you meant by there will be bread and milk? Su Yunlan nods, affirming, Yes and no. In any case, our family's good days are ahead. Aren't you hungry? I heard your stomach growling several times. She adds, Consider this a celebration for father starting work at the carpentry factory, and a pre-celebration for the 4 of us becoming elementary students tomorrow. Each of them gets a bowl of milk. A thing they had never dared to dream of. Su Guohua's hands tremble slightly. Su Yunxiang, unable to contain himself, gulps down a bowl and devours the bread and sausage. Su Yunli savors her slowly, taking small bites of the bread, while Su Yunlei regrets having snuck a boiled egg earlier, wishing he had saved room for the bread and milk. Zhang Huifang bows to Aunt Husangu, saying, Aunt Husangu has truly been good to us. Knowing we have good fortune, she even specially sent us delicious food. Su Yunlan smiles silently, sharing in the happiness of eating bread and drinking milk with everyone. After finishing, Su Yunxiang still craves more but is too shy to ask. Stretching his neck, he inquires, Lele, how does your bread taste? Su Yunlei, being young and innocent, responds, Eldest brother, you should try mine. It's especially delicious. Su Yunxiang retracts his hand halfway and says, Never mind, eldest brother is full. Zhang Huifeng and Su Guohua insist. Eldest Tabmai Su Yinxiang repeatedly waves his hands. I'm truly full. You all eat. Su Yinlan was acutely aware that Su Yunxiang had not had his fill. His appetite was considerable, and even an additional serving would be consumed with ease. Seizing the opportunity, she remarked, Elder brother, if you wish to indulge in bread and milk in the future, you must study diligently. Within the pages of books lies a treasure trove, a veritable storehouse of grains. Although Su Yunxiang did not fully grasp the sentiment, he nodded in agreement. Su Guohua raised an eyebrow, questioning whether this was also a lesson imparted by Teacher Lu. Su Yunlan chuckled, indeed, with Aunt Husan providing cover above and Teacher Lu bearing the brunt below. Despite Su Guohua harboring some grievances against Teacher Lu, he recognized that the educator was not at fault. He felt utterly helpless. Having eaten to their satisfaction, Su Guohua urged them to retire for the night, but the siblings were far from weary and soon found themselves in playful antics, with a stern demeanor. Su Guohua resorted to coaxing and a bit of intimidation to restore order. Suddenly, Su Yunlan recalled the events that had transpired after their last meal, realizing what might follow next, and immediately began to hypnotize herself into slumber. This night, she resolutely forbade herself from hearing any unwelcome sounds. Yet, oddly enough, despite having eaten excessively, sleep eluded her. While her elder brother, sister, and younger brother all emitted gentle snores, she remained quite alert. Her greatest fear was the sound of her parents stirring. However, as fate would have it, she soon heard her father inquire, There's still a loaf of bread here. Who among you will partake? Chapter 18. The first day of school, Su Yunlan wished she could burrow into the ground to escape detection. Terrified of being discovered by her parents for not yet being asleep. After a moment's silence, no one dared to speak. Zhang Huifeng lowered her voice. Keep your distance. I have yet to forgive you. Su Guohua pleaded softly. I won't move away. I still want. Zhang Huifeng's suppressed voice occasionally broke through the quiet. Su Yunlan's face flushed with embarrassment. Burning with humiliation, she resolved to save more money to buy bricks and build a house, a spacious abode where each could have their own bedroom. Far removed from uncle's home and the village. Lost in thoughts of constructing their dwelling, she unwittingly drifted into slumber. In the morning, she awoke late. Her father had already left for work, and plans to sell goods in the county town were temporarily shelved. Zhang Huifeng, brimming with energy, led the four of them to school. Upon reaching the primary school gate, Su Yunxiang hesitated to enter. It was only when Su Yunlan mentioned bread and ham that he exhibited a bit more enthusiasm. Zhang Huifeng sought out the principal and shared the circumstances of the four children. The principal readily consented and introduced them to their first-grade teacher, Mr. Tian Jingwo. In this era, few families could afford to send all their children to school, especially after the famine, leading to many students skipping classes. Each class had but a handful of pupils that Mr. Tian, an experienced educator, was delighted to see the four siblings attending school and personally escorted them to the classroom. After Zhang Huifeng paid the tuition, she urged them to study diligently before heading home. Just as she exited the school gate, she spotted Su Yunlian carrying a backpack, suddenly recalling that she had not prepared bags for the children. Su Yunlian, surprised to see Zhang Huifeng, assumed she had come specifically to witness her first day at school, that it was far more satisfying to see all four children from her aunt's family attending school together rather than just one. Feeling a sense of superiority, Su Yunlian confidently stated, Annie, you need not have gone out of your way to see me start school. Zhang Huifeng, baffled by Su Yunlian's remark, rolled her eyes and replied, I must be quite idle. Su Yunlian, however, became even more convinced that Zhang Huifeng was envious and feigned concern. Annie, you haven't had enough to eat these past few days, have you? With only 2 starch-based steamed buns daily. How can you manage? Zhang Huifeng, uninterested in engaging Su Yunlian, maintained a facade of politeness, asserting, That's of no concern to you. I won't starve anytime soon. Students occasionally passed by the entrance, and Su Yunlian deliberately raised her voice. Auntie, do not be disheartened. I will be attending school alongside my cousins. Zhang Huifeng, not easily fooled, recognized Su Yunlian's pretense and, adopting an elder's demeanor, remarked, with that time spent talking, you ought to focus on your studies. With that, she swiftly departed. Su Yunlian recalled Lu Chui's words, realizing that her aunt truly embodied a modest existence. Once she found work in the city, she would certainly inspire envy among them, with dreams of the future swirling in her mind. Su Yunlian skipped into the first-grade classroom, humming a cheerful tune. Upon entering, she was momentarily blinded by the sight of her cousins. Su Yunlei seated in the front row center, Su Yunlan on the left by the window in the third row, Su Yunli in the fourth row center, and Su Yunxiang in the fifth row. Being cousins, she quickly identified them all that Mr. Tianzhong noticed Su Yunlian standing at the door in a daze and urged, Su Yunlian, move quickly. You may sit beside Su Yunli. That Su Yunlian was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how her cousins had also come to school. That Su Yunlan observed Su Yunlian's expression and, being of a more mature age, did not regard the 10-year-old girl as a concern. The village primary school only taught mathematics and Chinese, starting from the basics of counting and the alphabet. Nearly a month into the school year, the teacher had specifically provided additional lessons for the newly enrolled students. The other children had already mastered numbers up to 20 and could recite 2 ancient poems while learning phonetics. Su Yunlan was well versed in these subjects, merely savoring her time in primary school. Though Su Yunlei was younger, he was not slow to learn that Su Yunli was particularly diligent, writing with meticulous strokes. That Su Yunxiang, however, was impatient and clumsy with his pencil, often struggling to write well. That Su Yunlian, feeling superior for having started school a month earlier, paid little mind to her cousins. She sat at her desk, lost in thought. Their home had prepared leftover pencils, erasers, and notebooks from her elder brother Su Yunfei's school supplies. Initially, Su Yunlian felt pleased and wanted to boast about her supplies, as her cousins had not even brought bags. However, to her astonishment, the 4 of them produced new pencils, fresh erasers, and pristine notebooks from their pockets, with separate notebooks for phonetics and mathematics. That it was utterly perplexing where they had procured the funds for such items. Just then, Mr. Tianjingwo tapped Su Yunlian's blank notebook with a stick, asking, "Why aren't you writing?" "Don't know how." Su Yunlian had not caught the lesson being explained to them and was about to admit her ignorance when she saw her cousins writing with ease. She quickly changed her response to, "I conduct." Mr. Tianjingwo smacked her hand with the stick, demanding, "If you can, why aren't you writing?" "Waiting for lunch." Su Yunlian never expected to witness her cousins on their very first day of school, witnessing her punishment. She wanted to cry but held back her tears, helplessly blinking as they welled up, blurring her vision and eventually dropping on her notebook. That Mr. Tianzhou then began a lecture, addressing not just Su Yunlian, but the entire class. Su Yunlan felt a sense of satisfaction as she watched Su Yunlian discreetly wipe her tears away. In this era, teachers did indeed discipline their students, unlike the regulations of future decades that prohibited corporal punishment and its variants. Su Yunlian was precisely the type who deserved a dose of reality. However, she recalled that in her past life, Su Yunlian had excelled academically, so it was surprising to see her punished on the very first day. She felt that her education was truly worthwhile. Time flew by at school, and soon it was time to dismiss for the day. That Su Yunlian was oblivious to any further mischief and, as if nothing had happened, linked arms with Su Yunli and Su Yunlan, exclaiming, "Cousin Yunlan, how wonderful it is that we can attend school together." Su Yunli, disliking Su Yunlian, saw no reason to hide her disdain and pulled her arm away, stating, "Who wants to be with you? We four have each other." Su Yunlian assumed Su Yunli was merely deeply envious of her and feigned magnanimity, saying, "Oh, come now, cousin, I don't mind joining you all for school." Su Yunlan also withdrew her arm, brushing off her sleeve. "We do mind, but I think I shall keep my distance from you, lest you soil my arm." Her statement was left unfinished, but Su Yunlian misinterpreted it as a concern about dirtying her new bag. The only advantage Su Yunlian felt she had was her bag. In a moment of pride, she boasted, "This backpack was used by my cousin from the county town. It's army green, the trendiest crossbody bag in the county. Our local supply store doesn't even carry such items. One cannot buy them." That Su Yunlan merely smiled. "And what relevance does that hold for us?" Chapter 19. Cooking instant noodles in space, Su Yunlian found herself at a loss for words, feeling as though a punch had landed on cotton. Upon reflection, she realized that her companions were merely pretending not to care on the surface, while their true thoughts remained unknown. This thought brought her some comfort. Su Yunlan had long since seen through Su Yunlian's subtle intentions and dismissed them entirely as she hastened to catch up with Su Yunxiang and the others at 18 noon. Su Guohua was having lunch at the carpentry factory. By the time Su Yunlan and her siblings returned home, Zhang Huifang had already come back with the meal. However, the porridge in the clay pot had grown increasingly thin, and today there was no starch bean cake. It turned out that someone had eaten the starch bean cake and was unable to relieve themselves, ultimately succumbing to the discomfort. Zhang Huifang had learned this from a whispered rumor. The higher authorities had sealed off the information. Yet it could not prevent the flow of gossip. Although they did not speak of it openly, discussions still took place behind closed doors. Additionally, their father, Su Guohua, had only eaten it once and had experienced similar constipation. Although he was too embarrassed to voice it, his gait upon leaving the latrine betrayed him. Now, the cafeteria had switched to making wild vegetable dumplings that, to be honest, the dark appearance of the dumplings was unappetizing. But when hunger struck, consuming 3 to 5 at a time was no issue. Zhang Huifang instructed Su Yunlei to fetch some cooked eggs from the rice jar. There were exactly 4 cooked eggs. One for each child. Su Yunlan volunteered, saying, "Mother, let me go." To Su Yunlei followed suit. Su Yunlan first placed the 4 cooked eggs into the garment Su Yunlei had lifted. Su Yunlei, somewhat surprised, asked sister, "Why are the eggs warm?" Su Yunlan replied with a smile, "Warm is good. It's beneficial for the stomach." Su Yunlei, half understanding, carefully took the eggs outside. Following that, Su Yunlan retrieved 6 more steamed buns from the rice jar. The buns were still somewhat hot, and she placed them in a small basket typically used for carrying dry goods. This small basket, intricately woven from sorghum stalks, was a labor of love by Su Guohua. The buns had already been heated in the space, alleviating any concerns about discomfort from consuming cold food. Though it was not yet March, the weather remained quite chilly. The northern winds were fierce, and the earthen house offered little warmth. Though everyone appeared outwardly calm at the unexpected food, Su Yunlan could still discern their excitement from their subtle movements. After finishing their meal, Zhang Huifang presented them with 4 backpacks that Su Yunlei jumped up joyfully, exclaiming, "Mother, is this really our new backpack?" Zhang Huifang smiled, saying, "Yes, I specially went to the supply and marketing cooperative to select some patchwork fabric, modeled after Yunlian's backpack, with a few modifications that Su Yunxiang and Su Yunlei's backpacks were made from a patchwork of blue and gray fabric, while Su Yunlan and Su Yunli's were crafted from floral and red fabric." Regardless of their opinions, Su Yunlan tried one on, slinging it over her shoulder, and found it quite attractive. She recognized her mother's sewing skills were impressive. Yet she had not anticipated such a remarkable talent. In just one morning, her mother had made a round trip to the cooperative and handcrafted 4 backpacks that, if her conjectures were correct, her mother must have spotted Su Yunlian's backpack on the way back. Typically, when they weren't attending school, their mother paid little attention to such matters. Yet, being able to create something so well with just one glance was commendable. Had their mother not passed away prematurely in her previous life, with her needlework skills, their family could have enjoyed a better life much earlier. Su Yunli imitated Su Yunlan and tried on the backpack, finding it quite satisfactory, as well that Su Yunxiang, however, was reluctant to wear it. As a boy of his age, he felt awkward carrying a patchwork backpack. Nevertheless, he could not bear to disappoint his mother and steeled himself to attend school. Little did they know that their journey to school would make them the center of attention in the Dongfeng Brigade. Parents of other children attending school inquired about the source of their backpacks, including some of their classmates' parents. That Su Yunxiang, filled with pride, declared, "This backpack ISNT bought. My mother made it." Su Yunlan stifled a laugh, having noticed her elder brother's reluctance to carry it, yet he responded faster than anyone else. Upon arriving at school, Su Yunlian caught sight of their 4 backpacks and laughed so hard she could hardly stand. "Have you heard of the saying?" Su Yunlan knew what Su Yunlian was hinting at and chose to ignore her comment. That Su Yunli shot Su Yunlian a glare and focused on writing pinyin. A nearby classmate turned to ask, "What saying?" Su Yunlian smugly replied, "Dongsha Xiaopin." Tian Jingwo had told them this story, prompting their classmates to burst into laughter, with Su Yunlian laughing the loudest. That Su Yunlan tore off a small piece of eraser and aimed it at Su Yunlian. By sheer coincidence, the eraser landed directly in Su Yunlian's mouth. That Su Yunlian spat out the eraser, shouting, "Su Yunlan." Su Yunlan calmly responded, "Oh dear, my apologies. That I meant to pass an eraser to my sister, but I miscalibrated." Su Yunlian insisted, "You did that on purpose. Enough of the commotion." Tianzhou stepped onto the podium, displeased, and issued a warning. That Su Yunlian was quite intimidated by the teacher and immediately quieted down. In this era, aside from Su Yunlan, nearly every student feared their teachers, especially as they were only in the 1st grade. The teacher's word was akin to a decree. Seated by the window, Su Yunlan had already spotted Tun Jingwo's figure. After teaching language, he moved on to mathematics. The afternoon class ended early, and no homework was assigned. The 4 siblings did not head straight home after school. Instead, they went to cut pig grass and gather firewood. Cutting pig grass and gathering firewood earned them work points. a decision they had made together to lessen the burden on their family. Children of the impoverished learn responsibility early, and none of the siblings were overly sentimental. They returned home only after dark, arriving simultaneously with Su Guohua enjoyed a good meal at the carpentry factory. 1 steamed bun and a bowl of thin porridge for breakfast. 2 steamed buns and a bowl of thin porridge for lunch, and 1 steamed bun and a bowl of thin porridge for dinner. Compared to the cafeteria, it was indeed much better. Zhang Huifang was quite content. As the pillar of their family, Su Guohua's well-being brought her joy, surpassing even their own satisfaction with food. However, the thin porridge had grown cold. Recently, with Aunt Husan looking after them, their meals had improved significantly. At this moment, no one wanted to drink the cold porridge. Su Yunlan secretly cooked 6 bowls of instant noodles in the space, then brought them into the house in bowls, discreetly placing them before Aunt Husan's memorial tablet while everyone was distracted. The rich aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, drawing Su Yunlei over. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Huifang hurriedly offered incense to Aunt Husan. Su Guohua, having eaten at the carpentry factory, could not resist having a bowl himself. Su Yunxiang licked his bowl clean, while Su Yunli savored each strand, fearing she might miss out on the deliciousness. That Su Yunlei devoured a bowl, his little belly rounding out satisfyingly. Su Yunlan, having been put off instant noodles in her previous life, had abstained from them for many years. Yet now, invigorated by her family's enthusiasm for the noodles, she rediscovered the joy of eating them. After the meal, the lingering scent of instant noodles filled the room. That Su Yunxiang inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Just smelling this aroma makes me feel incredibly happy." By the way, Yunlan, didn't Husan mention what kind of noodles these are? They had finished eating, yet remained oblivious to the name. This question left Su Yunlan momentarily dumbfounded. Instant noodles had only become popular in the mainland in the 1970s, and it was still the 1960s. A full decade earlier, that Su Yunlei curiously asked, "Yes, second sister, what are these called? They're so delicious." Chapter 20. Even clay figures retained some earthiness. Everyone stared at Su Yunlan with wide eyes. She was the only one who had interacted frequently with Aunt Husan. Su Yunlan pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps this is what Teacher Lu referred to as instant noodles, invented by someone from a small country that has been doing quite well." Whenever they encountered knowledge beyond their grasp, she would attribute it to Teacher Lu, who was regarded as the most educated person in the entire commune. Whether Teacher Lu was aware of it was irrelevant. They would only believe that if Teacher Lu had not mentioned it. An 8-year-old girl like Su Yunlan certainly had no means of knowing. Everyone held a deep-seated disdain for this small country that was doing well, reluctant to even mention it. Zhang Huifang immediately lowered her voice, saying, "If that's the case, we must not disclose it externally, that if others find out, we might find ourselves without even thin porridge to drink. And we would face reprimands." The mention of reprimands. Everyone instinctively covered their mouths, resolutely deciding to keep it a secret. Once again, Su Yunlan regarded her mother with newfound respect. Her mother always had a long-term perspective, saving her the trouble of devising ways to caution them. The phrase instant noodles could not be uttered in public for now. The enticing aroma of the instant noodles lingered throughout the night. And when Su Yunlan awoke in the morning, she could still catch a hint of it. That Su Yunxiang emerged from the latrine, rubbing his buzz cut, and asked Xiao Lan, "Do you think Aunt Husan will let us eat instant noodles again?" Su Yunlan feigned innocence, replying, "How can we indulge in such a rare treat every day? Besides, eating too much can become tiresome." Su Yunxiang dismissed her words, shaking his head. "I could eat it every day, every meal, and never tire of it." Su Yunlan reminded him, "Just think about it, but don't let it slip one day. Otherwise, our family will suffer." "Don't worry, I know," Su Yunxiang replied absently, his thoughts already drifting back to instant noodles. Su Yunlei, with her backpack on, called out eldest brother's second sister, "Hurry up, we'll be late otherwise." It was only then that Su Yunxiang realized that Su Yunlan had already donned her backpack, while Su Yunli had made her way to the entrance. Completely forgetting the matter of attending school, the 4 of them stepped outside. They encountered Su Yunlian, who seemed inexplicably cheerful upon seeing their backpacks, laughing incessantly. However, as they approached the school, her laughter faded. One by one, classmates appeared, each carrying backpacks similar to those of the Su siblings. That Su Yunlan felt a deep sense of joy. Their mother could now earn a living selling these bags, which were both attractive and affordable. All the hard work their mother had put in, staying up late and exhausting 3 whole candles, had not been in vain. She had not anticipated that the lighting tools and fabric scraps they had initially acquired would prove useful in this era. In the days that followed, an increasing number of classmates began to carry the same patchwork backpacks, which had become a sensation in the village. In stark contrast, Su Yunlian's army green backpack appeared utterly out of place, causing her to weep in frustration. Chen Danny, having been snubbed by Su Guohua for several days due to his previous remarks, sought out their family once again, this time for Su Yunlian's sake. After finishing lunch, Zhang Huifang was busy making more backpacks. As nearly everyone in the vicinity had acquired one, that Su Yunlan suggested that Zhang Huifang produce more, as they could venture into the county to sell them after school. While many rural women could sew and mend, few possessed the skill of Zhang Huifang. With hands on her hips, Chen Danny remarked, "Zhang Huifang, you've really made a name for yourself. The entire Dongfeng Brigade is aware of your talent in making backpacks." Zhang Huifang retorted confidently, "I neither steal nor rob. I earn my living through my own abilities. What business is it of yours?" Chen Danny, eyes blazing, shouted back, "You making little Lian cry is unacceptable. Look at how distressed the child is. How can you, as her aunt, be so oblivious?" Unaware of the situation, Zhang Huifang countered, "What does Su Yunlian's crying have to do with me? Did I strike her or scold her?" Chen Danny was left speechless. In truth, she was merely seeking an excuse to confront Su Guohua's family. The Su Guohua now worked at a carpentry factory, and Zhang Huifang earned a meager income from her backpack sales. However, it seemed that the couple had tacitly agreed to disregard their mother, which left the usually domineering Chen Danny feeling quite unsettled. She was consumed by one thought. She could not allow Su Guohua's family to slip from her grasp. Feigning innocence, Su Yunlan remarked, "Didn't Grandma say that my father should never acknowledge you as his mother? You little wretch! How can you take such words seriously? Is your entire family so foolish?" Chen Danny fumed, having never encountered a family so utterly lacking in adaptability. To her surprise, Su Yunlan replied, "Isn't that what you've always believed? Grandma would be delighted if our family remained eternally foolish." While Su Yunxiang and the others harbored no affection for their grandmother, they dared not confront her openly. Watching Su Yunlan stand her ground was quite satisfying. Zhang Huifang, concerned that the children were too young to harbor such bitterness, especially the girls, who would struggle to find suitors with a reputation for being fierce, interjected, "Mother, do you have any business here? If not, you should head home." Chen Danny refused to leave, sitting down and loudly berating Zhang Huifang. The neighbors, drawn by the commotion, gathered to witness the spectacle. During this time of famine, regular entertainment had been suspended, leaving little to occupy their minds. This incident provided ample gossip, and excitement filled the air. Lu Chui, aware that Chen Danny had come to settle scores with Zhang Huifang, stealthily climbed onto the wall to observe Su Yunlian, no longer crying, stood at the base of her family's wall, listening intently. Zhang Huifang was no shrew, and she lacked Chen Danny's audacity, yet even a clay figurine had a bit of its original nature. She confronted Chen Danny directly. "Mother, what do you want? If you have something to say, just say it instead of disparaging others. I have been married into your family for 14 years and have borne 4 children. If you won't help me with them, fine, I'll manage on my own. Times are tough, and if you resent us for our family size and want to split up, so be it. We can live independently. What must I do to satisfy you?" The neighbors knew well of Zhang Huifang's struggles over the years, and they were keenly aware of her situation. Upon hearing the gossip about her, Chen Danny shifted the focus back to Zhang Huifang, asking, "What have you whispered into Guohua's ear? Hasn't he come to see me at all? He used to be so filial. What has happened to you?" Su Yunxiang stepped in front of Zhang Huifang, asserting, "What does it have to do with my mother? You just watch as we near starvation, yet you won't lend us even a pot." Su Yunli furrowed her brow, adding, "Grandma, you can't speak of my mother like that. You read the bad one, you are." Su Yunlei exclaimed, retreating behind Su Yunlan, seeking comfort in her presence. That Su Yunlan clasped Su Yunlei's hand and declared firmly, "Everyone is watching, aunts and neighbors alike, that if you wish to quarrel, then let it be so. My father's filial piety is evident for all to see. Your mere words cannot negate that. Moreover, regarding your treatment of your elder brother's family versus mine, have you no self-awareness? Or is it that my father isn't truly your son?" Chapter 21. Whether to move or not, the decision must be made. Chen Danny's scolding abruptly ceased, her gaze, sharp as a poisoned dagger, fixed on Su Yunlan, as if she believed the girl knew something. Yet, That matter had been conducted in secrecy, and no one was supposed to know. This girl must be fabricating stories to provoke her. Trembling with rage, she exclaimed, "I should have allowed your father to drown you in the vat back then. How could a wretched child like you emerge from my household, stabbing daggers into my heart? I've been a widow at 30, raising several children, and it easy. You vile girl, speaking such nonsense. I could strike you dead." In a fit of rage, Chindani sprang to her feet, ready to strike Su Yunlan. But Su Yunlan was no passive target. She swiftly dodged just as Chindani lunged, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Moaning, she cursed, "You wretched little girl. Who told you to dodge?" Zhang Huifang was infuriated by Chindani's words and coldly said, "Mother, what a temper you have. If Yunlan had not dodged, would you have waited until you killed her? You threatened to drown my daughter and strike her. As her mother, I am still alive. Are you planning to kill me too?" The onlookers murmured and pointed, and Su Yunlan heard their comments clearly. Most were siding with her against Chindani. Lu Chui, keenly observing, had already recognized the situation. She quickly waved her hand, calling out to her, "Aunt, is it cool up there on the wall?" Caught off guard, Lu Chui hurriedly climbed down, but misstepped and fell flat on her back. Those watching from the rooftops teased, "What is the rush, Sister Lu? Aunt Danny won't escape." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lu Chui, unable to ignore the scene any longer, dragged Su Yunlian over to mediate. Lu Chui was the epitome of a duplicitous character. No different from Su Guoxing in her hypocrisy. Upon entering the courtyard, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh my, how did you end up on the ground? I thought I heard such a ruckus." It turns out the Guohua family is at it again. Su Yunlan noted that while Lu Chui feigned concern, she showed no inclination to help Chindani. Without missing a beat, Su Yunlan interjected, "When did Aunt Lu become blind? So many people are watching. It was Grandma who fell, and you saw it clearly from the wall." Lu Chui was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond. "How can you speak so maliciously, cursing your elder with blindness?" Su Yunlan raised an eyebrow. "Is it a curse if you are not blind? Why do you distort the truth?" Su Yunli glared Su Yunlan. "You are out of line." Su Yunlan raised her voice. "Yet it was you who disrespected your elders first." Zhang Huifang shielded Su Yunlan, whispering to Chindani, "If you're not bothered by the ground being cold, you may as well remain there. After all, it's your beloved eldest grandson who is about to marry. Doesn't it matter to you whether you're embarrassing yourself?" The mention of Su Yunxiang's marriage caused Lu Chui to drop her act and hastily assist Chindani. "Mother, let us go home. The second son is unfilial, but we still have each other." Reluctantly, Chindani rose, yet she could not swallow her indignation. "Those ungrateful wretches. This house is mine too. If anyone leaves, it will be them." Upon hearing this, Lu Chui's eyes lit up. Given that Su Yunxiang's wedding house was already somewhat cramped, if they could claim these 3 adobe rooms for themselves, it would be a win-win situation. While she thought this, she could not voice it outright, for it would not bode well with so many witnesses present. Thus, she spoke obliquely, "Mother, even if Guohua's family is unfilial, we cannot allow them to move out. They may neglect you, but we mustn't resort to such extreme measures." Chindani, already fuming, grew angrier at Lu Chui's insinuation that I don't care about them. They don't care about me. They must move, whether they want to or not. Zhang Huifang, with tear-streaked eyes, lamented, "Let everyone judge for themselves that we hardly received anything during the division of the family, and now they want to even allow us to stay here. It feels as if they are intentionally driving my family to ruin. While we can manage to find food, not allowing us to reside in our home during this biting spring chill will surely lead to our family's demise." The eyes of the masses are keenly observant. Yet every household has its own struggles that I end these trying times, when many are unable to afford adequate meals or clothing. Who has the energy to meddle in the affairs of others? Observing the spectacle is one thing that Su Yunxiang and Su Yunli found themselves instinctively supporting Zhang Huifang, their own eyes glistening with tears that Su Yunlei clutched Su Yunlan's hand tightly, his small frame trembling. Su Yunlan sensed her brother's unease and gently squeezed his hand, offering him silent comfort. She believed that moving away was not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, the further they were from Chindani and Su Guoxing's family, the better. The village was still 50 to 60 miles from the county seat, and even if they lived to be 100, it was unlikely that their village would ever be relocated. The house she acquired later through the demolition was earned through her own hard work. That it was not a place of fortune, for it held no treasures. However, the manner of their moving was not to be taken lightly. No matter what, Chindani could easily label them as unfilial and compel them to leave. Surveying the onlookers, some sympathetic, some resigned, and others reveling in their misfortune, she spoke solemnly, "Dear uncles and aunts, the eyes of the elders are sharp. This is not a matter of our family's unfilial behavior. It is clearly the case that my grandmother and aunt are trying to seize our family's property while my father is away." Zhang Huifang had not considered this perspective until Su Yunlan articulated it, causing her to weep even more. Could it be that Guohua is not truly my father's son? How could a biological son treat us so disdainfully? Unbeknownst to them, someone had summoned the village elders and the production team leader. That a well-meaning individual even brought back Su Guohua from the woodworking factory, upon seeing his wife and children with tearful eyes, and his mother and sister-in-law at odds. He quickly squeezed through the crowd blocking the door, anxiously inquiring, "What has happened?" Upon seeing Su Guohua, Zhang Huifang felt a surge of hope. Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei all gathered around him. Su Yunlan calmly recounted Chindani's unreasonable behavior and her attempts to usurp their property, causing Chindani to look momentarily sheepish. Lu Chui, feeling that the truth had been revealed, decided to press on. "Guohua, why do you glare at your mother? Have you forgotten how much she has sacrificed to raise you? Look at your recent conduct. Had it not been for you, would your older brother have broken his leg? Both your sisters have consulted their belongings for him, yet you have shown no care. It is understandable that your mother is angry." Chapter 22. Turning the tables on Chindani, Chindani grew even angrier after Lu Chui's words. With a stern expression, she declared, "Guohua, your timing is perfect. Take your wife and child and move out. That if you all disregard me as your mother, then you need not remain here to trouble my eyes." Su Guohua was left bewildered. Team leader He Ping attempted to mediate. "Aunt, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. Guohua is a good person. Your outburst will only push them into a corner. Times are tough, and even securing a meal is challenging. How can you force Guohua to leave? What will happen to his family?" Su Guohua trembled as he spoke. "Mother, if I defy you just once, will you not recognize me anymore? All these years, you and my elder brother have directed me towards the east while I dared not stray to the west. You always prioritized the good food and drink for my brother and two sisters. Yet I never complained that if I were single, that would be one thing. But where am I supposed to take my family?" Chindani hesitated that if Su Guohua's family remained under her control, it might not be so bad. But now, Lu Chui would not allow Chindani to waver. With a sigh, she said, "Guohua, your mother is already distressed enough. Can't you understand? What do you mean by saying your mother has been harsh to you? You are trying to portray her in a negative light. Your mother has cared for you deeply." Su Yunlan observed Lu Chui's lips move, distorting the truth without so much as a blink. Her gaze growing colder, she noted Chindani's indecision and change of heart. With Lu Chui stirring the pot, even if Chindani momentarily softened, her heart would ultimately harden again. Indeed, Chindani declared, "It is futile to speak today. Since team leader He and the village elders are present, let them witness this. You are to gather your belongings and move out. I, Chindani, will not acknowledge a son who forsakes his own kin." Su Guohua, in a fit of emotion, nearly fell to his knees, but Su Yunlan quickly caught him. Zhang Huifang joined in to support him as well. That Su Yunlan knew that no matter what, their father must not kneel before this old tyrant. If Chindani were not Su Guohua's biological mother, there would be no need for such submission. Su Guohua, heartbroken, exclaimed, "How have I become so unfilial? Mother, you are driving us to despair." Su Yunlan's icy little hand clasped her father's larger one. "Father, do not be disheartened. You have done well. You are very filial. It is grandmother who does not appreciate your kindness. It is she who refuses to acknowledge you as her son. This is not your fault. If she wishes to ignore you, she will find countless baseless accusations to cast upon you." Team leader He Ping and the village elders exchanged glances, all regarding the 8-year-old Su Yunlan with newfound respect. She was resolute and spoke with reason. That it was evident to all that Chindani was being unreasonable. Su Yunlan continued, "Whether we move or not is not solely up to grandmother. That if I recall correctly, these 3 earthen houses were not built by grandfather, but by his younger brother who perished in battle. Zhang Huifeng quickly added, yes, it was built by our deceased second uncle, that he had no children. And during the division of property, mother allowed us to reside here. Chen Danny's face turned ashen, thinking, how does this little girl know so much? The elders of the clan also affirmed that the house rightfully belonged to Su Guohua's second uncle. Lu Chui was determined to claim these 3 unfinished houses, resolutely deciding to force Su Guohua's family out. Feigning innocence, she remarked, yes, Huifeng, you know the house belongs to your second uncle, but he is no longer here. And since he left no heirs, it is only natural that his property belongs to his elder brother's family. Therefore, the house is still under mother's authority. This statement struck a chord with Chen Danny. She cast a glance at Su Guohua, whose woeful expression made her uncomfortable. With hands on her hips, she declared, I do not expect Guohua's family to support me in my old age. The house is mine to decide. I am ordering you all to move out, and you shall comply. The elders of the clan found themselves at a loss against Chen Danny's obstinacy. Team leader He Ping tried to stay neutral. Su Yunlan whispered a few words into Su Guohua's ear, initially leaving him stunned, but he soon straightened up and said, so, mother insists on being so heartless, does she? Chen Danny turned her head away, refusing to look at him, stating, you are forcing my hand. But Su Guohua turned to the elders and team leader He, bowing deeply. Team leader He, esteemed elders, I do not know how we have reached this point. But if mother is resolute in abandoning our family, we too cannot go against her wishes. Let us show our filial piety one last time. I, Su Guohua, hereby voluntarily adopt my deceased second uncle, so that his legacy may continue. The atmosphere instantly erupted, and no one had anticipated such an outcome, leaving the onlookers in shock. Team leader He and the Su clan members were equally astonished, especially He Ping, who cast several admiring glances at Su Yunlan, who had orchestrated this plan. Everyone was well aware of Su Guohua's temperament, and none could have foreseen that he had such a capable daughter. This move, effectively cutting off Chen Danny's leverage, had turned the tables on her. Chen Danny nearly fainted. Her initial aim had been to control Su Guoxing's family, yet she found herself driving them further away. Now cornered, she realized there was no way to recover. Turning to Lu Chui, she saw her composure faltering that if matters continued in this direction, Su Guohua's family would rightfully claim the house and absolve themselves of their duty to care for Chen Danny. In a hushed tone, she instructed Su Yunlian, quickly, go fetch your father to Su Yunlian. Having keenly observed Lu Chui and Su Yunlian's every move, was determined not to let Su Guoxing disrupt their hard-won progress. If Su Guoxing arrived, the adoption matter would become complicated. She promptly intercepted Su Yunlian. Cousin, do not disturb uncle. Everyone knows he has a broken leg. Why father values brotherly bonds above all. Adoption does not mean leaving here. We will see each other again. If aunt does not care for uncle, we still do. The Su Guohua did not wish for Su Guoxing to be dragged into this turmoil, addressing the clan's elders. Fifth uncle, please draft the document. Let everyone witness this, and do not disturb my elder brother, so as not to impede his recovery. That Su Yunlian, merely a 10-year-old child, was ill-equipped to handle such a situation, unaware of the complexities involved. She believed that Su Guohua and Su Yunlan genuinely cared for their father, yet sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. Lu Chui felt a surge of anxiety, wishing to slip away unnoticed. If Su Guohua were to adopt his second uncle, his family would become martyrs' offspring and enjoy special privileges. Su Guoxing would surely not let this go unpunished. However, the next moment, she was halted by a call from the clan elder. Do not leave. You will be signing on behalf of Guoxing shortly. Chapter 23. A Blessing in Disguise. Drawing clear boundaries when an elder spoke, Lu Chui felt it inappropriate to voice her dissent and could only retreat with a sense of grievance. Although Su Laohai was slightly hunched, his seniority lent weight to his words that he continued, Guohua's second uncle is a martyr. A martyr must have descendants that I believe it is a good thing for Guohua to be adopted. What do you think, Captain He? He Ping nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's true. Let's do this. I will prepare 3 copies, and once they have pressed their handprints, I will submit the report that Su Yunlan was quite satisfied with this outcome. Becoming a martyr's family member was, after all, a blessing in disguise. With their handprints duly recorded, Su Guohua had, in the eyes of outsiders, distanced himself from Chen Danny's family. From then on, he would refer to Chen Danny as aunt, and she would have to weigh her words carefully If she wished to meddle in the affairs of Su Guohua's family, that He Ping took one copy of the document to report. The crowd gradually dispersed. Chen Daini, Lu Chui, and Su Yunlian returned to their own home. Looking somewhat dejected, Su Guohua felt disinclined to work that afternoon, lying on the Kong as if all his strength had been sapped away. After living for so many years and now with 4 children, he was to be adopted by another family, who would not feel discomfort in their heart. Su Yunlan and her siblings missed the opportunity to attend school, and none of them wished to go to in this era of scarcity. Truancy among students was commonplace, and teachers had grown accustomed to it. Thus, the 4 of them decided to skip school together. Zhang Huifang stood in the courtyard, lost in thought, not urging them to return. Soon, the sounds of a heated argument erupted from the neighboring Su Guoxing's household, prompting Su Yunlan, Su Yunli, Su Yunxiang, and Su Yunlei to perk up their ears. Zhang Huifang instructed the 4 children, "Go back inside." They exchanged glances, each recognizing a spark of excitement in the other's eyes that Su Yunlan anticipated this outcome. She imagined Su Guoxing was currently scolding Lu Chui for her lack of foresight. And after some explanations, the impulsive Chindani would surely be lamenting her rashness. The commotion next door was quite lively. Su Guoxing would likely seek a way to remedy the situation, and his efforts would mostly fall on the compassionate shoulders of their father, Su Guohua. Immediately, she returned upstairs to continue persuading Su Guohua. She climbed onto the Kong and said, "Father, I know you are unhappy about the adoption, but think of what they have provided you over the years. Merely empty words. Treating you like a mule that if Grandma were truly your biological grandmother, it would be one thing. But from the hints I gather, you are not her own." That Su Guohua sat up abruptly, his eyes reddening. What Grandma said was out of anger. "What do you, a child, understand? Do not speak such nonsense. When your grandmother gave birth to me, it was not in secret. How could I not be your own?" Chindani had never treated him well, and she had never hesitated to boss him around, but he had conducted his own investigations and discovered that his mother had indeed given birth to 4 children, of whom he was the 4th. He had even once thought that perhaps his birth had caused his father's demise, leading to his mother's discontent, as long as his mother was happy. He could endure a little hardship, that Su Yunlan stated earnestly, but Aunt Hussein also said that you are not Grandma's biological son. Zhang Huifang immediately perked up. "Is what you say true?" Su Yunlan nodded solemnly. Aunt Hussein was regarded as a divine figure in their household. Her ability to conjure extravagant foods meant she would never jest about Su Guohua's identity, or at least that was Zhang Huifang's belief. After glancing at the 3 children in the yard, who were reveling in the noise from next door, Zhang Huifang cautiously added, "This matter requires careful consideration. After all, without evidence, we cannot simply assert that it is false." Su Guohua murmured to himself, "Could it be that I truly am not?" Su Yunlan had previously been uncertain, but after several probing attempts, Chindani's intense reactions led her to solidify her suspicions. Coupled with the memories of her past life, in which Chindani had shown no familial affection after their father's death, resulting in their family's tragic plight, she had come to a conclusion. Then, in a childlike manner, she said, "Not being her biological son isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it? Look at how much better we've been living these past few days, free from Grandma's control and father not visiting Uncle's house." Su Guohua, Zhang Huifang. Su Yunlan continued, "Have you thought about building a new house, perhaps a bit farther from Uncle's place?" Su Guohua found it increasingly difficult to fathom his daughter's thoughts, leading him to suspect that Aunt Hussein had secretly given her some magical potion. Otherwise, how could she be so astute? Zhang Huifang dreamily remarked, "Of course, I have thought about building a house. But right now, we cannot even secure our basic needs, let alone think long-term." Su Yunlan resolutely replied, "Then let us strive to save money to buy bricks and build a new home." Zhang Huifang and Su Guohua exchanged glances and involuntarily remarked, "Silly girl, building a house is not such a simple matter. Hard work alone does not guarantee wealth." That Su Guohua, burdened with worries, found Su Yunlan's words illuminating, as if the future had brightened. During that trip to the ghost market to buy flour, he had realized his daughter was a rare talent, and he perked up, saying, "All right, we will work hard to build a new house. Regardless of whether we are related by blood, I have already been adopted by your second uncle. So it is better to think of something practical." Seeing her father had come to terms with it, Su Yunlan felt a wave of relief wash over her, that as long as her father had this thought, she need not fear any further mischief from Su Guoxing. Not going to school in the afternoon did not mean neglecting their studies. She proposed to tutor Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei. Not only should they earn money, but they must also make progress in their studies. That Su Yunlei was keen to learn. Su Yunli followed suit, and Su Yunxiang was somewhat reluctant, after helping them catch up on their lessons. Su Yunlan pushed them to accelerate their progress, and by the end of the afternoon, they had managed to complete a month's worth of lessons. That Su Yunlei, puzzled, asked second sister, "How do you know so much?" Su Yunlan, without a trace of embarrassment, replied, "Second sister has a photographic memory." "Really?" Su Yunlei asked incredulously. "Does second sister really have a photographic memory?" Su Yunli tapped his forehead. If second sister truly had a photographic memory, she would be a deity. Su Yunxiang remained skeptical. That ability is only found in legends, right? Su Yunlan laughed heartily. "I was just teasing you. Teacher Lu taught me these things before, and I remember them all." "I knew it." Su Yunli raised her eyebrows at Su Yunxiang, and Su Yunlei to Su Yunxiang muttered, "Teacher Lu taught you so much. How do you remember it all?" Su Yunli tilted her head in thought. Perhaps Xiaolan's memory is indeed a bit better than most, but photographic memory seems a bit exaggerated. That Su Yunxiang nodded. True enough. That Su Yunlei blinked his dark, grape-like eyes, still finding his second sister Su Yunlan quite impressive. Su Yunlan sighed in relief. There was no such thing as a photographic memory. It was simply a matter of practicing and writing more to commit it to memory. Chapter 24. Making Aunt Danny face reality, she truly had developed a photographic memory. Since her rebirth, she had discovered this extraordinary ability within herself. Fortunately, with Teacher Lu as a protective shield, it was easier to navigate her new reality. There is an old saying, excessive wisdom can lead to harm. She wished to live a long, pain-free life, so it was best to appear ordinary. There was nothing wrong with that. Su Yunxiang questioned. "But where do you practice?" "We don't have any notebooks at home." Su Yunli and Su Yunlei looked at Su Yunlan, sharing the same curiosity. That Su Yunlan replied earnestly, "I write on the ground with twigs." "Who says you cannot write without a notebook?" "Not only can we write, but we can also play games." At the mention of games, Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei's eyes lit up. Su Yunlan was determined to cultivate her siblings into academic achievers. Her younger brother Su Yunlei was relatively keen on learning, while her sister Su Yunli was also diligent. Being a young girl, she was attentive and earnest in her studies. However, her elder brother Su Yunxiang was less enthusiastic about learning, often feeling that he was too old to start now. Thus, her priority was to spark his interest in studying. Turning her back to Su Yunxiang, she wrote 3 characters in the dirt with a twig and buried them, then instructed her siblings to blow away the dirt and guess what she had written. In an age devoid of electronic devices and entertainment, a fresh game could ignite their enthusiasm. Su Yunxiang followed the strokes and excitedly declared, "This character is Chong. It's my name, right?" "Wow, brother, you're amazing." Su Yunlan feigned surprise. Praising him, "You're the first to guess it." Su Yunxiang, feeling bashful, scratched his head. "Write another one." "I want to guess again." Su Yunlan once again turned her back to him and engraved a character. That Su Yunli and Su Yunlei also guessed that she had asked them to write to each other and guess the answers. Learning in this efficient manner, unbeknownst to them, they had reinforced the lessons taught by Teacher Tian. Additionally, they allocated peanuts and sweet potato chips through calculations. That Su Yunxiang was astonished to discover his own intelligence. With dedication, one could master anything. After dinner, the production team leader, Yi Ping, brought good news. He had stamped the adoption documents and submitted them to the commune. The commune secretary took this matter seriously and convened a meeting to discuss it. The outcome was an agreement to allow Su Guohua's adoption. Although Su Guohua felt sorrowful, he still expressed gratitude to Yi Ping. That Yi Ping, known for his efficiency, suggested that Su Guohua visit the elder Su Laohai to amend the family register. Su Yunlan felt that such a significant moment demanded her presence, so she accompanied him. A twist of fate. Upon arrival, they found Chen Danny and Lu Chui also present. When Chen Danny saw Su Guohua, she initially thought he regretted his decision, and a flicker of joy ignited within her. However, she quickly assumed a stern demeanor, teasing him. "So, you regret the adoption, do you? If I had known you would regret it. Why did you argue with me in the first place? If you had even a fraction of your elder brother's wit, you wouldn't be making such a foolish mistake. What can I say to you? You foolish child." Lu Chui also assumed Su Guohua regretted the adoption, as he often relied on Chen Danny and Su Guosheng. Recalling Su Guosheng's words, she bit her teeth and said, "Mother, if Guohua regrets it, give him a chance. Guosheng values brotherly bonds." She added, Guohua, don't be stubborn. Acknowledge your mistake to mother, that it would be wonderful for our entire family to live harmoniously. Su Guohua opened his mouth, but said nothing. Su Laohai also presumed Su Guohua regretted the decision, displaying a hint of disappointment. Qin Danny raised her chin, eagerly waiting for Su Guohua to apologize. That Su Yunlan found the situation amusing, wondering where they derived such confidence. The commune secretary had already made a decision. There was no turning back. Otherwise, it would be a dishonor to the martyrs. She refrained from intervening, curious to see the results of her father's guidance. Furthermore, He Ping was present, and it was not her place as an 8-year-old girl to speak. He Ping, being astute, remained silent, just as Su Guohua did. Su Guohua's mind was a chaotic mess, yet contemplating Qin Danny's various actions ultimately solidified his resolve. He directly addressed Su Laohai, saying, Uncle San, could you please amend the family register for me? Su Laohai paused, puffing on his pipe, and replied, Not a bother, not a bother. Qin Danny's expression shifted instantly. Su Guohua, you ungrateful wretch. I've raised you all these years for nothing. Lu Chui panicked. Their objective today was to persuade Su Laohai to prevent Su Guohua's adoption. Wuxing had insisted that they must not allow Su Guohua to be adopted successfully. They sought Su Laohai as an intermediary, believing there was still room for negotiation. Who would have thought that Uncle San was so stubborn, and all their efforts were in vain? Upon seeing Su Guohua, they initially believed he had changed his mind, only to find their hopes dashed. Echoing Qin Danny's sentiments, they lamented, Guohua, how could you be so heartless, saying you don't want your mother anymore? Yet your mother has toiled to raise you. You just decide to recognize someone else as your father without a thought for your mother. Su Yunlan could no longer bear it, and cleared her throat. Aunt, I must correct you. First, it is not that my father does not acknowledge Grandma. It is Grandma who has relentlessly pressured him. Second, let us be honest, who has consistently pushed my father away. He has been coerced by all of you. Third, my father has never done anything to wrong Grandma. Both she and Uncle have treated him like a hired hand, summoning him at will and dismissing him just as easily. After all these years of hard work, even if he was adopted, he has earned his place. Qin Danny trembled with rage. Why is it that you are always around, you little brat? Get away from me. Su Yunlan feigned innocence. I've never learned how to go away. Perhaps Grandma could demonstrate. He Ping couldn't hold back a chuckle, quickly disguising it with a cough, while Su Laohai struggled to suppress a smile, his face turning a shade of crimson. Lu Chui knew she shouldn't be laughing at such a moment, yet she couldn't help herself. Qin Danny shot a glare at Lu Chui, who then turned to Su Yunlan and snapped. Adults are speaking. What do you, a child, have to interject? Who gave you the audacity? Su Guohua stepped protectively in front of Su Yunlan. I gave her that audacity. Dio, you have a problem with that? Cousin? Lu Chui scoffed. So now we are calling each other cousins. How very pragmatic, that Su Yunlan retorted. My father is merely trying to make you see reality. You all are not to bully him any longer. Su Guohua, witnessing his 8-year-old daughter defend him, felt a warmth in his heart. He Ping seized the moment to assert, the commune secretary has already stamped the documents. This matter is settled and cannot be altered by mere words. If you have objections, take them to the secretary. Speculating is futile. That Su Laohai, having long since grown weary of Qin Danny, promptly took out the family register and began making amendments before their eyes. Qin Danny slammed her hands on the register, her face contorted with anger. You cannot amend it. If you must, then directly remove Su Guohua from the Su family register. Chapter 25. Su Guohua is not biologically related. Su Laohai's face hardened. Are you done causing a scene? The commune secretary has already stamped it. Can you just remove someone at your whim? Wait, what do you mean by removing Guohua from the Su family register? He found himself momentarily bewildered by Qin Danny's intentions. After all, he was her own son. Why resort to such extremes? Lu Chui fanned the flames from the sidelines, arguing that if he were to be adopted by another, why keep him in their family register at all? Su Guohua felt a sudden tightening in his chest, sensing that Qin Danny's words concealed deeper meaning. That He Ping frowned. Aunt, please refrain from causing further chaos. This matter concerns more than just your family. Qin Danny maintained a stern demeanor. Su Guohua is neither my child nor a child of the Su family. He has no right to be included in the Su family register. As her words echoed, shock rippled through the crowd. That Su Yunlan glanced around, Noting Lu Chui's equally astonished expression, clearly unaware of this revelation, Su Laohai abruptly rose. Repeat that. He Ping felt a splitting headache. Why had he been so efficient? The commune secretary had already stamped the documents, and now this revelation about Su Guohua's origins emerged. Was this some sort of joke? Su Guohua stood frozen, unable to process the information. Had Ani Hussein's words struck true? He was not a Su family child, nor was he Chindani's child. Then whose child was he? Was it possible that Chindani was merely speaking out of anger? As a child, when his elder brother and two sisters inquired about their origins, their mother had said they were found in the mountains. He and Zhang Huifang sometimes joked with the children that they were found in the mountains too. Perhaps this was indeed just a moment of anger. Chindani had unleashed this bombshell and seemed unburdened by her previous reservations, reiterating, Su Guohua is not a Su family child, and there is no need for the adoption. Simply remove him from the family register. That Su Guohua staggered back 2 steps, and He Ping quickly steadied him that he trembled as he asked, Mother, is what you say true? Su Yunlan's heart ached for her father. Still clinging to a flicker of hope, she was relieved she had spoken to her father about this matter before, preventing his immediate collapse. Her father, being so sentimental, would not digest this revelation quickly. Chun Danny's expression was devoid of warmth as she coldly stated, I speak the truth. You are not my son, that Su Yunlan innocently inquired. Then whose child is my father? Chun Danny paused, then said, He is one I found. I know not whose child he is, that Su Guohua mumbled to himself. I was found. But does that mean my elder brother and elder sisters were also found? Chun Danny replied, her face impassive. Those 3 are my biological children, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Only you were found. That Su Guohua finally believed her, but Su Yunlan sensed that she could only trust half of Chun Danny's words. Her father was not her biological child, but Chun Danny must know the truth about his origins. She just chose not to disclose it. That Su Laohai looked at He Ping. Captain He, what should we do about this situation? He Ping naturally wished to minimize the issue, pondering for a moment before responding. Since Su Guohua is not a Su family child, let us handle it according to your family's customs. However, Su Yunlan and Lu Chui turned their gazes towards He Ping, thinking it would be best to remove Su Guohua's family name from the Su family register. Those 3 mud brick houses would eventually belong to their family. Yet what did He Ping mean by his hesitance? Chun Danny, still furious, coldly remarked, regardless of how long he has been raised, he remains an ungrateful wolf. Once he is removed, Su Guohua and his family are not to reside in our Su family's house. He Ping, his patience wearing thin, stated solemnly, the commune secretary has already stamped the documents. Even if Su Guohua is removed, he is still adopted by his second uncle, that if you have objections, take them up with the commune secretary. There is little more I can do. To Su Laohai thought to himself that He Ping was truly a crafty individual. After much deliberation, he finally said, In that case, I will proceed according to the leader's wishes. If you have the capability, go speak to the commune secretary about the removal. Upon concluding his remarks, he swiftly marked out the entire branch of Su Guohua's family from the Chun Danny household, subsequently inscribing the names of Su Guohua's family under the esteemed martyr Su Gatsi. Chun Danny, taken aback by the revelation, found herself seized by an uncontrollable fury, her expression contorted, her body trembling with rage. Su Guohua instinctively moved, prompting Chun Danny to mistakenly believe he was reaching out to support her, leading her to shout incoherently, Get away! Su Yunlan pulled her father aside, urging, Father, let us depart. They do not value us. Nor do we require their regard. The adoption has been formalized. Let us look ahead. Su Guohua nodded in agreement, addressing Su Laohai and He Ping. Third uncle, Captain He, I shall express my gratitude another day. For now, I must take my leave. Observing Su Guohua's discontent, He Ping and Su Laohai encouraged him to return home. Lu Chui supported Chun Danny, inwardly cursing, and called out to Su Guohua's retreating figure. Hey, you're leaving just like that? What about Mother? Su Guohua paused but uttered nothing, continuing on his way. That Su Yunlan innocently remarked, Isn't grandmother still with Aunt and the silver bracelet? Aunt can handle her own affairs. Coughing, He Ping nearly choked on his own saliva, astonished by the child's cunning. Was she truly only 8 years old? The skill with which he sowed discord was remarkable. That Su Laohai shared He Ping's sentiments. His thoughts even more intricate. Within mere minutes, Lu Chui had conceived countless schemes to reclaim the silver bracelet, while Chun Danny, despite her slurred speech and weakened limbs, also devised numerous strategies to counter Lu Chui. Having achieved her goal, Su Yunlan tugged at Su Guohua's sleeve and returned home. Upon arriving, Su Guohua collapsed onto the Kong, silent. Zhang Huifeng anxiously inquired, "What transpired?" "It's merely a change in the family tree." "Why does it feel akin to a fate alteration?" Su Guohua forced a bitter smile, realizing only now that he was not of their bloodline, that Su Yunlan recounted the events in detail to Zhang Huifeng, who sat in stunned silence on the Kong, reflecting, "I thought so. If he were truly ours, how could they treat us thus?" Su Yunlan nodded in affirmation to Su Yunxiang. Su Yunli and Su Yunlei harbored numerous questions. But Zhang Huifeng silenced them, insisting that none disturb Su Guohua. Amidst the children's curiosity, Zhang Huifeng was equally filled with inquiries. Yet she observed Su Yunlan's calm demeanor, unaware that Su Yunlan had already entered her space. Contemplating how to celebrate her liberation from the parasitic influences of Chen Daini and Su Guosheng, she diligently searched her phone for a list and indeed found it. Consuming food could stimulate the secretion of dopamine and serotonin. Fortuitously, she had discovered the base and sauce for cooking spicy hot pot in her space. However, washing the vegetables posed a challenge. Although she had ample bottled water, she felt it wasteful to use it for washing. Scanning her surroundings like a telescope, she was pleasantly surprised to discover a source of clean water, emerging from a spring and pooling into a small pond. She could ascertain that there had been no pond or water when she first stumbled upon the space. What had once been barren land now radiated vitality. Chapter 26. The space holds a spiritual spring. Su Yunlan approached and took a sip. The water was sweet and smooth, flowing like a gentle caress into her heart, revitalizing her entire being. Based on her experience from reading novels, this must be a spiritual spring. While other springs boasted various benefits, the properties of hers remained to be explored. For the moment, the spiritual spring was perfect for washing vegetables. She gathered ingredients: baby bok choy, spinach, cilantro, mushrooms, potato starch, vermicelli, noodles, ham, beef, lamb, fish balls, meatballs, and bacon. Using a knife and small cutting board she had found from a truck driver, she skillfully sliced the beef, lamb, ham, and bacon into thin pieces. Then washed the vegetables and tore them into smaller chunks. Igniting the fire, she brought water to a boil, and soon the enticing aroma of spicy hot pot filled the air. Returning from her space to reality, she observed her family engaged in various activities, some daydreaming, some writing, others preparing school bags, before quietly retrieving bowls. Before long, she presented the steaming hot pot that Su Yunlei, with his keen sense of smell, detected the fragrance as soon as it wafted from the space. Eagerly following the scent, that on the verge of squealing with excitement, he was silenced by Su Yunlan covering his mouth. "Shu, keep your voice down and call for big brother, big sister, and our parents." That Su Yunlei nodded vigorously. Zhang Huifeng, holding a bowl, puzzled. "How strange. Why is Aunt Hussan providing us with food now?" Su Yunlan replied with a smile, "Did we not skip dinner last night? You must be hungry after your watery porridge. Today, father has officially been adopted by second uncle. Surely Aunt Hussan sees this as a cause for celebration and wishes to congratulate us." That Su Guohua's brow furrowed in thought. Had Chen Daini not clarified her identity, he might have considered her confused. Yet, it was indeed a joyous occasion, far preferable to toiling for Chen Daini and Su Guosheng, oblivious to his heritage. Tentatively, he inquired, "Doesn't Hussan know who my biological parents are?" Su Yunlan replied, "She truly does not die in her past life. She merely heard of the elderly couple searching for their child, but knew nothing of their origins or identities." After a moment's reflection, she added, "It must not be the right time. When the moment arrives, Aunt Hussan will undoubtedly reveal it to us." Zhang Huifeng concurred. "Indeed, do not rush." That Su Yunxiang had already stuffed several pieces of meat into his mouth. The flavors were spicy, numbing, and hot, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead as warmth spread through his body. While eating, he urged Su Guohua and Zhang Huifeng, "Father, mother, hurry and eat. There is so much meat. It is truly delicious." Su Yunli ate with elegance, savoring each bite, while Su Yunlei was unpicky, consuming whatever was in his bowl. Holding up a piece of bacon, he asked, "Second sister, what is this?" Su Yunlan feigned ignorance, taking a bite and responding, "It's also meat, quite delightful." At her age, she had traversed rivers and mountains in her past life, tasting numerous delicacies, yet nothing compared to the joy of sharing a meal with family. Su Guohua and Zhang Huifang ceased their chatter, immersing themselves in the meal. Indeed, good food could mend all sorrows. After finishing the hot pot, Su Guohua's spirits lifted, and the family began to dream of the future. Regardless of the topic, Su Yunlan emphasized one point. They must prioritize their education, for knowledge could alter their destinies. Having already squandered an afternoon without attending class, the four of them hurried to school the next day. Arriving early, they found the school deserted. They tidied the classroom and then monitored each other's studies that Su Yunlan had set specific goals for them. None of the four siblings could fall behind. They were all to aim for full marks. The first grade questions were simple. With diligence, they could easily succeed. That in truth, she could achieve full marks without studying, but her handwriting was lacking. Having fought for educational opportunities in her past life, she had focused solely on learning, with no time to practice her penmanship. Except for her signature, her other writing was a mess. Lacking practice books, she wrote in print. When teacher Tian Zhengwo arrived in the classroom, he noticed four students diligently studying amidst their more playful peers. Initially intending to reprimand them for skipping class, he changed his mind upon seeing their neat handwriting, that he had not yet taught them these characters. Yet in just an afternoon, these four children had learned to write them. Especially Su Yunlan, whose handwriting was exceptionally tidy, caught his attention that he then asked, "Where's Su Yunlian?" Su Yunlan recalled the hurried sounds from next door that morning, surmising that Chandani must have fallen ill. Given how she had appeared the night before, her face contorted, she might indeed have suffered a stroke. These were merely speculations, and she replied, "Honestly, I do not know." Teacher Tan Jingwo said no more and continued with the lesson. After a morning of classes, he noted Su Yunxiang's remarkable progress and specifically commended him. Elated, Su Yunxiang's interest in learning deepened. During lunch, as they returned home, Su Yunlan overheard several women chatting about how unfortunate Chandani had become, suddenly struck down by a stroke, and how she must now long for Lu Chui's favor. Something she likely never imagined that in that instant, Su Yunlan understood the reason behind Su Yunlian's absence from school. Upon arriving home, Zhang Huifang was already aware of the situation. Regardless of what others might say, she had resolved not to visit Chandani. Su Yunlan wholeheartedly agreed. She acted unkindly first. Can she still blame us for being unjust? Let others say what they wish. Our family has endured grievances for too long. Anyone with eyes can see that. Since father is not of her blood, what can others say? Zhang Huifang nodded in agreement. Yes, I think the same. It was unclear when it had begun, but she found herself often discussing matters with Su Yunlan, who consistently illuminated her thoughts. It felt as though their roles had somewhat reversed. Were it not for Su Yunlan's tender age of 8, one might suspect her of possessing the wisdom of a seasoned elder. In contrast, Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei were undeniably children, despite Chandani's previous mistreatment of them. The three siblings displayed little reaction to the news, particularly upon learning that Chandani was not their biological grandmother. Any remaining concern they might have felt seemed laughable. They found it far more worthwhile to focus on their meals instead. This time, the meal consisted of unleavened flatbreads, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and cold cucumber salad. But Su Yunlan did not wish to impose too much on herself or her family, since they had the means to cook, and could do so without causing a smoky mess. It was only natural for her to prepare whatever home-style dishes she desired. After dining, she brought up the matter of selling backpacks in the county town. Although military green and earthy yellow crossbody bags were currently in vogue there, not everyone was inclined to purchase them. That if they priced their products more affordably, there would surely be buyers. As soon as the prospect of making money was mentioned, Zhang Huifang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her spirits lifted. She had already devised a plan. With the earnings, they would first buy bricks. It was imperative to distance themselves from their neighbor. Su Yunlan understood her mother's intentions and made a point to ask Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei for leave that afternoon. That Su Yunxiang sulkily pouted. "I can accompany mother. You just said we should focus on our studies. Why are you skipping class first?" Chapter 27. Selling backpacks in the county town. Su Yunlan calmly replied, "I can guarantee a perfect score on the exam. Can you make the same promise?" Su Yunxiang hesitated. "How could I guarantee that?" Su Yunli chimed in, "I can assure you I'll go with you." Su Yunlan then asked, "But can you help mother avoid being caught by plainclothes officers?" Su Yunli's mouth twitched. "Are there really plainclothes officers?" Su Yunlan earnestly stated, "That is a certainty. Private transactions are prohibited by the state." And the county town is particularly strict about it, Su Yunli retorted. Then how can you be sure you can recognize plainclothes officers? Su Yunlan promptly used Teacher Lu as a shield. Teacher Lu informed me of the characteristics of plainclothes officers. I can assure you that Su Yunlei, puzzled, asked, but hasn't Teacher Lu been living in the cow shed? How does he know what the plainclothes officers in the county town look like? One must commend the younger brother's quick wit. He quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Su Yunlan chuckled. It's like drawing a tiger from a cat. All plainclothes officers are the same. Teacher Lu was ill a few days ago, and I've visited him daily. He would share stories from the past with me. Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei had no further objections. Su Yunlan emphasized, if Teacher Tian inquires about my absence, you must say I have a stomachache. Su Yunxiang rolled his eyes. Got it. Xiaolan, you should go to class. I can manage on my own. Zhang Huifang was most reluctant to hinder Su Yunlan's studies, believing her own trip to the county town was inconsequential. Although she had not visited the county town in years, she felt capable of handling the small matter of selling backpacks. But Su Yunlan insisted, Mother, I will keep watch for you. Times have changed. It's better for me to accompany you for support. Zhang Huifang was at a loss and finally conceded, all right, but you must listen to me and not wander off. Okay, Su Yunlan readily agreed. Without waiting for Su Yunxiang and the others to leave for school, Su Yunlan followed Zhang Huifang on their journey. Zhang Huifang borrowed an old bicycle from someone, with Su Yunlan sitting at the front, gripping the handlebars tightly. The road was bumpy, and she feared being jostled off. Fortunately, Zhang Huifang's cycling skills were adequate, but Su Yunlan remained tense throughout, not daring to relax. She had initially intended to bring some food to sell, but decided against it. Along the way, they encountered refugees. If anyone discovered they were carrying food, they would likely be robbed before reaching the county town. It was even possible they might suffer severe consequences. Safety was paramount. Selling backpacks was a lucrative venture, requiring only needle and thread, plus Zhang Huifang's labor. Regardless of the sale price, it would all be profit. Zhang Huifang carried over a dozen backpacks, her heart brimming with anticipation. However, halfway through their journey, two individuals approached and blocked their path. Zhang Huifang panicked and halted the bicycle. What do you want? One of the swollen individuals inquired. Is there food in your bags? Zhang Huifang quickly replied, no, it's backpacks. Yet the two were unconvinced and lunged forward to snatch them. Zhang Huifang fought fiercely to protect her belongings. Su Yunlan whispered, Mother, show them the backpacks so they can see. These two seemed merely desperate for food. Snatching backpacks would be of no use to them. Zhang Huifang clutched the backpacks tightly, convinced they believed her bags contained food. In these times, nothing was more precious than sustenance. Zhang Huifang refused to relent. She had managed to eat well these past few days and had regained some strength. With a sudden pull, she yanked the backpacks back and kicked the two men twice, firmly declaring, No, these are backpacks I painstakingly made, and no one shall take them. The swollen man, seeing Zhang Huifang's strength, became even more convinced of his assumptions and insisted. I don't believe you. You must have food. The other man, dark-skinned and emaciated, weakly pleaded, Sister, please give us some food. Our family is on the brink of starvation. Su Yunlan felt a wave of concern. Thankfully, the two were nearly exhausted from hunger. Otherwise, her mother would certainly be at a disadvantage. She stepped beside Zhang Huifang, opened a backpack, and said, Look, we truly have no food. If we did, we wouldn't be going to the county town to seek help from our relatives. Zhang Huifang caught on and shook the backpack. See, there's really no food. These days, even large dining halls only serve thin porridge. Where would we find extra food to carry around? Disappointed by the lack of food, the two men, both from impoverished backgrounds, were not the type to engage in thievery. They reluctantly allowed Zhang Huifang and Su Yunlan to go free. In a previous life, Su Yunlan would have willingly shared some of her food. However, she now understood that offering even a little could lead to a flood of others seeking help, and everyone had their own fate. All she could do was strive to alter the destiny of her own family. She was powerless to change the fates of others. By the time they reached the county town, it was already late afternoon. Zhang Huifang was drenched in sweat from cycling. Upon arrival, Su Yunlan noticed that the county town seemed quieter than when she visited a few years prior. She suggested to her mother, let us sell at the entrance of the Foundry's employee quarters. All right. Zhang Huifang pushed the bicycle while inquiring about the location of the Foundry's employee quarters. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult to find. When they arrived, the factory workers had not yet clocked out. Zhang Huifeng instructed Su Yunlan to mind the bicycle while she went to sell the backpacks. "Excuse me, comrade, would you like to buy a backpack?" She called to a passerby. Su Yunlan remained alert, keeping an eye on her surroundings while also watching her mother. Given Zhang Huifeng's haphazard selling approach, it would be difficult to make sales and easy for them to be mistaken for profiteering vendors, despite the fact that they were indeed trying to profit. Thus, Zhang Huifeng called Su Yunlan back. "Mother, give me the backpacks. I'll sell them." Zhang Huifeng hesitated. "Can you manage?" Su Yunlan smiled. "Let us give it a try. Who knows? Then sell them for 30 cents each, just like in the village, to don't price them too high." Zhang Huifeng advised that don't worry. Mother to Su Yunlan slung several backpacks over her shoulder and bounced into the factory courtyard. Zhang Huifeng felt increasingly anxious, thinking they were sneaking in to sell goods. How could this girl be so fearless? It was far too risky. Once inside the courtyard, Su Yunlan took a stroll. That a few chatting women noticed the unique design of the backpacks she carried and inquired, "Where did you buy that backpack?" It's really nice. That Su Yunlan picked up one and said, "This backpack is made by my mother. Just look at how tight and neat the stitches are." One of the women nodded. "Indeed, it's quite nice. By the way, whose child are you? I've never seen you around here before." Su Yunlan replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter whose child I am. If you like this backpack, I'll sell it to you at a discount." The woman chuckled. "I knew it. I thought I didn't recognize anyone in this courtyard. How much for the backpack?" Su Yunlan's eyes sparkled as she looked at the woman. "You have a keen eye. The supply and marketing cooperative sells these for 1 yuan 50 each, and they're not as practical as mine. Look, there are several inner pockets. It's perfect for school, and you can also use it for work or outings. 80 cents, and I assure you, you won't regret it. It's definitely worth more than that." Suddenly, the woman's demeanor changed. "For someone so young, you're quite the negotiator. Aren't you afraid I'll report you for profiteering?" Chapter 28. Bargaining is the hallmark of true buyers. Su Yunlan blinked her innocent eyes and said, "Annie, you're joking. Someone as kind as you could never hold it against a child like me. How about I give you a further discount of 20 cents? She was well versed in the art of bargaining. No one would genuinely report them. Seeing her patched-up clothing, yet her clear, bright eyes, the woman couldn't help but say, "All right, how about 60 cents each? I'll bring a few more people, and we'll take all the backpacks you have." The other women chimed in, eager to buy if Su Yunlan would lower her price. Su Yunlan hesitated. "At that price, we wouldn't even be able to buy the fabric. But if you truly want to purchase 75 cents each, it's only because you're buying in bulk that I'm offering this price. Otherwise, I won't sell at that rate." The fabric used for the backpacks was sourced from her space, more stylish and durable than those previously made, though only available in blue and gray. The patchwork was well coordinated and fashionable. She had made several small modifications based on her previous life's impressions, making these backpacks more exquisite and practical than the currently trendy military green crossbody bags. The woman, an expert bargainer, countered, "That won't do. It's too expensive. What if I buy one and the children don't even want to use it?" Su Yunlan let out a sigh, expressing her helplessness. "I have no choice. The costs are insufficient, and we are merely earning a modest labor fee. Please continue with your affairs. I shall not disturb you further." With that, she feigned intent to leave, moving slowly, merely waiting for the aunt to call her back. Indeed, after just a few steps, she was halted. "You little girl, you seem rather anxious." The aunt, noticing her genuine urgency, continued, "In business, it's a matter of give and take. Let us not quibble over 6 dimes or 7 dimes and 50 cents. How about 6 dimes and 5? I will take your backpack." The aunt, believing Su Yunlan to be too young to grasp the nuances of commerce, offered a few unsolicited words of advice that Su Yunlan secretly chuckled. Recognizing the familiar tactics of feigned reluctance, that it was merely a game of who could withstand the pressure, she pretended to be conflicted, saying, "But selling it so cheaply might upset my mother." The aunt and several chatting women genuinely admired the backpack Su Yunlan carried, adding, "When your mother makes more bags, bring them to our factory yard. We will take as many as you have." Su Yunlan understood that they were merely bargaining. True buyers are those who negotiate fiercely. Thus, she bit her lip and, as if reluctantly, replied, "Very well, but if there are good items in the future, I will seek you out again, and you mustn't press me on the price." "Agreed. We will take good care of you," the aunt and the chatting women affirmed. The transaction was completed, exchanging 6 backpacks for 3 yuan and 80 cents, though a particularly thrifty woman stubbornly insisted on paying a dime less. Nevertheless, Su Yunlan successfully sold the remaining 7 backpacks. The factory yard was vast. It was said that no household was complete without 3 to 5 children. Fabric tickets were hard to come by, and backpacks were expensive. They preferred opportunistic vendors to sell their goods. Zhang Huifeng, upon receiving the 8 yuan and 25 cents, felt a surge of anxiety, knowing that an ordinary worker's wage was only a mere 10 to 20 yuan, with excess rarely exceeding 30 or 40 yuan. Her heart raced as she exclaimed, "Xiaolan, how can you sell them so expensively? I thought if we could sell 13 backpacks for 5 yuan, that would suffice." That Su Yunlan replied with a smile. "Mother, with your excellent craftsmanship, selling them for 3 dimes would be a loss. Besides, we didn't spend any money on this fabric. We didn't use any fabric tickets, and only we know that the cost must still be accounted for. Moreover, they even shortchanged us." Zhang Huifeng conceded the logic of her daughter's reasoning. That as time pressed on and the factory's closing time approached, they began their return. Blending into the crowd, that Su Yunlan spotted a familiar figure. The 8th-level fitter, and informed Zhang Huifeng, "Mother, wait a moment. I need to relieve myself." Zhang Huifeng, unsuspecting, replied, "Your mother will wait for you by the large locust tree over there." "All right," Su Yunlan responded, dashing towards the fitter. "Uncle! Uncle!" The fitter recognized her at once, somewhat surprised. "Little girl, how did you find your way here?" Su Yunlan countered with a question. "Uncle, do you live around here?" The fitter chuckled. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here." "Are you alone?" "My mother is over there." Su Yunlan pointed to Zhang Huifeng waiting under the locust tree. That in truth, such coincidences are rare. She had deliberately chosen this factory yard knowing he would be present. The fitter lowered his voice, inquiring, "Do you have any hot goods available? Rice, flour, or oil? We can take as much as you have." That Su Yunlan pondered momentarily before replying. "There are some, but it's not convenient to bring them here. Let South go to that place again tomorrow. I'll have my father bring more." "All right, I want as much as you have," the fitter declared generously. "See you tomorrow, then. I must take my leave now." Su Yunlan nodded vigorously, displaying the innocence and excitement befitting her youth. The fitter regarded her with admiration, recognizing that not every child of her age possessed such determination, especially a young girl like her. Zhang Huifeng, riding her bicycle with Su Yunlan, wobbled along until nightfall. When they were about 4 miles from Dongfeng Brigade, a shadowy figure emerged ahead. The unbudding branches cast eerie shadows upon the road. Appearing claw-like, Zhang Huifeng tensed, causing the handlebars to sway slightly. Su Yunlan reassured her, "Mother, don't worry. I will protect you." She had prepared various self-defense tools in her space, ready to use against any potential threat. However, Zhang Huifeng remained tense, asserting, "Do not fear. I must protect you." How could she allow her slender daughter to shield her? Even if her daughter could, she wouldn't be able to do much. Su Yunlan could feel the figure drawing closer. And Zhang Huifeng grew increasingly anxious. Deep down, she too felt a surge of apprehension, silently readying her self-defense tools. Suddenly, the figure quickened their pace, running towards them. Zhang Huifeng's heart raced, and she accelerated her cycling. Su Yunlan felt beads of sweat form, mentally repeating, "I must knock that person down." Even if she couldn't, she would use her pepper spray to douse them. She had inspected the spray earlier. Knowing it contained chilly water, which would raise no suspicion that as the distance narrowed, she discreetly gripped the spray's nozzle, tucking the other end into her coat sleeve. The long sleeves concealed it well. In the dim moonlight, Zhang Huifeng focused solely on pedaling and did not notice, and the approaching figure would be equally oblivious. Just as they were about to collide, Su Yunlan sensed that Zhang Huifeng was exerting all her strength. Suddenly, the figure halted and called out, "Huifeng." Chapter 29. A return to the ghost market. Zhang Huifeng recognized the familiar voice and slammed on the brakes. Su Yunlan hastily concealed her pepper spray and peered closely. Realizing that the newcomer was none other than Su Guohua, she exclaimed, "Father!" Su Guohua, relieved to see his wife and daughter return safely, sighed, "Why are you so late? You had me worried something happened on the road. You scared me to death. Couldn't you at least give a shout?" Zhang Huifeng shot an irritated glance at Su Guohua, though he was oblivious that Su Guohua took the bicycle from Zhang Huifeng. Explaining, "I couldn't see you well from afar. Hurry, get on. I'll take you home." That my heart nearly leaped out of my chest, Zhang Huifeng reproached. Even now, her heart raced, refusing to calm down as she fumbled to sit on the back seat. Su Guohua's cycling skills were decent. Being a man, he had more strength than Zhang Huifang and maintained better balance. That Su Yunlan experienced an unprecedented sense of security. After they returned home, she recounted her encounter with the 8th-level fitter to Su Guohua. He lamented, "What a pity. It was a good opportunity, but unfortunately, we have nothing." Su Yunlan smiled. "How do you know we have nothing? Perhaps Aunt Hu has already prepared something for us. If she says there is, then there is. We can ask for it whenever we like." Zhang Huifang, increasingly intrigued by the prospect of making money, immediately declared, "Then I shall offer incense to Aunt Hu again." Su Yunlan's stomach grumbled, reminding her that she and her mother had yet to eat. Su Guohua brought out the thin porridge he had made earlier, now somewhat cold, saying, "Just make do with this." To Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei were already fast asleep, but Su Yunlan was not inclined to drink the thin porridge. So she went to the main room and cooked 3 bowls of noodles in her space, simultaneously preparing the rice and flour she intended to sell the next day, placing them in ordinary bags to avoid raising suspicion. Then, feigning surprise, she called out, "Mother, come look." Su Guohua and Zhang Huifang hurried over to Su Guohua remarked, "Aunt Hu is truly wonderful." That Su Yunlan urged, "Quickly eat. The noodles will get cold." Zhang Huifang glanced at her 3 sleeping children. Hesitating, "Perhaps I should just drink the porridge. Let the noodles be for them. You eat yours. Just leave mine for them. I've already had my meal," Su Guohua stated, unconsciously swallowing. That Su Yunlan held a large bowl with both hands, insisting, "Father and mother, you both should eat. Who knows if there will be more tomorrow? If you keep pushing it back and forth, Aunt Hu might think you don't enjoy it and want to provide for us in the future." That makes sense. That Su Guohua ceased to decline, saying, "Let us all eat." Zhang Huifang and Su Guohua began to eat, and only then did Su Yunlan pick up her chopsticks. That it must be said on such a cold day. Paired with this fragrant hot noodle soup, it was utterly delightful. That Su Guohua remarked between bites, "Xiaolan, will you accompany me to the ghost market tomorrow?" Su Yunlan was indeed inclined to do so, replying, "Sure, just wake me up early." The ghost market, despite having gained experience from the last visit, still filled Su Guohua with trepidation, especially after hearing Su Yunlan mention that the woman selling meat might be peddling human flesh. Curiosity and fear intertwined, urging him to verify. That Su Yunlan surveyed the surroundings, not spotting the 8th-level fitter, but remained patient. There was still time. She found a favorable spot, placing a small paper lantern in front of her. Noticing her father's gaze fixated on the woman selling meat, she understood his thoughts and whispered, "Father, I'll keep watch here. That if you wish to go, just go, but please don't buy anything." Su Guohua nodded absent-mindedly. "I just can't believe that woman would be so bold." Su Yunlan did not refute, for it is often said that the degree of one's poverty is proportionate to the boldness one exhibits. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over fear. That Su Guohua edged closer, observing the woman's spoon stirring in the pot. The meat buyer occasionally interjected, "Why does this meat seem a bit off? It doesn't resemble pork. It's more akin to lamb." The woman merely smiled in silence, gesturing towards the pot, implying her inquiry, "Would you like this piece?" The speaker assumed the woman was mute and simply stated, "Yes." That piece. That Su Guohua's gaze remained fixed on the pot, and as the woman retrieved the meat, he appeared to glimpse something resembling a human bone within, causing him to flee in fright. He ran to a secluded spot, retching for a while, before weakly returning to Su Yunlan's side. Noticing her father's expression, Su Yunlan understood he had come to a conclusion. Without uttering a word, she handed him the water jug. Su Guohua rinsed his mouth and took several gulps of water before saying, "You were indeed right. What kind of world is this?" Su Yunlan replied calmly, "It will improve. If we endure these hard times, better days will follow." That Su Guohua murmured, "Let us hope so." Before long, the level 8 fitter arrived, accompanied by 2 co-workers. Knowing Su Yunlan would not overprice, they purchased the flour, cornmeal, and rice they had brought, totaling 110 yuan. The fitter further suggested, "In the future, you need not come to the black market. Simply deliver to our factory yard." That Su Guohua hesitated, saying, "That might be a bit difficult. Traveling to the county town is inconvenient, and I have to work." Unlike the fitter, who was a formal worker with weekends off, he feared Aunt Husan would not supply them. The fitter expressed some regret, suggesting they should continue visiting the black market. Su Guohua did not object, reasoning that selling grain in broad daylight was less secure than under the cover of darkness. Some individuals would procure goods from the black market and then resell them in the county town. She had noticed someone discreetly observing the father-daughter duo. It happened to be Chun Hao, someone she had known in her previous life. Chun Hao specialized in buying items at low prices from the black market and then reselling them in the county town. After the fitter departed, he approached with a burlap sack, casually offering Su Guohua a rolled cigarette. "Uncle, have a smoke?" That Su Guohua, unfamiliar with Chun Hao but still cautious, replied, "I don't smoke," having given up smoking due to their inability to afford food. He felt an itch at the sight of the cigarette, but resisted. He then inconspicuously slipped the money into Su Yunlan's hand, ensuring that even if Chun Hao had ulterior motives, he would not suspect him of giving such a large sum to his daughter. Su Yunlan found his overcautiousness amusing, recognizing it as a sign of her father's anxiety. Nevertheless, it was not a bad thing. Being wary of others was prudent, as the saying goes. One should harbor no malicious intent, but always be on guard against others. Chun Hao, smiling, inquired, "Where did you get the goods in your hand?" "I haven't seen such sought-after items in a long time." That Su Guohua suspected Chun Hao might be an undercover officer and remained vigilant. "You must be mistaken. I'm here to buy things. I can't sell what I can't afford to eat." That Su Yunlan smirked at her father's constant wariness, feeling satisfied with his protective nature. However, she believed he was being overly cautious that I in this lawless area. Even if one were an undercover officer, they would likely turn a blind eye. After all, everyone needed to eat, and with so many vendors around, even if arrests were made, they wouldn't solely target them. Seeing Su Guohua's strong sense of vigilance, Chun Hao pressed the rolled cigarette into Su Guohua's hand. "Uncle, we're all just trying to make a living. I have no intention of taking your livelihood." The Su Guohua shot Chun Hao a sidelong glance, stating, "I have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now." With that, he took Su Yunlan and hurried away, eager to return home before dark to avoid any complications at work. Just as they exited the black market, Chun Hao called out, "Uncle, wait for me. To be honest, I'm also here to sell things. See, I have dates that I haven't sold yet." He pulled out a handful and pressed it into Su Guohua's hand. "Uncle, don't misunderstand. I have no other intentions. That I overheard you saying you don't have time to go to the city. Since I have time, I can go for you. Just let me keep a small profit." Su Yunlan guessed Chun Hao wanted to act as a middleman. Allowing Chun Hao to serve in this capacity was not a bad choice. In her previous life, she had dealt with Chun Hao and found him quite reliable, adept in business, and honorable. After all, he was only 18 or 19 years old. Su Guohua, however, remained skeptical of Chun Hao. He handed the dates to Su Yunlan and turned to Chun Hao, saying, "Young man, look for someone else. We truly don't have anything in high demand. Be cautious with your words. If you bring trouble to our family, who will take responsibility?" Chun Hao repeatedly assured him, "Uncle, I swear I won't betray you. If I do, may my whole family perish." That Su Yunlan retorted, "What family do you have left?" Chun Hao replied, "I'm all alone now." Su Yunlan was aware that Chun Hao's family was no longer alive. Despite his youth, he had become an adept opportunist. In her previous life, she had been forced into a situation where she was deceived a few times while learning the ropes of buying and selling. But it was only after encountering Chun Hao that she began to navigate her circumstances more smoothly. Unfortunately, she had to leave town later and had never seen him again until now. She was determined not to let Chun Hao take unnecessary risks. Seeing Chun Hao momentarily speechless, she couldn't help but say, "There is no need for such a dire oath. You want to make money, and we want to make money too. It's inconvenient for us to go to the county town, and you're short on goods, so it's mutually beneficial." Chun Hao, illuminated by the dim light of the lantern, gazed at Su Yunlan, whose dark eyes sparkled like bright beacons. He couldn't help but feel a fondness for her. "Little sister, I'm all alone now. But don't worry. If I betray you, may I meet a terrible fate." His voice carried a hint of sadness that Su Guohua pondered for a moment, saying, "All right, let us not dwell on grim fates. Everyone is just trying to scrape by. Since you're willing, that is a good thing." Su Yunlan recognized her father's consent. She then proactively inquired about Chun Hao's home address, discussing future transaction locations, supply methods, and payment arrangements. Even among brothers, one must keep clear accounts. It was essential to clarify all aspects. Chun Hao was quite astute and understood quickly that Su Guohua noticed the dawn approaching and decided not to linger, hastily taking Su Yunlan home, in gratitude for Su Guohua and his daughter as support. Chun Hao generously gifted them a large bag of red dates. This time, Su Guohua did not decline to avoid Chun Hao. They bought nothing on this occasion. However, with money in hand, they felt a sense of security. Su Yunlan calculated roughly that the amount they possessed was more than sufficient to build a mud brick house, with fewer people constructing houses over the past 2 years, unless absolutely necessary. It wouldn't cost much to build. They were merely struggling to meet basic needs, feeling too drained to invest effort. If it weren't for the unpleasantness of being near Su Guoxing's home, she wouldn't have considered implementing this idea so soon. The materials for the door frames, window frames, rafters, and beams could be easily obtained from the mountains. Labor would not pose a financial burden. Communal meals were provided. However, they still needed to report upwards to arrange for separate cooking for meals. In truth, it wouldn't cost much and would remain within the financial reach of ordinary people. She calculated. Zhang Huifang was also doing her sums, albeit with a mindset to save wherever possible. Finding that the expenses were lower than she had anticipated, Zhang Huifang considered the broader picture. She wanted to build a house without becoming the envy of the entire village. While not everything could be perfect, it was still a decent plan. In the evening, Su Guohua returned and discussed the new house's location with Zhang Huifang. Gradually, he began to realize that since she was not his biological mother and had not treated him well, there was little to cling to. Nevertheless, regardless of the chosen site, they would ultimately need the team's approval. That Su Guohua took a bag of red dates and a bag of sweet potato chips to visit Yiping, with Su Yunlan following closely behind like a little shadow. When Su Guohua turned to see her, he exclaimed, "Why are you following me?" "Hurry back home," that Su Yunlan playfully replied. "Father, please let me go. I want to see what Captain He's house looks like." With a sigh, Su Guohua relented. "Fine, but you mustn't speak out of turn. Remember to greet people. I understand. Don't worry." Father, if Su Yunlan is unaware of this, then she has truly wasted decades of her life. Su Guohua held something in one hand while grasping Su Yunlan with the other. Su Yunlan felt a wave of joy as her father finally made a resolute decision, and she had also devised a strategy to counter Yiping's doubts. One does not strike a smiling face, and besides, the matter of adoption was initiated by Yiping himself. Even if the proof of the martyr status had not yet been issued, Yiping would not risk losing face. The more Yiping hesitated, the more assured she felt. As darkness fell, nearly every household had locked their doors. With no electricity and no entertainment, few ventured out in the pitch-black night. Upon reaching Yiping's doorstep, Su Guohua felt a twinge of anxiety, hesitating to knock. That Su Yunlan, aware of her father's typically reserved nature, understood that he might feel intimidated when seeking assistance. Feigning innocence, she suggested, "Father, it would be inconvenient for you to knock while holding my hand." "Let me do it." "All right," Su Guohua replied softly in the dark. "Knock, knock, knock. Is Uncle He at home?" Su Yunlan called out in a clear voice. That Yiping's wife opened the door and was taken aback to see the father-daughter duo. However, upon noticing the items Su Guohua was carrying, her demeanor immediately transformed into warmth as she ushered them into the house. When she saw the red dates and sweet potato chips, her jaw dropped in astonishment, and she laughed, saying, "Why bring gifts? We're all neighbors here. There's no need for such formality." Chapter 31. Overcoming difficulties with resolve. Su Guohua sheepishly chuckled. "Sister-in-law, you are too kind. These are for the children." The children at Yiping's home gazed eagerly. Though red dates and sweet potato chips were not luxurious treats, they were indeed a rarity in these times of scarcity, and Yiping's wife discreetly indicated where to place the items on the shelf. Yiping invited Su Guohua to sit down and, in a courteous manner, remarked, "Why bring gifts when visiting? Your children hardly have enough to eat or drink. Has my sister-in-law troubled you again?" Other than this, he could not fathom why Su Guohua sought him out. Without beating around the bush, Su Guohua laid his plans for building a house before Yiping. Su Yunlan's dark eyes studied Yiping as he pondered the proposal for a moment before responding. "It's not impossible for you to build a house, but there aren't many good plots left in this village. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is at their mercy." Yiping's wife interjected, "Isn't there a vacant plot at the village entrance? If Su Guohua's family doesn't mind, it could be a good location." That Yiping shot a glance at his wife and said, "Shurtu is tired. You should put him to sleep first." His wife retorted, "Shurtu can't possibly sleep now. He won't stop thinking about the red dates and sweet potato chips until he has some." Su Yunlan recognized that Yiping was displeased with his wife's chatter. However, she was familiar with the plot her mother-in-law mentioned. It was a distance away from the village and adjacent to the cow shed. Most people avoided it for fear of being associated with Teacher Liu, but it was indeed a good spot, far from Su Guoxing and Chendani, with favorable feng shui. She recalled that in her past life, a family had lived there, producing not only 2 college graduates, but also someone who held a significant official position. If only her father would agree. He Ping, irritated, refused to look at his wife and turned to Su Guohua, saying, "That location is a bit remote. It's practically outside the village. I didn't intend to suggest it to you, as it might seem like I'm taking advantage of an honest man." Su Guohua was preoccupied with thoughts of living near Teacher Lu. Being close to him would only lead to his wife constantly comparing him to the teacher. Su Yunlan noticed her father's days and gently tugged at his sleeve. Su Guohua, seemingly oblivious, countered, "Are there no other vacant plots?" He Ping shook his head. "You know what this village is like. It's genuinely challenging to find one." Su Yunlan feigned understanding, saying, "Father, living outside the village offers a broader perspective. Let us not put Uncle He in a difficult position. If we encounter challenges in building the house, Uncle He will surely lend a hand." He Ping, perceptive as ever, recognized that Su Yunlan was subtly hinting for him to assist further. He then promised, "Guohua, if you truly decide to build there, I will help you find someone. That I guarantee your house will be built swiftly and well." That Su Guohua hesitated, and thus the matter was settled in a somewhat muddled manner. Choosing between living near Chendani and Su Guosheng or close to Teacher Lu, the latter seemed the preferable option, that he did not wish to endure the discomfort of being glared at by Lu Chui or scolded by Chendani for being an ungrateful son. As they exited He Ping's home, Su Yunlan observed her father's discontent and, suspecting a part of the reason, feigned innocence and asked, "Father, are you feeling insecure?" "What?" Su Guohua was momentarily taken aback. "Insecure about what?" Su Yunlan replied seriously, "I noticed you seemed reluctant to agree, perhaps feeling uncomfortable about being near Teacher Lu." Su Guohua paused, responding, "What do children know?" Su Yunlan pouted, "Just because I'm a child doesn't mean I lack understanding. While you may not possess Teacher Lu's knowledge, he pales in comparison to you in many ways. Oh." Su Guohua's eyes brightened. "What makes you say that?" Su Yunlan contemplated before asserting, "Father, you can repair roofs, craft cabinets, build tables, and make chairs, baskets, and more. Teacher Lu cannot do these things. You also have me, your elder brother, sister, younger brother, and mother. Mother often tells me how capable you are, much more so than Teacher Lu." Su Guohua's lips curled into a smile, clearly pleased by Su Yunlan's words. "What else makes me good?" He eagerly sought to hear more of his virtues from her. Su Yunlan generously continued, "Father, you have a good temper, a handsome appearance, and are honest and kind." Su Guohua, realizing he had so many admirable qualities, felt a surge of confidence, eager to move to the new house and show Teacher Lu a thing or two. Zhang Huifang was also quite elated upon hearing about the new house. The entire family reveled in the joy of their forthcoming home. News of the house building spread throughout Dongfeng Brigade, and the most vocal reaction came from Su Guosheng. In a fit of rage, he smashed the family's only warming pot, causing Lu Chui to wail and lament. Chen Dani, unable to remain still on the Kong, shakily got up, her movements comically awkward as she struggled to balance herself. Pointing angrily at Su Guohua's yard while hurling insults to Su Yunxiang was baffled, wondering how their family had come to such a state. With thoughts of his future bride, he grasped at his own hair in frustration. Su Yunlian had not attended school for several days, falling behind in her studies, and was now forced to share a room with Chen Dani, catering to her every need. Complaining to Lu Chui only earned her a scolding. Lu Chui, still fuming over the silver bracelet incident, lacked the patience to care for Chen Dani, and thus the burden fell solely on Su Yunlian. Now, upon hearing that Su Yunlan's family was to build a new house, she could no longer contain her frustration and rushed to confront Su Guosheng. "Father, I want to go to school. Why should I stay home to care for Grandma while my cousins are all in school?" Su Guosheng's face turned a deep shade of anger. "You want to go to school? Let your mother take care of your grandmother. Call her here. I need to discuss something with her." Su Yunlian's face lit up with joy, and she hurried to find Lu Chui. Despite the earlier uproar, upon hearing Su Guosheng's summons, she quickly complied. That Su Guosheng, wearing a grim expression, instructed, "Go tell Captain Lu that Su Guosheng's family is hoarding grain and pilfering from the woodworking factory." Lu Chui hesitated. "How do you know Su Guohua is hoarding grain and stealing from the public?" Su Guosheng snarled, "If I say he is, then he is. That if I say he is hoarding, then he is. Our leader has said, even if there are no difficulties, one must create difficulties to overcome." Lu Chui, Lu Chui could not fathom such a scheme. That it sounded easy to say, but difficult to execute. Su Guosheng, barely able to rise from the Kong, would still need Su Yunxiang's help to carry out the plan. Now that he understood Su Guohua was not his biological brother, he felt even less restrained. That afternoon after school, Su Yunlan showed her newly designed house blueprint to Zhang Huifang. Initially, Zhang Huifang did not take it seriously, but upon seeing the well-structured layout, bedrooms, kitchen, dining room, and living room perfectly positioned, she began to examine it with great interest. Xiaolan, did you really draw this? Su Yunlan nodded solemnly. Yes, mother, I think it would be great for me and my sister to share a bedroom, while my elder brother and younger brother have another. And you and father can have a spacious master bedroom. When we have the chance to cook for ourselves, we can use the kitchen. Having a dining room for meals and a living room for guests sounds wonderful. The new plot is large, so we can design it however we like. Zhang Huifang nodded. All right, when your father returns, I will discuss it with him. Yes, they were conversing. Su Guohua, who should have been at the woodworking factory, stormed home in a fit of anger. Chapter 32. Malicious framing. Zhang Huifang hurriedly asked Su Guohua, "What happened?" Su Guohua struggled to articulate his frustration. "It's too much to bear." I was dismissed upon hearing this. Su Yunlan immediately lost her composure and rushed over, asking, "Father, what exactly happened?" Su Guohua, filled with indignation, recounted the events following his work shift, and it transpired that he had not eaten dinner after finishing his afternoon labor when the foreman detained him. Accusing him of pilfering items from the carpentry shop, to add insult to injury, a handful of nails was discovered in his coat pocket. Utterly at a loss for words, he ultimately found himself expelled from the premises. Su Yunlan immediately perceived the underlying deceit. It was evident that someone had orchestrated a plot to frame her father. Having only worked at the carpentry shop for a mere fortnight, the notion of him having offended anyone seemed implausible. Especially given his temperament, that if anyone bore a grudge against her father, it could very well be Su Guosheng. The thought of her uncle, Su Guosheng, sprang to her mind, particularly as news of their family's house construction had spread. And his jealousy was notorious. It was inconceivable that he would refrain from taking action. She recalled that in her past life, Su Guosheng had employed similar tactics to ensnare others, but at that time, they had been too preoccupied with their own troubles to notice. She had inadvertently overheard Su Guosheng discussing his schemes with Lu Chui, never imagining that such underhanded methods would be directed against her father. With this realization, she swiftly scoured her home, inside and out, and indeed discovered items that did not belong to them near the boundary wall shared with Su Guosheng's property: half a bag of sweet potato flour and half a bag of sorghum. Without hesitation, Su Yunlan concealed the flour and sorghum in her storage space, pretending as though nothing had occurred, and covered the evidence with branches and straw. "Xiaolan, what are you doing?" Zhang Huifang, having not observed her actions, inquired. That Su Yunlan, not intending to disclose her findings, fabricated a reason. "I was feeling down for father and wanted to spend a moment in the courtyard." She knew that someone from Su Guosheng's household was likely eavesdropping on the other side of the wall. Sighing, she lamented, father's work at the carpentry shop was no easy feat. How could he be dismissed like this? Zhang Huifang responded, "If they wish to dismiss you, they can easily fabricate a reason. What can we do? Should we storm the carpentry shop in protest?" On the other side of the wall, Lu Chui reveled in her triumph, knowing that Su Guosheng's plan had partially succeeded. The Su family would never dare to confront the factory. Even securing a meal was now a challenge for them. Su Guohua could only swallow this injustice in silence. Unable to contain her excitement, Lu Chui rushed to inform Su Guosheng of the good news. Hearing the sound of hurried footsteps, Su Yunlan looked up at Zhang Huifang and said, "Mother, do not worry that we will accompany father to the carpentry shop to seek justice." "What?" Before Zhang Huifang could say more, Su Yunlan pulled her into the house. That Su Yunlan's resolve to vindicate her father was unwavering. She turned to Su Guohua, stating firmly, "Father, I will go with you, that if we do not seek justice now, we will only face scorn when we step outside later, that we are honest, upright people. Why should we allow them to slander us? Moreover, you have not even received your wages for the past fortnight. We cannot simply accept this baseless accusation." That Su Yunxiang, arms akimbo, added, "Father, I will accompany you as well." That Su Yunli and Su Yunlei said nothing, but stood resolutely behind Su Yunxiang, their indignation palpable. Zhang Huifang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. Suddenly, a chaotic knocking echoed at the door. To Su Guohua thought, Could it be the carpentry shop's personnel returning to pursue their unjust dismissal? Zhang Huifang furrowed her brow and declared, "I will answer the door." Thus Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei followed suit, curious about who could be knocking so urgently at this hour. That Su Yunlan hurriedly gathered the remaining red dates and sweet potato slices from the jar. Ensuring there was no trace of food left before stepping outside, as she did, a group of people burst into the courtyard, indiscriminately searching both inside and outside the house. Zhang Huifang exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth are you doing? What are you looking for?" Su Guohua had never encountered such a scene. The camp officer was personally leading the charge, as if their family harbored some shameful secret. He implored the officer, "Officer Nyo, what are you searching for? Our family is honest and has never committed any wrongdoing against the government or the people." The camp officer sneered, "You won't know until we've searched. Someone reported that your family is embezzling public property. You dare to hide government assets? That is tantamount to defying the state." Su Guohua looked bewildered. How could we dare to oppose the government? Surely the informant must have made a mistake. "Officer Nyo," arms crossed, retorted Su Guohua, "you may deceive others, but not me. Just look at your family's condition. You still claim innocence?" Su Guohua and Zhang Huifang exchanged glances. Finding nothing amiss, they appeared even more gaunt than before. No, it was more accurate to say they had merely shed some swelling. Zhang Huifang's legs were swollen, while the children's faces bore the marks of hunger. The previous edema caused by starvation had left its imprint, but now it had all subsided, revealing their frail figures once more. Su Yunlan understood that no words would suffice. Only the truth could explain their situation. As anticipated, after a thorough search, nothing was found, and they returned to report to Officer Nyo. The officer's corpulent face was contorted with rage. "What is going on? Wasn't it said that there was something? Have you searched every nook and cranny of the yard?" They all responded in unison, "We searched everywhere. There is nothing." Zhang Huifang seized the opportunity to interject, "Our family is honest. How could we dare to embezzle state property? Who has the audacity to slander us so shamelessly? Officer Nyo, you must stand up for us." Officer Nyo paced the yard, contemplating for a moment before replying, "What honesty? Your Su Guohua has a criminal record. Now confess where you've hidden the food, or we will be forced to resort to violence." That Su Yunlan raised her chin defiantly, asking, "What criminal record?" Officer Nyo shot her a glance, and then looked again. Noticing that the young girl had a certain charm about her, prompting him to elaborate, "It is indeed true that your father was dismissed for stealing nails from the carpentry shop." The informant provided a detailed account, claiming to have witnessed Su Guohua pilfering sweet potato flour and sorghum from the warehouse. "This cannot be fabricated," that Su Yunlan replied calmly, "but you also saw that our family lacks even a cooking pot. What use would we have for such items? Moreover, my father's troubles at the carpentry shop are based on falsehoods. This incident occurred just this afternoon. Even if the news spread quickly, it is implausible that it reached the camp office so soon. Furthermore, the informant's intentions are suspect. It is clear they are attempting to frame our family, but if they claim to have seen my father hiding anything, then let them come forward and confront us directly. If they can produce evidence, we accept the consequences. If not, my parents are innocent and will demand justice from the commune secretary." Chapter 33. A failed scheme. Her voice rang clear and resolute, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Officer Nyo had not anticipated that an 8-year-old girl could articulate herself so well, hitting every point with precision, leaving them at a loss for words. Zhang Huifang seemed to find newfound resolve. Though she worried that her daughter's boldness might anger Officer Nyo, that Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei looked at Su Yunlan with bright eyes, viewing her as an exemplar. They too wished to speak with such conviction. Su Guohua felt a wave of shame wash over him. His daughter, so young, was standing up for their family while he felt like a coward. He could not help but chastise himself. Yet, this was not the time for self-reproach. He approached Su Yunlan, saying, "Officer Nyo, my daughter may be young, but she speaks the truth that I too wish to convey. I consider myself an honest man, never overstepping my bounds. Yet I find myself the target of malicious accusations. If you doubt my words, feel free to bring forth anyone who can confront me directly." Officer Nyo was unaware of the informant's identity, yet witnessing the Su family's solidarity and earnestness, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine. Wait here, I will fetch the informant." That it seemed they would not shed tears until they faced the dire consequences. With that, he instructed others to remain while he took 2 men to find Lu Ingshang. Before long, Officer Niu returned, but the informant lingered outside, reluctant to show themselves. "Hurry up, quit dawdling. This is no time for shyness." Officer Niu urged that Su Guohua, Zhang Huifeng, Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei craned their necks, eager to see the person who had reported them. Su Yunlan had already guessed who it might be, and felt no particular curiosity. It was either Lu Chui or Su Yunxiang. Among those from Su Guoxing's household, these two were the only ones likely to come forward. And when it came to spreading gossip and stirring trouble, no one was more adept than Lu Chui, making her the most probable informant that AS anticipated. When the informant finally revealed themselves, it was indeed Lu Chui. Initially, she appeared somewhat embarrassed, but upon seeing Zhang Huifeng, who looked much healthier than herself, she immediately straightened her posture. That Su Guohua ran through the list of potential culprits in his mind, and to his dismay, it was Lu Chui. Heartbroken, he exclaimed, "You reported us?" Lu Chui retorted defiantly, "This is a matter of justice over familial ties." "Justice over familial ties?" Su Guohua seethed. "You vile woman! This is nothing but a scheme to ensnare us." Zhang Huifeng raised her voice in protest. "Lu Chui, how have we wronged you? Why would you betray us so callously?" "Who is being callous? I am acting with integrity," Lu Chui shouted back, her indignation palpable. Having overheard that nothing had been found, Lu Chui was becoming increasingly agitated. It should be so easy to uncover. How could they possibly find nothing? Officer Niu, growing impatient, urged, "Hurry up and search. Stop dragging your feet." Lu Chui ceased her prattling and hastened to the grain storage location she had painstakingly devised, a spot that was neither conspicuous nor easily discoverable. After much effort, she managed to retrieve the supplies from atop the wall, only to be left flabbergasted upon arrival. The area had already been thoroughly searched. Twigs and straw lay strewn about in disarray. Noticing Lu Chui standing there in a stupor, the camp officer remarked with irritation, "What good is it to stand there idly for us to witness?" Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Lu Chui promptly resumed her digging, but to her dismay, discovered nothing. Her face fell in disbelief. Undeterred, she scoured both the interior and exterior of the house, yet found herself empty-handed once more. Su Yunlan, with a knowing smile, quipped, "Officer Niu, is the commune secretary asleep at this hour?" The officer, feeling as though Lu Chui had played him for a fool, barked, "Did you not witness them hoarding supplies? Why can you not find anything?" Lu Chui stammered, I did see Su Guohua hiding the grain here." "Nonsense," retorted Su Guohua, finally grasping that Lu Chui harbored malicious intentions. Zhang Huifeng chimed in, "Lu Chui, you wretched creature. How could you possibly have seen anything?" Su Yunlan recalled that in her previous life at this very moment, her aunt Su Guoqin had given Chindani a portion of white flour, though the specifics eluded her. Thus, she suggested, "Mother is correct. Officer Niu should visit their household for a search. It might yield some results. It's possible that some among you are merely projecting." Lu Chui retorted, "You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? How can my family possibly possess such things? Do not emulate a gossiping harpy." Su Yunlan chuckled lightly, "I cannot possibly imitate you, you gossiping harpy, you wretched creature." With that, she stuck out her tongue, deliberately revealing her youthful demeanor. Enraged, Lu Chui hurled her slipper at Su Yunlan, only to be pushed aside by Zhang Huifeng. Initially, the officer believed Su Yunlan was merely a child sulking, but seeing Lu Chui's vehement reaction, he declared, "Let us proceed to their home for an inspection." Lu Chui nearly collapsed, but recalling that if she fell, the officer would indeed come to her door, she quickly interjected, "Officer Niu, do not heed this little girl's nonsense. How could we possibly engage in such behavior? Perhaps I was mistaken and unjustly accused Guohua. You need not trouble yourselves. I shall personally escort you back." Officer Niu shot Lu Chui a sidelong glance. Her frantic denials only reinforced his suspicion that she was attempting to conceal something. Thus, he commanded the others to seize Lu Chui and escort her to the neighboring house. The Su family did not follow, yet they could hear the commotion from next door. Soon, anguished cries echoed through the air that Su Yunlan knew she had made the right wager. The officer bellowed, "Indeed, you are the ones crying thief, flour and cornmeal. If you cannot explain where this grain came from, the matter is far from settled." Su Yunlan pondered the origins of the grain that in her previous life. She knew that Aunt Su Guoqin never lacked for supplies, although they had never partaken of her bounty. Su Guoqin was a widow, and there were rumors of her involvement with a certain cook. Whether there was any truth to it was beyond her knowledge. However, as a mother, Chen Danny would certainly be aware. Chen Danny muttered incoherently in her defense, but no one could comprehend her words that Su Guoqing's voice rang out. Officer Niu, the grain in our home was given by my sister, who married into the neighboring commune, and is in a better position than we are. The officer immediately retorted, Are you questioning our commune's management? We must confiscate the flour and cornmeal for the state, that if you have grievances, take them up with Captain Liu. Fabricating reports without understanding the situation will only bring trouble upon the state. Su Guoqing forced a smile, his embarrassment palpable as he repeatedly apologized. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. My wife did not see clearly. The cries of Lu Chui, Su Yunlan, and Chen Danny intertwined in a cacophony, until the officer uttered, A misunderstanding, indeed. Do you take me for a fool? If I catch wind of any further misconduct, I will not spare you. Su Yunlan could easily envision Su Guoqing's face turning from crimson to pale. Surely more distressing than consuming a dead fly, that if they dared to scheme against them, she would ensure they learned the consequences of their actions. Hearing the officer's footsteps retreating, she quickly pulled Su Guohua along, exclaiming, Officer, you promised to give my father justice. Chapter 34. The fearless young calf, Officer Niu, stood momentarily stunned. He had assumed the matter was settled, only to find the little girl pursuing Su Guohua once more. Being a man of stature, and with several others in tow, he maintained a stern demeanor, stating, You were fortunate that we found nothing in your home. What more do you desire? The commune secretary is not someone you can disturb at will. Indeed, we are fortunate, Su Yunlan replied, lifting her chin defiantly. Whether or not we seek the commune secretary is still at your discretion, is it not? If you can secure justice for my father, there will be no need to trouble the secretary. Su Yunlan was aware of Officer Niu's fondness for flattery, and thus tailored her words to please him. He, feeling elevated in status, pondered briefly before saying, Speak, little girl. How do you intend to secure justice for your father? Su Guohua wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, increasingly aware of Su Yunlan's audacity. Truly, she was a fearless young calf, unafraid of the tiger, with his daughter advocating for him. He could not falter. Zhang Huifeng tightly grasped Su Yunlan's hand, her blood racing with excitement that Su Yunxiang and Su Yunli could not interject, yet they exchanged glances, both looking to Su Yunlan for guidance. With calm deliberation, Su Yunlan asserted, If my father can be wronged once, he can certainly be wronged again. Clearly, the hoarding of grain constitutes the second offense. Officer Niu, being astute, must have deduced that my father was dismissed from the carpenter's workshop. Soon to hear of the irregularities, correct? What could Officer Niu say? To admit ignorance would imply a lack of intelligence. Stiffening his resolve, he replied, I do indeed sense something amiss. Could it be that Lu Chui is behind this? Su Yunlan smiled. Officer Niu, you are truly perceptive. If she indeed brought this to your attention, it warrants further investigation. With your backing, I am confident we shall soon clear my father's name. Officer Niu nodded vigorously, saying, Very well. Let Su Guohua come to see me tomorrow. I shall accompany him to the carpenter's workshop. Thank you, Officer Niu. Su Yunlan beamed, her expression radiating youthful exuberance. Her family was merely ordinary folk, devoid of connections or power. Sometimes, one must bow their head to ultimately rise higher and see further. After many years, Su Yunlan had come to understand this truth. Zhang Huifeng and Su Guohua exchanged glances, the twilight casting shadows that obscured their expressions. Yet they could sense the astonishment and anxiety on each other's faces. That Su Yunlan spoke with a maturity surpassing that of an adult, her problem-solving skills sharper than those of certain leaders. In that moment, they questioned whether Su Yunlan had been possessed by the spirit of Aunt Hu. Unsure whether to feel joy or dread, they hastily expressed their gratitude after Su Yunlan had thanked the officer. As Officer Niu strolled away, hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of authority. Meanwhile, Su Guosheng, eavesdropping from the courtyard, was infuriated. Before Su Yunlan could step into her own yard, the anguished cries from next door reached her ears. Without needing to listen closely, she knew that Su Guosheng had suffered a silent defeat and was venting his frustrations on Lu Chui, that Su Guohua had also heard of Chen Danny's fainting spell, and furrowed his brow in response that he said nothing and urged Zhang Huifeng and the children to enter the house, that Su Yunlan was acutely aware that her father had been betrayed by those he once relied upon. All her illusions had shattered, leaving her feeling uneasy that in her previous life, her father had passed away early, and she and her mother, along with her siblings, had faced far greater hardships than this. Qin Danny had always been merciless in her taunts. Yet now her father needed to confront reality that Su Guosheng, a duplicitous individual, was not to be trusted. Qin Danny's paralysis was a consequence of her own actions, reflecting on her father's previous life. He had been somewhat fortunate, passing away in ignorance and devoid of sorrow. Now, he resembled a child, needing to mature through adversity. Even if he stumbled along the way, it mattered not. A son does not scorn his mother's lack of beauty, nor does a child disdain a poor household. She was willing to invest time in transforming her father, accompanying her family through these trying times, remembering that her father had yet to eat, and that the family had not dined well while waiting for him. She seized the opportunity to enter the space and prepare a meal. She gathered scallions, ginger, garlic, and an assortment of spices, cut a piece of pork belly, washed it with spring water, and diced it into chunks to prepare a simple yet delightful braised pork. She also made a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy shredded potatoes, and quickly steamed a pot of rice. When the dishes were served, Su Yunxiang's eyes widened in astonishment, but Su Yunlei gulped in anticipation, while Su Yunli, usually composed, could hardly tear her gaze from the braised pork, exclaiming that aunt who had become increasingly humane. Such a lavish meal was beyond their expectations, akin to a divine blessing. Zhang Huifang mechanically performed 3 bows, murmuring prayers, while Su Guohua, brushing away the previous gloom, lifted his bowl and declared, "From now on, I shall strive to ensure we have braised pork at every meal." Zhang Huifang chuckled. "Wouldn't eating braised pork daily become tiresome? I find the shredded potatoes quite delightful." "The more I eat, the more I crave," that Su Yunlei, his mouth stuffed with braised pork, chimed in. "I could never tire of it. I wish to eat braised pork every day," that Su Yunxiang nodded vigorously, exclaiming that braised pork with rice was truly delectable. A culinary experience he had never encountered before. Is it the case that even celestial beings indulge in such fare? He pondered. Whether deities partake in such dishes remains uncertain. However, I am well aware that my elder brother has yet to master 10 characters. And should he continue to struggle, it seems likely that he will face a future devoid of braised pork. Su Yunlan devised various methods to ensure her brother dedicated himself to his studies, crafting a tailored learning plan for the siblings, specifying the number of characters to recognize and the amount of pinyin to learn each day, establishing a solid foundation to facilitate future learning endeavors. In truth, her elder brother is quite intelligent. He simply lacked the opportunity to study previously, having squandered his time. That Su Yunxiang, not wishing to face a future without braised pork, quickly declared, "I shall write as soon as I finish eating. None of you should hinder me, that if I cannot learn, I shall forego sleep." Zhang Huifang immediately responded, "Then I shall sew a few garments for you. With the warmth of spring approaching, your single-layer clothes are becoming too small." In previous years, they could repurpose the cotton from their winter coats, but this year, under the blessing of Aunt Hu, new clothes would be made for them. Su Yunli's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true, Mother?" Zhang Huifang chuckled. "Of course it is true. Would I deceive you?" Su Yunlan chimed in. "Indeed, Mother would never deceive us. Aunt Hu has already provided us with fabric. Garments in their household were typically new for 3 years, then old for 3 years, patched for another 3, but the prospect of new clothes brought joy to all, akin to the festivities of the new year. It is worth noting that during this year's celebrations, they wore patched clothing. That Su Guohua, feeling concern for his wife, could not help but remark, "The kerosene lamp is dim. Let us make clothes during the day, lest you strain your eyes." That Su Yunxiang raised an eyebrow. "Father, why are you not worried about my eyes? I too must stay up late to study." "You deserve it." Su Guohua rolled his eyes. "With so much time during the day to study, you choose to wait until nightfall to waste kerosene." Chapter 35. An unwanted encounter. At that moment, Su Yunxiang found the braised pork less appetizing, grimacing as he exclaimed, "Father, why are you so biased?" Zhang Huifang's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a glare at Su Guohua. "Speak less. We are eating. Why frighten the children?" Su Guohua quickly retorted, "How am I frightening him? I am merely stating the facts, and you still say—" Zhang Huifang placed her bowl on the ground. That Su Guohua immediately acquiesced. I shall say no more. Just eat your meal. Afterward, he even served her a piece of braised pork, prompting Zhang Huifang to lift her bowl. Once more that Su Yunlan, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei erupted in laughter. Indeed, being with their parents brought much joy. Once the meal concluded, Su Yunlan instructed Su Yunlei to oversee Su Yunxiang's riding while she and her sister, Su Yunli, took Su Guohua for a stroll down the street. Having eaten well, they feared indigestion, particularly the prospect of gaining weight. In a time when one was either as thin as a rake or as bloated as a steam bun, Su Yunlan was cautious. The distinction between being merely plump and grotesquely swollen was significant. She had no desire for her family to stand out as anomalies. Her ultimate goal was to ensure that her family possessed the ability to sustain themselves, earn a substantial income, enjoy a good life, and maintain their health into old age. The street was deserted. At this hour, everyone sought to conserve their strength, unable to afford the luxury of leisurely wandering. Those who could indulge in hearty meals likely included the local authorities and the kitchen staff. As they approached the village's riverbank, shadows enveloped them. That Su Yunli, having never ventured out in the dark, felt a twinge of fear. "Father, let us return home. It is so dark. Could there be ghosts?" Su Yunlan whispered. "Where would ghosts come from? We frighten ourselves." Su Guohua, despite being their father, mustered his courage and declared, "No talk of such things at night. Let us proceed to the bridge." Before turning back, Su Yunli instinctively moved closer to Su Guohua, seeking a sense of security. Su Yunlan, being bold and having never encountered a ghost in her decades of life, remained unafraid. That if one were to speak candidly, the hearts of men were far more terrifying than any specter. Upon reaching the bridge, they suddenly heard a rustling sound, sending chills down Su Yunli's spine. Su Guohua, upon hearing the noise, felt his face grow warm and quickly led his daughters back home, determined to shield them from any untoward sounds. That Su Yunlan, with her keen hearing and sharp eyesight, had caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure, none other than Lu Yingchang. Recalling whispers from her past life regarding Lu Yingchang's alleged indiscretion with a certain telephone operator, she recognized that the operator in question could only be Wu Qiaoyan, Su Yunxiang's betrothed. In her previous life, mere weeks into her marriage, news of Wu Qiaoyan's pregnancy had spread, granting her family considerable authority, while her cousins were treated like slaves. How amusing it was to realize that rumors often had a basis in reality. Su Yunlan and Su Yunli were swiftly pulled back home by Su Guohua, their hearts racing. Upon arriving, the trio remained breathless. Zhang Huifang furrowed her brow. "Why run in the dark? Could you not simply walk home?" Su Guohua chuckled awkwardly. "Isn't this a form of exercise? We are merely keeping fit." "Not at all," Su Yunli retorted. "It seemed as if there were ghosts by the riverbank." "Ghosts?" Zhang Huifang shivered, feeling a prick in her hand. Since Anne had entered their lives, Zhang Huifang had grown increasingly superstitious. That Su Guohua's face reddened as he asserted, "It is late. We should sleep. Perhaps we misheard. It could have been a wild cat." Su Yunlan concurred. It was likely a wild cat. If ghosts truly existed, we would not have returned. That Su Yunli reflected and agreed. The noise did resemble that of a wild cat. That Su Yunxiang, holding the characters he had practiced, asked Su Yunlan, "Do you think my writing is good?" Su Yunlan nodded. "Indeed, there is progress at this rate. You may become the top student in the first grade." Su Yunxiang laughed heartily. "I do not care for being first. What matters is that learning brings me joy." Su Yunli cast him a sidelong glance. "I believe you not." Su Yunxiang stuck out his tongue, pulling a face. That Su Guohua urged, "Time for bed. Even Lei has fallen asleep. Yet you all remain so lively." The AT is urging. They all washed up and settled into their beds. Entering March, the temperature fluctuated greatly between day and night. It remained chilly at night. That Su Yunlan, with her eyes half closed, entered the space. While overseeing Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei's studies, she too continued her own learning, seizing every moment to read. The books in her space surpassed those found in libraries, effectively compensating for the regret of limited reading in her previous life. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep, exiting the space automatically. She asked Su Yunxiang to assist her in requesting leave to accompany Su Guohua in seeking out Officer Niu. That Su Yunxiang wore a reluctant expression. "Another request for leave? I shall not assist you." That Su Yunlan, unfazed, replied. "Then can you help father seek justice?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Yunxiang relented. "Fine. Since you are my sister, I shall help you one last time." He lacked confidence in securing justice for their father, that Su Guohua. Equally doubtful, remarked Xiaolan. Officer Niu was merely being polite. How could we take it seriously? Su Yunlan feigned innocence. Why not take it seriously? Teacher Tian said that a gentleman's word is his bond. Well, at least it's not Teacher Lu. Su Guohua reassured himself that as they arrived at the camp, Su Yunlan and Su Guohua did not find Officer Niu at first, but they spotted Lu Yingchang, that Su Guohua hurriedly greeted him. Lu Yingchang's condescending demeanor was anticipated by Su Yunlan. However, one should not strike a smiling face, that no matter how he acted, he would not start by reprimanding others. Lu Yingchang frowned. Su Guohua, how is it that you have lost all dignity? Wasn't it I who introduced you to the woodworking factory? How could you engage in such underhanded dealings? I am wronged. I swear I did not, Su Guohua stammered. I was falsely accused regarding last night's incident. And the matter with the woodworking factory is also a misunderstanding that I implore you, Lu Yingchang, to help me seek justice. Cold sweat trickled down Su Guohua's brow as he defended himself, that Su Yunlan thought her father handled himself well, refraining from insisting on seeking justice from Officer Niu. After all, Lu Yingchang held a higher rank than Officer Niu, and it was essential to curry favor with him. Life is as fragile as grass. As ordinary citizens without power or backing, they would be foolish to challenge authority. Thus, she pleaded, Please, Lu Yingchang, help my father obtain justice. We are poor and cannot bear the stigma of being thieves. Chapter 36. Fabricating Falsehoods. Deceptive schemes. Lu Yingchang cast a glance at Su Yunlan, noting her face adorned with patches, flushed from the cold, and glistening eyes filled with tears, appearing most pitiful. His demeanor softened slightly. Very well. You may go find Officer Niu and tell him I sent you, instructing him to accompany you to the woodworking factory. However, I must warn you, should it be confirmed that Su Guohua indeed partook in thievery, I will not spare you. That Su Guohua replied earnestly. I would never bring shame upon Lu Yingchang. I, Su Guohua, would never engage in such conduct. As Su Yunlan, lifting her little face earnestly, added Lu Yingchang, you worry too much. That my father has never committed such acts. If others wish to cast blame, they must first ascertain whether you, Commander Lu, would agree to it. Furthermore, my father was introduced to this position by Commander Lu. Their accusations against him are a direct affront to your honor. That my father is determined to restore your reputation, even at great personal cost. Commander Lu's expression shifted with her words, and after exhaling a smoke ring, he remarked, Young lady, are you subtly urging me to take your side? Su Yunlan sensed her father's clammy hands and calmly replied, Did not Commander Lu intend to advocate for us from the beginning? Commander Lu laughed heartily. How amusing. Go seek out Officer Niu. Head to the carpentry factory right away. Once distanced from Commander Lu, Su Guohua remained apprehensive and solemnly remarked, Xiaolan, we must succeed this time. That Su Yunlan chuckled. Then his father ever engaged in petty theft? Of course not, Su Guohua asserted without hesitation. That Su Yunlan reassured him. That is excellent. If you have done nothing wrong, why fear? The innocent will clear their names. You recounted the circumstances of your wrongful accusation yesterday. I have devised a plan, so do not worry. That Su Guohua felt slightly reassured and responded. That is good. When we meet Officer Niu, do not mention Commander Lu's words. That I know, Su Yunlan replied, understanding well what should and should not be said. After they approached Officer Niu, he wasted no time on pleasantries. Su Guohua had prepared a lengthy explanation, which he did not get to use, as they were directly escorted to the carpentry factory. Upon seeing Officer Niu, the factory manager exchanged brief pleasantries before discussing Su Guohua's case. The manager furrowed his brow and stated, Su Guohua was caught red-handed. We are merely dismissing him, which is already quite lenient. That Su Guohua echoed Su Yunlan's advice, saying, Manager Wang, I mentioned yesterday that I am innocent. Those nails were certainly placed in my pocket by someone intending to frame me. That I do not even require nails for my work. That an onlooker interjected, Just because you don't need them now doesn't mean you won't need them later. I heard you're building a house. Stealing nails today could lead to stealing timber tomorrow. It's a slippery slope. Su Yunlan turned to the speaker, whom she recognized from her past life. His name was Bao Jin, who had once been saved by Su Guosheng during a battle. Few were aware of this connection, and she herself only learned of it on Su Yunxiang's wedding day. Raising her chin, she retorted, How is it that you know better than my father what he has taken? Su Guohua recalled some details and glared at Bao Jin, saying, Did you not place those nails in my pocket? You were closest to me. even brushing the sawdust off my clothes that I thought you were a good person. Yet here you were speaking against me. Bao Jin retorted, what does it have to do with me? Did you not also brush me off? Su Guohua became increasingly convinced that Bao Jin was the culprit, yet lacked evidence that Su Yunlan turned to Officer Niu, confident in his keen judgment. The public nails are accounted for and managed by specific personnel. How could my father, a newcomer, have access to them? Officer Niu's brow twitched as he asked Manager Wang. Old Wang, who manages the nails here, and who usually has access. Manager Wang listed several names and called forth those who could access the nails. Each was interrogated, and eventually, it was revealed that the person in charge of the storeroom had to use the restroom, and Bao Jin had volunteered to watch over it. The investigation circled back to Bao Jin, whose eyes darted nervously. I am simply a good Samaritan. Is there a crime in helping? Su Yunlan tapped her chin thoughtfully. Helping is not the issue. The crime lies in your theft of public property and framing my father. By the way, Officer Niu, does he not have a nail in his pocket, with the tip exposed? Bao Jin panicked and hurriedly checked his pocket, finding it empty, and breathed a sigh of relief. See? There is nothing there. Do not conjure falsehoods. I would never stoop to that. Officer Niu, uncertain of Su Yunlan's intentions, glanced at his own pockets and confirmed they were indeed empty, but did not wish to appear incompetent. Clearing his throat and saying, Young lady, please take over. Su Yunlan had awaited this moment, asserting with poise, First, I deliberately claimed there was a nail in his pocket without having seen anything that a rational person would immediately refute such an accusation. Yet he panicked. Bao Jin interrupted. I was not panicking. I was merely confirming if someone was framing me. Su Yunlan smiled. Why the urgency? I had not finished speaking. Are you feeling guilty? Let me inform you that the rust stains on your pocket have betrayed you. Bao Jin's dark complexion drained of color as Su Yunlan continued. To think you would be so cowardly as to steal rusty nails. Your pocket is made of white cloth, and even if it were dirty, it would not bear rust stains. Yet look at yours, completely stained. The onlookers were left in no doubt. They had witnessed Su Guohua's wrongful accusation just the day before. The nails were indeed rusty. And this young girl, not present at the time, had accurately deduced their condition, leaving them all astonished. Most shocked was Su Guohua, who had never mentioned the rusty nails to Su Yunlan. Navigating through the crowd's astonishment, Su Yunlan produced Su Guohua's pocket for all to see. The same rust stains. The truth is evident to all. Officer Niu, with his discerning eye, had already unraveled the truth, rendering Bao Jin's protests futile. The crowd's gaze shifted back to Officer Niu, who had recently appeared shocked but now wore a knowing expression. Everyone understood the truth, and it became clear who possessed the sharp eye for detail. They unanimously regarded the young girl as exceptionally clever, adept at enhancing her leader's reputation. Even more shamelessly, Officer Niu unreservedly claimed the credit, stating, "The girl speaks the truth. I saw through this scoundrel from the start. Old Wang, how shall we deal with this thief?" Bao Jin collapsed to the ground, still crying out in protest. Yet the evidence was undeniable, rendering his denials pointless. Su Yunlan glared at Bao Jin and demanded, "Who instigated you to harm my father?" Officer Niu recalled Su Yunlan's suspicion of Lu Chui's involvement and immediately pressed Bao Jin. "Now, tell me, who directed you to do this, and who is your accomplice?" Bao Jin clenched his teeth. "I was simply envious of Su Guohua. I framed him for stealing nails that it has nothing to do with anyone else." Officer Niu pressed further. Then how did Lu Chui learn of Su Guohua's alleged theft? Bao Jin hesitated. "How should I know? I do not know her." Officer Niu slapped Bao Jin twice, yet still failed to extract a coherent explanation. Manager Wang's face turned ashen as he kicked Bao Jin several times. Feeling utterly humiliated that he had not only wronged Su Guohua, but discovered there was another who had pilfered from the public, that it was indeed his oversight, a tremendous embarrassment, kicking Bao Jin once more. He declared, "This scoundrel has even deceived me. He must be dismissed." Bao Jin scrambled to his feet, a mournful expression on his face as he pleaded, "Will I receive my wages for this month? My family relies on this income. Fat chance." Officer Niu spat. "Old Wang, since we have wronged Su Guohua, let us restore his position." Su Yunlan's flattery had not gone unnoticed, and she was pleasantly surprised by Officer Niu's promptness. However, her father's reinstatement might prove challenging, as she had exposed the truth and embarrassed Manager Wang, as expected. Manager Wang ambiguously stated, "The factory is not in need of additional hands at the moment. How about we settle his wages for the half-month he worked as a concession to you, old Nyo?" Although Officer Nyo was displeased, he could not press the issue further given Manager Wang's stance. Su Guohua received his wages and was exonerated, feeling elated, though a touch of disappointment lingered due to his lack of employment. Yet he understood this was the best outcome, and his heart felt lighter. Upon leaving the carpentry factory, Su Guohua expressed his gratitude to Officer Nyo. Despite his daughter's efforts, the resolution would not have been possible without Officer Nyo's intervention. Officer Nyo smiled. "It was a minor matter. Your daughter is a promising talent. Nurture her well," Su Guohua humbly replied. "You flatter me." Officer NIU.MY position was secured through Commander Liu's introduction. "Given my current circumstances, I would appreciate it if you could inform Commander Liu of my situation." Of course, Officer Nyo agreed, parting ways with the father and daughter. Turning around, Su Yunlan and her father encountered Bao Jin again. Rather than appearing remorseful, Bao Jin blamed Su Guohua for his dismissal, hurling insults at him. Su Guohua seized Bao Jin by the collar and demanded, "I have never wronged you. Why have you harmed me?" Bao Jin's eyes flickered. "It was your own foolishness." Unable to bear the insult to her father, Su Yunlan unleashed a flurry of kicks, exclaiming, "You harmed my father! You harmed my father!" Su Guohua, filled with rage, struck Bao Jin twice, his hands trembling uncontrollably as it was the first time he had ever struck someone outside his family. Bao Jin, intimidated by their ferocity, quickly exclaimed, "I was wrong. I was wrong." That Su Yunlan stood with her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Why have you harmed my father? If you don't confess, we shall make sure you pay." Su Guohua, witnessing his daughter's fervent efforts to defend him, also declared with determination, "You better speak up, or we won't let this rest." Bao Jin, resolute as a turtle with its shell firmly in place, stubbornly denied any wrongdoing, maintaining that he was merely envious of Su Guohua's craftsmanship, just as he had explained at the carpentry factory that Su Yunlan was aware of the true mastermind behind the scheme. Yet without Bao Jin's confession or any evidence, she had no choice but to let him go. That Su Guohua felt a surge of relief and excitement. He had already resolved that with no job at hand, he would focus on building a house. As thoughts of construction filled his mind, he led Su Yunlan to an abandoned homestead. Together, they meticulously analyzed the blueprint she had drawn, ultimately deciding to follow her design. Su Yunlan, too, began to envision her future home. While lost in her musings, she heard someone calling her name and turned to see Teacher Liu. Teacher Liu inquired, "What are you two doing here?" Su Yunlan joyfully replied, "We plan to build a house here, so we can be closer to you, Teacher Liu." Teacher Liu nodded approvingly, saying, "That sounds wonderful, that if there's anything you need assistance with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will help in any way I can." Su Guohua, feeling somewhat sour, interjected, "How could you possibly help, Teacher Liu? Apart from knowing a few characters and having studied abroad for a few years, what else can you contribute?" Teacher Liu was not offended, recognizing that Su Guohua was not a malicious individual. If he were, he wouldn't have sought a doctor to save himself. Moreover, Su Yunlan's quiet gesture of preparing a pot of porridge for him was undoubtedly under Su Guohua's instruction. After all, where would the little girl have obtained rice to cook otherwise? He held a certain admiration for Su Guohua's selfless acts. Having spent years here without neighbors, he now felt a renewed sense of hope with the arrival of their family. With a hint of amusement in his tone, he remarked, "Even if I can only provide small assistance, I am certain there will be ways I can help." That Su Guohua found himself at a loss for words. Su Yunlan noticed a change in Teacher Liu. He seemed more optimistic about life, which brought her great joy. Observing her father's awkward demeanor, she promptly expressed her gratitude, regardless of whether Teacher Liu could truly assist. His willingness to help was commendable. Hearing a growl from Teacher Liu's stomach reminded Su Guohua that mealtime had arrived, and he urged Su Yunlan to hurry home, as he still needed to fetch their meal. Even the smallest morsels were still sustenance, and regardless of how insipid the cafeteria food might be, it was essential to eat. Lunch consisted of wild, vegetable flatbreads and thin porridge, leaving no room for illusions. Fortunately, Su Yunlan had prepared 6 pancakes in advance. As she reached for the pancakes, she noticed half a bag of sweet potato flour and half a bag of sorghum flour that Su Guosheng had confiscated while attempting to frame their family, which reminded her of the agreement with Chun Hao. Early the next morning, she accompanied Su Guohua to the ghost market to conduct business with Chun Hao. By the time they arrived at Sana Bridge, Chun Hao was already waiting there, In essence, he was procuring goods from them, but he lacked sufficient capital for the transaction. Su Guohua was unwilling to allow Chen Hao to take advantage of them, regardless of how many flattering words he uttered. However, it was challenging to find anyone at the ghost market who could immediately produce a considerable sum of money. Such eager customers were rare. To sell at a higher price, one would have to go to the county town. Su Yunlan was indifferent to the half bag of sweet potato flour and half bag of sorghum flour. Moreover, based on her previous understanding of Chen Hao, she had a certain level of trust in him. Thus, she suggested to Su Guohua, "Father, why don't we let him take it to sell first? Whether he sells a lot or a little is his concern. We will collect what we are owed." Chen Hao found this idea agreeable and pleaded, "Uncle, you need not worry. I won't run away. If I did, I would still go hungry and end up starving." Su Guohua maintained a stern expression, warning, "If you pull any tricks, I will find your hideout and break your legs." Chen Hao hastily assured him, "Rest assured, Uncle, I will absolutely not engage in any such behavior. Even if I get caught, I won't implicate you. From now on, you will be like a real uncle to me." He was on the verge of calling Su Guohua his ancestor. "Every beginning is difficult. As long as we get through this, everything will be easier afterward." But Su Guohua scolded, "Don't jinx it. We haven't even set off yet, so be clever and don't let anyone catch you." "That I know." Chen Hao replied, feeling more at ease as he shouldered the half bag of sweet potato flour and the half bag of sorghum flour. Su Yunlan also felt a sense of relief. Before dawn broke, she and Su Guohua bought some peanuts, jujubes, sweet potato chips, and persimmons at the ghost market before returning home. Chapter 38. Shouldn't it be time to discipline Su Yunlan? After breakfast, Su Yunlan went to school with Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei. She felt a twinge of embarrassment for frequently skipping classes. Hearing that Teacher Tian planned to test her that day made Su Yunli and Su Yunlei extremely anxious. Su Yunxiang remarked, "This is what you get for being so arrogant. Let's see how you handle Teacher Tian," now that he secretly worried for his younger sister, who was small but fierce. Only he understood how painful Teacher Tian's punishment could be. For the first time, Su Yunlian also attended class and was subject to Teacher Tian's scrutiny. However, she believed that she had enrolled earlier than Su Yunlan and had studied during her absences. So she felt quite confident that in contrast, Su Yunlan seemed somewhat distracted, lost in thought, and feeling a sense of superiority. With their families at odds, they no longer needed to pretend to care for one another. Their words dripped with disdain as they taunted Su Yunlan, questioning why she even bothered attending school, as it seemed pointless. They suggested she should save her family some money instead of meddling in matters that didn't concern her. "Better run while you can before Teacher Tian arrives. He can be quite brutal," they warned. Before Su Yunlan could respond, Su Yunxiang shot back, "What business is it of yours? Are you footing the bill?" Su Yunli sneered, "Indeed. Who could be more suited for school than you? Teacher Tian hardly punishes at all. You're just a glutton who forgets pain after a meal." That Su Yunlei glared, insisting, "You're the real waste. My second sister is the strongest." Su Yunlan bestowed upon them an appreciative glance. Her elder brother, sister, and younger brother stood up for her, making her feel that all her efforts were worthwhile. That Su Yunlian, furious, gritted her teeth and warned, "Don't get too cocky. When Su Yunlan gets punished, you'll have a place to cry." What an insufferable family, none of them with a shred of decency. Su Yunlan shot a sidelong glance at Su Yunlian and asked, "Are you done?" Su Yunlian sensed a pressure from above and bravely replied, "We'll see how you cry later." Just then, Teacher Tianzhou entered the room and rapped his knuckles against the blackboard. Commanding silence. The habitual absentees, stand up. I need to take attendance. Su Yunlan, Su Yunlian, Zhou Sheng, Yang Erqing, Wu Lihua. Upon seeing the 5 individuals rise, he added, "So, you all have been skipping class. Let me clarify. Skipping class is permissible. As long as you are confident in scoring 100 on the test, that if you feel certain, you may skip class whenever you wish. I won't stop you. However, if you lack confidence, for every question you get wrong, you will receive 10 strokes on your palm." Su Yunlian instinctively withdrew her hands, recalling the lingering pain from the last time Teacher Tian had punished her. Zhou Sheng, Yang Erqing, and Wu Lihua already wore pained expressions as they pleaded. "Teacher, we promised to try our best and not skip classes in the future, that I genuinely had matters to attend to at home. I didn't skip intentionally," one protested. Teacher Tian squinted and replied, "Very well. If you admit to not knowing, you can take 10 strokes on your palm and be done with it. For those who insist on taking the test, as previously mentioned, Each incorrect answer incurs 10 strokes. Zhou Sheng, Yang Erqing, and Wu Lihua willingly accepted their 10 strokes to Su Yunxiang, concerned that Su Yunlan might answer too many questions incorrectly and face even harsher punishment. Whispered, Yunlan, perhaps you should skip the exam. Taking 10 strokes is better than ending up with a sore palm. That Su Yunli was also quite worried, being in close proximity to Su Yunlan. She gave Su Yunlan's chair a kick, yet Su Yunlan remained unfazed. The one who believed in Su Yunlan the most was undoubtedly Su Yunlei, who turned around and made a gesture of encouragement, inadvertently caught by Su Yunlian's gaze, misinterpreting his gesture as an intent to strike her. Su Yunlian's anger flared up instantly. She had initially planned to willingly endure 10 strikes, but now it all depended on Su Yunlan's attitude, that if Su Yunlan dared to take the exam, she could not back down either. However, deep down, she hoped Su Yunlan would abandon the exam. Yet Su Yunlan was resolute in her decision, determined to skip classes in the future, and would not let this rare opportunity slip by. The questions set by Tian Jingwo were rather simple, encompassing foundational knowledge from the first grade, a dictation of the phonetic alphabet previously learned, writing from 1 to 50, and basic addition and subtraction within 10, along with dictating already learned characters. Regardless of whether the two had been attentive in class, Teacher Tian had reported their names, allowing other students to participate as well, conducting a preliminary assessment after the exam. Tian Jingwo graded the papers on the spot. Su Yunlian was exceedingly anxious and couldn't help but glance at Su Yunlan, noticing her diligently writing, thinking to herself that Su Yunlan was merely feigning calmness to avoid punishment from Tian Jingwo, pretending to be studious. However, if this tactic proved effective, Su Yunlian hastily picked up a pen, pretending to write something as well. Teacher Tian sighed while observing, and no student dared to move, with only the sound of pencils scratching across paper filling the room. As school was about to end, Tian Jingwo announced the results, starting with the other students that Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei, who had all scored full marks, did not feel particularly elated, their thoughts consumed with worry for Su Yunlan. In contrast, Su Yunlan was thrilled for the three of them, rejoicing in the fruits of her hard work since her rebirth. Knowing that with continued effort, success was within reach, that Su Yunlian shot a glare at Su Yunlan, thinking her joy was misplaced, as it was not she who had achieved full marks. She would wait to see how Su Yunlan felt when her own results were announced. That Su Yunlian, Tian Jingwo called her name, startling her into a shiver as she timidly approached the podium. Pointing to Su Yunlian's paper, Tian Jingwo remarked, I thought your confidence stemmed from your knowledge, yet your writing is utterly disheveled. That it's one thing to write incorrectly, but to do so with such disorder is unacceptable. Writing demands precision, just as one must conduct oneself with integrity. Extend your hand. Su Yunlian's face turned crimson, feeling mortified that at 10 years old, she was in the first grade, and yet her performance was worse than those younger than her, especially as Tian Jingwo spoke without mercy. The students looked on with schadenfreude as Su Yunlian extended her left hand. And Tian Jingwo's words rang true, delivering a series of strikes with a willow branch that Su Yunlan silently counted, tallying a total of 55 strikes, indicating at least 5 mistakes on Su Yunlian's part. With her lower lip clenched, Su Yunlian dared not cry out, tears streaming silently down her face. Observing the broken willow branch, Tian Jingwo instructed, Su Yunlian, go outside and find another willow branch. That Su Yunlian was momentarily stunned before realizing that having endured her punishment, it was now Su Yunlan's turn. She hurried outside to retrieve the sturdiest, most painful willow branch she could find. Su Yunlian rushed back into the classroom, disregarding the pain in her hand, determined that Su Yunlan would receive more punishment than she had. Tian Jingwo weighed the branch, furrowing his brow as he extended his hand. Upon hearing that he intended to strike her again, Su Yunlian's face went pale. Trembling, she protested, Teacher, why do you only strike me? My hand is swollen. Shouldn't you be punishing Su Yunlan instead? You have made 8 mistakes in total, and you still owe me 25 strikes. Tian Jingwo replied tersely that he had assumed Su Yunlian was simply tough on herself. It turned out she had maliciously selected a branch meant to inflict pain, revealing a surprisingly cruel streak for one so young. That Su Yunlian cried, Teacher, my hand is swollen. Please look, it's really swollen. Her left palm was puffed up like bread, burning with pain. Tian Jingwo maintained a stern demeanor. I gave you a chance. It was your failure to recognize your own abilities, that you not have a sense of your own capabilities. Stop pretending to be something you're not. Defiantly, Su Yunlian responded, I didn't. Su Yunlan is the one pretending. Why don't you punish her? Extend your hand, Tian Jingwo retorted, disapproving of such stubbornness. Mind your own affairs before criticizing others. That Su Yunlian interpreted this as a sign that she would be punished first before Su Yunlan. And after a moment's thought, she extended her right hand, as her left was far too painful to bear any more strikes. Tian Jingwo, expressionless, commanded, extend your left hand and don't think to find excuses to avoid your homework. Your parents sent you here to learn, not to waste time. With tears streaming down her face, Su Yunlian extended her left hand, sobbing, Teacher, please be gentle. Tian Jingwo, aware that further punishment could seriously injure Su Yunlian's hand, symbolically struck her 25 times. After returning to her seat, Su Yunlian glared at Su Yunlan, eagerly awaiting Tian Jingwo to deliver a severe punishment to her. Tian Jingwo pointed at Su Yunlan's paper, stating, Your writing is relatively neat. This question, Su Yunlan, knowing she had done well, felt confident. However, Su Yunlian was certain she had written poorly and anxiously awaited the willow branch to strike her hand. After a brief pause, Tian Jingwo continued, You answered this question correctly as well. When did you learn this? Su Yunlian was consumed by anger, clenching her fists, but the pain soon made her wince, prompting her to blow on her left hand. Su Yunxiang and Su Yunli sighed in relief, grateful that their sister had answered correctly. They would be heartbroken if her hand suffered the same fate as Su Yunlian's. Meanwhile, Su Yunlei admired his sister even more. Su Yunlan smiled and said, Whenever I have time, I study. Teacher, you mentioned that as long as I can guarantee full marks, skipping class is acceptable, correct? Tian Jingwo laughed heartily. I appreciate your confidence, but I still hope to see you in my class every day. Teacher, I promise to skip class as little as possible. Su Yunlan replied, uncertain if she could keep her promise, yet feeling content with Tian Jingwo as an enlightening figure for their sibling group. Unlike Teacher Liu, Tian Jingwo was a young intellectual who had voluntarily gone to the countryside to support national development, garnering respect from all that in any setting. He could engage in light-hearted conversation with ease. At the end of the school day, Su Yunlian blocked Su Yunlan and her siblings from leaving, but Su Yunlan wasted no words. She casually picked up a half-brick from the school gate and shook it. Su Yunlian was so frightened that she dashed away. Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei burst into laughter, and Su Yunlan joined in, turning to Su Yunxiang and asking, How does it feel to be praised by the teacher? Su Yunxiang scratched his head, saying, It's fine, mainly because you didn't get punished, which is a relief for me. Su Yunli scoffed, Just enjoy your victory. That if it weren't for Xiao Lan urging you every day, you might have faced punishment again. Su Yunlei raised his little head and asked, Brother, do you think it hurts a lot to have your hand swell up like Su Yunlian's? Su Yunxiang pondered based on experience and replied, Yes, it hurts. Even a single strike is unbearable, let alone swelling up like a steamed bun. Once the topic of hunger was broached, the sounds of growling stomachs echoed in unison, revealing that he was not the only one afflicted by hunger. Upon returning home, Su Yunlan prepared 6 bowls of spicy shredded pork noodles. Su Yunxiang consumed 1 bowl. Yet his stomach exhibited little response. Su Guohua also did not eat to his fill. Su Yunlei and Su Yunlan generously shared a portion of their noodles with Su Yunxiang, enabling him to feel only half satiated. Eating to half satisfaction sufficed, for compared to an average household, their family was already living in luxury. A half bag of sweet potato flour and half a bag of sorghum brought in 40 yuan. And their household finances totaled 200 yuan. Su Yunlan had her own calculations. She did not wish for her family to become accustomed to a life of ease and idleness. It was through diligent labor that one could truly enjoy life. Su Guohua, having ceased work, had begun seeking individuals to excavate the foundation, chop wood, and transport bricks and sand. He Ping was also quite supportive, rallying the entire Dongfeng brigade to assist, striving to complete the construction of their home before the busy farming season. However, while digging the foundation, they encountered complications. Many did not comprehend why Su Guohua insisted on adhering strictly to the blueprint. Consequently, they consulted He Ping and Teacher Liu for a time, ultimately deciding to proceed according to the plans. Many resolved to wait until Su Guohua's house was completed to visit. Teacher Liu secretly marveled at the design. The layout was reasonable, spacious, and bright, promising convenience for future habitation. Su Guohua's heart soared with joy, as he finally had something that earned Teacher Liu's admiration. Zhang Huifeng specifically borrowed some cornmeal and a large pot from the brigade. The cornmeal and wild vegetable dumplings were quite filling. The wild vegetables were gathered by Su Yunlan and her siblings from the fields, which were now abundant with greenery, attracting many foragers daily. Some even resorted to fighting over the wild vegetables. Su Yunlan also had wild vegetables in her space, uncertain of which unscrupulous merchant had brought them to her. They were now quite useful. She procured a large piece of fatty pork, which Zhang Huifang would render into cracklings. The oil would be used for cooking, while the cracklings would be added to stews. Each to their own. As for the source of their meat, others were indifferent. What mattered was the ability to have a full meal. In labor-intensive work, one could not afford to go hungry. Thus, upon learning that there was food available, everyone rushed to lend a hand. Most people were still down to earth, embodying the admirable traditional virtue of hard work. Zhang Huifang, overwhelmed with tasks, enlisted the help of her amiable neighbor, Sister Wu. The aroma of the large pot wafted over the walls. Lu Chui, akin to someone afflicted with jealousy, blared her grievances daily in her own courtyard. While Chen Danny, leaning on a crutch, attempted to mooch some food but felt too embarrassed. Sitting among the crowd, she incessantly spoke ill of Su Guohua's family, labeling them as ungrateful wolves who turned their backs on their benefactors. Su Yunxiang was to be wed in half a month, yet there was no festive atmosphere in the household. Su Guosheng hovered on the brink of fury daily. His mobility issues only exacerbated his temper. Despite contemplating for days, he could not fathom how Su Guohua possessed the means to build a new house. That Su Yunlian attended classes for 2 days, but soon began skipping them, secretly shedding tears and enduring Lu Chui's scoldings. Feeling utterly bewildered by the unjust reproach. After all these years, Su Yunlan had come to understand their family thoroughly. The more chaotic Su Guosheng's household became, the more at ease she felt. As for Chen Danny's slander, whenever Su Guohua and Zhang Huifang heard it, they would retort back, no longer willing to suffer in silence. When they couldn't hear, it merely meant Chen Danny and Lu Chui had been fortunate. That evening, Su Guosheng, with the aid of his crutch, limped to their door. Su Guohua was taken aback by Su Guosheng's arrival, especially given the recent machinations of Lu Chui against their family. But he could hardly believe that Su Guosheng had the audacity to show his face. If Su Guosheng claimed he was uninvolved, Su Guohua found it implausible. Zhang Huifang had no desire to engage with Su Guosheng, adjusting the wick of the oil lamp while continuing to sort through clothes. Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei, sprawled on the Kong, writing, held no favorable opinion of this uncle. They were not naive. They had observed numerous events and were acutely aware of the deep-seated rift between the families. Su Yunlan's gaze was fixed on her first-grade textbook, yet her thoughts were consumed with what schemes Su Guosheng might be concocting. Suddenly, Su Guosheng knelt upon the ground, clasping Su Guohua's leg in apology. Guohua, I am sorry, brother, that I failed to manage your sister-in-law properly, allowing her to wrong you. That if you must blame someone, let it be me, the elder brother. Su Yunlan raised an eyebrow, casting a cold glance at Su Guosheng. His antics were quintessentially Su Guosheng, leaving Su Guohua completely bewildered, nearly believing that Su Guosheng was entirely unaware of the circumstances. Fearing her father might soften, Su Yunlan interjected, You should indeed bear the blame. While Lu Chui has wronged our family, it is also true that you caused my father to lose his job. After speaking, she cast a meaningful glance at Su Guohua. Recalling past events, Su Guohua felt a pang of curiosity and nodded in agreement. Zhang Huifang had never heard them mention this before. She paused her actions and glared indignantly at Su Guosheng. That Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei ceased their writing and perked up their ears to listen. Su Guosheng hastily replied, Lan, you mustn't say that. The elder uncle has mobility issues. You are unjustly accusing him, which pains him. As he feigned wiping away tears, he was filled with dread. Bao Jin had clearly told him that he had received a beating, but said nothing more. Was this girl attempting to deceive him? Yet how could she have done so accurately? At that moment, he could not discern whether Su Guohua and his daughter were aware of the truth. Disregarding her father, Su Yunlan continued. He has admitted it. It was you who instigated him to frame my father. My father has never wronged you. Why do you wish to harm him? Is it merely because you think he is easy to bully? Su Guosheng gazed at Su Guohua, who was flushed with anger, appearing quite incensed. Assuming Su Yunlan was merely revisiting past grievances, Su Guohua grew anxious and quickly interjected. Do not believe Bao Jin. How can my brother do such a thing? He is certainly trying to sow discord between us that Su Yunlan did not allow Su Guohua to respond before stating. How do you know I am referring to Bao Jin? I never mentioned his name. You are inadvertently confessing. Su Guohua also began to comprehend, questioning. Did you truly instruct Bao Jin to frame me? Initially devoid of hope, he now found this question superfluous. Su Guosheng felt the ground beneath him grow icy. Using his crutch for support, he shakily stood. With the truth revealed, remaining there held no purpose. That he had initially thought that since Su Guohua had the means to build a house, he would surely be able to assist them in their plight. Now, realizing he could not topple Su Guohua, he decided to exploit him completely. Alas, kneeling was futile. It had only brought him humiliation, having schemed against Su Guohua for half a lifetime. He found himself ensnared by Su Guohua and his daughter instead. Sighing, he said, "If you insist on saying this, I cannot help it." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Su Yunlan seized the opportunity to press on. "The truth is as such. It is not merely our insistence that my father calls you elder brother. Yet you seek to obstruct our path to survival, presenting one faade while harboring another behind our backs, treating our family as mere pawns to manipulate as you please." She felt it unnecessary to engage in further pretense with Su Guosheng. Tearing apart the facade and dismantling her father's illusions was the priority. That Su Guohua found his daughter's words harsh, yet each struck his heart, compelling him to reassess Su Guosheng. Su Guosheng turned back. "Guohua, you truly have regressed, allowing a mere girl to insult me, an elder. You know well how I have treated your family. Yes, you were adopted by your mother. But did we not raise you to adulthood? One must uphold their conscience. Has yours been devoured by dogs?" Su Guohua was also incensed, his expression darkening. "How can I uphold my conscience? For years you feasted on rich food while I subsisted on scraps. I handled all the labor, both great and small. Rather than being a son, I was akin to a hired hand. When you married, you claimed the space was limited. Very well, I would sleep in the pigsty. Did I ever voice a complaint? I went without food and drink, and when the children were to split the family, I was relegated to the dilapidated house of my second uncle. Did I ever voice a complaint? I felt pity for Huifeng, who endured so much just to stay with me all these years. She often advised me that we need not seek wealth. As long as the family is harmonious, that suffices. That I had never harbored grievances, and even after being adopted, I respected you as my elder brother. Yet how have you treated our family?" The child speaks the truth. "You present one face while concealing another behind our backs. It is laughable that I have clung to familial bonds while you have exploited me." Finally, Su Yunlan had awaited her father to voice his grievances, and all that remained unspoken seemed inconsequential now. Thus, the mask was torn away, leaving no room for self-deception. Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei were infuriated to witness their father laying bare his frustrations for the first time. Zhang Huifeng had assumed Su Guohua was oblivious to her own grievances, only to discover he was fully aware, leaving her heart heavy. Su Guosheng trembled with rage. Had it been any other time, Su Guohua would have already apologized to him. Now he had grown bold, daring to stand against him. Coughing exaggeratedly, he said, "It was all voluntary on your part. Now you wish to bring it up as an issue. Do you believe that with your new house, you have grown wings and can look down upon your elder brother? All right, you are truly remarkable. That I cannot aspire to your family's stature, so I shall take my leave." Given the circumstances, further conversation is futile. That he intends to adopt a strategy of retreat to elicit sympathy from Su Guohua, incensed, retorted fiercely, "I willingly accept this. I was foolish in the past, enduring suffering for the sake of my wife and children, just to keep you comfortable." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, to the point where it felt as though his very heart and soul were in torment. How could he have been so naive, resigning himself to indignity? Now, even his mother was not truly his own, and the elder brother, separated by blood, calculated against him at every turn. Yet he remained foolishly fixated on some notion of familial bonds. What bonds could possibly exist? Su Guosheng nearly spat blood in frustration. Instead of eliciting sympathy from Su Guohua, his demeanor had grown even more hostile. With a defiant glare, he demanded, "What do you want from me? I have knelt before you. I accept my faults. Surely you do not wish for my life as well. If so, I can give it to you now." Chapter 41. The Sugar Purchase Dispute at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Zhang Huifang interjected, "If you wish to die, do so far from our home. Do not tarnish our family's name." Such hypocrisy. The more she observed Su Guosheng, the more she perceived his duplicity. Murder is a crime. And they had no desire to be embroiled in legal troubles. That Su Guohua maintained a cold demeanor. "Keep your distance from our family. From now on, let us not cross paths. Your fate is of no consequence to us. Do not drag us into your misfortunes." That Su Guosheng's lips twitched in irritation. If they were ungrateful, so be it. He would take his leave. With each passing minute, he feared he might perish from the stress. How could this family be so obtuse? In his haste to exit, he stumbled over the threshold, while Su Guohua averted his gaze, as if he had not seen. That Su Yunqi remarked, "Using the ploy of self-harm is futile. You are no longer welcome in our home, though we have no need for a relative like you, rascal. If I ever set foot in your home again, I shall share your surname." Su Guosheng nearly fainted from rage. Who was employing such a ruse? It was merely an accident. Do you not understand? No one offered him assistance. Instead, they reveled in his misfortune. "Outrageous," Su Yunlei muttered. "Share our surname? That would still be Su, wouldn't it?" Su Yunli scoffed. "Father was adopted. Whether or not we retain the Su surname remains to be seen." Su Guosheng, incensed, quickened his pace, cursing the foolishness of the Su family. Had there been a remedy for regret, he would never have embarked on this journey. That Su Yunlan gazed thoughtfully at Su Guosheng's limping figure. Today's confrontation had seemingly brought them some gain, yet it had only deepened their enmity. Su Guosheng was not one to let things lie. He would undoubtedly devise a scheme to bring harm to their family, and she must remain vigilant. However, based on her understanding of the new daughter-in-law, Wu Xiaoyan, once Wu Xiaoyan entered the household, Su Guosheng would have little time to plot against them. Currently, the new house was nearing its completion, and if Su Guosheng intended to scheme against them, it would have to begin with the house. That Su Yunlan contemplated and resolved to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. The raising of the house beams was of great significance. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. It was imperative to choose an auspicious time. Zhang Huifang specifically scheduled it for March 16, coinciding with Su Yunxiang's wedding day. Su Yunlan understood that her mother had her own grievances. Some were aware of the conflict between their families, while others were not. This opportunity would allow them to publicly sever ties with Su Guosheng's family. Her father did not intervene, tacitly approving her mother's actions. That Su Yunlan felt a sense of relief. After much effort, they had finally achieved results. With 3 days remaining until the 16th, she once again skipped school. This time, she accompanied Zhang Huifang to the supply and marketing cooperative. Though they claimed to be attending a fair, they were essentially going to the cooperative. On market days, the cooperative displayed most of its wares for selection. However, the famine year was unlike previous years, and the number of customers was few. Unless absolutely necessary, no one ventured out for leisure. Clothing and food were pressing concerns. The cooperative offered agricultural tools, cooking essentials, and items like shoes and hats. Even the pickled vegetables drew long lines, and they could not purchase any. After a brief survey, she spotted the firecrackers, chalk line, and square, which her mother needed for the sacrificial offerings. Zhang Huifang inquired about the price, approximately 5 yuan. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to purchase it. As Su Yunlan observed the dwindling crowd at the cooperative entrance and remarked to Zhang Huifang, "Mother, I remember we need sugar for the beam raising. Shall we buy some? This would also satisfy her younger brother's cravings." Zhang Huifang frowned slightly. "Our family has been spending excessively lately, without sugar tickets. It is no great loss. Others are managing without them." That Su Yunlan discreetly produced 3 sugar tickets, saying, "Mother, look what I've got. Where did you get these?" Zhang Huifang cautiously shielded Su Yunlan from view. That Su Yunlan reassured, "Do not worry, mother. I took these from the rice jar before we left. That perhaps Aunt who did not wish for us to skip this step." After a moment's hesitation, and noticing the diminishing number of people at the cooperative entrance, Zhang Huifang finally agreed to accompany Su Yunlan inside. Upon entering, they fortuitously encountered Lu Chui, who was haggling with the clerk, her hands clutching a small bag of sugar, her eyes gleaming with greed. It seemed she was preparing for Su Yunxiang's wedding. The clerk was unyielding, her face flushed with frustration. While the cooperative members might not recognize the commune secretary, they were well acquainted with the clerks, knowing who was easygoing and who was difficult. The clerk Lu Chui was dealing with was notoriously tough, and Lu Chui was getting nowhere. Feigning ignorance of Lu Chui's presence, Zhang Huifeng addressed the clerk. "Comrade, please give me a bag of sugar." "One moment," replied the clerk, glancing at Lu Chui. "Are you buying or not?" "I've already said there are no sugar tickets. It's pointless to argue. Just put the sugar down, if you aren't buying. Someone else will." Lu Chui turned around, spotting Su Yunlan and her mother, and immediately glared. "I have sugar tickets. I want that bag of sugar." The clerk was equally blunt. "Then hurry and take it, if you don't." "It won't be yours." Lu Chui, dawdling, struggled to produce her tickets, but upon seeing Zhang Huifeng and Su Yunlan ready to seize the opportunity, she muttered, "What is the rush? I want tea take from you. Can I trade eggs for it?" Su Yunlan had no time to waste on Lu Chui's delays and directly handed the sugar tickets to the clerk. The clerk, being astute, seized the sugar while Lu Chui was momentarily dazed and passed it to Su Yunlan and her mother. With the sugar in hand, Su Yunlan and her mother walked out without casting a glance at Lu Chui, who was left fuming and stamping her feet. She rushed after them, shouting, "Shameless little wretch. Even buying something has to be a competition. Do you want me to tear your mouth apart?" Zhang Huifeng shot back. "How much filth have you consumed to spew such nonsense?" Su Yunlan, more direct, kicked at Lu Chui's basket, causing its contents to shatter. "How dare you? You're trying to kill me." Lu Chui shrieked, hastily covering the bottom of her basket with her clothes, her anxiety palpable that Su Yunlan warned. "If I hear any more filth from you, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Zhang Huifeng subtly shielded Su Yunlan, saying, "Let us go home. You can't leave. You owe me for my eggs." Lu Chui shouted, which inadvertently attracted the covetous gaze of a vagrant, that in these times, obtaining an egg was no easy feat. The vagrant, starving and desperate, approached Lu Cui. In her panic, Lu Chui grabbed the still unspilled egg liquid and brought it to her mouth. While the vagrant, unwilling to be outdone, spat on the egg liquid she had yet to consume, triumphantly consuming it himself. Suddenly, he spotted peanuts in her basket and lunged for them, while Lu Chui fought fiercely to protect her remaining peanuts. The two engaged in a chaotic struggle, their screams echoing. Chapter 42, The Numerous Taboos Surrounding the Raising of the New House Beams. Zhang Huifeng, fearing the vagrant might snatch the sugar they had just purchased, pulled Su Yunlan away, only slowing their pace once they were out of sight that Su Yunlan was exhausted, and Zhang Huifeng, panting, remarked, "Lu Chui has only one old hen. She hoards her eggs, waiting to exchange them for something on Su Yunxiang's wedding day. Now, you've stirred up trouble. She certainly won tea, let this go easily. What is there to fear? If today had not happened, they would not rest either. Their misdeeds against us are not few." Su Yunlan replied calmly, "Now that the facade has been shattered, it matters not if they become more malicious, that we must remain vigilant. They will not gain an advantage. Moreover, they have always been the ones engaging in wrongdoing. It is high time they feared our retribution." What she did not articulate was that her vengeance had already silently commenced, from saving her father's life to severing ties with Chen Danny and Su Guoxing. Furthermore, she had subtly sown discord between Lu Chui and Chen Danny. Her quest for revenge would not cease until Su Guoxing's family was irrevocably ruined. Zhang Huifeng shook her head helplessly. "You are becoming quite cunning. However," she added, "if they resort to underhanded tactics, we must remain ever vigilant." But Su Yunlan reassured her, as the saying goes, "Do not fear the hard. Fear the reckless. Do not fear the reckless. Fear the desperate. Our family is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. If they dare provoke us again, I shall uproot their nest." Zhang Huifeng could not help but chuckle silently, dismissing Su Yunlan's words as childish banter, not taking them to heart. However, she felt a slight relaxation within her, a smile gracing her face. With the family's unity, life would inevitably improve. If Lu Chui refrained from causing trouble, it would be even better. Thus, after 3 days of restless waiting, with Lu Chui not having made an appearance, Zhang Huifeng began to believe Su Yunlan's assertion that Su Guoxing's family feared retribution and would not trouble them again. Yet, Su Yunlan was acutely aware that they were merely biding their time for a grand strike. Even without direct observation, she had learned from others that Lu Chui returned home that day with a bruised face, her basket empty, and her clothes in tatters. The tension could be felt even through the walls, as if Lu Chui were ready to tear their family apart at any moment. Not only had Lu Chui suffered losses, but rumors about her had also begun to circulate that in truth, Lu Chui had no valid grounds for grievance and could only resort to underhanded tactics. On the 16th day, the weather was splendid. The sounds of chaos emanated from the Su Guoxing household. During the famine years, weddings had been pared down to the essentials, attended only by immediate family, close friends, and relatives. However, this was deemed sufficient for her plans, which had already been laid out, awaiting Su Yunxiang's wedding day. Upon hearing the firecrackers, she nimbly rose from her bed. "Why are you up so early?" "You could sleep a bit longer," Su Guohua remarked in confusion. "That I cannot sleep any longer," Su Yunlan replied with a smile, lowering her voice. "By the way, father, during the beam raising today, it might be wise to be cautious." And Sam mentioned that someone might tamper with things. Su Guohua nodded. "Yes, father understands. You should try to sleep a bit more." 2 days prior, Su Yunlan had informed him of this matter. As a carpenter, he was somewhat knowledgeable about the intricacies involved that if someone were to meddle with the beam raising, the family could suffer minor ailments every 3 days or severe misfortunes within 5. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to their ruin. However, when it came to his own family, he did not dwell on such dark thoughts, especially since their rewards were quite substantial in these times. Others consumed their provisions and drank their liquor. They could not afford to betray them. Nevertheless, Aunt Hussein's warning lingered in his mind, compelling him to take it seriously. As he stepped outside, he encountered Su Guoxing and, for reasons unknown, felt a bone-chilling glare from him. So, he returned the stare, straightened his back, and quickened his pace. The animosity between the two families had become an established fact, and reality did not permit him to back down. His daughter, though so young, was already more formidable than he. What reason did he have to retreat? Upon reaching the new house, he thoroughly inspected the wood to be used, ensuring there were no issues before feeling at ease. Meanwhile, Su Yunlan was intrigued by what sort of tricks Su Guoxing might employ and wanted to witness it firsthand. Zhang Huifang noted that it was Sunday and the children did not have to attend school, so she decided to take them all along. The beam raising was a solemn affair. Upon their arrival, Su Guohua and the others had already invited the village elder, Jiang Taigong, whose presence commanded respect, as evidenced by the sign indicating that all deities should step aside. Teacher Lu was in the process of writing auspicious phrases on red paper for the beam raising, the strokes powerful and vigorous, prompting Su Guohua to admire the craftsmanship. In truth, aside from occasionally feeling a twinge of jealousy, he treated Teacher Lu with considerable respect. After all, Teacher Lu was a well-educated individual. Though he was a simple man, he admired those with culture that he could articulate these auspicious phrases but could not write them. If asked to read them aloud, he would not recognize the characters. It was only with Teacher Lu's guidance that he felt confident. During the sacrificial rites for the beam, Teacher Lu was unfamiliar with the village customs that Su Guohua had assisted numerous families in similar circumstances and was well versed in the process, although the necessary items like paper money and incense were not entirely complete. He adequately replaced them with similar offerings. Su Yunlan listened to her father's incantations, uttering phrases like "May the heavens and earth expand," and "May wealth flow abundantly." As the final words echoed, the firecrackers erupted in unison, causing her heart, which had endured for over 70 years, to leap with joy. Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei's eyes sparkled with excitement as they clapped their hands in delight. Zhang Huifang, too, felt a surge of emotion, unable to resist wiping her eyes. This represented the family's hopes, and everything seemed to promise brighter days ahead. They were now approaching the critical moment of the beam raising. Su Yunlan observed the 8 able-bodied men designated for the task, aware that tradition required them to have 2 living parents and auspicious birth dates. However, she noticed one man appeared somewhat dazed, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Su Guohua called out to him, "Tainyo, come over here and help lift." Su Yunlan's mind buzzed as she recalled the name Tainyo, if her memory served her right, on the day of Su Yunxiang's wedding in her previous life. Tainyo's father had been buried. This meant that Tainyo did not fulfill the requirement of having both parents alive. Seizing the opportunity before he could lend a hand, she tentatively remarked, "Brother Tainyo, I heard your father calling for you to come home when I arrived. He seemed quite urgent." Tainyo shuddered, his voice trembling as he replied, "Why, you must have misheard." Su Yunlan lifted her chin, speaking earnestly. "Truly, if you don't believe me, ask my brother. Children do not lie." With a subtle glance towards Su Yunlei, who blinked in agreement, she added, "Yes, my second sister would never deceive you." Su Yunxiang and Su Yunli exchanged skeptical glances. How had they not heard anything? Zhang Huifeng, who had been with them, also had not heard anything and looked at Su Yunlan with suspicion. Yet inexplicably trusting her, she felt there must be some truth to her words. Tai Nyo's legs trembled, nearly unsteady as he stammered, "You don't scare me." Chapter 43. Sending discomfort to Su Guoxing's family. Su Guohua was aware that Tai Nyo's father had been unwell, kindly suggesting, "Tai Nyo, if your father is calling you, perhaps you should return home. There might be something urgent." Tai Nyo shook his head vehemently. "No, my father wouldn't call for me, that I won't go back. I want to help your family." "Tai Nyo, you are usually the most filial. Go home and check on your father first. You can return to help afterward," Zhang Huifeng said helplessly, assuming Tai Nyo was merely eager for the midday feast. Tai Nyo dared not return. His father had passed away the previous night. So how could he possibly call him, unless there were spirits involved? The others urged Tai Nyo to leave, each contributing to the chorus of encouragement. Finally, Tai Nyo, clutching his head, confessed, "I'm sorry, I lied to everyone. My father died last night." The crowd fell in a stunned silence. The child had crossed a line. How could he curse his own father? It was one thing to struggle with hunger, but to wish for one's father's death for the sake of a meal was excessive. "Tai Nyo, that is not right. Didn't you say this morning that your father wanted you to come early?" No one had forbidden him from working. If he merely wished to share a meal, he could check on his father first and still maintain his reputation for filial piety. "Indeed, given your filial nature, I even considered introducing you to that girl from the other family. But with this behavior, I cannot proceed." The gathered crowd condemned Tai Nyo, who, unable to defend himself, left with a heavy heart. Su Yunlan felt a twinge of relief. Yet as the auspicious time approached, the search for a replacement became problematic. That Su Guohua was at his wit's end, realizing that the pool of available help was limited. After all, today coincided with Su Yunxiang's wedding, and many had gone to Su Guoxing's household. Zhang Huifeng was equally troubled, having exhausted all her ideas. Teacher Lu, eager to assist, hesitated to offer help as both his parents were deceased, fearing that the Su family might object. Su Yunlan patted her older brother Su Yunxiang, who towered over her, suggesting, "Father, mother, why not let elder brother take part? He is quite tall and should manage just fine." At T13, Su Yunxiang stood nearly 1.7 meters tall. With improved nourishment, this young lad, who usually consumed only thin porridge, had gained considerable strength. Furthermore, he was adept at climbing hills, making him an asset during the beam raising. That Su Guohua and Zhang Huifeng turned to Su Yunxiang, who pointed to himself, "Me." Teacher Lu and Yiping nodded simultaneously. He's the one that once the beam was raised, stabilizing it became paramount. That as the saying goes, left dragon, right tiger, with the left beam typically higher than the right. It took nearly half an hour to ensure everything was aligned properly. That Su Yunlan had never realized the numerous intricacies involved in beam raising. Soon after, she watched as her father tossed several pieces of candy, peanuts, and colored paper from the beam, while Teacher Lu ignited more firecrackers, creating a lively atmosphere. That Su Yunlei and Su Yunli eagerly scrambled to collect the candy and peanuts. That a multitude of tasks lay ahead. Nailing the wooden rafters and securing the tiles were not particularly thrilling. The siblings then followed Zhang Huifeng back to prepare the meal. That as they approached Su Guoxing's house, Su Yunlan noticed that it was not as lively as she had envisioned. Certainly not as bustling as in her previous life. Lu Chui bore the marks of bruises on her face, showing no hint of joy, as if someone owed her a fortune. That Su Yunli whispered, "Why does their celebration feel more like a funeral?" Su Yunxiang raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging the truth of her statement. "Let us speak less. You all go outside and gather some wild vegetables." Zhang Huifeng desired to avoid trouble. The wedding of Su Guoxing's family was a momentous occasion, and her own family's beam raising was equally joyous. They were unaware of the reason behind Lu Chui's peculiar expression. Yet Su Yunlan comprehended it well. During the beam raising at her family's home, Su Guoxing had resorted to underhanded tactics, and naturally, she reciprocated with a grand gesture of her own. Now, being of tender years, her actions were limited, and in order to avoid alarming others, she opted for the most efficient and least laborious method available. Thus, she selected the flimsiest paper, most befitting of this era, from her space and composed a large poster. In the dead of night, taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, she affixed it to the exterior wall of Su Guoxing's residence. Upon departing in the morning and noticing that the paper had been torn down, she surmised that the intended audience had seen it sufficiently. Otherwise, The neighboring courtyard would not have been in such a disarray early in the morning, now suddenly quiet. Anyone visiting Su Guoxing's home would have caught sight of it. The content was straightforward, yet brimming with implications. Wu Qiaoyan and Lu Daong were sneaking through a small grove at midnight, hastily managing this shameless hussy, regardless of the truth of the matter. Once such rumors were cast, there would undoubtedly be those eager to catch wind of it. Tomorrow, the village's gossip circle might very well buzz with tales of Wu Qiaoyan's illicit affairs. This was precisely the insinuation she sought to convey. Delivering a repugnant gift to Su Guoxing's family on the occasion of his marriage to a new bride. Lacking evidence, Su Guoxing's family could neither deny the rumors nor dismiss Wu Qiaoyan. They could only swallow their indignation that Wu Qiaoyan was a telephone operator, subordinate to Lu Daong, the battalion commander. Even if there were any entanglements with Lu, she was a woman no one would marry. Even with a lantern in hand, did I end this era of scarcity? Thanks to the commander's special attention, Wu Qiaoyan appeared particularly alluring that Su Yunxiang was infatuated to the core. If Wu Qiaoyan directed him east, he would never venture west. That Su Guoxing would never have guessed that the architect of the disruption in their stagnant family life was the 8-year-old Su Yunlan. While orchestrating these events, she had already contemplated nearly every conceivable outcome, erasing all traces of her actions. Should anyone scrutinize the handwriting, they would merely assume it to be that of a not-so-literate adult. Only Lu's wife could write in such a tone that Lu's wife was aware of her husband's infidelities, but chose to turn a blind eye for the sake of their livelihood. However, she did engage in small clandestine maneuvers that it was precisely because Su Yunlan was cognizant of the actions of Lu's wife in her past life that she chose to emulate them. As the proverb goes, a wicked daughter-in-law can ruin 3 generations. The arrival of Wu Qiaoyan would, like a seed, sprout and gradually erode Su Guoxing's household. Contemplating the ensuing chaos within Su Guoxing's family brought her a sense of relief. At noon, seizing the opportunity when helpers came for a meal, she hastily summoned Su Yunxiang to the new house. But Su Yunxiang wore a reluctant expression, questioning why she needed him during mealtime, suggesting that any matters could wait until after they had eaten. What could possibly be more important than a meal? Su Yunlan calmly gazed at the newly mounted beam and asked, "Do you wish to eat meat daily, enjoy steamed buns, noodles, bread, drink milk, and have instant noodles?" With only the two of them present, she spoke softly, unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard. Su Yunxiang's mouth nearly watered at the thought. All right, whatever you say, just stop before my stomach protests." Su Yunlan flashed a cunning smile. "Good, I won't say more. You were quite brave during the beam raising. Now, go up and see if there is anything on the beam." "What could possibly be up there?" Su Yunxiang asked, puzzled. With so many people present during the beam raising, if there were anything, surely someone would have discovered it earlier. Chapter 44. Indeed, there was something amiss on the beam that you'll find out once you go up. That Su Yunlan was uncertain about what might be placed above. But her instincts suggested that Su Guoxing wouldn't merely rely on an iron ox. The iron ox lacked courage, and the chances of failure were too high. Hence, she boldly speculated that Su Guoxing had a backup plan, which would prove to be the most lethal. Merely relying on the iron ox's parents, who were not both alive, would not yield substantial effect. It was merely a superstitious belief. Tampering with the beam was entirely different. She needed to exercise caution, that Su Yunxiang muttered to himself as he searched, uncertain of what he was looking for, but diligently following Su Yunlan's instructions. Her eyes were fixed on him. "Be careful, brother," that Su Yunxiang, without turning his head, replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." This height was nothing to him. He wouldn't think twice about it. Concerned he might be careless, she added, "No matter what you find, I have a way to ensure you get a chicken leg." So searched diligently that Su Yunxiang's eyes lit up, and he swallowed hard. "You promise, no backing out." Chicken leg, where's that chicken leg?" He rummaged through the beam. Inch by inch, his mind filled with thoughts of chicken legs. Suddenly, he noticed something odd about a beam in the main house. There seemed to be something up there, upon feeling it with his hand. He discovered a nest of baby mice and hurriedly brought it down to show his sister. "Xiaolan, does this count?" Su Yunlan frowned. "Yes, it does indeed." They had found something. That Su Yunxiang placed the mice on the ground and said, "Wait, I think something poked my hand. Let me see what it is." That he dashed back up, discovering it was a nail. After much effort, he managed to pull it out, nearly stumbling in the process. Thankfully, he was quite clever. When Su Yunlan received the nail, her eyes glimmered with coldness. Realizing Su Guosheng was indeed employing a multi-pronged approach, exceedingly malicious in intent, he aimed to bring continuous misfortune to their family, leading to ruin and despair. Fortunately, she had discovered it. Regardless of whether the legends held truth, there was indeed a prevailing belief surrounding such matters. She had never believed before, but now, having been reborn, she found it impossible to explain scientifically. Moreover, placing mice in the beams could lead to gnawing at night, severely affecting rest. Poor rest could lead to illness, and the beams could easily rot and break. That Su Yunxiang was oblivious to these convolutions. Only knowing that Su Yunlan had promised him a chicken leg, Su Yunlan glanced at him and mysteriously asked, "Do you have a way to place these mice and the nail back on Su Guosheng's beam?" Su Yunxiang, unsure of his sister's intentions, found it to be a simple task. He patted his chest and confidently declared, "No problem, piece of cake. But you must promise me the chicken leg. Deal that we'll do it after we get back. And that's not fair if you're the only one eating. Lei Lei and sister should have a share too." Su Yunlan playfully replied that Su Yunxiang nodded vigorously. Of course, they will definitely have their share. Even if you don't give them, I'll make sure they get some. Su Yunlan was quite pleased with her brother's attitude. Indeed, you are our good elder brother, truly embodying the role of a big brother. Su Yunxiang usually ate quickly, but he wouldn't indulge alone. For the sake of the chicken leg, he had already devised a plan to place the mice and the nail on Su Guosheng's beam. Su Yunlan did not insist on him completing it today. It could wait until Su Guosheng's family was away. Returning the favor in kind was a strategy not encompassed within the 36 stratagems. In her previous life, she had mastered them to expand her business. Yet she also became adept at employing strategies outside of those 36 that Su Guosheng would let down his guard, believing he had succeeded, and would not conceive of other means to harm their family, nor would he suspect that she was repaying him in his own coin. Upon returning home, the workers had finished their meal and departed, while Zhang Huifang and Sister Wu were washing the dishes. Zhang Huifang urged them, "Hurry and eat. Your portions are ready. Why are you running around during mealtime? Aren't you hungry?" Su Yunxiang wanted to explain. But Su Yunlan interjected, "We're going now, brother. We'll wash our hands." That Su Yunxiang was already starving. Everything seemed delicious to him, but he still craved the chicken leg. With company present, he suppressed his desire to speak. Once Sister Wu had left, he could no longer hold back. "Xiaolan, you should quickly communicate with An Husan and see if we can get the chicken legs now." Su Yunlan smiled at Su Yunxiang, who was eagerly swallowing saliva while talking. "I'll do my best." Hearing the words chicken leg, Su Yunli and Su Yunlei's eyes sparkled. They even began discussing the taste of chicken legs. When Su Yunlan arrived before the ancestral altar, Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei followed closely. She couldn't help but facepalm. "Why are you all here? Go to that room, we can't peek. If Aunt Husan gets angry and stops providing for us, we'll be left with nothing." Su Yunxiang immediately replied, "I'll watch the courtyard." I absolutely want to peek. That Su Yunli tugged at Su Yunlei, saying, "We'll go out too. Call us if there's good news." Su Yunlan nodded firmly. "All right, remember, do not peek." Once the three had left, she did not rush to retrieve anything. The air in her space was fresh. There were no lingering odors from frequent cooking. She browsed through her list on her phone, and to her surprise, discovered packaged marinated chicken legs. Unable to resist, she swallowed again, quickly tearing off the packaging, ensuring no one was watching, and placed them in a bowl. Clearing her throat, she called out, "Come over." Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei had been eagerly awaiting this moment, and with hurried steps, they entered the room. The chicken leg was not particularly large, yet its flavor was undeniably exquisite. As usual, Su Yunxiang devoured it with the voracity of Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruit, finishing it in mere bites without truly savoring the taste. That Su Yunli, eating at a more leisurely pace, noticed her brother had finished and teased, "Brother, why are you eating so fast? No one is trying to snatch it from you. Tell me, what does this chicken leg taste like?" Su Yunxiang was taken aback, discovering that the chicken leg was akin to an appetizer, making him crave more with each bite. That Su Yunli turned her head away, playfully retorting, "I won't tell you, especially since you gobbled it down so quickly." That Su Yunlei hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother, would you like to have a bite of mine?" "No, never mind. You can have mine instead. Just take your time this time. Don't finish it without tasting it." That Su Yunlan extended the chicken leg toward him. There was ample food in the space, and she felt no need to be stingy over this single piece. Su Yunxiang longed to accept it, but the sense of responsibility as the eldest brother restrained his eager hands. With some difficulty, he replied, "You have it. I've already had one that I might not know the taste. But I'm content." That Su Yunli turned around and shot him a glance. "I'm not as generous as Su Yunlan. Surely, just one bite is acceptable." Su Yunxiang felt a tinge of embarrassment, wishing he had savored his food more slowly. "You all enjoy. I don't want any of it, that I'll step outside for some fresh air." Seeing her brother appear as if he were fleeing, Su Yunlan quickly grasped his hand, firmly placing the half-eaten chicken leg into his palm, and earnestly said, "Brother, are you refusing to eat because you think I'm dirty?" Su Yunxiang hurriedly countered, "No, I never said that." Su Yunlan, with her sparkling eyes, insisted, "Then eat it in front of me." "Fine, I'll eat it." Su Yunxiang conceded, taking a bite. Damn, he thought, excusing his lack of education with just those two words, realizing how delicious the braised chicken leg was. However, no matter how delectable, he couldn't bring himself to take his sister as food. Reluctantly, he handed it back, and Su Yunlan chuckled. "I think you're dirty, that I want to eat what you've bitten." Su Yunxiang said nothing. He understood Su Yunlan's clever ways of ensuring she got to eat the chicken leg. And he was deeply touched. He silently vowed to treat his sister well, to protect her fiercely, and to ensure no one bullied her. That, of course, he felt the same for his younger sister and brother. Vowing to protect them all, Su Yunlan watched the three of them enjoying their meal. Feeling happier than if she were eating herself in the following days, things unfolded as she had anticipated. Su Guosheng and their family regarded each other with disdain, living as strangers. Every day, they could hear Lu Suiming covertly disparaging the new daughters-in-law, cursing Chen Danny as a worthless idler. However, this did not concern them. Their own lives were gradually stabilizing, while others struggled to find enough to eat. Zhang Huifang and Su Guohua were already busy renovating their new home. That Su Guohua worked on doors and windows while Zhang Huifang lent a hand. Occasionally, Teacher Lu would come to assist. That Su Guohua's jealousy toward Teacher Lu had diminished. After spending time together, he found Teacher Lu to be a decent person, amiable and devoid of any pretentious airs. Whenever they had wild vegetable dumplings and porridge from the cafeteria, they would share some with Teacher Lu, who was very grateful. As a sent-down youth, his treatment was far inferior to that of ordinary members. With Su Guohua's family providing support, Teacher Lu appeared much more spirited. He also took the time to guide Su Yunlan and her siblings in their studies. Every day after school, Su Yunlan would go with Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei to the mountains to forage for wild vegetables, dig for field mice, climb trees for elm seeds, strip leaves, and collect bird eggs. Their days were simple, yet filled with joy. Occasionally, they would accompany Su Guohua to the ghost market to connect with Chen Hao. Chen Hao proved to be quite adept at business, clever, and very trustworthy. After earning some money, he no longer resorted to underhanded tactics. That he would exchange cash for goods, eager not to jeopardize the future financial ties with Su Guohua and his daughter. He often gifted them with small snacks made from agricultural products. Su Yunlan did not hesitate to engage in business with Chen Hao. Fostering a good relationship was not a bad idea, especially seeing her father so full of determination, as if transformed into a different person. Brought her immense joy. In the spring of March, with grass growing and birds singing, the wheat seedlings had reached nearly 20 centimeters in height. Some were no longer satisfied with foraging for elm seeds and leaves, and had turned their attention to the wheat seedlings. At this stage, the wheat was tender and sweet. Desperate individuals, disregarding the consequences, would steal them home, blanch them in boiling water, and sprinkle a bit of salt to eat. To deter the members from stealing the wheat, the authorities organized the men into a protective squad. That Su Guohua became a member of this squad. That Su Yunlan did not feel pleased by this. Instead, it stirred painful memories within her in her previous life. At this time, her father had already passed away, leaving her mother to struggle to feed and clothe the four siblings, with each day becoming increasingly difficult. Coincidentally, she had fallen ill with gastroenteritis, nearly exhausting herself. That To provide her with some warm soup, her mother attempted to steal wheat seedlings in the dead of night, only to be caught by the protective squad. In truth, there were others stealing wheat seedlings too. The protective squad was guilty of guarding and stealing, and the wheat had dwindled significantly. However, her mother had no one to defend her after being captured. Chen Danny, Lu Chui, and their two aunts, Su Guoqin and Su Guomin, took advantage of the situation, not only accusing her mother of theft, but also falsely claiming she was stealing men. They led the charge to beat her mother, humiliating her by hanging a worn-out shoe around her neck for the entire morning. Unable to bear the humiliation, and with no one to turn to for help, her mother managed to procure 2 scallion pancakes for them. And that very night, she hanged herself. This pain haunted Su Yunlan throughout her life. The mere thought of it left her gasping for breath. Fortunately, heaven granted her the opportunity to change her fate, allowing her to reunite with her intact parents and siblings. Later, she discovered that her mother was not the only one who had gone to steal wheat seedlings that day. Qindani and Lu Chui had also participated. They had thrown the stolen wheat seedlings to her mother and then lied, claiming they had come to catch her in the ACT.in reality. Her mother had just arrived at the field and had not yet begun to pull. Su Guoqin and Su Guomin happened to be at their maternal home during those days and had come to keep watch. Without their presence, Qindani and Lu Chui would not have escaped so quickly. The most despicable were those 4 that I in her previous life. When she learned the truth and had the power to seek vengeance, those 4 were already aging, sickly, and broken. Even Su Guosheng had succumbed to dementia. Now everything had yet to unfold. She had ample opportunities to take preventive measures, to manipulate them at her will. Zhang Huifeng, noticing Su Yunlan lost in thought, called out, "Xiaolan, I've made you a jacket. Try it on and see how it fits." "All right." Su Yunlan snapped back to reality as Zhang Huifeng brought over the jacket. In this era, each person was allotted only 21 feet of cotton fabric. Purchasing cotton, textiles, and clothing required fabric tickets, primarily in blue, black, and gray. Their family's fabric tickets had long been exhausted, and now the material for making clothes was sourced from her space. The blue cotton fabric closely resembled the colors of this time. In truth, she had no particular demands regarding clothing. As long as it was clean and tidy, it did not matter if it had patches. The jacket fit her well. The pants she wore were slightly too small, having been previously worn by Su Yunli. The clothes that she could not wear were passed down to her younger brother, Su Yunlei, having not worn new clothes even during the new year. She felt somewhat unaccustomed to wearing them now that Su Yunxiang remarked playfully, "Xiaolan looks quite charming in her new clothes, not at all like someone from our village. You look more like a girl from the county." Su Yunli twirled around in her new outfit and asked, "How do I look?" "Isn't it nice?" "Well, you're not as fair as Xiaolan, but not too shabby either that a fair complexion can hide 3 flaws. If you were a bit fairer, you'd be even prettier," Su Yunxiang stated matter-of-factly to be honest. He believed he was the most handsome lad in the village when dressed in new clothes. Su Yunli shot him a glare, "As if you're so fair. Have you looked in the mirror?" "Stop being so vain," that Su Yunlei queried. "Why is it that we all eat the same food? Yet second sister is fairer than us." Su Yunlan genuinely did not know why she had become fairer. She did not think she was that pale. Glancing in the mirror, she noticed that indeed, she had become noticeably fairer compared to her previous life, and even since her rebirth, almost resembling a cool, white complexion. How strange. Could it be the effect of the spiritual spring? White or black couldn't fill one's stomach, she thought, quickly taking off the jacket and saying, "Let me put it away for you. You should wear your old clothes for now." Zhang Huifeng interrupted her musings. "Xiaolan, we can't even wear it for a little while." Su Yunli pouted, "We haven't worn new clothes in ages. During the new year, we had to wear Big Brother's old clothes that were altered to fit us. Big Brother is quite wasteful with clothes, and he can't even patch them up." Zhang Huifeng folded the clothes while responding, "We'll wear them again when there's an occasion. Wearing such new clothes outside would be too wasteful." Su Yunxiang sighed. "It would have been better if we hadn't seen them at all." That Su Yunlan chuckled. "Don't worry, brother. You'll definitely be the first to wear new clothes that as the saying goes. You can't see the growth of children, only the shortness of their clothes." That Su Yunxiang was growing quickly, and his clothes no longer fit. Zhang Huifeng agreed. "Yes, Yunxiang should wear new clothes first. Last year's clothes won't fit anymore. Let me see if the old clothes can be altered. If they can, I'll fix them up. The saying goes, new for 3 years, old for 3 years, patching and mending for another 3 years." Zhang Huifeng's enduring legacy of frugality and simplicity has reached its zenith. Regardless of the availability of new fabric, the emphasis remains on thriftiness, particularly for the sake of the children. That Su Yunlan is aware that her parents have not donned new clothes in quite some time and proposes, "Mother, why not make a new outfit for both you and father?" Zhang Huifeng shakes her head, replying, "Whether we wear new clothes or not is of little consequence. Moreover, wearing new clothes while working daily seems a waste." Su Yunlan counters, "You could always prepare them for special occasions." Zhang Huifeng ponders this, recognizing that there is still ample fabric available, and concedes, Very well, that Su Yunqi's stomach growls, prompting Zhang Huifang to glance at the sky and murmur. Your father has worked all day and has barely eaten before heading off to his shift. I wonder when it will ever end. That Su Yunlan furrows her brow and inquires, who is father on duty with today? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Huifang responds, perhaps it's Su Mao from the third uncle's family. That Su Yunlan breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that being on duty with Su Mao is preferable to being with Lu Chui's cousin, Lu Hai, which would be unfortunate that on the day of the incident concerning her mother, it was indeed Lu Hai who was on duty, and it was Su Mao who revealed the truth to her. Su Mao was in a different group that day and did not attend, but during a previous drinking session with Lu Hai, the truth was disclosed that in this life, she is not wanting for food or clothing, and her health is significantly better than in her past existence. Her mother no longer has to resort to desperate measures for a meal. Many aspects of life have changed, yet some still adhere to the patterns of her previous life. Just because her mother refrains from stealing wheat seedlings does not imply that Lu Chui will do the same. Chen Danny, who struggles with mobility, has her sisters Su Guoqin and Su Guomin attending to her today. Wu Qiaoyan remains as finicky as in her former life, enjoying various delicacies while associating with Commander Lu, but now finds herself burdened with a limping father-in-law and a mother-in-law who is partially paralyzed, which only heightens her frustrations. That Su Yunxiang is subservient to his wife. Whenever she is displeased, he immediately engages in conflicts with Lu Cui. As Su Yunlan had wished, the Su Guoxing household is rife with chaos and noise. Lu Chui speaks ill of Wu Qiaoyan behind her back, while Wu Qiaoyan believes the rumors circulating about Lu Chui's character. During meals, Lu Chui is prevented from eating staple foods. That Su Guoxing turns a blind eye, as the family's well-being depends on his daughter-in-law maintaining appearances. Thus he dares not reprimand her. He places his hopes on his second son, Su Yunfei, and daughter, Su Yunlian, while growing increasingly dissatisfied with Su Yunxiang. Lu Chui, feeling wronged, cannot confront others but can challenge Chen Danny and her two daughters. Using the excuse of having no time to care for Chen Danny, she summons the sisters. They tend to Chen Danny during the day and return home at night, often missing meals. The food served in the cafeteria is severely insufficient. That Su Yunlan suspects that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the three of them will likely resort to stealing wheat seedlings. Stealing seedlings is not her primary concern. Rather, she worries that Lu Chui will exploit Su Guoqin and Su Guomin to manipulate their father emotionally. She will not grant Lu Chui that opportunity. Furthermore, after this period of transformation, she wishes to observe her father's behavior. She cannot remain tethered to her father forever, nor can she follow him everywhere. Ultimately, the key lies in her father becoming strong on his own. He is their family's shield against adversity, and she must not allow compassion to soften her stance against severed familial ties. Tonight, as Su Guoqin and Su Guomin return home, it guarantees that Lu Chui will not steal wheat seedlings. She sleeps soundly, and when Su Guohua returns the next day, she deliberately sounds the alarm. Father, did anyone steal wheat seedlings last night? Su Guohua sighs. It's inevitable. There are too many who are hungry. Several groups come each night. Today, we caught Su Mao's wife. As long as the leaders above do not investigate, I shall turn a blind eye. In times of poverty, we cannot drive Su Mao's family into a corner. That Su Yunlan nods in agreement. That Su Mao is also someone who understands gratitude. This softness of heart is permissible. After their parents' untimely demise in her previous life, it was Su Mao and his wife who helped her and her siblings survive. She asks if Lu Chui, Su Guoqin, and Su Guomin also steal wheat seedlings. Will you also turn a blind eye? Su Guohua's mouth twitches at her words. You silly girl, how could they possibly go together? Su Yunlan presses further. What if they do? What would you do then? Father, Su Guohua retorts, this is a baseless scenario. Why are you so eager to know? Didn't Husan tell you something? I just want to know if Su Guoxing and Lu Chui are harming our family. Would you be willing to forsake kinship for righteousness? Su Yunlan feigns obstinacy. Su Guomin and Su Guoqin have always been antagonistic towards us. Have you ever considered they might already know you are not their biological father and are deliberately using you? Su Guohua falls into contemplation, connecting the dots of his life, and realizes that this might indeed be the case. They clearly do not regard him as a brother and may have long suspected he is not their blood relative. Su Guoxing maintains a facade of hypocrisy, while Su Guoqin and Su Guomin do not bother to conceal their disdain, quick to strike and scold without hesitation. Some matters, when pondered deeply, only amplify his feelings of grievance over the years. Must one be treated poorly simply because they were adopted? There is another puzzle that eludes him. Despite it being a fact that Chandani bore a fourth child, why do they insist he is adopted? Noticing his silence, Su Yunlan urges, "Speak up, father. Will you let them go unpunished?" Chapter 47. Eating mulberry leaves Su Guohua gazes at his dark-eyed daughter, responding earnestly, "Do you think your father is still as foolish as before? You little rascal?" Su Yunlan sticks out her tongue, resting her chin in anticipation of his continued words. "These days, I have come to understand that life must have some direction, that my purpose is you, your mother and your 4 siblings. Surviving this year of famine is already a feat. Why should I concern myself with others? Besides, I have been adopted by your second uncle, who is a martyr. We cannot tarnish the memory of a hero. Anyone who steals from the public treasury is directly opposing me, and I will not let anyone off the hook." Su Yunlan nods vigorously, pleased that her father has come around to this way of thinking. "Our family's good days are still ahead. It is best that you understand it is her deepest wish to see her father no longer beholden to Su Guosheng and Chun Danny's family. Though her father may be timid, he is not foolish. For over 30 years, he has been indoctrinated by Chun Danny and Su Guosheng to be obedient and dutiful, unable to resist, a classic case of brainwashing. Akin to PUA or psychological manipulation that in this era, the term PUA does not exist, and her father remains oblivious to his own condition. Fortunately, she has been granted a second chance to rescue him. During this time, she frequently enlists the knowledgeable teacher Lu to enlighten her father, imparting wisdom and principles that appears to have had a positive effect. Her father's speech and actions are increasingly aligned with the pursuit of happiness for their family. Zhang Huifeng remarks, "If you had realized this sooner, our family would not have endured so much hardship." Su Guohua opens his mouth to offer comfort. "It is my fault. I will change and strive for improvement. As long as you understand the need for progress." Zhang Huifeng replies, then turns to Su Yunlan. "By the way, Xiaolan, aren't you supposed to be in class today?" "I'm going," Su Yunlan responds hastily. Realizing time is of the essence as she rushes off to school, Su Yunxi, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei have already been gone for quite some time, though she is often late and frequently misses classes. She consistently manages to excel, leaving Tian Zhengwo with little to critique. Having stumbled upon a promising student, he contemplates how to nurture her talents without stifling her spirit. Su Yunlan is not a restless soul. Upon completing her homework, she often drifts into a state of daydreaming or sleep that in truth, she delves into her own space to read and recharge. The knowledge from primary school is too simplistic. She seeks to enhance her reading comprehension and broaden her thinking. This singular focus may render her somewhat of an outlier. Su Yunxi possesses commendable social skills, easily mingling with both first-year and upper-grade students. The 5-year primary school has fewer than 100 students across 5 grades. Su Yunli has also cultivated friendships, while even Su Yunlei has found companions with whom he connects. Observing Su Yunlan's solitude, the siblings gather to brainstorm solutions. The eldest, Su Yunxi, speaks first. "What if I rally my friends to play with Xiaolan?" Su Yunli contemplates and responds, "Perhaps not. What fun can a group of boys provide? Maybe I should persuade Feng Xiao to reach out to her." "That could work," Su Yunxi agrees, casting a glance at the daydreaming Su Yunlan before turning to Su Yunlei. "Lei, do you have any good ideas?" "I could play with my second sister, and I could also invite little Shirtu along," Su Yunlei suggests earnestly. Little Shirtu is his close companion, and they are inseparable in class and during breaks. Su Yunli rubs her chin thoughtfully, "But that still involves boys. I am a girl, and so is Xiaolan. I should come up with a plan." "All right," just as Su Yunxiang was about to finish his words, the school bell rang. Su Yunlan glanced towards the massive phoenix tree in the center of the schoolyard, which was so large that 5 people could barely encircle it. The tree's bell had seen many years, exuding a sense of melancholy and lingering resonance in her previous life. She cherished the sound of the school bell, often eavesdropping on Tian Zhou's lessons from outside the classroom. Tian Zhengwo was not oblivious to her presence. Rather, he chose to turn a blind eye. There was another girl, Yang Hua, who shared her penchant for eavesdropping in this life. While she had the opportunity to attend school, Yang Hua did not, since her rebirth. She had yet to see this little girl, and was left wondering about her well-being and why she had not come to listen to Teacher Tian's class as she had in her previous life. A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. The passage of class time can feel slow, yet if one focuses on the lecture, it swiftly passes. However, when one eagerly awaits the end of class, time seems to stand still. That Su Yunlan felt the minutes drag on, yearning for the bell to ring so she could seek out Yang Hua nearby. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the class ended. And Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei gathered around her. That Su Yunlan inquired, "What are you all up to?" "We came to play with you," Su Yunli replied, waving to He Fengxia, who understood immediately and hurried over. Su Yunlei, tilting his little head, said, "Second sister, aren't you bored just daydreaming? We can play jump rope or kick the sandbag." That Su Yunlan suddenly realized, "I'm not bored. You all can go play." She felt it was somewhat inappropriate for someone of her age to engage in childish games. She preferred a more tranquil demeanor. That He Fengxia took Su Yunlan's hand and suggested, "Yunlan, what do you want to play? How about we kick the sandbag together?" Su Yunli quickly chimed in, "Kicking the sandbag sounds great. It strengthens the body, doesn't it? Aren't you always saying you want to improve your physical fitness?" Su Yunlan acknowledged, "That does sound like something I would say." Looking around, she noticed Yang Hua was nowhere to be found and reluctantly decided to join in kicking the sandbag. It was a bit awkward for her, given that she had nearly reached 70 in her previous life, and participating in children's games felt somewhat embarrassing. She had forgotten how to kick but gradually found her rhythm, slowly adapting. While others could kick it hundreds of times, she initially managed only a few. The more she kicked, the more enjoyable it became, and by the time school was out, she could kick it dozens of times. Su Yunxiang, ever the foodie, eyed the nearby poplar tree leaves and remarked, "Isn't it strange? All the other leaves are almost gone, yet no one picks the poplar leaves." That Su Yunlan shaded her eyes with her hand and solemnly replied, "If you pluck a leaf and taste it, you'll understand why." Thanks to the resources available in their space, their family did not have to resort to eating leaves to stave off hunger. Su Yunxiang, ever the curious one, was eager to try. After hearing Su Yunlan, he insisted on climbing the tree. He tossed his backpack to Su Yunlan, spat into his hands, rubbed them together, and nimbly scrambled up. Su Yunlei anxiously shouted, "Be careful, brother." Su Yunli crossed her arms and clicked her tongue, saying, "He's like a monkey. Look at how agile he is." We could never match that. That Su Yunxiang managed to grab a handful of leaves and jump down, presenting them with a flourish. "Here, exactly 8 leaves that we each get 2. Let's share this good fortune." Chapter 48. Who do you think you are? Su Yunlan received the leaves but refrained from eating them. Turning around, she saw Su Yunxiang had already stuffed a leaf into his mouth, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "You're eating them raw. How else? Should I boil them in water and add salt?" Su Yunxiang replied, the bitterness of the leaf flooding his mouth. Regret washed over him. Eating them raw was a mistake. That Su Yunli, about to take a bite, paused upon seeing Su Yunxiang's pained expression and cautiously asked, "Is it really that bad?" Su Yunxiang exaggeratedly swallowed and replied, "Yes, it's particularly horrible. You mustn't try it." Yet after saying this, he popped another leaf into his mouth, feigning enjoyment. "You say it's awful, yet you keep eating? I don't believe you," Su Yunli retorted, hesitating only a moment before tearing off a piece and placing it in her mouth, only to spit it out immediately. "Yuck, it's so bitter. How could you deceive me like this?" Su Yunxiang innocently replied, "Didn't you say you didn't believe me? I was speaking the truth." "Umph. I'm not talking to you anymore," Su Yunli huffed, storming off home. Su Yunlei patted his chest, relieved he hadn't tasted the poplar leaves either. He didn't like the smell, let alone the taste. That "You're the best." Su Yunlan affectionately ruffled Su Yunlei's hair. After their parents had passed away in their previous life, the 4 siblings had often resorted to eating poplar leaves, as not eating meant hunger, and no one was there to pity them. There were too many people in need. No family had it easy. Seeing her younger brother's disgust towards the leaves stirred a wave of bittersweet emotions in her heart. Upon returning home, she specially took some pork from her space, sliced it thin, and shredded a cabbage, preparing a pot of meat stir-fried with noodles. Additionally, she made an egg soup with some cilantro, and surprisingly, it tasted delightful. However, Su Yunxiang could not appreciate the flavor. After eating the poplar leaves, everything tasted bitter. Despite rinsing his mouth several times, he could not rid himself of the lingering bitterness. Nonetheless, his hunger compelled him to eat. Su Yunli, still tasting the bitterness, hardly ate anything, leaving the remnants for Su Yunxiang. As Su Yunlan ate, she set aside the meat for her brother. Su Yunlei shook his head vigorously, saying, "Second sister, you eat it." I have plenty in my bowl. That Su Yunlan was aware that there was indeed plenty of meat, as she had added a good amount while stir-frying. Still, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Su Yunlei. Though young, he was quite sensible, understanding that his second sister was reluctant to eat and deliberately sharing with him. When Zhang Huifang offered him meat, he declined, his bright eyes shining as he said, "Mother, you should eat it, that I don't want anyone else's." Zhang Huifang and Su Yunlan exchanged glances, and in the end, they both gave their meat to Su Guohua. Recently, Su Guohua had been sleeping little and working hard, laboring during the day for their family and guarding the wheat fields at night. He couldn't refuse their generosity and accepted their offerings. Having meat to eat daily, without worrying about hunger, was something he had never dared to dream of. In times without famine, he seldom saw meat. Usually, it was Su Guosheng, Qindani, Su Guoqin, and Su Guomin's mother who ate meat while he had to settle for soup. Such happiness was hard-won, and it strengthened his resolve to work hard for his little family. There were no extra bowls at home, so after finishing the stir-fried noodles, they drank the egg soup to as for the wild vegetable dumplings. Su Yinxiang wasted no time devouring them, like a glutton, without needing Zhang Huifang to prompt him. Su Guohua said, "Xiaolan, why don't you take these 2 wild vegetable dumplings to Teacher Lu?" Su Yinlan nodded. "All right, I'll do that right away." Taking advantage of the dumplings still being warm, she dashed towards Teacher Lu's home. The door to Teacher Lu's house was ajar, a rarity that kept most visitors away. Upon entering, she found Teacher Lu licking his bowl, which created an awkward moment. Teacher Lu appeared even more embarrassed than she was. Su Yunlan pretended not to notice as she handed the wild vegetable dumplings to him, saying, "Uncle Lu, my father asked me to bring these for you." Teacher Lu paused, bewildered, and asked, "What do you all eat at home?" Su Yunlan calmly replied, "We still have 2 left. Usually my siblings and I gather some wild vegetables. It suffices for us. You eat them. If we weren't hungry, we wouldn't have brought them to you." Her sincerity shone through. In this era, few could prioritize others over themselves. If one struggled to fill their own stomach, how could they think of altruism? She merely took advantage of the space she had acquired to spare Teacher Lu from embarrassment. She turned her head away, and on the grass mat lay a black and white photograph of a little boy, looking quite adorable, with bright eyes and a round face. Teacher Lu, no longer hiding his emotions, thought it would be unjust to keep his guard up when someone had generously shared their precious food with him. He picked up the photograph, gently stroking the boy's brows, and said softly, "This is my son. When I left home, he was only 9, and it's been 3 years. He should be about the same height as your brother now. Back then, I was afraid of burdening them with hardship, so I cruelly severed ties. He must hate me." Su Yunlan detected the bitterness in Teacher Lu's words and offered comfort. "Uncle Lu, please don't blame yourself. I believe your son will understand your sacrifices as he grows up." Teacher Lu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the girl who sought to console him. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "Whether he understands or not is irrelevant. I just want him to grow up healthy and free from my burdens." That Su Yunlan nodded in agreement. There were certain truths she understood but could not articulate. Teacher Lu was not at fault. It was merely that his father was wealthy, and he had studied abroad, complicating matters beyond simple explanation. Mentioning painful memories left Teacher Lu somewhat melancholic, but Su Yunlan chose not to linger, as she still had classes to attend in the afternoon. She bid farewell to Teacher Lu and hurried home. As she neared her doorstep, she encountered Su Guoqin, who rolled her eyes, sarcastically saying, "Oh, I thought it was someone important, but look who it is, after being adopted. You don't even call me Aunt when we meet." Su Yunlan replied with a half-smile. "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of my calling you that?" Her greatest disdain is reserved for individuals like Su Guoqin, who, despite being perfectly capable of surviving, resort to selling their bodies for sustenance. It would be acceptable if she displayed even a modicum of shame and humility. Yet Su Guoqin does the opposite, brazenly making a spectacle of herself, taking pride in her disgraceful actions. The situation between the 2 families has already reached a point of no return, and there is no need to feign vulnerability. Such pretense would only provide them with an opportunity to take advantage. Su Guoqin, emboldened, retorted, "Little hoof, don't think that just because your family has built a new house, you can act superior to. I am neither your aunt by blood nor by marriage. You show no respect and possess no decorum, though you have any self-awareness regarding your own upbringing." Su Yunlan replied without mercy, "If you wish to claim the role of my aunt, you ought to consider whether you possess the face for it." "You absolute fool." In Chapter 49. It is worth noting that she was a black belt in Taekwondo in her previous life, that Su Guiqin was so incensed that she nearly toppled over, though she did not comprehend the meaning of fool. She certainly understood that 250 was not a compliment. Pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yunlan, she demanded, "Clarify your words. What did you just call me?" "Fool 250, Su Yunlan repeated, "if you wish to hear it. I can certainly shout it a few more times." Su Guiqin seized a broom, attempting to strike her, but Su Yunlan nimbly evaded the blow and countered with a swift kick, catching Su Guiqin off guard. It is important to remember that she had recently regained some strength after resuming her training in Taekwondo. Thus, she was not intimidated by Su Guiqin. While not one to seek trouble, she was unafraid to confront it when necessary. And she would never engage in a confrontation without confidence in her abilities. She knew when to conceal her prowess and when to retaliate without hesitation. That Su Guiqin, clutching her waist, struggled to rise and commanded, "Stop right there." Su Yunlan turned to see He Ping nearby and immediately cried out, "Uncle He, you're just in time. She wants to hit me." He Ping cast a disapproving glance at the suggestive Su Guiqin, clearly displeased, and remarked, "What are you doing, trying to entice someone in broad daylight? A widow should know better than to behave so shamelessly. It tarnishes societal morals." That he admonished, "You, an adult, should not squabble with a child. Look at how frightened she is." Su Guiqin turned to He Ping, exclaiming, "She hit me. When did I ever strike her?" Su Yunlan, with reddened eyes, protested, "Uncle He, if I hadn't dodged quickly, she would have struck me with that broom." "You're talking nonsense." Su Guiqin waved the broom in her hand, but He Ping glared at her disapprovingly, declaring, "I'd like to see who dares to strike you." His words undoubtedly supported Su Yunlan, who peeked out from behind He Ping and made a face at Su Guiqin. Su Guiqin clenched her teeth in frustration, yet dared not retaliate against Su Yunlan. That if her older brother Su Guiqin were to find out she was at odds with the production team leader, she would likely lose her last line of support. She hastily declared, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding." He Ping shot her a glare before turning to Su Yunlan and asking, "Girl, is your father home?" Su Yunlan obediently replied, "Yes, I'll take you to him." "Uncle He." As Su Guiqin watched Su Yunlan's retreating figure, she twisted the broom with all her might, as if trying to snap it in two. Su Yunlan understood that Su Guiqin was merely a paper tiger, incapable of making a real threat, and was rather surprised by He Ping's arrival. She had not overheard the conversation between He Ping and Su Guohua, and when school time arrived, she was dragged off by Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei. Upon reaching the school gate, she spotted a familiar figure and eagerly ran over. Yanghua, Yanghua, surprised to see her and her siblings arriving with backpacks, asked, "Are you all going to school?" Su Yunlan nodded, "Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen you." "Why haven't you been coming?" Yanghua sighed, "It's great. You finally got your wish." I might not be able to come anymore." That Su Yunlan recalled that during this period in her previous life, she had no time to listen in on classes, as her father had passed away. And with her mother's death, she was consumed by grief, unable to eat properly or pay attention to the affairs of others. She quickly inquired, "What happened?" Yanghua lamented, "My stepmother has given birth to another little brother, and my father wants me to stay home to take care of the baby. That I won't have time to listen to Teacher Tian's lectures anymore." That Su Yunlan realized how she had forgotten this detail. Yanghua was indeed a stepdaughter, and in this era, resources were scarce. With the birth of Yanghua's half-brother, her life would undoubtedly become more challenging. That Su Yunlan comforted her, "Even if you can't come, I'll teach you." Yanghua was deeply touched. "Thank you, Xiaolan. You study hard. You will surely succeed. There is no need for formalities with me. My ability to help is limited," Su Yunlan thought to herself. Feeling a twinge of sorrow that in her previous life, her escape from Qin Danny's grasp was largely thanks to Yanghua's assistance. That Yanghua's close friend, she wished for her to have a smoother path ahead. The bell rang, and Yanghua urged her to hurry to class. That Su Yunlan reluctantly parted ways with her. The entire afternoon, she was distracted, and after school, Su Yunxiang got into a verbal altercation with a boy from the 5th grade, which escalated into a fight just outside the school gate. That Su Yunli and Su Yunlei were anxious, unable to help. With most other students having gone home, there was no one to assist them. When the boy grabbed Su Yunxiang's face, Su Yunlan rushed in to separate them. And no one expected her to possess such explosive strength, leaving them all stunned. Soon, several 5th grade boys surrounded Su Yunlan, and Su Yunxiang, in a panic, urged Xiaolan, "Take them home." I'll handle this. Su Yunlan shot him a glance, stretching her limbs, and replied, you should sit this one out. Given his sweaty state, dealing with even one was a challenge. Let alone 5 or 6. Su Yunxiang's expression darkened, and Su Yunlan unleashed her skills, appearing to strike haphazardly, yet executing her moves with precision. She quickly brought the boys to the ground without breaking a sweat, leaving Su Yunxiang in shock. Goodness, when did you learn to fight? You're incredible. Su Yunlan glanced at her slender arms and legs. I'm still too weak. The defeated boys quickly settled down, no longer daring to provoke Su Yunxiang. Seizing the moment, Su Yunxiang declared, if anyone dares to talk about me behind my back again, this will be your fate. The boys hastily promised they would never do so again and fled. Su Yunlan, perplexed, asked, what were they saying about you? Su Yunxiang's face flushed. They were just saying I'm in first grade at my age. Su Yunlan frowned. If they were in your class, they might not even score as well as you. But since you've fought, you must win. Don't come home with a face full of bruises. That I've seen you move. You're quite nimble. Why weren't you more effective when it mattered? What strength? My hands go weak when I fight. Su Yunxiang pouted. I never expected you to be better than me, Sai. Su Yunlei chimed in, sister, you're amazing. You scare me to death. Su Yunli chided Su Yunlan. What if they had hurt you? You dare to take on 5. Su Yunlan replied calmly. Don't worry, I know my limits. That Su Yunxiang scratched his head. Xiaolan, did you just swing wildly, or have you trained with someone? Su Yunlan joked. I learned in my dreams. That Su Yunlei excitedly exclaimed, sister, will you teach me? If I become strong, I can protect you. What about me? Su Yunli tapped Su Yunlei's forehead. That Su Yunlei quickly added, you can learn too. Protecting both you and our eldest sister would be too difficult. Little rascal, do you only care about your second sister? I must punish you. Su Yunli laughed as she reached for Su Yunlei's sides, teasing him about his claim to protect her. In Chapter 50, an opportunity arose for their father to demonstrate his worth. As Su Yunlei, being the most ticklish, laughed uncontrollably, pleading for mercy. I'll protect you. When my second sister isn't around, I'll protect you. All right, you little rascal. I'll let you off this time. That I'm your eldest sister. If you don't protect me, I'll protect you. That Su Yunli nearly pinched his ear in reprimand. Su Yunlan, knowing her eldest sister wasn't truly petty, immediately said, I'll teach all 3 of you. It is essential for all 4 siblings to possess the ability to defend themselves. That Su Yunxiang exclaimed. You'll teach us 3? Su Yunli responded. No way, right? Su Yunlei cheered. That's great. Su Yunlan nodded solemnly. None of you will be left out. Everyone must learn. Su Yunxiang and Su Yunlei were eager to learn. Having just witnessed Su Yunlan's fighting prowess, Su Yunli hesitated, stammering, Xiaolan, we're girls. Isn't it inappropriate to learn such things? Su Yunlan countered seriously. What's wrong with girls learning to fight? Su Yunli pondered. You're still young. You probably haven't thought it through. If word gets out that our family's girls are always fighting, finding a suitable marriage will be difficult. Su Yunlan crossed her arms. Reclining leisurely, sister, why are you thinking about marriage at such a young age? Does marrying have anything to do with fighting? Actually hope the news spreads. I'd prefer no one to bother me. Besides, who says we'll have to fight just because we learn? It's about having the ability to protect ourselves when danger arises. Your way of thinking is too dangerous. That Su Yunli clicked her tongue, stating that she never said she wouldn't learn. She made it clear in advance that if she were to learn secretly, she must not stir up trouble. The Su Yunlan did not wish to argue with her elder sister. All she wanted was for her sister to be willing to learn that in her past life, her elder sister had married poorly, suffering not only from domestic violence, but also enduring her husband's audacious affair with a mistress who lived in their home. She did not want her sister to live such a humiliated life again. To change her sister's fate, it was essential to alter her traditional views as well. Everything else was ephemeral. Only by becoming strong could one attain true strength. The 4 siblings returned home, chatting and laughing, only to find Zhang Huifang had already prepared dinner. Su Guohua urged them to eat quickly, as there were tasks to attend to after the meal. Curiously, Su Yunlan asked, Father, aren't you off duty tonight? Captain, he arranged for me to swap shift with someone else. I will be on duty with Lu Hai tonight, Su Guohua replied, taking a sip of thin porridge. Su Yunlan furrowed her brow, but said nothing as she went to the main room to retrieve 6 large meat buns and a dish of cold cucumber salad from her space. Su Yunxiang's eyes brightened at the sight of the meat buns. They were delicious and always satisfying. Su Yunlei nodded in agreement, declaring that the meat buns, cucumbers, and pancakes were all delectable. Our family must have done many good deeds in our past life. Otherwise, how could Aunt Hussein take such good care of us? Su Yunli mused while chewing on a meat bun. Zhang Huifeng, deep in thought, responded, who can truly decipher the affairs of past lives? What matters is living well in this life. One should harbor no malice toward others, yet remain vigilant against potential threats, as long as we are true to our conscience. That's enough that we should not resemble our neighbors, who are so heartless and always plotting harm against others. That Su Yunlan glanced at Su Guohua, who was eating earnestly. She recalled passing by Su Guoxing's house, where Su Guoqin and Su Guomin were in the yard, indicating that they might be aware of Lu Hai's duty tonight and had deliberately stayed behind to prepare for action. Turning to her father, she asked, "Father, is there an inspection from above tonight? Did Captain He arrange this to give you an opportunity to perform well?" Su Guohua raised his eyebrows. "You clever child. How did you guess that?" Captain He indeed received insider information. The members of the Protection Seedlings team are unaware. But Captain He has taken care of our family's adoption process. He wants me to perform well, so that the qualifications for the martyr's benefits can be expedited. That Su Yunlan had anticipated this. The commune secretary had approved the adoption without issue. However, since the second uncle had passed away many years ago, to be recognized as a martyr's family, they would need documentation from the unit above the second uncle's regiment. One could not simply obtain martyr benefits without due process. Still, she feigned surprise, saying, "Is that so? I guess correctly. Then father must perform well and not disappoint Captain He's good intentions." Yes, I understand," Su Guohua replied earnestly. Captain He explained the intricacies involved, "and I know what to do to do you really understand." Su Yunlan felt unsettled, her eyes wide with concern as she suggested, "Father, why don't I accompany you on duty tonight?" "No," Su Guohua rejected without hesitation. "Do you think being on duty is a fun affair? You won't get a wink of sleep, and there's always the risk of a brawl that it's cold and dangerous. It's best for you to stay home and sleep soundly, that you're only worried about me not performing well. But I assure you I won't show any favoritism or allow Lu Hai any opportunity for malfeasance." Su Yunlan stuck out her tongue. The fact that her father understood her worry showed some progress. It would be best to uphold justice over familial ties. Given this, she decided to patiently await good news at home. The wait was not easy. She tossed and turned on the Kong, unable to sleep. Zhang Huifeng, too, found herself restless. Although she had not interjected, she was nonetheless influenced by the conversation between Su Guohua and Su Yunlan. Knowing her husband's temperament intimately, she realized that had it not been for the series of upheavals, Su Guo might still be living in a daze, now that he was taking an active stance. Zhang Huifeng felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the hope of a brighter future, while the worry was that Su Guo might falter under pressure. She quietly asked, "Xiaolan, are you asleep?" Su Yunlan responded from the darkness, "Not yet, mother." "Are you unable to sleep either?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Huifeng inquired, "Did Aunt Hussein give you any warnings?" Su Yunlan chuckled in disbelief, thinking, where would there be any warnings from Aunt Hussein? It was merely her memories from her past life that provided insight that in her previous life, her father had not been present at this hour. Nor was there any talk of joining the Protection Seedlings team. She felt quite anxious within. Before she could reply, Zhang Huifeng continued, "Should I go check on your father? It's good to have someone looking out for him." Feeling uneasy, she sensed that something might happen to know. Su Yunlan quickly dismissed the idea without much thought. Zhang Huifeng was taken aback. "What are you doing, Xiaolan? You startled me. Could it be that Aunt Hussein truly had given a warning?" Su Yunlan raised her voice slightly, but insisted that her mother should not venture into the wheat field if nothing were to happen. Her mother's presence could inadvertently lead to unnecessary accusations, following the trajectory of her past life, which would be counterproductive. One must not underestimate Lu Chui and her ilkes and scrupulousness. To be prudent, she thought for a moment and said, "Mother, please stay calm. Father is not a child. He knows what he is doing, that if you go looking for him, it would be a clear sign of distrust. Father has only just regained his confidence. We must not undermine it. Let us try to trust him and give him the opportunity to grow and stand on his own." Chapter 51. It's you I'm targeting. Addendum. Su Yunlan and Zhang Huifeng were too anxious to sleep. While on the other side, Su Guohua was dozing off at the field. After a confrontation with Lu Chui, he found himself at odds with Lu Hai, leaving them to ignore one another in the quiet of the night. Su Guohua felt the overwhelming desire to sleep, his eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, he heard commotion from afar and instantly perked up. Spitting into his hand, he rubbed them together, grabbing a shovel and rushing over. Upon seeing Su Guohua run, Lu Hai followed suit in the darkness. They could not discern one another's identities. That Su Guohua waved the old flashlight issued by the Dongfeng Brigade and shouted, "You dare to steal public property? Are you looking for death, Guohua?" "It's us," came a voice he recognized, sounding like his elder sister Su Guomin. Furrowing his brow, he said, "What are you doing here? Come out and follow me to the camp." Su Guomin lowered her voice and commanded, "Su Guohua, I'm your second sister, can't you see? You can't arrest us. I only said that because I see clearly. Cooperate, and the punishment from above might be lighter." Su Guohua felt uncomfortable with Su Guomin's authoritative tone. That Su Guoqin growled angrily, "Su Guohua, I heard your second daughter has become quite bold. I never thought you would turn your back on family. Let us see if you dare to arrest us." Su Guomin placed her hands on her hips, acting as though she were in the right. Lu Chui chimed in, exaggerating, "I always said their family is rotten to the core. But you wouldn't believe it. You can't rely on Su Guohua. Better to count on my nephew." She then turned to Lu Hai, saying, "Hai, you wouldn't turn your back on family like Su Guohua, would you?" Lu Hai glanced between Lu Chui and Su Guohua. "Aunt, why did you come at the time of my duty? This puts me in a difficult position." Lu Chui was momentarily speechless. "That brat. Did Su Guohua say something to you? You mustn't listen to him." From Lu Chui's words, Su Guohua sensed something that he thought to himself. Lu Chui is truly calculating. But he was not one to gossip. He retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't said anything to Lu Hai about you and Su Guoxing plotting against the family." Lu Chui's face darkened. Su Guomin and Su Guoqin remained silent, as if they were all in the same boat, harboring grievances against Lu Chui. Lu Hai, gritting his teeth, demanded, "What plot against the family? What is going on?" "Uncle, clarify this for me." Su Guohua pondered briefly before saying, "Well, it's about deceiving your mother out of a quilt, making your father work extra days. They've been stealing food and supplies from your family." Su Guohua, don't sow discord. Lu Chui interrupted. "How could I do such a thing?" What Su Guohua mentioned had merely been hearsay before he had fallen out with Su Guoxing. As for the truth of the matter, Lu Hai should be aware. In the dim light of the flashlight, he could not see Lu Hai's face growing increasingly grim. Lu Hai stood frozen, while Lu Chui tugged at his arm, saying, "Hai, don't listen to his nonsense. Those were all voluntary actions by your mother." Lu Hai shrugged off Lu Chui's grip, recalling how his mother had warned him about their deviousness. "I didn't believe it at first, but now I see how unfeeling you are. Aunt my father is so straightforward. How could he have such a heartless sister?" He thought his grandmother was confused, but he was not. Su Guohua secretly rejoiced, surprised that his first attempt at manipulation succeeded so easily. Tasting victory, he continued, "Lu Hai, I used to only hear rumors without believing them, but I never expected them to be so malicious. You and your parents have suffered injustices." Lu Hai suddenly recalled his parents mentioning how Lu Chui and Su Guoxing had exploited Su Guohua. Feeling sympathetic as he said, "Uncle, you've been wrong too. They truly are heartless. Remember when you lost the cattle while herding? They purposely let the cattle fall into a pit and die. When you worked for them, they pretended to be ill just to be lazy." As for Lu Chui, her face was about to drip ink. Su Guomin and Su Guoqin pushed each other, signaling one another to speak. Yet neither sister was inclined to utter a word. Ultimately, silence enveloped them. Su Guohua had never realized that the grievances and pains he had endured were all bestowed upon him by Su Guoxing. As he cast a glance at Lu Chui, his eyes flared with fury. That moment, a group of figures approached from the distance, and he bellowed to Lu Hai, "Quick, apprehend those three." Lu Hai, undeterred, immediately seized Lu Chui, while Su Guohua held down Su Guomin. Unexpectedly, Su Guoqin took off running. Su Guohua swiftly extended his leg, and Su Guoqin stumbled, landing unceremoniously. The personnel from the camp inspection, hearing the commotion, rushed over and caught Lu Chui, Su Guoqin, and Su Guomin red-handed. The evidence lay scattered on the ground. The sprouted wheat they had stolen. Captain Lu patted Su Guohua and Lu Hai on the shoulders, commending them. "Well done. This would certainly please his little lover." Wu Qiaoyan, who would undoubtedly be overjoyed that Su Guohua straightened his posture and declared, "It is my duty to serve the people, indeed." Lu Hai also grinned, attributing their success to Uncle Su's teachings. Had it not been for Su Guohua, he might have truly let Lu Chui slip away. Captain Lu promised the two of them that he would commend their actions. Lu Chui immediately tried to shift the blame, exclaiming, "Captain Lu, I am wronged. I did not steal. It was Su Guoqin and Su Guomin who did." "You lie. We did not lay hands on anything. It was you who pulled them up." Su Guoqin retorted hysterically that Su Guomin joined in the uproar, shouting, "Guohua, you must help us plead for mercy. We did not pull them. It was all Lu Chui." Su Guoqin's tone softened. "Guohua, please speak up. It was Lu Chui who acted alone that we merely came to observe. It was indeed you two who stole. Spare me your nonsensical excuses." Lu Chui seemed to feel that mere words would not suffice, and jumped up, clapping her hands that Su Guomin and Su Guoqin continuously called out. "Guohua, Guohua," pleading with him to assist them out of sibling affection, that Su Guohua, not even glancing at them, told Captain Lu, "Those three conspired together. None are innocent." Captain Lu nodded, clearly satisfied with Su Guohua's response. "You scoundrel. You have betrayed us." Su Guoqin spat in frustration upon realizing there was no hope left. Su Guomin echoed her anger. "Beast, you are a heartless creature." Lu Chui joined in, hurling insults that grew increasingly vile. With every imaginable obscenity flying, that Su Guohua, swinging his arm, delivered a resounding slap that knocked a tooth out of Lu Chui's mouth. That Su Guomin and Su Guoqin were momentarily stunned. As Su Guohua turned his head toward them, Su Guomin retreated, threatening, "Su Guohua, I am your second sister. Let us see you dare to hit me." Su Guoqin glared. "Su Guohua, have you forgotten how we led you around as a child? We raised you. You cannot be so ungrateful. Think of Mother. She is not well. What will happen to her if we are taken away?" Chapter 52. Just the thought of it brings satisfaction. Slap, slap. Su Guohua was no longer the impressionable youth they had once manipulated. He retaliated with a slap to both Su Guomin and Su Guoqin. Lu Hai stood by, astonished, his jaw hanging open. He could hardly believe that Su Guohua, usually mild-mannered, had finally stood up for himself. Yet, upon reflection, who could endure such grievances? It gradually seemed quite reasonable to Lu Hai that Su Guohua's actions were justified, that Su Guohua stated with righteous indignation, "Today, I, Su Guohua, shall sever ties with my kin. You three shall not think to corrupt me with insults, threats, or self-pity. Today, I serve the public, not myself." Lu Chui, Su Guoqin, and Su Guomin, bruised yet defiant, continued to squawk, attempting to justify themselves. But soon, Captain Lu intervened, commanding that they be bound. Engaging in sabotage against socialism is an act of self-destruction. Regardless of their protests, Lu Chui, Su Guoqin, and Su Guomin could not oppose the authority of the state. Before departing, Captain Lu took a moment to commend Su Guohua. "Truly, you are a descendant of martyrs. You possess great integrity. Your bravery will be reported to higher authorities." "Thank you, Captain Lu. I merely did what was required of me," Su Guohua replied, his hands still trembling. Unsure whether it was from excitement over Captain Lu's promise or from the recent altercation with Lu Chui, Su Guoqin, and Su Guomin, that in the end, the three of them were taken away by Captain Lu. Once Lu Hai had seen Captain Lu and the others disappear into the distance, he grasped Su Guohua's hand, exclaiming, "Uncle, you truly saved me this time. If I had shown leniency, I would be the one facing punishment tomorrow." Su Guohua was well aware of the consequences of favoritism. Had he not gone through so much, he might have been worse off than Lu Hai, especially now that Lu Hai had revealed many truths he had been unaware of. He finally understood that Su Guosheng was a duplicitous villain. Nevertheless, Lu Hai's words provided him with comfort, and they engaged in idle conversation, neither feeling drowsy. Despite the significant age gap, their rapport grew increasingly harmonious. They chatted until dawn, when a shift change arrived, and both felt a sense of unfulfilled longing. Su Guohua hummed a tuneless rural melody as he returned home, only to find his wife and second daughter sporting dark circles under their eyes. He hurriedly inquired, "What happened here?" Zhang Huifang retorted, "Did you not encounter any troubles last night?" "Father, you do not know. Mother was so worried about you that she could not sleep a wink." That Su Yunlan refrained from voicing her own concerns. Instead, emphasizing Zhang Huifang's anxiety, It was then that Su Guohua realized the two of them had been worried about him. He recounted the events of the previous night, yawning as he added, "Perhaps we might see them punished if we go out now." That Su Yunlan's eyes lit up at this, and Zhang Huifang shared the sentiment. They had never expected Su Guohua to gain such respect. Not only capturing Lu Chui, Su Guoqin, and Su Guomin, but also striking them. Just the thought of it brought satisfaction. Though they had not witnessed the scene, seeing the three of them face punishment would suffice. Su Guohua, still yawning, said, "You all go ahead. I am both tired and hungry, longing only for some food and rest." After some contemplation, Su Yunlan brought out some fried dough sticks, presenting them to Su Guohua under the guise of Aunt Husan's encouragement. "Father, please eat quickly. Aunt Husan has provided you with these fried dough sticks as motivation." Su Guohua swallowed hard, his eyes nearly squinting with delight, exclaiming, "Aunt Husan is truly wonderful." That Su Yunxiang had already eaten but could not resist the temptation of the fried dough sticks. Yet, considering that his father had not eaten yet, he turned his head away, pretending he could neither see nor smell them. Su Guohua could hardly eat himself, so he divided the fried dough sticks among his 4 children and Zhang Huifang. Fortunately, Su Yunlan had brought enough to account for this outcome. After Su Guohua fell asleep, Zhang Huifang took the 4 siblings outside to watch the spectacle. The streets were already bustling with spectators. With the diligent cowherd supervising this close-knit community, everyone recognized one another. Even if they were disguised as clowns, the 3 of them would still be identifiable as they meandered through the crowd. The 3 girls dared not lift their heads. Occasionally met with whistles and jeers. "Lift your heads! Who does not recognize whom? Let us see these painted faces." Su Guoxing's wife appeared quite defiant. "Look at her, still glaring at us. Shameless creature, keep your voice down. There are many who have stolen, but they are simply more unfortunate." Su Guoxing's 2 sisters chimed in. "What kind of family is this? Where is Su Guoxing? Does he not care for his wife and sisters?" Not long ago, Su Guoxing had just faced punishment, still recovering from his injuries. Now the entire family was present, proving the adage true. Not a family member does not enter the same door. As they bantered back and forth, Su Yunlan soon spotted Su Guoxing, limping in the crowd, his face contorted with bitterness, while Su Yunlan felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Chen Danny, trembling and unable to walk steadily, had been knocked down multiple times in the crowd, eventually collapsing to the ground in sobs. But no one paid her any mind. That Su Yunlan recalled vividly how, in her previous life, when they cried out in anguish, Su Guoxing and Chen Danny had laughed with abandon. Once, their mother had also been subjected to such scrutiny. Without her father's protection, she had been mercilessly berated under the leadership of Chen Danny. Su Guoxing, Lu Chui, Su Guoqin, and Su Guomin. How despairing must their mother have felt at that time. Yet now, witnessing the serene smile on her mother's face, it seemed that all her actions since her rebirth had gained significance. Regrettably, they were unable to follow through to the end. The school bell had rung, leaving no room for further indulgence. Zhang Huifang hurriedly urged them to head to school. That Su Yunlan, with her school bag on her back, ran partway before turning back to ask Su Yunxiang and the others to request a leave of absence for her. In her previous life, this day had marked the last she would spend with Zhang Huifang and her siblings. As that very evening had culminated in tragedy, Su Yunlan wished to remain with her mother today, even if it meant doing nothing more than keeping her company. Zhang Huifang had already drifted far with the crowd, and Su Yunlan sprinted to catch up. "Mother," she called from a distance, prompting Zhang Huifang to turn around, thinking that Su Yunlan had forgotten her school supplies, and she took a few steps toward her. "What is it? Did you forget something?" Su Yunlan shook her head. "I will not attend school today. I want to stay with you." Zhang Huifang furrowed her brows, expressing her disapproval. "This simply won't do. That we've already paid the tuition. And skipping school frequently is unacceptable. That my dear, I assure you that I will achieve full marks. Is that not sufficient? Teacher Tian has not reprimanded me. Could you allow me to stay home and keep you company instead?" Su Yunlan clung to Zhang Huifang's arm, playfully pleading. Zhang Huifang shook her head in resignation. "Very well. Let us return home. Were it not for your intelligence and ability to earn, I would not indulge your carefree disposition." Chapter 53. Eating dumplings. Su Yunlan anticipated her mother's concession and took her hand, leading her back. Zhang Huifang's eyes gleamed with affection as she seized the opportunity to impart wisdom, reminding Su Yunlan of the virtues of humility in learning. Even if one excels, that Su Yunlan did not argue. She embraced her mother's teachings wholeheartedly. As they approached their home, they caught sight of Su Yunlian and Su Yunxiang, who were pacing anxiously at their doorstep. They had not attended the event and appeared conflicted. Upon noticing the mother-daughter duo, Su Yunlian intended to voice her thoughts, but was pulled inside by Su Yunxiang. Once inside their yard, Su Yunlan could still hear Su Yunlian's voice rising in distress. "Why are you pulling me? Did I not tell you to speak to your sister-in-law and plead with Lu Yingchang? You refused to listen, and now look at the embarrassment we've faced," Su Yunxiang retorted loudly. "What do you understand? Do you think I want to see your mother suffer? How could I possibly approach your sister-in-law? She is merely a telephone operator. How could she possibly persuade the camp commander?" After a heated exchange, Su Yunxiang's temper flared even more with each word Su Yunlian uttered. Su Yunlan exchanged glances with Zhang Huifang. Noticing her mother's keen interest in the unfolding drama, that Su Yunlian began to sob. "You hit me. What have I said to deserve this? Are you afraid that the rumors are true, that Wu Xiaoyan and Lu Yingchang are involved? I'll beat you senseless for your nonsensical chatter." Su Yunxiang bellowed. The sound of blows echoing through the walls, Su Yunlian's cries grew louder, reverberating like a haunting melody. That Su Yunlan understood that Su Yunlian's words struck a nerve with Su Yunxiang. No man wishes to wear the green hat, especially one so enamored with Wu Xiaoyan that in a previous life, he had caught Wu Xiaoyan in the act of infidelity, yet could not bring himself to divorce her. Su Yunxiang preferred to feign ignorance rather than confront the truth. After a short while, Zhang Huifang ceased her listening, and Su Yunlan stepped into the house, but Su Guohua was still deeply asleep, undisturbed by the tumult outside. Zhang Huifang began sewing a garment, while Su Yunlan pondered her future prospects. Merely selling backpacks would not suffice, as the back-to-school season had passed, making them difficult to sell. It was fortunate that Chun Hao, with his cleverness, had managed to sell out the inventory. Conversely, single garments were in season and thus more marketable. The task of selling them in the county town was well within Chun Hao's capabilities. With him as an associate, the process became considerably more manageable, alleviating unnecessary complications. While Zhang Huifang worked on the clothing, Su Yunlan offered a few suggestions. Although the fabric colors were simple, the finished products exuded a sense of 1960s nostalgia combined with a unique fashion sensibility, rendering them visually appealing and flawless. The collective members might lack the funds to purchase, yet there were individuals in the county town who could afford to indulge in such luxuries. That Su Yunlan had a keen understanding of their psyche. In her entrepreneurial endeavors, she subtly guided Chun Hao, who was a promising talent, quick to grasp concepts. Regardless of his respect for Su Guohua, he held Su Yunlan in high esteem, sensing her exceptional nature. Su Yunlan was equally pleased with Chun Hao's performance. Trading grain was a risky endeavor that required considerable acumen. Concerning grain, she believed dumplings were the perfect choice for lunch. Their family had not enjoyed dumplings in 2 years, and she herself had gone without due to stomach pains in her past life. Moreover, her father's recent behavior warranted a celebration. To forego one would feel lacking. Thus, she promptly slipped into her space. If they were to have dumplings, they would be made with pure meat filling, pork and scallions, complemented by a touch of cilantro for enhanced flavor. She gathered the necessary ingredients and rummaged through her supplies, locating the meat grinder and generator among her various items. The generator was operational, complete with a multifunctional socket. To her surprise, she had not anticipated this fortunate discovery. Having a generator meant she could employ the rice cooker for her rice, as she had previously done by boiling the grains before steaming them. Without hesitation, she activated the generator and used the meat grinder to prepare the filling of meat, scallions, ginger, and garlic. After kneading the dough, she covered it with plastic wrap to rest while she searched for ingredients to prepare some side dishes. Given the limited dining utensils at home, she opted to prepare a large platter of festive dishes. Though small in stature, she was efficient in her tasks. Once the dishes were ready, the filling had marinated perfectly, and the dough had rested adequately. She hurriedly began to assemble the dumplings, having worked in a state-run restaurant in her previous life. She was adept at crafting dumplings quickly and skillfully. By the time she emerged from her space with the completed dumplings, Zhang Huifang was still occupied with her sewing. Everything was in place, save for Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei returning home from school. Noticing Su Yunlan's slight boredom, Zhang Huifang suggested, "Xiaolan, are you feeling tired? If so, you may take a short nap." That Su Yunlan shook her head. "Mother, When will we be able to move into our new house? What? Are you anxious? Zhang Huifang chuckled. Su Yunlan nodded earnestly. Yes, I am eager to reside in our new home, that I end this era, a house merely needed to withstand the elements to be considered livable. Zhang Huifang pondered for a moment before responding. Let's wait a bit longer. At the very least, we should allow your father to finish the front door. The remaining windows and doors can be completed gradually once we move in. That sounds reasonable, Su Yunlan replied, that I believe our yard is quite spacious. We could plant some cucumbers, tomatoes, and eggplants that it would be delightful to eat them raw when we are hungry. That Su Yunlan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I will ask for some seeds from the team. Zhang Huifang was in agreement, though she was unsure if seeds were still available. Each household had its own vegetable plots, but since the communal dining began, many had fallen into neglect. People had grown disinterested in tending to their gardens. Even if something grew, little remained after the leaves and buds were consumed. Su Yunlan and her mother exchanged light-hearted conversation. And time passed swiftly. Su Guohua was awakened by the sounds of Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei returning home from school. As soon as Su Yunxiang entered, he exclaimed, I'm starving. Su Yunli and Su Yunlei echoed his sentiments. Feeling famished, growing adolescents felt perpetually hungry, their stomachs seeming like bottomless pits. To avoid raising suspicion, even with Aunt Hussein's daily care, they would still visit the communal canteen for meals. When Zhang Huifang returned home with the food, Su Yunlan had just finished cooking the dumplings. That Su Yunxiang swallowed hard. Oh my goodness, what is this? Don't play coy. Su Yunli shot him a glare. You know you've eaten dumplings before. That Su Yunxiang's eyes glimmered. How long has it been since we last had dumplings? Chapter 54. April 22, a suitable day for moving. It felt like an eternity. Su Guohua could hardly recall. Zhang Huifang felt as though encountering dumplings again was akin to a reunion after ages apart. Su Yunlan urged, regardless of how long it has been, we should enjoy the dumplings while they last. Before she could finish, Su Yunxiang had already devoured two, the savory meat filling lingering delightfully in his mouth. Even if he gulped them down hastily, the flavor of pork and scallions danced upon his palate. He dared not speak, fearing that uttering a word would only lead to exclamations of delight. Su Yunli took her time, savoring each dumpling in 3 or 4 bites. Unwilling to rush through the meal and miss out on the taste, that Su Yunlei, with a smaller appetite, was satisfied after half a bowl and shared the remainder with Su Guohua, who in turn offered some to his eldest son, who had never once claimed to be full. The festive dishes were undoubtedly far superior to their usual fare, prompting Zhang Huifang to exclaim in admiration. Do you think Aunt Hussein is a master chef? Her skills are remarkable, unlike the tasteless meals we get at the canteen, which are either overly salty or vinegary. Su Guohua readily agreed. Indeed, when we first started eating communal meals, the food was quite decent, but I still believe this is far superior. That Su Yunlan felt a surge of happiness. The spices in her space were plentiful, and anything she concocted tasted better than the usual fare. By the time the dumplings were consumed, the dishes were entirely cleared, a testament to her prowess as a cook. That Su Yunxiang even finished the leftover soup with a satisfied exclamation. That was utterly delightful. After the meal, Su Yunlan turned to Zhang Huifang and said, Mother, I have a gift for you. What is it? Zhang Huifang inquired, puzzled. With a flourish, Su Yunlan revealed a beautifully crafted box containing snowflower cream. Zhang Huifang's eyes widened in astonishment. Where on earth did you acquire this? Su Yunlan smiled. Chenhao brought it back from the county town for me. I recall you mentioning how envious you were of the landlord's foolish daughter for having snowflower cream when you were young. Isn't this quite expensive? It seems inappropriate to accept such a gift, Zhang Huifang said, fondly caressing the cream. I'll simply enjoy looking at it. You should return it to Chenhao, she insisted. Su Yunlan promptly opened the lid. Mother, please use it without worry. Chenhao still relies on our family for support, and we are perfectly entitled to accept the snowflower cream. Moreover, he is the only one in his family. Who else could he possibly give it to? This was indeed money she had secretly given to Chenhao for his purchase, and it was imperative that their mother received it. That Su Guohua chimed in, urging, take it and use it. Once it's finished, I'll have Chenhao bring more from the county. That Su Yunxiang, curious, leaned in, asking, can I smell it? Su Yunli, even more eager than Zhang Huifang, had already washed her face and rubbed her hands together, saying, Mother, I've washed my face. Let me try a little first. You can't use it before Mother has. Su Yunxiang shot back. It's not worth the effort. Su Yunli kicked him playfully, retorting, what do you know? Mother hasn't said anything. So mind your own business. Zhang Huifang, no longer hesitant, opened the lid to take a whiff and encouraged the children to do the same. Finally, she dabbed a tiny bit on Su Yunli's face, advising, just make yourself pretty. Don't show off. Su Yunli felt a surge of joy inside and nodded repeatedly. I understand, Mother. Zhang Huifang then addressed Su Yunlan, saying, Little Lan, you should wash your face too. I'll put some on you. I'm not in a hurry. Let Mother reply at first, Su Yunlan replied, touching her face. I don't need it. Su Yunlei, lifting his little head, remarked, second sister is fair-skinned. Her complexion is lovely, just like snow cream. Su Yunli, relishing the fragrance on her face, asked, does my face look as tender as little Lan's now? With a burst of laughter, Su Yunxiang could no longer contain himself. Su Guohua shot him a stern look and turned to say, my two daughters are both beautiful. Huifang, you should wash your face quickly. I've heard it takes daily application for effective results. Then I'll go wash my face. Zhang Huifang hesitated before stepping out to fetch water. The allure of the snow cream was secondary to its moisturizing properties. Seeing her mother, so happy, made Su Yunlan joyful as well. For her, this day was extraordinary. Saving her mother's life was worth far more than any monetary gain. At just 33, her mother had many more days ahead. A family is only whole with a mother. She knew she had preserved her home. In the afternoon, she still took leave from school, waiting for the day to pass completely. She was uncertain if the incident involving Su Yunxiang and the small mice and iron nails placed on Su Guoxing's main beam had any relation to their current plight, but the neighbors were now living in misery. Life had become a struggle for mere survival, let alone seeking trouble with them. Su Yunlian had completely dropped out of school, whether due to the harsh beating from teacher Tian, leaving a shadow, or the chaotic home circumstances preventing her from attending. Su Yunlan was aware that in her previous life, Su Yunlian, who had considered herself superior for having completed middle school, had ultimately had her life altered by her. As she recalled, Wu Qiaoyan had just celebrated a month of marriage when she was diagnosed with pregnancy, becoming even more arrogant in Su Guoxing's household. Yet the atmosphere in Su Guoxing's home was one of desolation, as if they had little anticipation for this child. The village's gossip network had long circulated rumors that the child in Wu Qiaoyan's womb was not Su Yunxiang's. Su Yunxiang remained blissfully unaware, reveling in the joys of impending fatherhood, dismissing any well-meaning warnings directed at him. Enamored, he was obstinately oblivious, while the rest of his family lay awake, fully aware, since their stroll through the streets. Su Guomin and Su Guoqin had not returned. A month had passed, and the protective seedlings team had been disbanded. The wheat was thriving, gradually entering the ear stage, and no one was stealing seedlings anymore. On the 22nd day of the 4th lunar month in 1960, a Tuesday, it was deemed auspicious for moving houses, starting businesses, weddings, moving in, obtaining licenses, commencing work, breaking ground, setting up beds, burying the dead, trading, opening for blessings, conducting rituals, dismantling, starting markets, and raising livestock. Early that day, Su Guohua packed the patched bedding, jars, rice bins, cabinets, and other items onto the wheelbarrow and headed out to their new home. Zhang Huifang found a small bundle and took along the family's most cherished item, Aunt Husan. Under Su Yunlan's lead, Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei all took leave to assist their parents in moving everything salvageable from the old house, not even sparing the small wooden planks and branches. The branches could serve as firewood, and the wooden planks held significant value in Su Guohua's hands. Their moving was quite the commotion. Although they had little, many onlookers rushed to help, yet there was little they could contribute, as the meager belongings barely warranted assistance from their own family. Lu Chui now possessed only the audacity to mutter sarcastic remarks. Leaning against the shade of the large locust tree, she spat. Look at how they flaunt themselves. That I said we should settle the score with them, but you insisted on stopping me. You know nothing. Su Guoxing shot Lu Chui a glare, asserting, I have my own plans. They won't have a good life without our interference. Lu Chui's eyes lit up with interest. How can you be so sure? Su Guoxing lowered his voice. It's not a secret to tell you. I tampered with their main beam. The sooner they move, the closer they get to ruin. Chapter 55. The hen stealing eggs from next door. Lu Chui chuckled at this, her eyes gleaming with malice. You're clever. Had you told me sooner, I wouldn't have been so worked up. Su Guoxing scoffed. Why should I tell you anything? You'd only find a way to mess it up. Lu Chui brushed off his disdain. Used to his scolding, in her mind word, once their family is gone, Won't these unfinished houses and the ones outside the village belong to us? Indeed, Su Guosheng elongated his response. At least you're not completely dim. The two exchanged banter, a rare moment of harmony. That Su Yunlan returned to fetch more belongings and overheard the conversation between Su Guosheng and Lu Chui. Though she was a distance away, her keen ears caught every word. These two fools had no idea she had already redirected the misfortune elsewhere. It was laughable to see them daydreaming. However, with her presence, Su Guosheng and Lu Chui's daydreams would remain just that. Seizing the opportunity while both of them were absent from the courtyard, Su Yunlian and Su Yunxiang were away, and Chen Danny was incapacitated indoors. She climbed the low wall and stealthily retrieved Lu Chui's prized hen, which was currently nesting on eggs. Along with the half-incubated eggs, One must admit, the space was remarkably useful. With sheer willpower, she could effortlessly access items from afar without anyone being the wiser. She could already envision Lu Chui's frantic reaction upon discovering her hen's disappearance, complete with curses and rants. This was not just any hen. It had taken Lu Chui more than a month to accumulate those eggs, specifically nurtured with a rooster from another household. Su Yunlan was confident that no matter how much Lu Chui protested, the blame would not fall on her family, as they lacked both the opportunity and the capability to commit such an act. That a hen is not easily caught at will, especially within Su Guosheng's yard, where both he and Lu Chui acted as vigilant sentinels. Any attempt to frame her would be futile. The humiliation would be theirs to bear. That Wu Xiaoyan, now pregnant, had developed a craving, having pondered over Lu Chui's hen for some time. Even if Wu Xiaoyan had returned to work, Lu Chui would surely lay the blame on this gluttonous daughter-in-law, or perhaps on Chen Danny, as she was the only one at home. In the end, it was only Chen Danny who bore the brunt of Lu Chui's frustrations. Chen Danny had once been so arrogant, yet now she could hardly withstand any blow. As Su Guosheng, her son, turned a blind eye to her plight. She longed for the days when Su Guohua would come to her aid. Countless times, when Lu Chui lashed out, Su Guosheng ignored her cries for help, leaving Su Guohua to hear her pleas but remain indifferent. Karma had indeed come around. Karma was the term Chen Danny repeated most often now. The wheel of fate turns, and heaven spares none. Su Guosheng's attempts to scheme against them were still rather naive. Her strategy of indirect sabotage was enough to keep her ahead. After accomplishing all of this, she quietly returned to her old house, retrieving a marriage certificate resembling a diploma from beneath the Kong, then swiftly made her way back to the new home. As she returned, she deliberately passed by Su Guosheng and Lu Chui. In her hands, she held nothing but a piece of paper. Zhang Huifang cherished this paper, pressing it to her chest and patting it, nearly forgetting about the marriage certificate. That SU, I could never forget. It has etched in my mind. Su Guohua chuckled. Zhang Huifang joined in the laughter. Yes, only you would remember. Mother, is my room all set up? Su Yunlan asked eagerly, wishing to see her new space. Zhang Huifang glanced towards the adjacent bedroom and replied, Your sister is tidying it up now. That Su Yunlan dashed over. Within the space, there were countless blankets, but to foster bonds among siblings, she preferred sharing a room with Su Yunli. She was still young, and separating them could wait until they were older. Besides, with the weather growing warmer, there was no immediate need for blankets, which could be brought out again when autumn chill set in. Ultimately, she simply cherished the moments spent with her family. Unable to stay with her parents or brothers, sharing a room with her elder sister, Su Yunli felt perfectly fine. In her previous life, although Su Yunli had faced hardships, she always thought of her wandering sister. In her final moments, she had even sent her only savings to Su Yunlan. Upon seeing her approach, Su Yunli chirped, Are you sleeping inside or outside? Su Yunlan pondered for a moment before replying, I'll sleep outside. In this life, she is determined to protect her elder sister, even while she sleeps. That Su Yunli, believing that Su Yunlan would choose the inner side, furrowed her brow and said, What if you toss and turn in your sleep and fall off the edge? I have already changed, Su Yunlan promptly assured her. In a previous life, she had even slept on the curb, long since overcoming her restless sleeping habits. Yet Su Yunli remained somewhat unconvinced. Why don't you try sleeping there for one night? If it doesn't work out, I'll take the outer side. Su Yunlan nodded in agreement. All right, as Su Yunli prepared the bed, she remarked, Our new home is truly wonderful. We no longer have to squeeze onto a single Kong. Indeed, Father has crafted this bed splendidly. Two single beds combined make a large one, and it's convenient to separate them when needed. The Su Yunlan thoughtfully caressed the wooden railing of the bed. Su Yunli continued casually, as summer approaches, it's much more comfortable to sleep in a bed. But in winter, we still huddle together with our parents for warmth. Now that the Kong in their room is much larger than before, we won't feel cramped sleeping in there. That Su Yunlan smiled awkwardly. Just as Su Yunlei dashed over, tugging at her. Second sister, come quickly and see the new room that elder brother and I have. All right, Su Yunlan replied, eager to divert from the topic of winter sleeping arrangements. Su Yunlei and Su Yunxiang's room was quite simple, merely containing a single bed. Nevertheless, they were brimming with excitement, especially elder brother Su Yunxiang, who was already lying on the bed, savoring the novelty of their new home. Upon seeing Su Yunlan approach, he propped himself up and exclaimed, Xiaolan, how is it that your clever little mind can even design a house? Su Yunlan did not directly respond to her brother's praise, but shifted the conversation. Father mentioned that once he finishes his current work, he will make a wardrobe for each of us, along with a writing desk and chairs. Su Yunlei jumped with joy. That's wonderful. Su Yunxiang pondered for a moment and replied, what is the use of a wardrobe? We hardly have anything to put in it. Not now, but in the future, Su Yunlan insisted. Did you ever dare to dream of living in a new house before? And now, here we are. Su Yunlei immediately chimed in. Yes, second sister is right. Su Yunxiang had no retort. The new house is spacious, with plenty of rooms, and while it might feel a bit empty due to the lack of belongings, even the sound of conversation echoes slightly. Hearing someone outside, she took Su Yunlei's hand and said, let us go see who has arrived. Chapter 56. Joy upon joy. This was the first day of their family's move, a celebration of their new beginnings. However, many families in the commune were now partaking in communal dining, and thus, this step was often overlooked. In the past, moving would necessitate inviting well-connected individuals to bring gifts and create a lively atmosphere. He Ping and Su Mao entered the courtyard, chatting jovially, one carrying a pot while the other held a stove. Su Guohua hurriedly stepped forward to greet them, while Su Yunlan and Su Yunlei warmly called out, Uncle Su. He Ping and Su Mao praised the two girls for their good behavior. He Ping then smiled and said, Guohua, this pot and stove now belong to your family. Is this really true? Su Guohua exclaimed in disbelief, for typically, any household with a pot and stove would have them confiscated. Zhang Huifang eagerly inquired, Captain He, can our family truly keep them? Brother Guohua, Sister Huifang, rest assured and use them. Su Mao chimed in. Captain He has come to bring you good fortune. Su Yunlan immediately connected the dots. If her guess was correct, the application for the martyr's certificate should have been approved. Only those recognized as martyrs would receive such privileges. Sure enough, He Ping pulled out a document resembling a certificate from his jacket pocket and said with a smile, Today, we have double the joy. This is your family's martyr certificate. Keep it safe and do not lose it. Su Guohua respectfully accepted it with both hands, saying, Thank you for your hard work, Captain He. Please come in and have a seat. As he spoke, Su Guohua ushered He Ping and Su Mao into the house. Zhang Huifang quickly stowed away the pot and stove. Nothing could bring greater joy than receiving such gifts in these times. He Ping looked around and repeatedly praised him. Not bad. Last time I saw it, the doors and windows hadn't been installed yet, but now that they are, it truly looks impressive. It's all thanks to your craftsmanship. Guohua, this table and chairs are really well made. Oh, not at all. The tools are limited, so it came out a bit rough. Su Guohua humbly replied that if anyone needs help with their own projects, I'd be happy to assist. As long as you don't mind my clumsiness. He Ping immediately responded, now that's a true show of modesty. If I ever need to build something, I'll definitely seek your help. This rectangular low table is quite convenient for hosting guests. I really like it. And the bench with a backrest is lovely too. Su Yunlan stifled a giggle. For the low table He Ping referred to as their family, ST table. And the bench was their sofa. She had sketched a rough design, and her father was able to replicate it quite well, showcasing his talent. In the future, she planned to create more designs for him to bring to life, which would help make their home feel less empty. Su Mao also smiled, saying, when I build my new house in the future, I'll definitely ask Brother Guohua for help. No problem. No problem, Su Guohua replied. He had been growing closer to He Ping and Su Mao lately, with mutual assistance becoming commonplace among them. The three of them got along well, since parting ways with Qindani and Su Guosheng. Su Guohua's social standing had improved significantly, and he had become more carefree and confident. that Su Yunlan felt a sense of relief as she quietly led Su Yunlei outside. Zhang Huifang had already set up the stove in the courtyard, openly lighting a fire that sent smoke rising, boiling water in the large pot. Though they had no tea leaves at home, offering them some warm water was a gesture of kindness that I in truth. The house lacked even a proper cup, so they had to use bowls to serve water to their guests. They only had 6 bowls, borrowed from neighbors for the occasion, that I in this time of need. Everyone was supportive of one another, and no one was stingy in helping out. That it was understood that everyone faced difficulties, and not lending would be seen as poor social connections. That as such, He Ping and Su Mao drank from the bowls of water and did not linger. Their circumstances were similar, and naturally, they understood each other well. As Su Yunlan saw them off, she noticed Teacher Lu from the cattle barn peeking over, seemingly wanting to approach but hesitating due to the presence of others. Once He Ping and Su Mao had walked far enough away that they could no longer be seen, Teacher Lu returned home, carrying a package with an air of mystery. Their homes were situated far from the village, so even if something unusual occurred, it wouldn't attract attention. Teacher Lu placed the package on the tea table and said earnestly, "For your housewarming, I don't have much to offer, but please accept this mink fur coat as a small token of my appreciation." Su Guohua and Zhang Huifang exchanged surprised glances, both taken aback. The black mink fur coat was a symbol of Teacher Lu, so precious that he would simply give it to them. How could they accept such a generous gift? They quickly replied, "Teacher Lu, we appreciate your kindness, but please take the coat back. Your cattle barn isn't warm in winter. You'll need it to withstand the cold." Zhang Huifang added, "Yes, Teacher Lu, if you give it to us." "What will you do in winter?" Teacher Lu smiled nonchalantly. "We'll see about winter when it comes. First, let us see if we can get through this summer," he insisted. "I'm leaving the coat here. Don't you dare return it. I'll be quite upset if you do." That Su Yunlan was unsure of Teacher Lu's true thoughts, but she recognized that once the coat was given, it could not be returned. Zhang Huifang and Su Guohua reluctantly accepted the coat, deciding they would figure out how to assist Teacher Lu later. After Teacher Lu departed, Su Yunlan took out a few steamed buns and some flour rolls from her space, asking Zhang Huifang to steam them in the pot. Steaming buns on the day of a move symbolizes prosperity and success. That was merely a symbolic gesture, as she had flour but no yeast to properly ferment the dough. At noon, Su Guohua returned from the commune's canteen with thin porridge and wild vegetable dumplings, which had cooled by the time he got home. Moving to this new place meant they were farther from the canteen, but closer to the school. Not far behind their house stood a tall earth mound. This area was flat, devoid of mountains, but abundant in earth mounds. Zhang Huifang poured the thin porridge into the pot to reheat it along with the wild vegetable dumplings. Because of Teacher Lu's generous gift of a coat, Su Guohua felt increasingly fond of him. Realizing that Teacher Lu was not a pretentious scholar, he asked Su Yunlan to take 2 wild vegetable dumplings over as a gesture of goodwill. With their homes now closer, they could support one another and look out for each other in the future. To Su Yunxiang, fearing a scare from Tian Zhangwo, hurried off to school after lunch without delay. Su Yunli thought Su Yunlan would not be going again today, so she took Su Yunlei and left first. When Su Yunlan emerged from the restroom, she could no longer see them, so she set off for school alone. In the village, the houses all faced south, while their home was located at the far northern end. The school lay to the west of their house, making it unnecessary to traverse the village. Just past an earth mound and a small grove was the school. She was not in a hurry. As long as she made it to class, that was sufficient. That as she walked, she heard someone calling her. "Hello, young lady. May I ask you about someone?" She lifted her gaze and saw a boy approaching from a distance, who appeared to be of similar age to Su Yunxiang. The midday sun bathed the boy in its golden light, making him seem as though he were draped in a shimmering cloak, dazzling her to the point where she could hardly keep her eyes open. Chapter 57. The boy, Lu Shiqiang with the sun shining brilliantly. Su Yunlan raised her hand to shield her eyes while also observing the boy. His attire and demeanor suggested he hailed from the city, and his accent was distinctly not that of a local. Although they had never met, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Puzzled, she politely inquired, "May I ask whom you are looking for?" "Do you know where Lu Qingxuan resides?" the boy asked, his expectations low. Judging by Su Yunlan's youthful appearance, which led him to believe she might not recognize the name Lu Qingxuan. But who was Su Yunlan? She merely paused for a moment before recalling who Lu Qingxuan was. While other villagers might not know him, she certainly did. Lu Qingxuan was none other than Teacher Lu. The villagers had grown accustomed to calling him Teacher Lu, and few bothered to inquire about his full name. It was only during her previous life, while sorting through Teacher Lu's belongings, that she discovered his full name. Noticing the boy's age, she recalled that Teacher Lu had mentioned a son he should be around 12 years old. However, she refrained from asking further and pointed towards the cow shed to the east of her house, saying, "If you continue straight ahead, you will find it after passing the new house." The boy thanked her and walked forward, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. Yet after taking a couple of steps, he turned back and hesitated, asking, "Little girl, do you know Su Yunlan?" Su Yunlan had just turned to take a step when she nearly stumbled over her own feet. After regaining her composure, she tried to keep her tone casual. "What do you need with her?" A flicker of softness crossed the boy's tense face as he spoke in a tone that belied his years. "She is an old acquaintance of mine." That Su Yunlan was taken aback. She did not know this city boy at all. How could he claim she was his old acquaintance? It was utterly baffling. Not rushing to acknowledge that she was Su Yunlan, she countered, "What is your name?" The boy regarded her youthful face and slowly replied, "Lu Shiqiang de Lu Shiqiang." The name struck a chord deep within Su Yunlan, unlocking a floodgate of memories. Her benefactor, Shiqiang, had once mentioned that in his youth, he had been blinded by hatred and forsook his surname. Lu Shiqiang had said that only before his death did he realize the depth of his father's intentions. But alas, his father was no longer alive. Could this Lu Shiqiang be the same one who only dared to profess his love for her at the brink of death? She felt her previously calm heart begin to race once more. Logically, Lu Shiqiang should not recognize her at this point. How could he refer to her as an old acquaintance? Could it be that he too had been reborn? The thought flitted through her mind, leaving her startled. Had the notion of rebirth become so commonplace now? It seemed improbable. Upon glancing back at Lu Shiqiang, she found him observing her with a penetrating gaze, as if trying to see through her to another person. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang, snapping Su Yunlan back to reality. She replied hurriedly, I must head to school now," and fled in a fluster, despite having skipped classes numerous times and feeling elated at seeing him. She could not comprehend why she felt the urge to hide. That Lu Shiqiang frowned. How strange. Why could he hear the thoughts of others but not discern the feelings of this little girl? Yet, her features bore a resemblance to Su Yunlan, though she appeared much fairer than he remembered. Moreover, the Su Yunlan he knew as a child had never attended school. Confusion aside, there would be ample opportunities to meet Su Yunlan again in the future. He had come, and time was on his side. What mattered more was his father. In his memories, his father had also passed away around this time in the previous life that Lu Shiqiang watched as Su Yunlan's figure grew more distant until she vanished from sight. Then turned towards the direction of the cow shed that Su Yunlan spent the entire afternoon in a daze. When Tian Jingwo called on her to answer questions, she responded almost instinctively, managing to answer correctly without a single mistake. Much to Tian Jingwo's chagrin. Yet once she settled into silence, one question consumed her thoughts. Was Lu Shiqiang truly reborn? If he was, that would be somewhat reassuring. But if he was not, she found it difficult to accept this version of Lu Shiqiang. The disparity in their psychological ages posed a significant issue. Furthermore, if this incarnation of Lu Shiqiang lacked the memories of his past life, he could not possibly hold the same affection for her as before. In her previous life, it had been Lu Shiqiang who had lent her a hand during her moments of despair, helping her gradually ascend the social ladder, that he had done so much for her, ultimately sacrificing himself in a tragic accident to save her. He bequeathed her all his remaining assets, leaving her with a lifetime of regrets. The boy, Lu Shiqiang, had declared her his old acquaintance. She was certain that at this moment, their paths had not yet crossed. That Lu Shiqiang, in his youth, had never set foot in Dongfeng Brigade AT that time. He had harbored significant animosity towards Teacher Lu and would never have sought him out. All signs indicated that Lu Shiqiang was indeed reborn. After school, Su Yunlan was unusually enthusiastic, walking ahead of everyone. That Su Yunxiang wanted to gather some firewood, and both Su Yunli and Su Yunlei expressed a desire to join him. With her mind racing with speculation about Lu Shiqiang's possible rebirth, she decided to head home alone. Upon arriving home, she was taken aback that Lu Shiqiang and Teacher Lu were seated in her living room, sharing a drink. What was happening? Shouldn't the two of them be rekindling their father-son relationship? Why were they here? Xiaolan, come in quickly. Let me introduce you. This is Teacher Lu's son, Zhang Huifang called out, noticing her dazed expression at the door. Having known teacher Lu for several years, she had never been aware that he had a son. Curiosity mingled with happiness for teacher Liu Shiqiang stood up politely, exuding an innate resilience. Zhang Huifang introduced. This is my second daughter, Su Yunlan. That Su Yunlan offered an awkward smile. I happened to run into him on my way to school today. He was asking for directions. While speaking, her mind was filled with questions. Had this father-son duo so openly acknowledged their relationship? She glanced at teacher Lu, whose delight was evident as he exclaimed, "No wonder he could find me here. Shiqiang has grown up and matured. I thought I would never see him again in this lifetime." Unexpectedly, this child has the capability to resolve my issues quietly and come to bring me back to the city, Su Yunlan asked in surprise. Uncle Lu, are you leaving? I still have to wait a few more days. Once the official documents arrive, I will depart. That I have no friends here. Only your family, who do not mind my presence. That I wanted to share this good news with you first. Teacher Lu reflected that I never dreamed I would have the chance to bask in my son's glory. Uncle Lu had indeed waited for the clouds to part and reveal the moon. That Su Yunlan felt joyous for teacher Lu. Knowing that he would not have to depart this world in despair, that Liu Shiqiang's gaze settled on the 8-year-old Su Yunlan. Her dark, bright eyes seemed capable of discerning the truth and falsehoods of the world. Drawing one in, making escape impossible. That in his previous life, when he first encountered Su Yunlan, she had appeared dark and emaciated, resembling a refugee, a stark contrast to the vibrant young girl before him now. If not for their similarly beautiful eyes, he would hardly believe that this fair-skinned girl was Su Yunlan. That he remembered that she had once mentioned her parents had passed away when she was 8, leaving her homeless. Yet now, her parents were alive and well, residing in a new house that surpassed the living conditions of many others along her journey, regardless of the circumstances that had unfolded. He was grateful that in this life he encountered her first, providing her an opportunity to escape the betrayal of a scoundrel. He adjusted his clothing and approached Su Yunlan, earnestly stating, "Hello, comrade Su Yunlan. I am Liu Shiqiang. You may call me Comrade Shiqiang or Brother Shiqiang." Chapter 58. I say, have you ever believed you met someone in your past life? Su Yunlan let out a laugh. Comrade Liu Shiqiang, you sound like an old bureaucrat. That in her previous life, Liu Shiqiang had asked her this very question, and she had responded similarly, though this time with an additional Liu Shiqiang paused. Then said, "Then you may call me Brother Shiqiang." To Su Yunlan, however, did not follow suit as she had in her past life. After all, she was at her core a woman nearing 70. That stubbornly, she replied, "I won't. I'll just call you Liu Shiqiang." Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shiqiang said, "Very well." That in her previous life, Su Yunlan had always called him Brother Shiqiang, and he had believed that she genuinely regarded him as an elder brother, never daring to disrupt the purity of that bond. He feared that if he did, she might grow upset, and they would not even remain ordinary friends. Perhaps it was for the best that she did not call him brother, thus sparing them both from unnecessary entanglements. He could patiently wait for her to mature and eventually bring her home. Yet, the fact that he could not hear her heart and did not grasp her unspoken thoughts left him somewhat anxious. Su Guohua, who had a good relationship with teacher Lu, chimed in, "What is wrong with that? Xiaolan, Shiqiang is 4 years your senior. It is perfectly acceptable for you to call him brother, that we are not from a scholarly background. And we shouldn't lack the necessary manners. There is no need for such formalities." Teacher Lu laughed heartily. "The children can address each other however they wish. What matters is the bond they share. As long as my son is happy, I am content." That Liu Shiqiang concurred. "Indeed, let her call me whatever she likes. It is up to her." Zhang Huifang remarked, "Shiqiang is truly understanding and has such a good temperament. If only my foolish son could occasionally exhibit a semblance of understanding." Liu Shiqiang speculated that Zhang Huifang's notion of a foolish son must pertain to Su Yunlan's ill-fated elder brother from a previous life. Humbly, he remarked, "Aunt, you flatter me." The more Zhang Huifang observed Liu Shiqiang, the more she felt that he was commendable in every aspect. Although he was clearly a year younger than Su Yunxiang, he displayed a maturity and steadiness that surpassed Su Yunxiang's. His demeanor was even more refined than that of some offspring of local officials. Yet he remained approachable, instantly evoking fondness in those who beheld him. Upon hearing Zhang Huifang's internal praises, Liu Shiqiang felt a twinge of bashfulness. Su Yunlan grew increasingly convinced that this was indeed the reborn Liu Shiqiang that in their past life. Lu Shiqiang had casually expressed a desire not to be regarded as her brother, to which he had jestingly responded, "If I don't see you as a brother, do you wish to be seen as a?" Su Guohua noted that it was getting late and suggested to Teacher Lu and Shiqiang should stay for dinner. "We have a pot at home." Before Teacher Lu could decline, Zhang Huifang interjected, "Very well, I shall prepare the meal." That Su Yunlan followed her mother outside, offering, "I will assist you, mother." Zhang Huifang smiled and said, "No need. Just keep Shiqiang company for a while, that we still have a bowl of flour at home, and your father's cutting board will come in handy, that I will make some hot noodle soup." The oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar had all been purchased in advance, and the home, now resembling a true abode, was pleasantly distanced from the village. Su Yunlan and Lu Shiqiang found themselves with an opportunity for solitude. Wherever she went, Lu Shiqiang followed closely. Unbeknownst to them, they had stepped outside the house. When Su Yunlan halted, Lu Shiqiang also came to a stop. "Lu Shiqiang, when did I become an acquaintance of yours? Have we met before?" she asked directly, displaying a maturity atypical of an 8-year-old girl that I in their previous life. Many words left unsaid lingered until death. Lu Shiqiang, habitually placing his hands in his pockets, leaned against a large tree and replied, "I claim we met in a past life. Do you believe me?" Su Yunlan neither affirmed nor denied but countered, "What was I like in that past life?" Lu Shiqiang's lips curled into a slight smile. "In your past life, you were a bit stubborn, held grudges, and were somewhat naive." That Su Yunlan raised an eyebrow. "That was merely because in my previous life, you were exceptionally clever." "What do you mean by naive?" "I was far more astute than the average person. Otherwise, how could I have amassed such wealth?" Lu Shiqiang observed the changing expressions on her face, mistakenly thinking she did not believe him. That he continued, "Do you think I'm merely spouting nonsense?" Su Yunlan smiled softly. "If I said I had also seen you in a past life, would you believe me?" Lu Shiqiang replied, "Ah, the little girl still harbors a grudge, using my words against me so swiftly." However, he countered her tactic. "I believe you." That Su Yunlan raised an eyebrow. "In your past life, you were rather domineering, quite impressive and successful in your career, but what?" Lu Shiqiang eagerly inquired. Su Yunlan paused before saying, "Equally naive." That Lu Shiqiang gazed at Su Yunlan, momentarily lost in thought. Her seemingly playful remarks strikingly resonated with his previous self, that if he were not naive, how could he remain unmarried? Waiting solely for her? He blurted out, "Girl, honestly, do you know me?" Deep down, he harbored a flicker of hope that Su Yunlan was also reborn. Su Yunlan mischievously replied, "Of course I know you. If I didn't, would we be conversing here?" Lu Shiqiang found it impossible to decipher her thoughts. Unable to hear her inner voice, he sensed that a profound secret lay hidden within her petite frame. Others would not react this way when he mentioned a past life. He persistently questioned, "You remember the events of our previous lives, don't you?" "What?" Su Yunlan feigned ignorance, not wishing to delve further into the topic. Just then, she caught sight of Su Yunxiang, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei returning. Su Yunxiang, tall and observant, spotted a strange boy standing beside Su Yunlan and rushed over in 3 quick strides, followed closely by Su Yunli and Su Yunlei. "Sister, you're back," Su Yunxiang called. He shielded Su Yunlan behind him, frowning as he scrutinized Lu Shiqiang. "Who is this?" Su Yunli and Su Yunlei exchanged bewildered glances with Lu Shiqiang. That Lu Shiqiang appeared immaculate, devoid of any patches, handsome in a manner unseen across the 10-mile radius. And exceptionally clean in contrast. Su Yunxiang looked as though he had just rolled in the dirt, resembling a calico cat, his face smeared with sweat and grime, rendering any comparison futile. Su Yunlan solemnly introduced, "This is Lu Shiqiang, the son of Teacher Lu. My mother asked me to show him around. What is there to see in this remote place?" "Let's head home," Su Yunxiang said, gripping a bundle of firewood in one hand while pulling Su Yunlan along with the other. Lu Shiqiang, who valued cleanliness, felt disdainful. How could he venture forth without a speck of dirt? He wondered how he could even speak to his sister under such circumstances. Hearing Su Yunxiang's ungracious thoughts, Lu Shiqiang was both amused and pained at the sight of Su Yunlan's reddened wrist from being tugged. He hastily stepped in front of Su Yunxiang, saying, "Wait, release her. I will carry your firewood." Chapter 59. The little girl holds a grudge. Su Yunlan gazed at Lu Shiqiang in astonishment. His unwavering gaze was far more comforting than the cleanliness-obsessed Lu Shiqiang of their past life. Su Yunxiang tugged at the firewood and replied nonchalantly, "I'm pulling my sister." It's none of your business that if you wish to help carry firewood, I see you're merely looking for an excuse to snatch it from me. However, noticing Su Yunlan's wrist was indeed red, he quickly released his grip that Su Yunlan couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Shiqiang was after her, showing no interest in the firewood. Only her elder brother could think along such peculiar lines. Su Yunli and Su Yunlei were equally astonished. Such a clean boy could hardly be interested in stealing firewood. Lu Shiqiang's lips twitched. If you believe that, then carry it yourself. And this must be Lei Lei. I'll help you carry yours. Su Yunlei looked at his second sister, Su Yunlan, who nodded in agreement. Immediately, Su Yunlei handed over his bundle of firewood to Lu Shiqiang. While Lu Shiqiang found the dirt distasteful, he prioritized winning the family's favor, setting aside his reservations. Su Yunli, assessing the situation, promptly removed her bundle and offered it to Lu Shiqiang, saying with a smile, "Carrying for one person is the same as carrying for two. You might as well carry mine too." Lu Shiqiang hesitated, glancing at Su Yunlan as if seeking her approval. Su Yunlan promptly introduced, "This is my second sister, Su Yunli." Assuming Su Yunlan's lack of objection meant consent, Lu Shiqiang dutifully took up Su Yunli's firewood. Su Yunli and Su Yunlei felt considerably relieved. Su Yunlei tilted his head and asked, "Shiqiang, are you truly Teacher Lu's son? Why have we never seen you before?" Lu Shiqiang replied with a smile, "Teacher Lu is my father, and this is my first visit to your home." Upon encountering his father, the weight of past grievances began to lift. Su Yunli curiously inquired, "What are the characters in your name? I wonder if we can write them." Lu Shiqiang solemnly replied, "The first character is time, and the second is solitary. We don't recognize them. We're not sure which characters they are." Su Yunli pondered for a long while without arriving at an answer. Su Yunlan interjected, "The top part resembles the character for respect, and the bottom is wood, forming an upper-lower structure." She had no intention of concealing her rebirth from Lu Shiqiang. Yet she also did not plan to disclose it outright. Allowing him to deduce it himself would provide him with a sense of accomplishment. Lu Shiqiang, surprised, asked, "What grade are you in?" "First grade," Su Yunlan calmly replied. "Have you realized I'm not as naive as you thought?" Lu Shiqiang burst into laughter. The little girl still holds a grudge. Su Yunxiang, carrying firewood, interjected, rolling his eyes. "Who dares to call my sister naive? She is undoubtedly the smartest. Even if she frequently skips classes, she still manages to get everything right." "Indeed, my second sister is incredibly clever," Su Yunlei chimed in, unable to tolerate Lu Shiqiang's remarks about Su Yunlan. Su Yunli put her arm around Su Yunlan's shoulders and said, "Don't underestimate my sister. She knows a great deal, most of it taught by teacher Lu." Lu Shiqiang was well aware of his father's intellect. However, he found it perplexing that Su Yunlan had not recognized the character upon their first encounter in their previous life, that he sensed that some answers were just beyond reach, and certain matters could not withstand scrutiny. Before he could unravel the thoughts swirling in his mind, they arrived at Su Yunlan's home. The enticing aroma of hot noodle soup wafted through the air, prompting Su Yunxiang to rush inside, while also urging the lagging Su Yunlan, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei to follow. Notably, he did not call for Lu Shiqiang. Lu Shiqiang, inherently not the mindset of a 12-year-old, dismissed Su Yunxiang's childish antics. Instead, he found Su Yunlan's family quite agreeable, at least genuine in their demeanor. Unlike others who spoke one way, yet acted another. As Su Yunlan walked behind Lu Shiqiang, she said, "Don't mind my brother. Although children from poor families mature early, our parents ensured we didn't suffer, leading him to be rather straightforward." Lu Shiqiang nodded. "I understand. It brings me great joy that Su Yunlan took the time to explain to him." Su Yunlan had previously mentioned that Su Yunxiang only matured after the passing of their parents. Now that they are both fortunate enough to have their parents, it is understandable that Su Yunxiang is somewhat late to bloom under the nurturing embrace of familial love. After all, it is through experience that one gains wisdom. During mealtime, Su Yunxiang harbored thoughts about Lu Shiqiang but dared not express them, for neglecting guests was not their family's way of hospitality. Amid Su Yunxiang's incessant musings about Lu Shiqiang, the latter mustered the courage to finish a bowl of food. Zhang Huifeng, upon seeing him set down his bowl and chopsticks, promptly took Lu Shiqiang's empty bowl and said, "Annie will serve you another bowl. Don't worry about not having enough to eat." "Indulge a little." Lu Shiqiang quickly interjected, "No need, Annie, I am truly full. Please, you eat." Zhang Huifeng had yet to eat. Even if teacher Lu took his own bowl, they would still be short one serving. That Su Yunxiang couldn't help but pout and remarked, "Mother, you never urged me to eat more. Why would I need to? If I did, you would finish the entire pot." Su Guohua shot a glare at his son. Without comparison, there is no pain. The more he observed Su Yunxiang, the more he felt the boy lacked decorum. At 13, he still resembled a child who had yet to grow up. That Su Yunxiang shrank his neck and replied, "I was merely saying it. I didn't intend to eat more." Su Yunli chimed in, "Wanting to eat also depends on whether there's enough." In truth, there was only a little left in the pot, just enough for 1 or 2 extra bowls, which were intended for teacher Lu and Lu Shiqing. The saying goes, the poorer one is, the more one wishes to appear generous, stemming from a desire not to be looked down upon by others. Such was the current state of affairs. The flour in the bag was just sufficient for 1 meal, and the ingredients for the hot noodle soup were picked from the fields, large-leaved grass. Teacher Lu was well aware of their situation. Having finished a bowl, he set down his utensils. His intent was merely to share the good news of his son visiting him with the Su family. Without any ulterior motive of seeking a meal, it was rare for his son to visit, and like a little adult, he sought to understand the past. Not only did he not blame him, but he also comforted him, bringing years of turmoil to a serene conclusion. However, the cow shed was drafty, and the portion of rice served barely sufficed for 1 person. He could not bear to reject the Su family's warm hospitality. And with a forced smile, he stayed for dinner. In the future, he would make sure to repay the Su family's kindness. That Lu Shiqing clearly heard his father's heartfelt thoughts. His father's friendship with Su Yunlan's family was unexpected prior to their arrival. In his previous life, Su Yunlan seldom spoke of the past, and what he knew was limited, but he wanted to find an opportunity to converse with Su Yunlan again. But Su Yunxiang's eyes seemed to follow him everywhere he went. Su Yunlan, unable to watch any longer, raised her head and asked, "Brother, aren't you going to do your homework?" Su Yunxiang imitated Lu Shiqing, placing his hands in his pockets and said solemnly, "I'll write it later. Shiqing is a guest, and I'll keep him company." Chapter 60. Su Yunxiang's awakening. Su Yunlan shrugged and replied, "Then make sure to accompany him properly. You can't just keep him company without learning from him." Lu Shiqing's knowledge far surpassed that of teacher Lu. "I can manage," Su Yunxiang stubbornly asserted. "Perhaps his studies are not as good as mine. I've been getting all the questions right lately." Lu Shiqing promptly presented a problem to Su Yunxiang, arranging sticks on the ground to illustrate 11 to 1111, and then said, "Move any 1 stick, and the equation will still hold true. If you can do that, I will call you brother." With Su Yunlan present, this title would inevitably be bestowed upon him sooner or later. That if Su Yunxiang solved it correctly, he would have a legitimate opportunity to be called brother. If not, he could wait for the next chance that to engage in dialogue with Su Yunlan. He realized he must first address the obstacle that was Su Yunxiang. That Su Yunxiang was protective of Su Yunlan, and that pleased him. However, when it came time for cleverness, he would not hold back. That Su Yunxiang scoffed, "Have you even been to school? How can you pose such a question? Can 11 subtract 11 and still equal 11? Are you trying to trick me?" Su Yunli and Su Yunlei also approached upon the problem, but neither could find a solution. Lu Shiqing glanced at the calm Su Yunlan and asked, "You can solve this problem, can't you?" "Elementary." Su Yunlan smiled brightly. Su Yunxiang frowned and retorted, "Xiaolan, are you sure you see it correctly?" "The problem is with his question, isn't it?" Su Yunlan advised, "Try moving 1 stick. You can handle addition and subtraction within 20. Su Yunxiang scratched his head, unable to find a correct move. Suddenly, Su Yunlei had a flash of inspiration, transforming 11 into 11, thus changing the equation to 11 to 11. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Yunlan's eyes. She hadn't anticipated her younger brother to be so clever. That Su Yunli joked, "Shiqing, shouldn't you now be calling Lei brother?" Su Yunxiang immediately perked up. "Yes, if you can do it, then you call me brother." Lu Shiqing, feeling a headache coming on, clarified, "I mean, if you can do it, I will call you brother. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Su Yunlan intervened, "Brother, can't you tell she was joking? Besides, if Lei can do it, shouldn't you reflect on yourself?" Su Yunxiang replied. Su Yunli stuck out her tongue, admitting, "I'm not as good as Lei. He studies hard and will surely achieve great things in the future." To Su Yunlei, feeling a bit shy, said, "I was just thinking randomly. I'm not sure if I'm right." The topic shifted, allowing Lu Shiqing to escape the awkwardness. As dusk approached, he made an excuse to return to the cow shed. Some matters should not be rushed. After Lu Shiqing left, Su Yunxiang without hesitation went to do his homework. Perhaps the earlier problem had stimulated him. Initially, he couldn't comprehend it, but after seeing Su Yunlei solve it, it seemed quite simple that it was indeed child's play, that he realized that not studying was not an option. He had to at least be a bit stronger than his younger siblings, or he would not live up to the Chong in his name. With renewed determination, he inspired Su Yunli and Su Yunlei to join him in serious study. Learning opportunities were rare, while one could claim to not want to study. They certainly absorbed what was necessary. The household returned to its usual routine, that on the first night in the new house, Su Yunlan found herself unable to sleep, that Su Yunli slept soundly, undisturbed by the change of environment. Kicking off the thin blankets several times, after covering her sister, Su Yunlan slipped into her space to retrieve photographs of Lu Shiqing from the Jeep. Lu Shiqing's chiseled features remained unchanged. And there was a significant difference from his youthful appearance now. Upon closer inspection, he did resemble teacher Lu somewhat, though she had never noticed it in her past life in her previous life. She had always regarded him as an elder brother, never expecting that he would confess his feelings for her before his untimely demise in her past existence. She had failed to discern character, believing she had found a worthy match, only to be deceived by a scoundrel who absconded with her life savings to marry the one she trusted most. That time, her remaining two relatives were either lost to distant lands without a trace or trapped in dire circumstances at home. During her lowest point, it was Lu Shiqing who encouraged her, supporting her through action, helping her become strong. However, as she grew stronger, her heart became desolate and devoid of love, maintaining a guarded stance against everyone, including Lu Shiqing. Without love, there would be no pain. That Lu Shiqing, too, maintained a certain distance, offering her warmth akin to that of an elder brother while allowing her to lower her defenses. That he fulfilled the promise he made before his death. In this life, he encountered her early on. She was uncertain how to interact with him, wishing for him to discover her reincarnation while simultaneously hoping he would remain oblivious. That was all quite contradictory. There was also a matter she could not fathom. In the year Lu Shiqing passed away, the problem with the matchsticks had not yet emerged. How did he know about it? After much contemplation without clarity, she decided to stop wasting her mental energy. Rather than speculate alone, it would be wiser to ask the person involved. The following day, she planned to delay until the last moment to inquire about Lu Shiqing before heading to school. But Su Yunxiang utterly denied her that opportunity. After finishing their meal, he pulled her toward the school, exclaiming, "Hurry up, I've made a monumental decision." "What?" Su Yunlan asked, puzzled. That Su Yunli teased. What monumental decision could he possibly have? It is not like he discovered a place with food, right? Su Yunlei trailed behind them like a little shadow, silent but curious about what his elder brother's decision might be. That Su Yunxiang cleared his throat and announced, "Xiaolan, you will tutor me. I want to skip a grade." That Su Yunlan responded incredulously, "You can't be serious. Are you delirious?" Su Yunli scrutinized Su Yunxiang, skeptical of his sudden burst of determination. That Su Yunxiang asserted earnestly, "I want to study diligently. I aim to skip a grade. I support you," Su Yunlan exclaimed, thrilled that her brother had finally seen the light. Moreover, she noticed something different about him today, as he seemed to have changed into clean clothes and washed his face. It was worth noting that he typically only did these things when their mother insisted. That Su Yunlei raised his hand in support. "I also support you, brother." That Su Yunli clicked her tongue. "Oh dear, you haven't been inspired by Shiqing, have you?" Su Yunxiang shot her a glare. "You talk too much. Let us go. You need to study hard too." How embarrassing to be in first grade. That Su Yunli, 3 years his junior, showed no sense of being a younger sister, often opposing him. Unlike Su Yunlan, who was much more obedient, however, he reminded himself to maintain the demeanor of an elder brother, as it was his duty to encourage his younger siblings in their studies. "Are you still my brother?" Su Yunli harbors grave suspicions that Su Yunxiang's mind has been swapped with another's. That in response, Su Yunxiang recites quiet night thoughts to express his determination, whether his resolve is merely a fleeting passion or a genuine awakening. Su Yunlan perceives it as a positive beginning that should not be discouraged. She temporarily sets aside her thoughts of contacting Lu Shi. To her surprise, upon stepping outside, she encounters Lu Shiqing, who stands with his hands in his pockets, waiting on their route to school. Chapter 61. Is my lecture that amusing? Su Yunlei enthusiastically greets Lu Shiqing, asking, "Shiqing, where are you headed?" "You're quite the obedient one," Lu Shiqing remarks, glancing past Su Yunlei at Su Yunlan. I am going to your school for a visit. Su Yunxiang shoots him a disdainful look, muttering about the insignificance of their school and urging him to mind his own business and not to hinder their progress. Lu Shiqing, calm and unruffled, replies, I also wish to progress alongside you. To Su Yunlan smiles warmly, suggesting, let us all go together. Teacher Tian is quite accommodating. He wouldn't mind if you listen in at the door. All right, Lu Shiqing responds, his spirits lifted by Su Yunlan's defense of him. That Su Yunxiang, however, is displeased. Xiaolan, why are you taking his side? Su Yunlan, with utmost seriousness, states, I am merely stating facts. Let us hurry, we might be late. Exactly. We rose early only to risk being late. Su Yunli adds an agreement that if you don't leave, we shall. With that, she takes Su Yunlei by the hand and strides forward. That Su Yunlan and Lu Shiqing follow closely behind, with Su Yunxiang reluctantly trailing after them. Unfortunately, today, Teacher Tianjing has urgent matters to attend to and has designated Su Yunlan to substitute for the day, at her age and height. Writing on the blackboard proves to be quite a challenge to Lu Shiqing. Initially there to observe how Su Yunlan engages with the class, finds it unexpectedly intriguing to witness her teaching. Once Teacher Tian departs, Su Yunlan invites Lu Shiqing to take her seat while she emulates Teacher Tian, assisting her classmates in reviewing previously learned material. Despite having addressed thousands at conferences without trepidation, facing a group of elementary students poses no apprehension for her. Su Yunxiang sits upright, filled with pride. The one captivating the class with her lively lecture is his sister, making concepts far more accessible than Teacher Tian. That Su Yunlei gazes at Su Yunlan with bright, admiring eyes, while Su Yunli discreetly manages the classroom, noticing fellow students whispering and nudging each other. That a sudden realization strikes her. How is it that Lu Shiqing, who has attended school before, appears so wholly engrossed in the lesson? Not even blinking, as Lu Shiqing, fully engaged, overhears Su Yunli's musings, he inadvertently chuckles that is he truly paying attention to the lecture, or is he simply captivated by Su Yunlan? Su Yunlan, perceptive as ever, quickly identifies the source of the laughter. With a serious tone, she addresses him, Lu Shiqing, allowing you to listen to the lecture is already a concession. Is my teaching really that amusing? Not at all. You're doing splendidly, Lu Shiqing hastily clarifies. I was merely caught off guard. That Su Yunlan regards him skeptically, caught off guard by your own saliva. Indeed, Lu Shiqing admits, a faint blush creeping onto his face as he coughs softly into his fist. Su Yunlan pauses for a moment before asserting, focus on the lesson. Lu Shiqing promptly agrees. Absolutely, without a doubt. The other students sense Su Yunlan's demeanor has taken on the aura of Teacher Tian, and they instinctively adopt a more serious attitude, refraining from any mischief. With only a dozen or so students in the class, four of whom are Su Yunlan's family members, they dare not act out. Though Su Yunlan has never taught before, she adeptly mimics Teacher Tian's style, supplemented by her observations from television. Aside from struggling to write on the blackboard, everything else flows smoothly. That Su Yunxiang's enthusiasm for learning reaches unprecedented heights, leaving no opportunity for Lu Shiqing to engage with Su Yunlan. That Su Yunlei, particularly intrigued by problems involving the manipulation of equations, rushes over to Lu Shiqing as soon as class ends, eager for him to challenge him with questions. By the end of the day, neither Su Yunlan nor Lu Shiqing manages to converse. That Lu Shiqing feels a sense of frustration. Despite Su Yunlan being so near, he finds himself rendered speechless. That Su Yunxiang is intentionally obstructive. He can sense this. That Su Yunlei, earnest in his pursuit of knowledge, poses no challenge to Lu Shiqing. Left with no option, Lu Shiqing scribbles a note and stealthily slips it into Su Yunlan's hand while Su Yunxiang and the others are distracted. Truth be told, with the three of them beside her, she hardly has a moment to sneak a glance at the note. However, during a brief moment of distraction, she darts into her own space to read the message. I wish to speak with you privately. Although Lu Shiqing does not directly stare at Su Yunlan, he keeps her in his peripheral vision, noting her lack of opportunity to read the note, which dampens his spirits. Contemplating alternate methods to communicate with Su Yunlan, he ponders whether his burgeoning ideas hold any truth. Just as he is lost in thought, the sounds of lament and commotion from the village capture his attention. Curiously, he inquires, what on earth is happening? Su Yunlan glances towards the village, observing a throng of people gathered at the entrance. Even from a distance, the cacophony is unmistakable. likely due to Lu Chui's loud proclamations. She had waited all day yesterday for news from Su Guoxing's family and had assumed Lu Chui's chickens had met an unfortunate fate. Little did she know that Lu Chui was still unable to swallow her pride today, even in her dreams, unaware that her old hen was nearing the hatching of chicks in Su Yunlan's space. Su Yunxiang, drawn to the spectacle, declares, "Let us go check it out. It must be something noteworthy." Absolutely, Su Yunli readily agrees. The voice sounds somewhat familiar. Seizing the moment, Lu Shiqing adds, "Sounds good. Let us all go take a look." Su Yunlan casts a glance at Lu Shiqing, recalling that in his past life, he wasn't one to revel in gossip. His eagerness today strikes her as unusual, following Su Yunlan's lead. And upon her nod of consent, Su Yunlei bounds ahead cheerfully to Su Yunxiang. Su Yunli and Su Yunlei move forward. Lu Shiqing decisively pulls Su Yunlan away in the opposite direction, before she can fully comprehend what is happening. He has whisked her a considerable distance away. Only when they are surrounded by solitude does he release her. "What are you doing, Lu Shiqing?" She gasps, breathless. Now she realizes his sudden interest in the commotion was merely a ruse to evade Su Yunxiang and the others. Is it necessary? There will be plenty of opportunities to converse privately. No need to rush. Lu Shiqing steadies his breath, saying, "I simply wish to ascertain whether you are aware of the events of your past life. I pondered through the night, and cannot shake the feeling that you are indeed the Su Yunlan who lived to the age of 69 in your previous life." Su Yunlan blinks in surprise. "How do you know I lived to 69? Lu Shiqing's heart leaps with joy as he notes her lack of denial. That he continues, "After my demise, I lingered by your side for many years, witnessing your struggles against countless adversaries, your falls and subsequent rises, that I observed every moment of your helplessness and confusion. Yet I could do nothing, as I was but a specter, that I also witnessed your profound sorrow after my passing. I was by your side whenever you gazed upon my photograph, until the moment when you and all your possessions fell into a vast pit. A flash of white light enveloped us. And when I opened my eyes again, it was the year 1960. That Su Yunlan reflects on the possibility of Lu Shiqing being a reincarnated spirit, never imagining that he had accompanied her as a solitary soul for decades. Her heart swells with emotion, realizing that his declaration of love before his death was not merely to console her. The tangible assets he left behind were genuine, as were the years of companionship after his demise. Overwhelmed by the weight of his love, she finds herself at a loss for words, her heart nearly melting. That Lu Shiqing, unable to hear her thoughts, assumes he has frightened her, fearing he may have been too forward. Especially since Su Yunlan has yet to explicitly affirm her own reincarnation, he becomes anxious. In a softer tone, he reassures her, "Do not fear, my dear, that if you do not comprehend what I have said, simply disregard it. Perhaps I am merely dreaming." Yet to awaken from this dream, that Lu Shiqing, Su Yunlan's eyes glisten with unshed tears, and she feigns a hint of annoyance. "Tell me, did you ever peek at me while I was bathing?" Lu Shiqing fervently denies. "I am a gentleman. I would never intentionally intrude." He had only caught a glimpse by accident. Quickly averting his gaze, that Su Yunlan chuckles to herself. "Well, you must have lost interest since I've aged." "Not at all. Even with age, you remain enchanting." He replies that Lu Shiqing was inherently fair-skinned, and when he felt shy, it only accentuated the blush on his face. In his heart, he believed that true beauty lies in the essence rather than mere appearance. Su Yunlan epitomized a woman who defied the passage of time. In her previous life, she had no heirs to inherit her wealth, most of which was spent on her own upkeep. She indulged in daily milk baths and facial masks, resulting in skin that surpassed even those aging actresses who relied on cosmetic enhancements. Her complexion was flawless and delicate, especially since she had never married or borne children. Her figure was curvaceous and graceful. It would be hard to believe she was 40. Even claiming she was in her 30s would earn credence. To speak candidly, she looked far better than when he first encountered her in a state of despair. However, it dawned upon him that Su Yunlan was not angry. Had she been, she would not have sighed. Observing the tension on Lu Shiqing's face, Su Yunlan ceased her teasing. She had unwavering faith in his character, but lamented that this big fool had failed to notice her when he had the chance. She confessed, "You guessed correctly. Like you, I too have awakened with my eyes open in the 60s. As you can see, I am actively working to alter the fate of everyone in our family." "Does that include my father's fate as well?" Lu Shiqing asked, his hands trembling with excitement, yearning to give Su Yunlan a grand embrace. Yet reason restrained him, but Su Yunlan was still young. There would be time for that later. Su Yunlan nodded. What I can do is limited. You are the one who can untangle the knots. Lu Shiqing wished to inquire further, but just then, he turned to see Su Yunqi and the other siblings hastening towards them. He forced a rueful smile. Your brother truly is protective, Su Yunlan chuckled. If he weren't protective, I wouldn't be exerting myself to transform him. Years of striving had made her acutely aware of the complexities of human relationships. While she could disregard the trivial, her elder brother was different. He had once fought for her, leaving home and vanishing from sight. Lu Shiqing, unaware of Su Yunlan's inner thoughts, recalled her mentions of Su Yunqi and felt deeply grateful for having such a wonderful brother. Su Yunqi rushed over and threw a punch, but thankfully, Lu Shiqing's reflexes allowed him to dodge. Lu Shiqing's agility was not something Su Yunqi could match. Even with a few days of taekwondo training under Su Yunlan, it was of little use that Su Yunqi, exasperated, shouted, Lu Shiqing, how dare you sneak away with my sister when we weren't paying attention? What do you intend to do? Lu Shiqing, feigning innocence, replied, I merely wanted to observe how Xiaolan studies, hoping she might impart some wisdom to me. However, with you all present, I felt a bit embarrassed. Su Yunlan couldn't help but laugh at his flimsy excuse, but played along. Indeed, I was just about to share that with him before you interrupted. Su Yunqi, half convinced, questioned, why do you call her Xiaolan so affectionately? Who are you trying to get close to? Su Yunli and Su Yunlei exchanged glances, surprised by his confidence that Lu Shiqing had already sensed their disdain for Su Yunqi. Yet they refrained from vocalizing it, clearly displeased with his audacity to take Su Yunlan away. Smiling, Lu Shiqing said, Annie instructed me to call her that. She is an elder, and I must respect the elders. Naturally, I would be delighted if you were willing to teach me. Su Yunqi frowned, unsure whether to believe him. Yet, their mother, Zhang Huifeng, could very well have said something like that, as her admiration for him was evident. Lu Shiqing added, if you doubt my words, feel free to ask Annie. I would never deceive you over such a trivial matter. Su Yunqi waved his hand dismissively. Fine, if it weren't for the fact that you're a year younger than me, I would have already knocked you down. Su Yunli finally couldn't contain herself. Brother, can we be factual for once? Less talking. Give Shiqing some face. After Su Yunqi spoke, he turned to Lu Shiqing, since you're so eager to learn. I shall indulge you. Thank you for your indulgence. Lu Shiqing replied in kind, winking at Su Yunlan when the three were not looking. Su Yunlan, smiling, redirected the topic. Weren't you all going to see the commotion? What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Su Yunqi perked up. Let me tell you, it's karma. Absolutely karma. Lu Chui is inspecting every household at the village entrance, insisting that someone has stolen their old hen. Can you believe how precious they treat that hen? As if it were a treasure. Since the fallout with Su Guoxing's family, they had taken to addressing each other by name, forsaking all notions of familial hierarchy. Su Yunli chimed in with a mock analysis. I suspect it was her gluttonous daughter-in-law, Wu Xiaoyan, who aided. Su Yunlan raised an eyebrow. Surely, it is improbable that they would allow her to investigate like that. Of course it is improbable, Su Yunqi laughed. When we arrived, they were actually slapping her. With her foul mouth, if I were in their place, I would have done the same. Su Yunlei rubbed his chin in contemplation. It's strange. If it truly were Wu Xiaoyan who ate it, Lu Chui wouldn't have made such a fuss. Moreover, Lu Chui's old hen had a mark, and even those dozen or so fertilized eggs are missing. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it seems. Also, Chindani was in the yard all day. How could she not have heard anything? You're spot on, Lei Lei, Su Yunlan remarked, admiration gleaming in her eyes. That in her past life, her brother had passed away too early, never having the opportunity to display his intelligence. Now, it seemed he was indeed a person of great potential. Speaking of Chindani, Su Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. You know, that beating she took wasn't undeserved. I heard she could have still walked a few steps, but now she can barely take care of herself, and Su Yunlian's face is so swollen, I barely recognized her. Chapter 63. Was the last beating too light? Was it? Su Yunqi said, chuckling to the point of doubling over. Su Yunli and Su Yunlei joined in the laughter. Lu Shiqing, though confused, found himself smiling along with them, swept up in the joy of their camaraderie. As they laughed heartily, Su Yunlan envisioned Lu Chui returning home after her fruitless search, only to unleash her wrath upon Chindani. Chindani must be regretting her choices deeply at that moment. With a son like Su Guosheng, who could not be relied upon, and no grandchildren to speak of, she had no one to count on but Su Guohua, who treated Chindani well, that if only Chindani could have a moment of clarity and reveal the truth about her father's origins. It would be for the best. Moreover, the silver bracelet that Chindani had always cherished, while not particularly valuable, was certainly not something a mere peasant like her could possess. That Su Yunlan recalled having seen that bracelet once. It was intricately designed, symbolizing the auspicious pairing of a dragon and phoenix, and it should have been a matching set. Chindani only had one and claimed it was a family heirloom, raising further suspicions. Could there be hidden truths within? Lu Shiqing noticed her cherubic face shifting through various expressions and felt an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. He longed to know what was on her mind. But all he could hear were Su Yunqi, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei's inner dialogues, each questioning why he treated Su Yunlan with such distinction and expressing skepticism towards his desire to learn from her. He knew he must temper his reactions. Gazing up at the blazing sun, he urged, "We should head home. You all have school to attend." "All right," Su Yunlan nodded. After their candid exchanges, they seemed to have rediscovered their former rapport. As they traversed the earthen path back home, she noticed that the road they had just run along was relatively smooth. Thankfully, the rainy season had not yet arrived. Otherwise, this path would be exceedingly muddy and impassable. Upon arriving at their doorstep, they encountered the bruised and battered Lu Chui and Su Yunlian, followed by several onlookers who thrived on the drama that, as Su Yunqi had said, it was hard to recognize Su Yunlian with her face swollen to the size of a pig's head. Su Yunqi dashed forward to block Lu Chui's group, declaring, "Halt! Just because others allow you to search does not mean you can do the same in our home. You little brat, if you think I won't search, then I will. I believe you all moved and took my old hen and fertilized eggs." Lu Chui spoke with a mouthful of blood, her words slurred as they tumbled out. After losing a tooth to Su Guohua last time, the swelling made it difficult for her to articulate clearly. Zhang Huifeng and Su Guohua, who had been tending to their vegetable garden, rushed out at the sound of the commotion, and teacher Lu also arrived due to Lu Chui's loud voice. Zhang Huifeng, hands on her hips, scolded, "So, Lu Chui, you dare to slander our family in secret, and now you come boldly to our doorstep looking for trouble. Go ahead and try searching. I dare you to see if I one-t slap your face to pieces." "Was the last beating too light for you?" Su Guohua interjected, shielding his wife and children behind him, raising his hand threateningly towards Lu Chui. Su Yunlian, frightened by the prospect of violence, tugged at Lu Chui's sleeve. Though Lu Chui felt the sting of her injuries, the thought of her hen and eggs compelled her to stand her ground. "If it wasn't your family, then why did my old hen and fertilized eggs vanish when you moved?" Lu Shiqing detected the hint of guilt in Lu Chui's words. Without any evidence, her accusations were merely conjecture. Before Su Yunlan could speak, he interjected, "That merely indicates coincidence. What evidence do you have to claim that their family has stolen your hen and eggs?" Lu Chui was about to explain, but suddenly realized she had never seen this boy before, retorting, "Who are you, and what does it matter to you?" Su Yunqi glared at her. "He is my brother. Do you have a problem with that?" Lu Shiqing was pleasantly surprised by Su Yunqi's support during this crucial moment. Speaking calmly, "Their family's matters are my matters. Without evidence, you have no right to invade someone else's home." Having anticipated that Lu Chui would utter unseemly remarks, she remained undeterred. That Su Yunlan approached Lu Shiqing's side and retorted to Lu Chui, "I perceive you are simply a creature of forgetfulness. Last time you cried thief while being the thief yourself, falsely accusing our family of hoarding grain, only to be caught red-handed by Nyogon. And now, you wish to contribute to the team, do you?" The onlookers chimed in, reveling in the spectacle, indifferent as to whom they supported. Lu Chui's painful memories resurfaced. Her previous scheme against Su Guohua had backfired, resulting in her family suffering a grain loss, which had greatly angered Su Guosheng. Back then, Su Guosheng, hindered by his legs, had been furious. And should another mishap occur, her situation would become dire. Seizing the moment, Su Yunlan pressed on. "On the day we moved, your family was at home, standing guard at your doorstep. Did you not see your own chickens? Are you blind? Furthermore, if we had indeed taken your chickens, would they not have made a sound? You catch chickens effortlessly, don't you?" Lu Chui found herself at a loss for words. Although Su Yunlian was not home that day, she felt assured that her parents' astuteness would not allow any chance for them to pilfer even a thread. Could it truly be that the gluttonous sister-in-law, Wu Xiaoyan, had pilfered it? Upon hearing Su Yunlian's thoughts, Lu Shiqing promptly supported Su Yunlan's argument, stating, "It is reasonable to assume your intelligence is intact. Allowing them the opportunity to catch your hen at your doorstep will surely provoke laughter from others." There is a phrase you may not be familiar with: guarding the hen while stealing the eggs. When trouble arises, one must first investigate within their own household. Chickens can be consumed, but bones and feathers cannot. Can they? Moreover, if you truly have doubts, you can directly approach the authorities. Consult the team leader or the battalion office that I trust they will not only provide you with justice, but will also ensure fairness for others. Retrieving justice is one thing, but your repeated slanders will not be tolerated. The battalion office is not to be trifled with. Allowing a mere village woman to spread rumors could lead to your confinement for several days. His voice was gentle, yet carried an uncharacteristic gravity that compelled listeners to ponder his words carefully. Su Yunlan secretly gave Lu Shiqing a thumbs up. Indeed, he articulated her unspoken thoughts that as an observer. His words held greater weight. Teacher Lu felt a sense of pride in his son's integrity and courage, standing up against injustice without compromising his own dignity. Su Yunxiang felt a surge of admiration for Lu Shiqing, while Su Yunlei and Su Yunli also looked up to him. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, believing Lu Chui had gone too far. They had all witnessed how astute Lu Chui and Su Guoxing were. Others might have acted carelessly, but this couple certainly would not. Zhang Huifang exchanged glances with Su Guohua, who raised his hand and bellowed, "Why don't you hurry up and leave? Are you waiting for thin porridge?" Lu Chui shrank back, unable to admit any flaw in her intelligence. Listening closely, she indeed heard no clucking from her yard. She found a way to save face, saying, "Don't let me catch you with any evidence against your family, or I'll—" Before Lu Chui could finish her threat, Su Guohua interrupted with a swift kick, silencing her. Chapter 64. Instructions for Space Utilization. Su Yunyan screamed as she pulled Lu Chui away and fled. Barely glancing at the clean boy beside Su Yunlan, as the mother and daughter duo fled in disarray, the onlookers stood in shock. Zhang Huifang cleared her throat and, arms crossed, said nonchalantly, "You may disperse now." "Are you hoping to stay for lunch?" Finding the situation dull, the crowd began to leave. Had it not been for the spectacle, most would likely have avoided Teacher Lu's vicinity, fearing to attract misfortune. Once the crowd had dispersed, Teacher Lu called for Lu Shiqing to return home for a meal. Zhang Huifang enthusiastically interjected, "Why go home? Come dine with us." Today, Shiqing was truly brave. His words were so articulate they left Lu Chui speechless. Teacher Lu quickly replied, "Oh no, no need for that I have prepared a meal. The official documents have yet to arrive, but my discussions with the higher-ups have improved their attitude towards us, and we have received more grain. Sufficient for our needs." That Su Guohua felt genuine happiness for Teacher Lu, saying, "In that case, we shan't intrude upon your father-son reunion." Zhang Huifang smiled. "That's wonderful." That Su Yunxiang patted Lu Shiqing on the shoulder, adding, "If you ever need guidance on your studies, just ask me directly. With your sense of justice, I'll be sure to help you." "All right," Lu Shiqing readily agreed. Teacher Lu felt even more satisfied with his son's humility. Su Guohua, on the other hand, felt the urge to slap Su Yunxiang, realizing he was merely boasting in front of someone from the city. Yet for the sake of his son's reputation, he forced a semblance of a smile. Zhang Huifang, however, couldn't help herself and playfully smacked Su Yunxiang's backside, admonishing, "Who are you to teach anyone? Focus on perfecting your own writing first." That Su Yunxiang was dragged home by his ear, while Su Yunli and Su Yunlei gleefully followed, cheering him on. Su Yunlan shrugged at Lu Shiqing, spread her hands, and headed home. Lu Shiqing, urged by Teacher Lu, returned home as well. Su Yunxiang received a thorough scolding from both Su Guohua and Zhang Huifang, with Su Yunli, Su Yunlan, and Su Yunlei also subjected to a lesson about humility, reminding them that Lu Shiqing was in 5th grade in the city and outperformed them academically. Su Yunlan, feigning obedience, lowered her head and slipped into her space. Last night, she had inadvertently discovered the manual for utilizing her space on her phone. The manual clearly indicated that the space would upgrade. Currently, it remained in its primitive form, and reaching a certain level would transform it into a primary state. In this primary state, she could enter fully, but to bring others in, it would need to upgrade to an advanced state. The phone displayed that her space was still in its primitive form, quite empty, with only herself, a living hen, and a flowing spring, while everything else was inanimate. The manual did not specify how to upgrade, and she was not overly anxious about it. Rather, she was eager for the hen to hatch chicks. In truth, the hen was quite fortunate to be with her, drinking from the spring and eating millet. The hen's temperature was normal, resting on soft wheat straw, which she had carefully transported from Su Guoxing's home. So there should be no issues that prevent the hen from wandering. She had even fashioned a simple enclosure out of a cardboard box. Lu Chui had mentioned that in 2 days, the hen would hatch chicks. Discounting yesterday, today was the first day, which meant tomorrow. As she pondered, a sudden cracking sound emerged from the eggs that a small hole appeared, and a fuzzy, pink ball gradually stretched out, struggling to free itself from the shell, laboring to break free. After nearly a minute, a damp chick emerged, a new life born within her space, and she couldn't help but feel elated. She found herself easily contented by such a small miracle. Contentment brings blessings, especially since Lu Shiqing had appeared before her with memories of a past life, making her feel as though heaven favored her immensely. The chick stumbled and fell, then tried once more to stand, reminiscent of her own transformation from weakness to strength in her previous life. 1, 2, 3, until 13 little chicks successfully hatched. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Witnessing the miracle of life was indeed a source of joy. However, soon she would have to do something regrettable to them. She had slaughtered chickens before, but now, still resembling a child, it felt strangely out of place. She couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. It was either eat now or not at all. Lu Chui's repeated provocations necessitated that she incite conflict among them quickly. Just as she was about to catch a chicken, Zhang Huifang called her back to reality. Xiaolan, it's time for dinner. Today's meal consisted of thin porridge and bean cakes brought back from the commune's cafeteria, with Zhang Huifang having added sweet potato chunks to the porridge. The bean cakes were relief rations distributed from above, already crushed into small pieces by her father with an axe, that Su Yunxiang, ever the forgetful one, took a bite of the bean cake and nearly cracked a tooth. Good heavens, what's the rush? Zhang Huifang hurriedly checked Su Yunxiang's teeth, relieved to find no serious issues. That Su Yunli and Su Yunlei hesitated to take a small piece. In reality, the bean cakes were a byproduct of oil extraction, typically used as feed for cattle and pigs when grain was plentiful. Now, amid famine, they had become a lifeline for people. 1 could not eat too much at once, as overindulgence could lead to bloating. Su Yunlan recalled that in her past life, someone in the village had actually died from eating too much. Yet, compared to wild vegetable dumplings and starchy mixed grain cakes, this bean cake was considered a delicacy. She turned to Zhang Huifang and suggested, "Mother, why don't you cook the bean cakes in the pot as well? This individual indulges excessively in fine delicacies, which is not advisable. Perhaps a change of palate could serve as a reminder of hardship and gratitude." There is no need for concern regarding Lu Shiqing. His understanding surpasses hers significantly, and he is unlikely to commit any foolish errors. During this meal, everyone left somewhat unsatisfied, with the unpalatable fare being one reason. Additionally, the intention to conserve resources is paramount, as the virtue of frugality must be upheld. Moreover, the consequences of overindulging in bean cakes are well known to all. It is only when one is desperately hungry that the repercussions are disregarded. Akin to the previous life when the younger brother did not even receive any relief rations. Such an adorable and intelligent brother must be cherished and cared for. After the meal, Su Yunxiang re-engaged with his studies. However, in the afternoon, Lu Shiqing had matters to attend to and did not accompany him to class. With Tian Jingwo absent, Su Yunlan was again tasked with covering the class. After school, Su Yunxiang eagerly suggested seeking out Lu Shiqing. Su Yunlan, curious about Lu Shiqing's afternoon activities, promptly followed suit. Knowing his character, one could be assured he would appear as promised, unless truly impeded by pressing matters, upon pushing open the door to Lu's residence. They discovered both Lu Shiqing and his father were absent. Teacher Lu possessed little of value, having entrusted their family's only precious belongings to them. Leaving the house nearly bare, a wave of panic washed over her as she pondered whether Lu Shiqing might have departed without a word. Su Yunxiang scratched his head and conjectured, "Let us go. Perhaps they have gone to the cafeteria for a meal." Indeed, that is a possibility, Su Yunlan reassured herself, urging her mind not to wander. Lu Shiqing would not simply vanish without notice. To lack even this trust would render his profound affection for her meaningless. Upon returning home, Su Yunxiang took the initiative to complete his homework, that Su Yunli assisted Zhang Huifang in grinding the dried straw roots, while Su Yunlei focused on a math problem involving the movement of a stick to balance an equation. With the assistance of Yiping, the production team leader, Su Guohua worked on weaving baskets for the agricultural cooperative, earning a daily wage of 10 points. With immediate issuance of work tickets at AT year-end, members could request an advance on wages, a crucial benefit for them, with roughly a month remaining until the wheat harvest. Earning a little was better than nothing. Each family member busied themselves with their respective tasks, while Su Yunlan secluded herself in her room, retreating into her space. Upon entering, she was greeted by the cheerful chirping of the chicks she had just hatched at noon, now full of vitality and mimicking their mother hen as they pecked at grains. All 13 chicks were thriving and adorably fluffy. The small dish of spiritual spring water had diminished considerably, likely due to its nourishing effects. The mother hen eyed her warily, and after a moment's hesitation, she acted swiftly. The hen had only been drinking the spiritual spring water for a day and a half, lacking the agility that Su Yunlan had developed over 2 months of consumption. With just 2 swift motions, she easily captured the hen, skillfully severing its neck to drain the blood, then boiling a pot of water to scald off the feathers and clean the entrails. She packaged the feathers, blood, and offal to later present to Wu Qiaoyan at an opportune moment. Chopped pieces of chicken were placed into cold water, along with ginger, scallions, and garlic for blanching. After cleansing them with spiritual spring water, she added red dates, goji berries, and slices of ginger for a slow stew. Once the pot reached a boil, she reduced the heat and picked up her book, having turned only a few pages. She heard Su Yunxiang call for her. Stepping outside, she was pleasantly surprised to find Lu Shiqing had arrived. Her heart fluttered momentarily before she regained composure. With an air of nonchalance, she inquired, "What brings you here?" "You must tell him how to solve this problem," Su Yunxiang interjected, seizing the opportunity. "Such a simple problem, and you ask me? It's an affront to my intelligence that he would never admit he could not solve it." Noticing the corner of Lu Shiqing's mouth curl upward, Su Yunlan understood this cunning fellow was being deliberately provocative. Nevertheless, she played along, saying, "What problem?" "Let me see." Lu Shiqing solemnly handed her the book, and after a mere glance, she remarked, "Indeed simple. No wonder my brother thinks it's a waste of talent." Feeling a twinge of insecurity, Su Yunxiang retorted, "You two focus on your studies and don't distract me from my homework." Once more feeling overshadowed, he closed the door and returned to his efforts. Lu Shiqing quickly clarified to Su Yunlan, "This afternoon, I accompanied my father to the commune to handle some matters and did not have the chance to inform you." Su Yunlan felt disdain for her previous anxieties. After all, a trip to the commune likely meant their return to the city was imminent. Contemplating, she asked, "When do you leave?" "After the Dragon Boat Festival." Lu Shiqing replied earnestly, "Once the upper authorities approve, it should take about a week. That I wish to stay a few more days. That I end this era of inconvenient transportation, slow carts, and distant correspondence." It was uncertain when they might meet again. Su Yunlan fanned herself with her hand and remarked, "It's sweltering. Let us step outside." That Lu Shiqing understood that certain discussions were not suitable for this setting, and they quietly retreated to an uninhabited earthen mound behind the house. Lu Shiqing initiated, "There is something else I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Su Yunlan tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. That Lu Shiqing met her gaze directly, stating, "I can hear the thoughts of others." "What?" Su Yunlan was taken aback. "Then you must know what I am thinking." Lu Shiqing, slightly regretful, replied, "Unfortunately, I must disappoint you that I can hear everyone's thoughts, except yours." "How wonderful!" Su Yunlan sighed in relief. Although they had opened their hearts to one another, she still desired a semblance of personal space. That Lu Shiqing chuckled, "Don't you wish for me to understand your thoughts better?" Su Yunlan shook her head firmly, asserting, "I do not wish that if you can see through my innermost thoughts while I cannot fathom yours, it would be rather dull. That is indeed somewhat unfair." Lu Shiqing realized upon her words that Su Yunlan continued, "However, your ability is quite advantageous. It allows you to distinguish between genuine friends and deceitful individuals. With this gift, you can preemptively act and thwart other schemes." "Exactly. It is how I found the opportunity to help my father return to the city in such a short time," Lu Shiqing remarked, reflecting on the chance to see her again, in her previous life. While Su Yunlan was lost in novels, he was nearby, understanding the significance of such a gift and recognizing its potential to fulfill one's objectives. After a brief silence, Su Yunlan posed, "What do you wish to eat?" "What?" Lu Shiqing was momentarily perplexed. The whims of a girl were truly inscrutable. How had their conversation shifted to food? Su Yunlan reiterated, "You adore the wontons from the old street corner, don't you?" Indeed, Lu Shiqing never doubted Su Yunlan's recollections. Even after his death, she often visited that establishment for wontons. He remembered that she previously did not enjoy them, but would indulge when she thought of him. The more she longed for him, the more often she would eat, ultimately purchasing the recipe after a significant investment. Now, even if he wanted to enjoy them, they were no longer accessible, yet with her presence. The absence of wontons was of little consequence, that Su Yunlan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled. "I'll make them for you," Lu Shiqing replied. "What do you mean?" He was not hearing things. The surroundings remained unchanged. Under the current circumstances, how could one possibly enjoy wontons? Stunned, he muttered, "Silly girl. You still know how to make me smile. Seeing you brings me more joy than any meal, especially since you are Su Yunlan. The one I adored in my past life that I in truth. It was more than mere affection. Love would not be an exaggeration." That Su Yunlan blushed, realizing her awkward age was ill-suited for romantic discourse. She pivoted the conversation. "You encountered disaster relief supplies before your rebirth, correct?" Lu Shiqing nodded solemnly, albeit confused that Su Yunlan stated earnestly, "Those disaster relief supplies are now within my space." Space. Lu Shiqing glanced around cautiously, ensuring they were alone before quietly exclaiming, "So you possess a gift as well?" "Indeed, surprise and delight you?" Su Yunlan beamed brightly. That Lu Shiqing remained in shock for a moment, surprised and delighted. "The surprise is in your complete openness, and the delight is in your unwavering trust in me." No wonder she offered to make him wontons. With these supplies at her disposal, she would no longer have to endure the hardships of her past life. "Did you truly kill the mother hen to make soup?" Su Yunlan briefly recounted how she had deceived her family using Husangu, and Lu Shiqing immediately grasped her meaning. Such gifts should remain undisclosed to anyone except those one trusts implicitly. Not even family. He had intended to remind her to keep the secret of her space safe. But that now seemed unnecessary. That Su Yunlan may have been diminutive in stature, yet her intellect was mature enough to render his concerns redundant. Moreover, he felt a surge of joy that his little girl possessed such an extraordinary gift, surpassing even his own. That Su Yunlan was equally pleased to share secrets with Lu Shiqing, though she refrained from elaborating too much. Once her space upgraded to a higher form, she would invite Lu Shiqing inside for a delightful surprise that, if not for the current constraints, she would have loved to cook wontons for him. The wontons had been prepped the previous night, ready to be boiled at a moment's notice. Speaking of cooking wontons, she suddenly remembered that she was still simmering the mother hen and quickly told Lu Shiqing, "Please wait a moment." Then, lost in thought, she suddenly found herself in a space where the fire could be extinguished. After putting out the flames, she realized her worries had been unfounded. The space was remarkably intelligent, devoid of any risk of burning or scorching the pot. Regaining her composure, she turned to Lu Shiqing and said, "Could you do me a favor tonight? Between us, there's no need to mince words. Just tell me what you need." Lu Shiqing did not wish to regard himself as an outsider. Su Yunlan quietly shared her plan with Lu Shiqing in a lowered voice. Lu Shiqing inquired, "Are you really going to kill the old hen for soup?" Su Yunlan nodded, affirming, "You needn't doubt me that if you reconsider, it's not too late, that I am determined to deal with Su Guoxing's family. You saw Lu Chui's attitude towards us at noon. All my efforts are merely to return the favor in kind. Only when their household is in disarray can ours live in peace." "Foolish girl, it's not that I doubt you. I feel for you," Lu Shiqing said helplessly, "that you're so young. You shouldn't have to face such bloody matters. If you want revenge on their family, let me handle it. You shouldn't dirty your hands." That Su Yunlan rolled her eyes, saying, "Come on, I'm not that delicate. Besides, have you not seen me kill chickens and fish in my past life? If I were that kind of pampered girl, would you even spare me a glance?" Lu Shiqing was touched, realizing that Su Yunlan remained the same oblivious person from their previous life, that he cleared his throat twice and said, "Perhaps you should refrain from going. I can manage it by myself in a way. Without me, how would you find Su Guoxing's home?" Su Yunlan had already devised her plan. She merely needed a partner, but Su Yunqi was not stable enough. While Su Yunli and Su Yunlei were even less reliable and would not assist at all. Moreover, she did not intend to let them interfere in this matter. The most suitable choice was indeed Lu Shiqing. He was clever, steady, and they worked well together. Liu Shiqing, with a hint of indulgence, replied, "Very well, do as you wish. However, if there is any danger, stay behind me. Don't act recklessly." Rest assured, Su Yunlan assured him, "I'm not really a little girl, so there's no need for concern." Despite her words, Lu Shiqing remained anxious for her safety. Su Yunlan was aware of this, and when they reached the entrance of Lu Shiqing's home, she noticed no one was around, and there was little commotion inside. She handed him 2 steamed buns, leaving the matter of how Lu Shiqing would explain them to his teacher to him. She hoped he would eat well and not go hungry. Lu Shiqing had never doubted her honesty, but the sudden appearance of the buns left him perplexed, and he hurriedly took them home with great care. Su Yunlan stifled a smile, waiting for him to explain the bun's origin before offering him wontons, noting that wontons boiled in old hen soup would taste even better. That evening, she reserved a small portion of chicken meat and broth for Lu Shiqing, while serving the rest to her family. As expected, everyone was taken aback. Even Su Yunqi, who usually dove straight into food, hesitated to pick up his chopsticks. Zhang Huifang pondered aloud, "Do you think the old hen Lu Chui lost is this one?" Su Yunlan interjected, "Mother, how can you think that? Aunt Hu is not the sort to steal." "Goodness, we must not speak ill of Aunt Hu," Zhang Huifang admonished, fearful of provoking her. Su Yunlan nearly burst out laughing. "All right, I will reflect on that." Su Yunqi swallowed hard, saying, "This chicken has been plucked so cleanly, with no marks left. Even if Lu Chui claims it's hers, we cannot acknowledge it. At last, you've spoken something sensible," Su Guohua remarked thoughtfully. "Regardless of its origins, once it's in our stomachs, who could pry it from us?" Su Yunli and Su Yunlei were nearly salivating. Su Yunlan urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's eat." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone dug into the chicken, even drinking the broth down to the last drop. Su Yunlei licked the grease from the corner of his mouth, declaring, "I'm so full. This chicken broth is truly delicious." Understanding was enough. There was no need to voice it. Su Yunli cautioned, "From now on, we must be cautious with our words." Su Yunlan praised, "Sister is right. We will all heed that." Everyone nodded in agreement. After finishing the chicken, Zhang Huifang fretted over the leftover bones that Su Guohua suggested. "You all go take a bath. I'll bury the chicken bones in the woods behind the dirt mound." "I'll go. Father, I ate too much earlier and need to digest," Su Yunlan volunteered, as she still had use for those bones. Su Guohua gathered the bones together, frowning. "No, it's too late. It's not safe. Let me handle it." Just as he finished speaking, the bones vanished entirely. Since acquiring the ability to retrieve items from a distance, Su Yunlan had mastered it flawlessly, rather than allowing Su Guohua to rummage around, leaving behind a mess. This method was far more efficient. Su Guohua was dumbfounded, while Su Yunqi, Su Yunli, and Su Yunlei stared in disbelief. What just happened? Zhang Huifang turned to see the 4 of them looking dazed and puzzled. Su Yunlan feigned shock, saying, "Perhaps Aunt Hu has come to clean up after us." Zhang Huifang dropped the towel in her hand, momentarily stunned. Mirroring their expressions, Su Yunlan seized the opportunity to slip out to find Lu Shiqing. She tapped the bamboo slats of the cow shed, and within moments, Lu Shiqing emerged, and as soon as he did, they both hurried towards the direction of the village. Now, with her keen senses, Su Yunlan could see clearly in the dark. The effects of the spiritual water manifesting. While it strengthened her family, it only enhanced her own abilities. Liu Shiqing whispered, "Let me carry you. It's dark and the path is treacherous. No need. I can see just fine." Su Yunlan firmly declined, puzzled by his insistence. Chapter 67. Committing mischief with Lu Shiqing in the dead of night. Her voice was barely audible, meant only for Lu Shiqing. "What is the matter? Afraid I'll trip over you?" He teased. Su Yunlan shot him an exasperated look in the darkness. "I'm worried you might trip over yourself." Liu Shiqing longed to take her hand, but hesitated, instead reassuring her, "Don't worry. My vision is 5.8. This darkness is nothing to me." Su Yunlan raised an eyebrow. 5.8. "Are you sure you're not farsighted?" Lu Shiqing's lips twitched. "What are you thinking? My eyesight is perfectly fine." "That is good to hear." Su Yunlan replied, distracted by their conversation and nearly tripping over a dip in the path. Liu Shiqing was quick to catch her, smoothly saying, "If you hold on to my clothes, you won't fall. If you do, I'll catch you." In truth, he wanted to say to hold his hand, but he couldn't bring himself to. Su Yunlan paused. I can see just as well. My vision is similar to yours. Fine, he conceded. Once in the village, they moved stealthily, aiming to avoid drawing any attention. Along the way, they captured a wild cat and placed it into the space. The village was small, and they soon arrived at the old house. Su Yunlan did not enter her family's yard. The old gate creaked loudly with each opening, making too much noise. She climbed on a Su Guoxing's low wall with Lu Shiqing's assistance, who held her leg tightly, fearful she might fall. Su Yunlan was precise in her movements, scanning Su Guoxing's courtyard. She recalled an abandoned jar resting under Qin eaves. The jar was uncovered, with a significant crack, generally overlooked. Even Lu Chui was reluctant to dispose of it. Su Yunlan poured the collected chicken feathers, blood, and entrails into the jar, retrieved her bag, and laid a layer of wheat straw. Then, using the handkerchief she had taken from Wu Xiaoyan, she wrapped the chicken bones and placed them on top. Lu Shiqing remained still, and she trusted him completely, feeling no fear as she stood on his shoulder. The abilities of retrieving and moving objects from a distance were quite similar. She had clandestinely practiced many times, ensuring success. With absolute focus, she could achieve it. Though the operational range was limited, still it sufficed. Now, only the final step remained. She threw a prepared stone, causing the jar to shatter. Then swiftly retrieved the stone and released the wild cat into the yard, executing the plan seamlessly. Meow. The smell of chicken blood could no longer be masked, and the wild cat darted towards the jar. Lu Shiqing quickly set Su Yunlan down, and they found a hidden corner to conceal themselves. That a shriek erupted from Su Guoxing's house, followed by Lu Chui's furious tirade. You gluttonous creature. Admit you ate my old hen. How do you explain this? Let go. I'm carrying your Su family's child. Wu Xiaoyan's voice trembled. Let go of me, you mad woman. Who knows whose wild seed is in your belly? Lu Chui was nearly beside herself with rage. I'll beat you, you little wretch. Su Yunlan and Lu Shiqing couldn't see the chaotic scene, but they could hear Lu Chui's anguished cries as she fell to the ground. It seemed Su Yunxiang was fiercely protective of his wife, defending Wu Xiaoyan by shouting, Xiaoyan is not that kind of person. Mother, are you trying to dump a bucket of filth on my head? Clarifying matters before speaking is essential. This jar is indeed beneath Grandma's eaves. What connection does it have with Xiaoyan? The handkerchief belonging to Xiaoyan has been missing for more than just a day or two. Su Guoxing's voice also emerged, questioning if you imply that your grandmother killed the old hen. What is so impossible about that? How could Xiaoyan possibly kill a chicken? Su Yunxiang argued vehemently, stating that on the day the chicken went missing, none of us were at home. Only you and your parents and grandma were present. Why must you insist on implicating Xiaoyan? Lu Chui screamed hoarsely. Cursing, heaven's curse! I raised this ungrateful wolf in vain. You are the very epitome of one who forgets their mother after marrying. Why don't you just go ahead and kill your mother? Wu Xiaoyan was equally relentless, retorting, killing you would be a light punishment. Everyone in the village knows you've slept with someone else, yet you turn around to accuse me. Chen Danny's voice joined the fray, seemingly having endured another beating. Su Yunlian cried out in despair. One by one, the lights in neighboring houses flickered to life, and Su Yunlan knew that soon there would be spectators drawn to the commotion. She and Lu Shiqing quickly departed the scene, while no one was watching. The two of them ran until they reached the village entrance before stopping. Without needing to look further, they knew that tonight would be anything but peaceful at Su Guoxing's home. Lu Shiqing, concerned about tiring Su Yunlan, whispered, take it slow. Even if there are people, they want to come outside the village tonight. Su Yunlan nodded, pondering whether Danny would come to her senses after this. Her intention was not merely to retaliate in kind, but also to corner Danny through mutual suspicion, forcing her into a desperate situation. Danny had no other escape. She might ultimately seek out the clan elders to regain Su Guohua. By then, she could openly reclaim the bracelet and unravel her father's lineage. Human hearts are inscrutable, and anything could happen. I just heard a voice repeatedly murmuring your father's name. Could that be Danny? Lu Shiqing was unaware of her extensive thoughts, only knowing that he had helped her, and felt quite satisfied that Su Yunlan's eyes brightened. What else did you hear? After a moment's thought, Lu Shiqing replied. She also expressed regret, wishing she hadn't severed ties with Guohua. If Guohua were here, he certainly wouldn't treat her this way. That Su Guohua is indeed your father's name, right? Su Yunlan nodded vigorously and inquired further. Anything else? Nothing more. Her speech was unclear. We could barely make out her heartfelt words repeating these sentiments that if I weren't worried about being caught, I might have heard more, Lu Shirshing said with a hint of regret. If you want to know more, I'll find an opportunity to listen again tomorrow. That you've already done remarkably well. It's fine to wait until another day, Su Yunlan replied, feeling quite content. As they walked, they conversed in hushed tones until they reached the doorstep, where they unexpectedly spotted Su Yunxiang emerging from the cattle shed, carrying a paper lantern. Lu Shirshing's heart tightened, feeling as if they had been caught in an affair. Inexplicably guilty, that Su Yunlan calmly retrieved a steel pen from her space and discreetly handed it to Lu Shirshing, who immediately understood her intentions. Feeling reassured, that Su Yunxiang, with a stern expression, questioned, Xiaolan, weren't you supposed to be in the latrine? Why are you out here with him? Su Yunlan nonchalantly replied, I was getting some fresh air when I saw Lu Shirshing going out to look for something, so I offered to help. What could possibly require your assistance? I thought you fell into the latrine. Su Yunxiang frowned, clearly displeased with Su Yunlan being alone with Lu Shixing. Lu Shirshing raised the steel pen confidently, stating, She is helping me find my pen. Su Yunxiang leaned in to inspect it, confirming it was indeed a pen he had seen at Tian Jingwo's place, rumored to be available only in the city. Nevertheless, he remained irritable. It's so dark. Can't you find it yourself without dragging my sister along? What if something happens? Su Yunlan interjected before Lu Shirshing could respond. Brother, don't blame him that he is unfamiliar with our terrain. I could find my way with my eyes closed. If I didn't help him, how would he manage? He could ask me for help. Su Yunxiang shot back with a glare at Lu Shirshing, that I'm even less familiar than you. Lu Shirshing awkwardly promised. Next time, I'll definitely ask you. Wait, something still feels off, Su Yunxiang pondered. Didn't teacher Lu say you were out for a walk? Lu Shirshing replied calmly. To be frank, this pen was a gift from my father. I didn't want him to know, so I told him I was out for a walk. You must keep this a secret, no problem. I'm the most loyal person, Su Yunxiang said, though he seemed contemplative. Finding this explanation somewhat plausible, yet still disapproving. But why do you call teacher Lu Dad? He is my father. What else should I call him? Lu Shirshing sighed, feeling inexplicably annoyed by Su Yunxiang's attitude. Su Yunlan chuckled, brother, you don't know? City folks call their fathers dad. Only we country folks still say father. That's so. Still, I find father more pleasing to the ear. Before he could finish, Zhang Huifang emerged to call them, finally putting an end to Su Yunxiang's incessant questioning. Su Yunlan winked at Lu Shirshing and returned home with Su Yunxiang, as soon as the wooden door of the Su family closed. Lu Shirshing made his way back to the cattle shed. Though the shed was drafty, he felt happier residing there than in the city. Teacher Lu observed his son's constant cheerful demeanor and felt gratified that he wasn't disheartened by their harsh living conditions. He took out his cherished steel pen and handed it to Lu Shirshing, saying, Shirshing, this is for you. Lu Shirshing was taken aback, hesitating before accepting it. This pen was identical to the one Su Yunlan had given him. In his previous life, this pen had been presented to him as his father's keepsake. He never expected his father would suddenly gift it to him today, and he sincerely expressed, Thank you. Silly child. Why be so polite with your father? Teacher Lu extinguished the kerosene lamp and advised, Get to bed early. Tomorrow, I'll take you around the village. There was nothing more delightful than openly taking his son out, no longer needing to conceal their relationship. Lu Shirshing slowly replied, All right, then in the darkness. He clutched the two steel pens, unable to fall asleep for a long while. Meanwhile, after Su Yunlan returned to her room, Zhang Huifang and Su Guohua asked her a few simple questions, to which she responded similarly to how she had with Su Yunxiang. Seeing that she was fine, Su Yunli and Su Yunlei finally felt at ease to go to bed, having not slept well the previous night. Su Yunlan quickly drifted off to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already bright daylight. She didn't rush to move, but first slipped into her space to check on the chicks. Upon seeing them, she was greatly startled. The previous day had been somewhat desolate, yet now it was teeming with life, faintly green, with tiny blades of grass sprouting from the ground. The chicks had grown significantly, and even the spring water source had expanded, gradually forming a small pond. The pond's water was crystal clear, bringing joy to her heart. The only unchanged aspect was the stockpile of supplies, which remained just as they had begun, unaffected by the changes in the space. She found it utterly miraculous. Hastily, she took out her phone to check, She had initially thought the space had upgraded to a basic state, but it seemed it hadn't changed at all. Nevertheless, this was a considerable improvement, and if it continued developing at this pace, it would soon successfully upgrade. She anticipated that inadvertently raising chicks in the space would turn out to be a pivotal opportunity. Quickly, she scattered some millet on the ground, ensuring the chicks had plenty to eat and drink. After starting school, she occasionally slipped into the space to check on them, perhaps due to her impatience. She failed to notice any changes the more she looked. Liu Shixing had not returned to school, yet she remained untroubled. When school ended at noon, Liu Shixing sought her out directly. Su Yunlan led Liu Shixing outside as before. But they didn't venture far, finding a spot where Su Yunxiang could see them, yet not see too closely to Liu Shixing, and she held a book, pointing at it as if discussing a problem. Even if Su Yunxiang had suspicions, he would only think their topic was something he wouldn't understand. Feeling frustrated on the sidelines, that Liu Shixing studied the problem with utmost seriousness, whispering, as if passing secret information. Before I went to Su Guoxing's house, I took a stroll nearby. That I heard from the village women that Lu Chui attempted suicide last night, but failed. Chindani is also in a state of distress. Barely hanging on, that I didn't see her, but I did encounter someone who knows his wife as child isn't his. And he is sulking over it. That my father mentioned that person is Su Yunxiang. That as Su Guoxing's eldest son, that Su Yunlan realized that Su Yunxiang was well aware of his infidelity, merely deceiving himself. That Liu Shixing nodded, continuing, I also ran into Su Guoxing. This man is indeed two-faced. He smiles to people's faces while harboring darkness and malice in his heart, but he claims that your father has suffered for many years, and now that his old mother is gravely ill. It is understandable that he hasn't come to visit. That in truth, he seeks to pressure your father into seeing Chundani, using the opportunity to accuse him of causing her death. To that point, your family will have no chance of recovery. That Su Yunlan furrowed her brow, realizing how audacious he was. That it seemed that regardless of whether Chindani lived or died, as long as her father visited Chindani, Su Guoxing would ensure that she met her end, framing her father for it. Indeed, I have come to a similar conclusion. What do you intend to do? Liu Shixing felt a profound sense of relief in possessing the ability to assist her in navigating this intricate dilemma, thereby sparing her from the fate of being ensnared by the deranged creature that is Su Guoxing. It is imperative to recognize that, should Su Guoxing succeed in his machinations, Su Guohua might be summarily executed, while Su Yunlan and her family would plunge into an abyss from which there would be no return, with consequences that are too dire to contemplate. This era offers no respite for them. He held Su Yunlan in high regard and was inclined to heed her counsel, providing her with the assistance she sought. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yunlan proposed, let us turn the tables and use his own tactics against him. Chapter 69. The hint from and who heroes often share similar perspectives. That Liu Shixing was of the same mind. One must be willing to sacrifice the child to capture the wolf, and one cannot afford to spare the father while attempting to ensnare the unhinged. In dealing with a cunning adversary like Su Guoxing, it is essential to allow him a taste of success. Otherwise, he would never willingly undermine himself. This forthcoming move would undoubtedly lead to his legal repercussions. Su Yunlan and Liu Shixing deliberated further on additional strategies, primarily relying on Liu Shixing's unique abilities to uncover secrets she wished to know. That he meticulously noted each detail until he spotted Su Yunlei approaching and feigned an earnest discussion about the problems in the book. Su Yunlei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Shiqianggu, I know which stick to move to succeed. Very clever. Lei Lei. Su Yunlan praised her brother without reservation. Now, show me how you did it. With gleaming eyes, Su Yunlei explained, Shiqianggu told me that 11 to 15 4. I realized that 11 is composed of 4 sticks, and 15 consists of 7. The equal sign is represented by 2 sticks. While 4 comprises 4, that no matter which stick I moved, it wouldn't work. Then I changed my approach and moved one of the sticks from the equal sign to the minus sign. The minus became the equals, and the equals became the minus, thus establishing the equation 11-15-4. Am I right? Shiqianggu. Indeed, Liu Shixing affirmed, giving him a thumbs up. You are remarkable. That Su Yunlan clapped her hands, recognizing her brother's aptitude for reverse thinking. He was indeed a promising talent. That Su Yunlei shook Liu Shixing's arm, saying, Shiqianggu, give me a few more problems. I find these kinds of puzzles particularly enjoyable. Certainly, Liu Shixing responded without hesitation, promptly presenting him with several more challenges. including some brain teasers for him to tackle with his elder brother Su Yunxiang and sister Su Yunli. That Su Yunlei treated the problems like precious treasures as he rushed to find them. Watching Su Yunlei dart away, Lu Shiqiang handed his pen, which he had just used, to Su Yunlan. She looked surprised and said, "You should keep it. After all, it is yours, and it should return to its rightful owner." "This is yours," Lu Shiqiang insisted, pressing it into her hands, then producing an identical pen, stating, "This one is mine. Now you have one, and I have one. Mine was just given to me by my father. While yours has been with you for many years, that I have no space to keep it." Fearing my father might notice the passage of time, Su Yunlan tucked it away, smiling as she said, "If you wish to give it to me, then do so without so many excuses." Seeing her neatly store it away, Lu Shiqiang smiled brightly. That Su Yunlan felt a warm glow in her heart. This pen had accompanied her for so many years, and she truly hesitated to part with it. It was a keepsake from her previous life, a fragment of his legacy. They say that objects evoke memories of people, and this pen served as a tether to her past. Now that Lu Shiqiang had returned to the 1960s, she wished to retain this connection. In the afternoon, she attended school as usual, while Su Guohua and Zhang Huifeng busied themselves with their own affairs. Still unaware of Su Guoxing's efforts to garner sympathy from others, it was only on Sunday afternoon, when all the siblings were free from classes, that Su Yunlan decided she did not want her parents to remain unaware and passive in this situation. Utilizing the dream conveyed by Aunt Hu, she informed them of Su Guoxing's intentions to frame their father, that Su Guohua. Now fully trusting Aunt Hu, was enraged to learn that Su Guoxing might attempt to commit matricide against him, causing him to tremble with fury. Zhang Huifeng gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Su Guoxing is truly a beast. He does not wish to serve Chendani but seeks to drag us down with him. Dreaming of a 2-for-1 deal. Father, mother, let us keep our distance from them. If we avoid seeing Chendani, he will have no opportunity to ensnare us," Su Yunxiang suggested, believing this to be the safest course of action. Su Yunli echoed, "Yes, I think brother's suggestion is sound. If we do not go, nothing will happen." Now, the villagers were saying that their father was an ungrateful wolf, and even Captain He had come to discuss this matter with him. Su Guohua furrowed his brow, pondering that merely hiding would not resolve their issues. Otherwise, they would not face such troubles. That Su Guoxing did not want him to hide, and he contemplated whether the mother he had known for over 30 years might regret her past mistreatment of him. Zhang Huifeng scoffed. "That old hypocrite likely still has tricks up her sleeve. If she regrets it, then she deserves it. You should inquire where you were found. Perhaps you might still find your biological parents. During the war, it was intense. Perhaps they did not intentionally abandon you. Regardless of whether they are alive or dead, I must reclaim my roots." Su Guohua mused that he realized that while he still knew about returning to his origins, he had no idea where his own roots lay. Always feeling as though something was missing, that Su Yunlei remained silent, gazing at Su Yunlan, inexplicably confident that she possessed a solution. Once she sensed that everyone was emotionally engaged, Su Yunlan calmly remarked, "Mother is right. Perhaps they are entirely unaware of your absence. The tale of the cat swapping for a prince is not unheard of." That day, Chendani seemed hesitant. "Don't you think there is something amiss?" "Father, what cat swapping could there be? Does Aunt Hu have any hints?" Su Guohua was filled with questions, urging her to reveal any underlying issues. Aunt Hu merely mentioned the cat swapping for the prince, without providing further details. "The rest is for you to uncover," Su Yunlan replied, offering no concrete evidence but rather a preemptive warning. She encouraged her father to probe further, suggesting that perhaps Chendani, filled with remorse, might divulge answers. Zhang Huifeng, filled with righteous indignation, stated, "Guohua, if that is the case, then that old hypocrite is your enemy." The Su Guohua remained silent for a moment before declaring, "I will seek out Captain He this very moment and confront her directly. If Su Guoxing wishes to scheme against me, I shall see how he dares to do so with Captain He present." "You are right, father. With Uncle He around, Su Guoxing will certainly think twice." Su Yunlan thought it a positive development, yet recognized that this alone would not suffice. She continued, "Su Guoxing has been spreading rumors that father does not visit Chendani. Why not make a grand show of it? Allowing more people to witness?" Zhang Huifeng contemplated this suggestion and agreed. "Very well, we shall proceed as such." Su Guohua concurred. Once the decision was made, they promptly prepared their appearances for their outing in times of famine. Everyone appeared gaunt. Even if their family was not overweight, they could not afford to look overly well-fed. After shedding some of the bloat, they donned a light fade of hunger each time they ventured out, ensuring they did not draw excessive attention. This makeup required no cosmetics. Merely a touch of ash would suffice, particularly for today, a significant undertaking. A hunger disguise was essential. With ample preparations made, they set out, only to encounter Lu Shiqiang and his father, who were also on their way out. Teacher Lu was not one to meddle in others' affairs and was generally not well regarded in the village, typically refraining from involving himself in the matters of others. However, the Su family was an exception that he casually inquired, "Where is your family headed?" Chapter 70. The most sophisticated hunters often appear as prey. Su Guohua had a good rapport with Teacher Lu. While they did not share their innermost thoughts, they conversed openly as if they were close friends. The circumstances surrounding their family were well known, and there was nothing to conceal. Thus, he set aside all hints from Aunt Hu and succinctly recounted the situation. Teacher Lu immediately suggested that they should approach the matter openly, allowing everyone to see how excessively Su Guoxing's family had taken advantage of others. One cannot advise others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. Teacher Lu empathized with their plight. Lu Shiqiang exchanged a glance with Su Yunlan and readily added, "Uncle, I shall accompany you. You are from the city. How can you involve yourself in this?" Su Guohua opposed. Su Yunxiang found amusement in Lu Shiqiang's predicament that Lu Shiqiang feigned grievance, stating, "Uncle, do you look down upon us city folk? Our esteemed leader has proclaimed that all men are created equal. You cannot discriminate against us." Su Guohua was taken aback by Lu Shiqiang's words. When had he ever looked down on city dwellers? He was merely pleased that city folk did not scorn him. Teacher Lu cleared his throat and explained, "Shiqiang does not mean it that way. He simply wishes to accompany you to learn about the local customs." Zhang Huifang took a liking to Lu Shiqiang and said, "Come along, Aunt will take you." "Thank you, Aunt," he replied. That Lu Shiqiang reveled in his success, quietly giving Su Yunlan a thumbs up from behind. As Su Yunlan and her companions passed through the village's CBD, they happened upon Su Guoxing, who was lamenting his plight and feigning innocence. Su Guoxing subtly recounted how Su Guohua was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, employing clever rhetoric to disparage Su Guohua without directly naming him, relying instead on the wild guesses of the elderly and children present. One should not underestimate these old and weak individuals. Their capacity for gossip is formidable. They can transform mere rumors into fact, elevate trivial matters to significant issues, and turn major events upside down. The eagerness of the elderly to join Su Guoxing's tirade against Su Guohua was quite evident. However, when a woman, engrossed in her criticism, suddenly spotted the Su Guohua family, she immediately nudged the others with her elbow. The gossip-loving women fell silent in unison. Zhang Huifang, with her hands on her hips, exclaimed, "Everyone was having such a good time talking. Why the sudden hush? Come on, continue." Su Guoxing felt awkward and said, "Guohua, don't hold it against the villagers. They're just feeling unappreciated. After all these years of caring for you, you've never uttered a word of gratitude, let alone visited her. Just because she is not your biological mother, do you treat her as an enemy?" Su Guohua, confronted with Su Guoxing's hypocritical visage and recalling Aunt Husan's hint, felt a wave of nausea. With a cold expression, he retorted, "You all treat me as an enemy, that I want to see her, yet you won't let me. And here you are contriving against me, that I ask that amusing." The moment his words escaped, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. That Su Guohua, known for his honesty in the village, had seen Su Guoxing's family penalized for their petty thievery more than once. The villagers merely sought entertainment and chimed in with Su Guoxing. But now, Su Guohua's statement sowed seeds of doubt regarding Su Guoxing's claims. That Su Guoxing was taken aback by the rapid turn of events and, with a stiffened resolve, said, "What is this nonsense? If you want to see her, how could I possibly stop you?" He had been engaging with the elderly women each day, waiting for Su Guohua to walk into his trap. Yet, he was bewildered about why Su Guohua had brought a throng of people. He added, "What is going on with all these people? Are you here to visit her or to cause trouble? What is wrong with bringing people? Are others not allowed to pay a visit?" Su Guohua, lacking Su Guoxing's guile, replied indignantly that Ping could no longer hold back and retorted, "Of this crowd, only the son of Teacher Lu and I are outsiders. Are you implying that you resent us for visiting your mother?" Su Guoxing dared not offend Ping, despite internally demeaning him, and led the way home. Teacher Lu's son had come from the city to escort Teacher Lu back, a fact that had already spread throughout the Dongfeng Brigade, making him someone Su Guosheng could not afford to offend. That Liu Shiqiang smiled slyly, his eyes gleaming with cunning that he disdained the idea of such a person visiting their home. Su Yunlan trailed behind her parents like a shadow, while Su Guosheng did not dare underestimate her. It seemed that every incident involved this girl, who was truly a troublemaker. Lost in thought, he suddenly slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. Already limping, he now found himself in a rather undignified position that he glanced at the cause of his misstep, a rare glass marble. Su Yunlan also noticed it. Glass marbles were quite scarce in the 60s and only gained popularity in the 70s. The owner of such a marble could only be Liu Shiqiang. Liu Shiqiang calmly picked up the marble and lamented, "This marble has endured hardships alongside me. It has been with me all this time and has never been stepped on." Su Guosheng's lips twitched, secretly wondering if this unfortunate child had done this on purpose. After all, he was the one who had fallen, yet the child acted as if she hadn't seen a thing. Before Su Guosheng could speak, Liu Shiqiang turned to Su Yunlan and her siblings and remarked, "Isn't it evident that someone is blind? How could they fail to notice such a dazzling marble?" Su Yunqi admired the marble, exclaiming, "Wow, it's beautiful." Su Yunlei's eyes sparkled, equally captivated by the marble. That Su Yunlan and Su Yunli remained silent, but Su Yunli also showed interest in the glass sphere. No one paid any attention to Su Guosheng, treating him as if he were invisible. "Here, one for each of you." Liu Shiqiang generously pulled several more marbles from his pocket. Su Yunqi and his siblings declined, deeming the gift too precious and wasteful. Su Yunlan followed suit and also refused. Yet Liu Shiqiang insisted that Su Guohua and Yiping were entertained by Su Guosheng's predicament, struggling to suppress their laughter. Su Guosheng strode ahead, consumed with the desire to strangle them all. Liu Shiqiang had achieved his goal and made a secret signal to Su Yunlan that only they understood. That Su Yunlan stifled a giggle. The most sophisticated hunters often appeared in the guise of their prey. While Su Guosheng saw them as prey, he was blissfully unaware that he had become theirs upon arriving at Shindani's home. Su Guosheng used the excuse of the room being too small and the odor too overwhelming to ask Yiping to wait outside. However, Yiping said, "Now that we're here, it would be irresponsible of me as the production team leader not to take a look." As he spoke, he squeezed inside, curious to see how Shindani, who had recently been spreading rumors about Su Guohua's family, had suddenly fallen gravely ill. Upon entering, he was nearly driven back out. The stench was not just strong. It was akin to that of a cesspit. After many days, Su Guohua finally beheld Shindani. Her face was bruised, and what little white hair she had was now completely gray. Upon seeing Su Guohua approach, she propped herself up with her arms, attempting to sit up, but after much effort, she remained immobile, mumbling incoherently, "Guohua, Guohua." Chapter 71. The farce triggered by the silver bracelet. Su Guohua could barely decipher what Shindani was trying to say, mistakenly assuming she was telling him to leave. His resentment surged, and suppressing his anger, he began, "At this point, you still treat me like this? I've toiled endlessly for you over the years that I don't even wish to dwell on that anymore. Just tell me, where did you pick me up from?" Coughing violently, Shindani struggled to speak, and Su Guosheng rushed to her side, saying, "Mother, are you all right? Guohua, you should apologize to her. Look how upset you've made her." "I've done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Su Guohua's stubbornness flared. "Stop pretending to be such a devoted son that if you truly cared, would you have beaten your mother to this state? If you were genuinely filial, would you let her lie here in filth?" With that, he pulled back a corner, and the stench of excrement instantly permeated the air. The foul odor made everyone in the room tear up. Yiping pinched his nose and frowned. "Su Guosheng, explain how your mother got these injuries, and what about this stench that has been festering for days? You can't possibly say your mother just pooped, can you?" Su Guosheng hurriedly clarified. "She is my mother. How could I ever harm her? It's that lazy woman in our house who doesn't clean up that I'll certainly give her a good scolding later." "Scold who? I take care of her meals and water, and I end up suffering for it, right?" Lu Chui, accompanied by Su Yunlian, squeezed in, making the already cramped east room even tighter. Su Yunlian hadn't entered this room for days, and upon stepping in, she was nearly overwhelmed by the smell. Retching and retreating outside, Su Yunlan had been on the verge of vomiting, but held her ground to uncover the truth to Su Yunqi. Su Yunli and Su Yunlei wore expressions close to contorted agony, yet none showed any intent to leave. It was clear they shared her sentiments. What worried her most was Lu Shiqiang, who had always been fastidious about cleanliness and must be suffering greatly now. She stole a glance at Lu Shiqiang, who was indeed holding his breath, trying to avoid inhaling the foul air. Perhaps sensing her gaze, he returned her a faint smile. She responded with a subtle smile of her own. Su Guosheng, with a stern countenance, scolded Lu Chui, "Keep your mouth shut. If you had taken better care, Mother wouldn't have ended up like this, making others think you're the one who abused her." Lu Chui, not to be outdone, chimed in indeed. If she weren't so clumsy, she wouldn't have fallen. If not her, then who else? Huh, she can't even stand properly, and you say she can run? What a load of nonsense. You don't fear the wind will catch your tongue. Zhang Huifang shot Lu Chui a glare. We're not here to listen to your nonsense. We want to know about Guohua's origins. Lu Chui jumped in. What origins? He is just a wild child picked up from somewhere. What origins could he possibly have? What, do you all wish for a father who's an official and a mother of high standing? Get out, Guohua stays. Chendani mumbled indistinctly, nearly exhausting all her strength as Su Yunlan's eyes brightened, speculating that Chendani might finally reveal her father's lineage to Su Guosheng, not one to miss an opportunity, thought this was an exceptional chance. He pretended to hesitate and suggested, Ping, perhaps we should step outside for a moment, that my mother wishes to speak with Guohua privately. Let us get some fresh air. Lu Chui, unaware of Su Guosheng's intentions, was concerned that Chendani had yet to disclose the whereabouts of the silver bracelet. If she secretly gave it to Su Guohua, it would be a significant loss. She flatly refused to leave. Raising her voice, you think you can whisper secrets behind our backs? Not a chance. Whoever wants to leave can go. I'm definitely staying put. Get out. What business is it of yours? Su Guosheng, frustrated by his inability to transform iron into steel, understood Lu Chui's character of being penny-wise, yet pound-foolish. He refrained from divulging matters to the foolish woman. Lu Chui, aware that Su Guosheng would not lose his temper in front of outsiders, but would be sharp with his words, retorted, what you say today won't change anything. I refuse to leave. Su Guosheng silently cursed her for her superficiality. Clenching and unclenching his fist, Su Yunlan remained silent, calmly observing the unfolding scene with Lu Shiqiang. She had already informed her father of how to respond. Regardless of the outcome, he would not be at a disadvantage. She feared not Su Guosheng's physical aggression, but rather his inaction. Chendani, knowing her days were numbered, wished to accumulate some merit for her son, whom she had only seen once. Disappointment had consumed her. Since the last public humiliation, her two daughters had never returned, treating her as though she were already dead. With unfilial children, she could hardly expect any support from her grandchildren. Thus, trembling, she retrieved a silver bracelet stained with her scent from her bedding and announced before everyone, this is for Guohua. The bracelet is for Guohua. Normally incoherent, she spoke this sentence with surprising clarity, leaving no room for ambiguity. That Su Guohua, oblivious to the bracelet's implications, simply sought to uncover his origins and had no desire to be entangled with Chendani any further. Not even glancing at her, Lu Chui, green with envy, rushed forward to snatch it away, unaware that Su Yunlan was quicker, seizing it first. She had awaited this opportunity for a long time and would not let Lu Chui benefit from it. Examining the silver bracelet closely, she feigned innocence and remarked, Father, you have endured so much humiliation over the years. Why not accept this silver bracelet as compensation? Upon seeing the bracelet, Lu Shiqiang was momentarily stunned, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. Looking again at Su Yunlan's captivating face, made even more striking by her hunger, he was suddenly enlightened. Su Yunlan resembled Gu Ying, the head of the cultural troupe who had just been reassigned to the city. Gu Ying possessed a matching phoenix-patterned silver bracelet, which Lu Shiqiang had seen during a gathering with her mother. Not only had Gu Ying just returned to the city, but her parents had also regained their respective positions and received substantial compensation. Unfortunately, Gu Ying's elder brother had not been as fortunate, having been raised by their grandmother after their parents abandoned him, experiencing a life of uncertainty. After their grandmother's passing, he was finally returned to his parents, only to find himself once again displaced to the countryside, enduring a life devoid of comfort and marrying a fierce peasant woman. Just last month, due to his wife's troublesome nature, he had suffered 2 broken legs. It seemed that Gu Ying's elder brother was of the same age as Su Guohua. While Su Guohua's life may not have been ideal, it was a veritable paradise compared to that of Gu Ying's brother. Now, with this dragon-patterned silver bracelet appearing here, could it be? Return our family's silver bracelet to me. Lu Chui shrieked, lunging at Su Yunlan, inadvertently interrupting Lu Shiqing's train of thought, that Lu Shiqing swiftly stepped in front of Su Yunlan, forcefully pushing Lu Chui to the ground. Coldly, he declared, that silver bracelet belongs to your family. Why didn't you receive it? Are you deaf or blind? The old lady clearly stated it was for Guohua. Do you also go by that name? Chapter 72. Chen Danny is killed once again. It's you, little brat. How dare you push me? I'll fight you to the end. Lu Chui shouted, rising to strike Lu Shiqing, only to be kicked aside once more. No one expected Lu Shiqing, though not large in stature, to possess such strength. He stood motionless, arms crossed, yet managed to seize the opportunity and catch his opponent off guard. By the time Su Yunxiang and his siblings reacted, they were already a step behind, yet their admiration for Lu Shiqing had significantly increased, particularly for Su Yunxiang. When Su Guohua saw Lu Shiqing take action, he also shielded Su Yunlan, ready to kick Lu Chui at any moment. Zhang Huifang was more direct, rolling up her sleeves and delivering 2 slaps to Lu Chui's face, angrily exclaiming, "We are all here. And you dare to bully my daughter? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Captain He, help! They are all hitting me, attacking me in my own home. Am I wrong for wanting back what belongs to us?" Lu Chui cried out, her voice hoarse. Di Ping coughed lightly, stating, "I was a bit distracted just now, didn't pay attention." Lu Chui was on the verge of a breakdown, finding no support from anyone, scrambling to retaliate against Zhang Huifang. But upon seeing Zhang Huifang's frail appearance, her face pale from hunger, Lu Chui was taken aback to discover Zhang Huifang was surprisingly strong. Moreover, with Su Guohua and his children backing her, even Zhang Huifang could not approach Lu Chui. Su Guoxing's face darkened like coal as he forcibly pulled Lu Chui away, swiftly pushing her out of the way. It was worthwhile to use the silver bracelet to lower Su Guohua's family's guard, for he would reclaim the bracelet in due time. Lu Chui, foolish as a pig, only knew how to complicate matters. That Su Yunlan was oblivious to how Su Guoxing had threatened Lu Chui, who no longer dared to advance. Su Guoxing then solemnly stated, "I apologize on behalf of this foolish woman. My mother wishes to speak with Guohua. Let us not disturb them. It's best they have a moment to converse. After all, Guohua is not a mere kitten or puppy. Having been raised for so many years, there are emotions involved. Captain He, please, I will accompany you outside to wait." Captain He, glancing at Chendani, who seemed to have countless words she wished to convey to Su Guohua, cooperatively exited the room. Although Zhang Huifang and the children were tense, now that Su Guoxing had left, they hesitated no longer to eye in the yard. Lu Chui, cursing loudly, complained to the onlookers about Chen Danny's favoritism, lamenting how she had toiled for Su Guoxing's family only to be left with nothing while outsiders reaped the benefits. Already injured, she had now been beaten. Her misery compounded. Su Yunlian's expression darkened, feeling that Lu Chui was bringing shame upon them. Being beaten was no trivial matter, yet Lu Chui insisted on broadcasting it everywhere. After a few attempts to dissuade Lu Chui, who refused to listen, she stormed off to find her elder brother Su Yunxiang. Benefiting from his wife Wu Xiaoyan's support, Su Yunxiang had just secured a job that allowed him to earn work points daily. The yard was in an uproar, with the uninformed onlookers chiming in, amplifying Lu Chui's emotions. Yet they dared not openly criticize Su Guohua's family, especially with Ping still present. After all, the production team leader held some authority. Su Yunlan and Lu Shiqing stood in tacit understanding outside Chen Danny's window, ignoring Lu Chui's rants. Present, Chen Danny struggled to articulate her thoughts, facing significant communication barriers. Even if the paper-thin window did not muffle sound, her incoherent murmurs could hardly be discerned. Fortunately, Lu Shiqing had already grasped Chen Danny's unspoken feelings, capturing every word that could not be expressed aloud. Conversely, Su Guohua was left in confusion, failing to understand the situation even after listening for a long time. Frustrated, he stepped outside to Su Guoxing, stationed at the door, hurried inside to Di Ping, not particularly concerned, turned to chat with Su Guohua. Within 2 minutes of entering, Su Guoxing's voice rang out, "Mother, mother, please say something, mother. Su Guohua, you beast, you have killed your mother." His voice was loud enough to change the expressions of all who heard. Some curious onlookers rushed to the barracks to inform Captain Liu, while others followed He Ping and Su Guohua's family into Chen Danny's room. Su Guohua's heart raced. Just moments ago, Chen Danny had been well, still able to speak. Could it be that Su Guosheng had indeed committed the heinous act of matricide to frame him? Upon entering the room, he found Chen Danny's eyes rolled back, her complexion ashen, her life extinguished. He Ping, still performing a cursory check on Chen Danny's breath, confirmed her fate and solemnly inquired, "What exactly happened?" "Su Guosheng, what do you mean by saying Su Guohua killed your mother?" Su Guosheng squeezed out a few tears, retorting, "Captain He, when we left just now, my mother was perfectly fine. The Su Guohua was the only one in the room. If he did not kill her, how could she die without closing her eyes?" "You are speaking nonsense. She was also well when I left," Su Guohua retorted angrily. Yet inwardly, he felt relieved, grateful for Aunt Hu's warning, for otherwise he might have fallen victim to Su Guosheng's trap. Su Guosheng wept beside Chen Danny, exclaiming, "This is my mother, my own mother. How could I harm her? It must be that you concealed my lineage from her, provoking your wrath upon her." Su Guohua, furiously laughing, thought to himself, "I don't even fully grasp my own lineage. How could I harbor any discontent? If you wish to frame me, there is no need for such elaborate schemes." Zhang Huifeng, standing her ground, added, "Indeed, your mother struggles to articulate her thoughts. How can you be so certain Guohua is dissatisfied with his own lineage? How can we be so sure? Our Guosheng is no fool." Lu Chui, too, ceased to harbor any anger towards Su Guosheng. After all, Su Guosheng was the pillar of their family. The man she cherished, Su Yunxiang, and his sister also defended Su Guohua, wishing fervently to confront Su Guosheng and Lu Chui with force. Yet, their words carried little weight, and they struggled to interject, their opinions disregarded by those present. The room was in disarray, and He Ping, overwhelmed by the cacophony of voices, found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, he maintained a belief that Su Guohua was not the sort of malicious individual capable of such heinous acts, especially considering that Su Guosheng's claims lacked any substantial foundation. Such a grave incident had yet to transpire in the village, leading to a stalemate of conflicting narratives. The authorities arrived swiftly, with Niu Ganshi stepping in to mediate. After listening to the unfolding drama, he insisted on taking Su Guohua away, subconsciously believing that Su Guosheng could not possibly be guilty of matricide. The circumstances surrounding Chen Danny's death were evidently suspicious. As she had succumbed to suffocation, it was inconceivable that her biological son, Su Guosheng, could be the perpetrator. The only plausible culprit was Su Guohua. As Su Guohua was restrained by two individuals, Su Guosheng could hardly contain his agitation. Wishing fervently for his immediate execution, in an attempt to mask his emotions, he covered his face, feigning immense distress. "Wait, my father is not the murderer," Su Yunlan interjected, stepping protectively in front of Niu Ganshi. The latter, a perceptive man, discerned a significant flaw in the situation. He believed that Niu Ganshi must have noticed the inconsistency during the arrest of his father. Chapter 73. Lifting a stone to smash one's own foot, Niu Ganshi turned his gaze towards Su Yunlan, who appeared unchanged since their first encounter. Her vitality remained unscathed by malnutrition, and her words were as captivating as ever. While many sought to curry favor with him, none did so as effortlessly as Su Yunlan. For reasons unknown, he found her assertions to ring true, particularly as he had no desire to question the judgment of an 8-year-old child. He then raised his voice to the chaotic crowd, demanding silence, insisting that they focus on the matter at hand, and directing the onlookers to disperse, lest they disturb the proceedings with their idle chatter. Lu Shiqing felt a pang of anxiety for Su Yunlan. She could easily delegate these matters to him, yet the young girl insisted on facing the turmoil herself. As the tumult subsided, Su Yunlan spoke with conviction. "Niu Ganshi has undoubtedly identified the crux of the issue before us. Did the deceased succumb to illness, or was it homicide? I fail to comprehend why Su Guosheng dismisses illness as a possibility and hastily accuses my father of murder. For the moment, let us set aside his motivations and intentions, and entertain the notion of homicide. If it was indeed murder, what was the instrument of the crime?" As she surveyed the perplexed faces around her, Lu Shiqing recognized that Niu Ganshi was inclined to seek the truth. While others speculated about the cause of Chen Danny's demise, some were curious about Su Yunlan's audacity in challenging Niu Ganshi, while others simply relished the unfolding drama, indifferent to the details of the case. Su Guoxing, meanwhile, was preoccupied with contemplating where he had faltered, seeking opportunities to patch up his mistakes. Su Yunlan's family, however, was filled with trepidation. They felt that this venture into danger was perilous, and that a moment's lapse could spell disaster for them. Lu Shiqing seized upon Su Yunlan's words. I have encountered analyses regarding death in my readings. The deceased's face was purplish-red, her eyes bulging and the whites rolled back, a classic symptom of asphyxiation. The absence of any evident wounds further corroborates this. Indeed, your observations clarify matters that my mother must have been suffocated by Su Guohua. When I arrived, the blanket was positioned over her nose and mouth. Su Guosheng, eager to implicate Su Guohua, hastily interjected, as if Lu Shiqing's words were vindicating him. The crowd murmured among themselves, and Niu Ganshi, intrigued, observed Su Guosheng and Su Yunlan, noting their compelling analyses, which aligned with his own thoughts. Are you suggesting that Danny was suffocated with a blanket by Su Guohua? Su Guosheng nodded vigorously, echoing Su Yunlan's sentiments. Yes, Niu Ganshi is astute. That is precisely my implication, that Su Guohua immediately denied the accusation. I did not. I did not even touch anything in that room. Who witnessed whether you did or did not? Niu Ganshi interrupted that Su Guohua. Su Guosheng has now firmly accused you of murdering his mother, who was also your adoptive mother. This case is heinous enough to warrant the death penalty that I offer you one last opportunity to prove your innocence. Once we reach the camp and your mother is laid to rest, the matter will be settled. Only Su Guohua was in that room, and my mother was already lifeless when I entered. No one else could have done it. You must take charge of this. Su Guosheng feigned the demeanor of a grieving son, oblivious to how his words painted him as a villain, as he sought to ensure Su Guohua's downfall. Lu Chui, oblivious to the truth, began to wail upon the death of Danny, embodying the saying that one who was unfilial in life would mourn loudly in death. Perfectly applicable to their couple, Su Yunxiang could no longer restrain himself, and retorted, My father would never commit murder. If there were time for such an act, you too had the opportunity. Why not accuse yourself? Su Yunli echoed his sentiment. Yes, I believe it is you who is guilty. Why frame my father? Even Su Yunlei, who usually relied on his elder siblings, chimed in. When my father exited the room, there were still sounds within. Were you not anxious to rush inside to commit murder? Hearing Hu Sangui's hints, they did not shy away from implicating Su Yunxiang and his siblings. That Su Yunlan remained unperturbed by their impulsiveness, having anticipated every conceivable outcome. This was the effect she sought, as long as they refrained from revealing Hu Sangui's identity. Their fervor would only serve to bolster her cause. That Su Guosheng, taken aback by their family's defiance in the face of such tragedy, feigned anguish. You children have been raised to such a state of wastefulness. How could you harbor such vile thoughts? Let the onlookers judge. That was my mother. How could I harm my own mother? She lies there, lifeless, and you dare to insult me. Niu Ganshi had initially hoped that either Su Yunlan or Su Guohua would speak up. But unexpectedly, Su Guosheng was the first to solidify Su Guohua's guilt. This was in stark contrast to Su Guosheng's earlier display of fraternal affection, causing Niu Ganshi to question his motives. The arguments put forth by Su Guohua's family were not without merit. If Su Guosheng had the opportunity to commit the crime, the truth of the matter could indeed be more complex. Su Yunlan regarded Su Guosheng with cold disdain. If someone is capable of such an act, why fear the judgment of others? If not for Niu Ganshi's wisdom, my father would remain unaware of the injustice he faces. Niu Ganshi has afforded my father the chance to clear his name. Your repeated interruptions suggest you are feeling guilty. Su Guohua broke free from the grasp of those holding him and raised his hands in surrender. He was grateful for his daughter's advice. At Su Guosheng's residence, he could not afford to leave any trace. When the moment was critical, he could finally reveal his innocence. Look at my hands, he proclaimed. I learned only today of my adoptive mother's illness. I came hurriedly to visit her. In my haste, I did not even wash my hands. That it is evident to all whether I have committed any act of disobedience. The crowd finally noticed that Su Guohua's palms were coated in soot, while Danny's quilt, though unclean, bore no traces of such filth. That it was clear that Su Guohua had never touched the quilt. Lu Shiqing, sensing the crowd's sentiments, added fuel to the fire. Indeed, it is apparent, wherever these hands have been, they would leave behind dark marks. For instance, had Uncle Guohua truly used a quilt to suffocate the deceased, the edge of that quilt would surely bear stains. Furthermore, we have been stationed outside the window the entire time. When Su Guoxing entered, he rushed in immediately, that if there were no ulterior motives, why did he not call for help immediately, but instead waited 2 minutes to do so? Clearly, Su Guoxing entered with the intent to commit a crime, indicating premeditation. Chapter 74. Su Guoxing is arrested. As May approached, Su Guoxing felt as though he were plunging into an icy abyss. Drenched in cold sweat, he had failed to notice the dirt smudged on Su Guohua's hands. He could not fathom how meticulously planned the scheme was, and he doubted that it was mere coincidence. Su Yunlan seized the moment. I never anticipated that my father's unintentional action could save him. Although Chindani had treated my father poorly in the past, after enduring months of mistreatment at the hands of Su Guoxing and his wife, she had long since regretted her actions. Nyogan, look. This is the silver bracelet she gifted my father. Ping had longed to speak on Su Guohua's behalf, but had struggled to find the right moment. Now he stepped forward, declaring, Indeed, I can attest to that if she had not felt remorse, she would never have bestowed such a valuable item upon Su Guohua. Nyogan glanced at the silver bracelet, its strong scent prompting him to turn away. As the conversation shifted to the bracelet, Lu Chui became incensed. That old fool must have been senile. Otherwise, why would she give it to Su Guohua? Su Guoxing slapped Lu Chui, exclaiming, You wretch! What nonsense! I believe my mother was driven to her end by your torment. Realizing the futility of framing Su Guohua, Su Guoxing immediately denied that Chindani had been suffocated to death. However, Su Yunlan was not about to let him off the hook. With her head held high, she declared, Did you not insist that it was my father who suffocated her? Now you claim she was abused to death. Why is it that your words dictate everything? What need is there for Nyogan to intervene? Nyogan, with a stern countenance, addressed Su Guoxing. We now have reason to suspect that you murdered your own mother. Come with us. That Su Guoxing's heart raced with fear. This is a misunderstanding. I could never commit such a heinous act. She was my mother, the onlookers whispered among themselves, perceiving Su Guoxing as a remorseless villain. They subtly stepped back, as if fearing he might lash out at any moment. When Su Guohua was restrained by Nyogan's men, they felt no such trepidation. Liu Shiqing, enduring the noxious odor, approached Chindani and pointed at her fingernails. The facts speak louder than words. Look at the blood under her nails. That if I am not mistaken, there must be scratch marks on Su Guoxing's arms. I do not. Su Guoxing quickly refuted that my mother's arms were immobile. Do not attempt to frame me. Then why the nervousness? When we first arrived at your home, your sleeves were rolled up, yet now they are down. You could, like my father, prove your innocence by rolling them up for all to see. Su Yunlan retorted sharply. That it must be said, she and Liu Shiqing were in remarkable sync, their observational skills astonishingly alike. Noticing even the most minute details, some members of the crowd, having followed them, realized this was indeed the case. Nyogan exchanged glances with his men, and promptly, someone restrained Su Guoxing, swiftly rolling up his sleeves. Fresh scratch marks were revealed, causing him to collapse to the ground. Lu Chui wailed in despair, never anticipating such a rapid turn of events. Until the truth was unveiled, she had believed the murderer to be Su Guohua, only to find her joy short-lived. Nyogan ordered Su Guoxing to be taken away. Murder carries the death penalty, and patricide is an unforgivable crime. Su Guohua, having narrowly escaped, departed with Zhang Huifang and the children. At the entrance, they coincidentally encountered the returning Su Yunxiang and Su Yunlian. Su Guohua's family chose to ignore them. But Ping, as the production team leader, could not simply inform Su Yunxiang of the arrangements for Chindani's funeral before departing. Offering no further commentary, some individuals are never satisfied. They forsake a good life. Opting for self-destruction, Su Guoxing's actions not only brought punishment upon himself, but also led his entire family to be scorned. However, none of this concerned Su Yunlan's family. Had they not been prepared, it could very well have been them facing such a fate. Su Guohua felt a tinge of regret at not having fully grasped his heritage. Piecing together useful information only from Chindani's vague explanations that it was indeed Chindani who had exchanged her own child for him. The silver bracelet was the key to their kinship. Yet, Chindani was selfish. Hoping he would find his biological son to support her in her old age, that Su Yunlan speculated that Chindani must have thought that after all this time, her own son had likely settled down and become self-sufficient. Even if her father were to recognize him now, it would not affect her son. In fact, it might allow her to enjoy a comfortable life with him. Life is unpredictable, yet regrettably, Chindani's other son was denied that opportunity. She was also curious about the nature of her father's family that would compel Chindani to take such risks. Over 30 years had passed since those tumultuous times, and for Chindani to accomplish this, she must have had the right timing, circumstances, and support. The truth remains known only to those involved. Otherwise, why had no whispers of this emerged in the village over the years? After returning from Su Guoxing's residence, she had not yet found the chance to speak with Lu Shiqing privately. Seizing the opportunity to visit the restroom, she stealthily slipped out. Just as she was about to exit, Su Yunxiang called out to her, particularly sensitive to her movements, directly asking, "Are you going to find Lu Shiqing to play?" Su Yunlan hesitated, responding, "I am just going to ask him a question, not to play." "Playing is fine too. Shiqing is unfamiliar with our area. You can show him around," Su Yunxiang said, feeling grateful for Lu Shiqing's defense of their father. Dismissing any prior immature concerns he had, Su Yunlan remained still. Sensing something unusual about Su Yunxiang's lack of opposition, he urged her, "The sooner you go, the sooner you'll return. Then no need to worry about our parents. I will explain it to them." Su Yunlan felt a wave of confusion. Finally, she understood the discomfort. It seemed that whenever she sought out Lu Shiqing, he was the only one who objected. Their parents had complete faith in Lu Shiqing, giving it no thought at all. Her sister and brother were even less concerned, viewing her as a studious individual eager to learn from Lu Shiqing for her own advancement. Nonetheless, overall, this was a positive development. She could now seek out Lu Shiqing openly. Emerging from the cow shed, they walked along a narrow path towards the small woods atop the hill, conversing quietly as they went, until Lu Shiqing mentioned having seen a bracelet of similar texture to the dragon-patterned one at Gu Ying's. Su Yunlan abruptly halted, looking around before lowering her voice to ask, "Are you suggesting that my father might be a child of the Gu family?" "I am not entirely certain, but based on the direction of events, it seems likely," Lu Shiqing replied, cautious not to sound definitive, fearing that should it not be true, Su Yunlan would be disappointed. Su Yunlan strained to recall all she knew about the Gu family, realizing that Lu Shiqing referred to the provincial city. She had lived in the provincial city for quite some time in her past life, and was naturally familiar with its prominent figures. She then inquired, "Do I resemble Guing?" Chapter 75. Waiting is a two-way street, yes. Quite a bit. Lu Shiqing responded earnestly, observing her uplifted face, that if your father truly is a child of the Gu family, then Aunt Guing would indeed be your biological aunt, that a niece resembles her aunt. How did I fail to notice this in your previous life? I didn't notice either, Su Yunlan replied, finding it hard to believe. Her only memory of Guing was from when she appeared on the screen during outdoor movie showings. She recalled that after Guing returned to the city, her future seemed bright, and within 2 years, she had entered the film production industry. At that time, Guing was only 27 years old, and her on-screen persona was quite endearing. As for Gu Ying's family, they had remained rather low-key, not only due to limited communication, but also because actors at that time were treated like ordinary workers, receiving monthly salaries. No one thought to waste newspaper space reporting on personal lives. Coverage was reserved for characters in films or collective endeavors. What intrigued her most was Gu Ying's elder brother, Gu Pengsheng, whose identity had been swapped by Chindani, a twist that had taken her by surprise. It was entirely different from her imagination of a mere switch. According to Lu Shiqing, Gu Pengsheng was indeed a rather unfortunate victim of such a switch, making her chuckle involuntarily. After laughing, she asked, "Lu Shiqing, Guing is only 25 this year. Why you call her aunt?" Lu Shiqing smirked. "She's a classmate of my little aunt. I can hardly call her sister. Can I? Besides, I am still underage. Referring to her as aunt is not inappropriate." "All right, underage. How you think I should facilitate my father's recognition of his biological parents?" Su Yunlan inquired, her eyes sparkling in the dappled shade of the trees. Nearly blinding Lu Shiqing pondered, "This is indeed a dilemma. We cannot simply reveal the whole truth under the pretense of Aunt Hussein. You cannot say it, and I cannot either. So it seems we must let the Gu family handle it." Su Yunlan appeared thoughtful. Are you suggesting we inform the Gu family and have them approach my father? Precisely. The dragon pattern bracelet is the key. Once I return, I will mention to Aunt Guing that I have seen the dragon pattern bracelet. Lu Shiqing stated seriously. Additionally, I will inform her about Chen Danny's switch. She is clever and will naturally devise a way to verify it. Once the Gu family investigates, everything will fall into place. That makes sense. Su Yunlan considered this approach viable, that if she were to approach them directly, she might end up being played by them in the future, and there was no guarantee they would believe her. However, providing them with a lead for the Gu family to investigate would be an entirely different matter, Lu Shiqing added. Every situation has two sides that Jiu Pengqing has suffered greatly over the years. Just as he was about to enjoy a better life, he would be thrust back into his former reality that I suspect not only he but also his wife may not agree. Whether they agree or not is not up to them. Su Yunlan asserted, unwilling to indulge their bad habits. Dragons have their fate, and insects theirs. Whether they suffer or enjoy life is their own destiny. Their discontent is their own concern, that Lu Shiqing reassured her. Do not worry. No matter the time, I will always stand by your side. However, I hope you can move to the provincial city. That way, we can see each other more often. That Su Yunlan raised an eyebrow slightly. We will surely meet again eventually. Speaking of such things felt somewhat melancholic. It would be better decades from now when communication via mobile phones would be convenient. She did have an idle phone in her space. If only Lu Shiqing had a space too, she could give him a phone for easier communication. Unfortunately, reality is not so straightforward. Giving him a phone without charging or internet access would be problematic. As it happened, the Dragon Boat Festival was just 7 days away, and Lu Shiqing would soon be leaving. That he smiled slightly. Silly girl. Even without mobile phones, we can write letters to haha. That Su Yunlan could not help but chuckle. Indeed, by the time the letter arrives, I will have already sent you a reply, and 10 days or half a month would have passed. The process of awaiting a letter is a rather romantic affair. Akin to how in this lifetime I first met you and waited for you to grow up. Lu Shiqing articulated the thoughts he had pondered countless times, comforting her while also soothing his own heart. Su Yunlan smiled slyly. I am also waiting for you to grow up. Waiting is a mutual endeavor. Lu Shiqing burst into laughter. The two exchanged a few more simple words before parting ways. Although they agreed to join Su Guohua later that night for a visit to the ghost market. Naturally, this decision was solely made by Su Yunlan. Whether Su Guohua agreed or not was another matter altogether. As venturing into the ghost market was not akin to a regular market visit, that Lu Shiqing had only been to the ghost market in the provincial capital and was quite curious about the one here. Su Yunlan reassured him not to think too much. If he heard any commotion at their home in the early hours, he could simply step outside. When they returned, Su Guohua had not yet finished work. Zhang Huifang had already folded the clothes she had prepared and placed them in the backpack, ready to hand over to Chun Hao during their meeting the next day. That in truth, she particularly wished to buy her mother a sewing machine, as it would make everything much more convenient. Besides the sewing machine, she also yearned for a bicycle. However, large items such as these were too conspicuous and could only be considered for the time being, as without special tickets, simply having money would not suffice. When Su Guohua returned home, the meal he brought back from the cafeteria had already cooled down. As Zhang Huifang went to serve the meal, she found that the 6 bowls had mysteriously been filled with fragrant tomato noodles. That Su Yunqi could not resist and immediately set his book aside to join the meal. That Su Yunli and Su Yunlei also wasted no time. Su Guohua picked up his bowl and then set it down again, saying, I must first pay my respects to Aunt Hu. That if it weren't for her, I would still be a fool. Our family wouldn't even be able to afford noodles, let alone thin porridge. Zhang Huifang chimed in. Indeed, our family's little life is far more prosperous than others. That Su Yunlan stifled a laugh. Father, please eat. Aunt Hu is not so stingy. That Su Guohua ignored her, firmly bowing 3 times as a sign of respect. After finishing the meal, he recalled something and hesitated before saying, let us hold off on going to the ghost market and meeting Chun Hao for now. There have been quite a few occurrences at home these days. It is better to be cautious. What father said made sense. We should indeed be more prudent. That Su Yunlan felt a sense of comfort that her father was being so thoughtful. Zhang Huifang also noticed that Su Guohua had changed significantly, becoming more composed and thoughtful. However, didn't you agree with Chun Hao already? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to back out? Yes, this is precisely what troubles me. Su Guohua also felt that backing out was not ideal. They were all taking risks, and if they lacked even the most basic integrity, how could they conduct business in the future? Su Yunlan knew Chun Hao would not mind. But her parents were unaware. Tio reassured them and ensure that she and Lu Shiqing could smoothly visit the ghost market. She suggested, "Father, notifying Chen Hao about our trip to the ghost market won't take much time. Even if we don't sell anything, Chen Hao should understand." After contemplating, Su Guohua agreed, "All right, then you don't need to go tomorrow. I will go alone." Chapter 76. Taking Lu Shiqing to the ghost market, Su Yunlan was taken aback. Not expecting her father to outright forbid her from accompanying him, she clung to her father's arm, pleading, "Father, please let me go with you. That I promise to be obedient, and I can help you discover more business opportunities. If you don't let her go, she will probably chant your name until you can't sleep." Zhang Huifang joked, supporting her daughter's little whim with a touch of indulgence that Su Yunqi, calculating his math problems, would have liked to go as well, but he was too preoccupied. Su Yunli was not too interested. She would rather stay in bed a little longer than venture into such a spooky place. As for the youngest, Su Yunlei, he didn't even consider it. Being the youngest, he knew he would likely not be permitted to go, so he refrained from wasting breath on it. Su Guohua, as heart softened under her persistent tugging. Reluctantly, he said, "Fine, if you can wake up early, I will let you go." "I will definitely wake up," Su Yunlan assured immediately. Since moving to the new house, they had not yet visited the ghost market. As they no longer shared a bed, she needed to remain particularly vigilant. Otherwise, her father might indeed go alone. After nightfall, Su Yunlan kept thinking about the ghost market and found it hard to sleep soundly. Without an alarm clock, she feared missing the time and dared not sleep too deeply. She initially thought she would wake up on her own in the morning, but in the end, when Su Guohua got up, she was still fast asleep. That Su Guohua asked Zhang Huifang to go in and call her, and only then did she open her eyes. Zhang Huifang lowered her voice, "Hurry up and get moving. Your father is waiting for you outside." Su Yunlan sat up abruptly. "Mother, what time is it?" Zhang Huifang was unsure of the exact time and could only estimate based on experience. "It's the early hours. You insisted you could wake up, but if it weren't for your father asking me to wake you, you would definitely miss it today." That Su Yunlan ceased her chatter, quickly dressed, and went outside with Su Guohua. Seeing that she was dressed lightly, Su Guohua scolded, "It's chilly at night. Let your mother find you another jacket." That Su Yunlan glanced at the thin jacket she was wearing and shook her head. "No need, father. I'm not cold at all. If you don't wear it, I won't take you." Su Guohua pouted playfully. That Su Yunlan had no choice but to grab another piece of clothing to wear, which finally satisfied Su Guohua. There is a certain chill that comes from a father's concern for his daughter. He was quite mindful of the old saying, spring wraps and autumn freezes. It was already early summer, yet he still worried she might get cold. As the father and daughter stepped outside, they happened upon Lu Shiqing, who had just emerged as well. Lu Shiqing feigned confusion and asked, "Uncle, where are you two headed?" Su Guohua did not wish to disclose their plans for the ghost market, believing that the fewer people who knew about their visit, the better. That he countered, "What are you doing out at this hour instead of sleeping?" Lu Shiqing replied mysteriously, "To be honest, Uncle, I heard there is a ghost market by Sana Bridge, that I wanted to buy some things, so I thought I'd head out early before dawn." Su Guohua frowned and glanced at Su Yunlan. She immediately shook her head, unambiguously indicating that she had not revealed any information about the ghost market. She then advised, "You're still young. It's best to avoid such places. Head back home." Lu Shiqing's eyes brightened. "Uncle, you aren't going to the ghost market too, are you?" Su Guohua remained silent, and Lu Shiqing added, "If you're not going, let us go together. With you around, I feel particularly safe." Su Yunlan secretly gave him a thumbs up and chimed in, "Father, since Lu Shiqing says so, why not take him along? Otherwise, he might get into trouble since he is unfamiliar with the area. Stay close. Speak little, and do less." Su Guohua reluctantly agreed, but he couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Shiqing's timing was too coincidental, and it made him a bit uncomfortable that his daughter was trying to assist him. The three of them carried a diesel lamp as they walked forward, the road quiet and still. Lu Shiqing wanted to ask Su Yunlan if she was tired from walking, but seeing Su Guohua's serious expression, he quickly changed his question. "Uncle, are you tired? Would you like me to help carry the lamp?" "No need. I'm not that fragile," Su Guohua replied, still youthful and unwilling to feign weakness. After all, he was only 35. In ordinary farming families, due to the exposure to the elements, people tended to look older than their years. Those in their 20s appeared to be in their 30s, while those in their 30s looked to be in their 40s or 50s. He was faring quite well. His naturally fair complexion didn't tan much, unlike ordinary farmers who aged quickly. Liu Shiqing chuckled. Uncle is not fragile. It's Xiao Lan who is delicate. After walking for so long. Should I carry her? Su Yunlan shot him a glance, immediately retorting, no need, I'm not that delicate. Externally, she appeared to be a frail little girl, but internally, she possessed a strong sense of pride. There was no way she would allow herself to be seen as a helpless little flower. Liu Shiqing's opportunity to be gallant fell flat again. After all, her father was not opposed, so why couldn't she just show a bit of vulnerability? As they approached the ghost market, they spotted Chun Hao waiting nearby. The diesel lamp he held illuminated his gaunt face like a willow. The wisp that Su Guohua appreciated Chun Hao's punctuality and reliability, apologizing slightly. We're only here to buy things today. With Liu Shiqing present, he did not elaborate further. Chun Hao was no fool and understood that it was inconvenient to discuss matters in front of outsiders, that Su Guohua wished to keep their speculative dealings under wraps. He replied, I understand, and I'm also here to buy things that I saw you from a distance and wanted to greet you, uncle. That is very considerate of you. Su Guohua was quite pleased with Chun Hao's wit. Su Yunlan couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that the two were deliberately keeping their guard up against Liu Shiqing, making their interaction resemble a clandestine meeting between spies. Stealing a glance at Liu Shiqing, she found him returning her a warm smile, that he was not at all surprised to encounter such an awkward situation. Rather, it was when Su Guohua and Chun Hao acted nonchalantly in his presence that he would genuinely worry for Su Yunlan. Su Guohua and Chun Hao walked ahead side by side, while Su Yunlan and Liu Shiqing trailed closely behind. Chun Hao occasionally glanced back at Liu Shiqing, the dim glow of the diesel lamp casting a faint light upon him, not rendering him ghostly, but rather illuminating him in an unexpected charm. Chun Hao racked his brain for an appropriate word to encapsulate this, but his vocabulary seemed woefully limited. After a moment's contemplation, he thought of a fitting phrase, especially when considering Su Yunlan alongside him. Golden Boy and Jade Girl, Liu Shiqing, having overheard Chun Hao's thoughts, couldn't help but smirk. However, he wasn't particularly fond of Chun Hao's incessant scrutiny of the two of them. When Chun Hao turned back once more, Liu Shiqing casually remarked, Have you lost something? Why do you keep looking back? Caught off guard, Chun Hao stammered an explanation. No, I was just worried you might fall behind. Su Guohua also turned around, admonishing, You two should come up front. It's dark, and you don't seem the least bit scared that you're not acting like children. Shouldn't you have a bit of childlike awareness? Under the sauna bridge, the ghostly lights of diesel lamps continued to flicker. This time, Su Yunlan and Liu Shiqing led the way, their attention drawn to the throngs of heads bobbing in the ghost market. The relief supplies had arrived, yet the crowd in the ghost market showed no signs of diminishing. People's needs were insatiable. However, Su Yunlan keenly noticed that the woman who sold meat was absent and turned to ask Chun Hao, Why hasn't the meat seller shown up? In a hushed tone, Chun Hao replied, She got arrested. I heard she was not satisfied with just selling in the ghost market and tried selling at the station, only to get caught red-handed. The mere mention of the meat seller still sent a shiver down Su Guohua's spine. Chun Hao continued, This woman is no ordinary seller. She'll likely serve some serious time. What do you mean by that? Liu Shiqing asked, sensing Su Guohua's unspoken curiosity and prompting him to voice it. Chun Hao glanced around conspiratorially and whispered, It has been confirmed that she was selling human flesh. Su Guohua's face turned pale. Having witnessed the skeletal hand incident, he still held onto a semblance of hope, but the audacity of someone selling legitimate meat was unfathomable. This woman must surely be mentally unstable. However, it served as a stark reminder that engaging in shady dealings was no trivial matter. Henceforth, he would need to exercise greater caution. The Sauna Bridge was a no-man's land, relatively safer than other areas. It was wise of him not to venture into the county town to sell goods personally. Initially, he had considered purchasing some meat, but now the thought was entirely unappealing that Su Yunlan had no particular cravings. The supplies they had were already more than adequate. She glanced at Liu Shiqing, who was lingering in front of a vendor selling sorghum candy. 10 pieces of sorghum candy cost a whole yuan. Without haggling, Liu Shiqing was about to pay, when Su Yunlan quickly interjected, Wait, can you sell it for 20 cents? Liu Shiqing looked at her in surprise, realizing her familiarity with the local prices, and promptly withdrew his yuan. If there was room for negotiation, he certainly didn't want to be taken advantage of. The vendor appeared displeased, retorting, "No sale. I want to take sugar tickets that a yuan for 10 pieces is already cheap." "Expensive," Su Yunlan replied earnestly. "The supply and marketing cooperative requires sugar tickets. A yuan can buy 100 pieces of candy. Your sorghum candy is likely homemade, smaller than what the cooperative sells, and should have a lower cost. If you can sell it for 20 cents, we'll take it. If not, we'll leave. You little girl, what business is it of yours if someone wants to buy candy?" The vendor was irked by her interference. Hitting a nerve that Liu Shiqiang shot him a glance, asserting, "I'm buying this sorghum candy for her, so it does concern me that you're just trying to take advantage of me, because you think I'm not from around here." Su Yunlan tugged at Liu Shiqiang's sleeve, saying, "Let us go. I don't really want any candy." Their back and forth left the vendor in a quandary. After gritting his teeth, he finally said, "For a yuan, I'll give you 20 pieces." "Too expensive," Su Yunlan insisted, pulling Liu Shiqiang along. In a desperate attempt, the vendor called out, "For a yuan, I'll give you 30, 40, or even 50 pieces. That is my final offer, 50 pieces for a yuan." "Which still amounts to 20 cents for 10 pieces, Liu Shiqiang said as he took out 20 cents. "Give me 10 pieces. The vendor hesitated. "Weren't you going to buy it for a yuan?" "I want 10 pieces, Liu Shiqiang reiterated. He intended to buy so many. They were for Su Yunlan, who had a sweet tooth, a detail he had not forgotten. "Fine. I'm impressed by you two kids." The vendor conceded, handing over 10 pieces of sorghum candy to Liu Shiqiang. Though the sale had been made, he felt no joy in the transaction, that if he hadn't been waiting for customers, he wouldn't have resorted to selling at such a low price. Immediately, Liu Shiqiang passed the candy to Su Yunlan, who took only one piece, suggesting he take the rest home to share with Teacher Liu. However, Liu Shiqiang insisted on placing all the candy into her pocket, grinning, "Take these back and share them with Lei Lei and the others." That Su Guohua, observing Liu Shiqiang's generosity, felt a sense of warmth seeing him share with the children. Saying, "What do you want to eat? Uncle will buy it for you." After pondering for a moment, Liu Shiqiang replied, "No need, uncle. Your family is going through hard times too. That I still have money. I'll buy 2 pieces of steamed cake for my dad to take home." "Well, that is very thoughtful of you." That Su Guohua was pleased with Liu Shiqiang's filial piety and accompanied him to the vendor selling steamed cakes, purchasing several pieces. Chen Hao remained quietly by Su Yunlan's side, ensuring her safety. The ghost market had been tense lately, with many attempting to rob each other. Liu Shiqiang stayed vigilant, not only due to Chen Hao's silent warnings, but also because he had overheard a few individuals plotting something. They had managed to keep a low profile today, and it was another extravagant individual who would likely face the consequences. That Su Yunlan sensed an unusual atmosphere and sharpened her focus. She turned to Su Guohua, saying, "Father, it's getting late. We should head back." All right, Su Guohua's primary purpose for coming today was to coordinate with Chen Hao, and with that goal achieved, he had no desire to linger in this place filled with troubles. Just as Su Yunlan turned, a familiar voice called out to her. She looked back, surprised to see the 8th-level machinist from the county town. "Uncle, were you calling for me?" "Yes, I've been looking for you all this time. But I kept missing you." The machinist, pushing his bicycle, hurried to catch up with her, his eyes sparkling with delight. But he expected to encounter her today. That Su Yunlan suspected he was still interested in buying flour. But since she hadn't brought anything today, she feared disappointing him. "Uncle, you seem a bit familiar." That Su Guohua recognized him as well, and was about to speak when Liu Shiqiang interjected, sensing danger. He knew this man had attracted attention and wanted to prevent any potentially harmful conversation. The 8th-level machinist turned, puzzled by Liu Shiqiang's accent. "Who are you?" Liu Shiqiang stepped closer, whispering so only they could hear. "Uncle, you're in trouble. You should leave quickly." Then, with a normal tone, he added, "Yes, uncle. I'm Xiao Lu." The 8th-level machinist, being astute, discreetly scanned the surroundings, quickly understanding the situation, that he usually kept a low profile, being cautious in all matters. Yet it seemed he had still drawn unwanted attention. "Yes, you're Xiao Lu. Did I have some urgent business today, so I'll be leaving first and I'll come by your house for dinner another time." "Okay," Liu Shiqiang nodded. The 8th-level machinist, fearing he might implicate Su Yunlan and her father, quickly pushed his bicycle and departed. However, just a few steps later, he was intercepted by several individuals.